Chapter 88. The Final Sanctuary. The Black Manor, shrouded in a delicate mist after the rain, casts elongated shadows of trees upon the lawn, resembling silent scars. The magical realm has long descended into a blood-soaked purgatory. Wizards opposing Voldemort vanish in their slumber. Muggle villages are reduced to ruins overnight, and the Ministry of Magic's insignia dangles precariously from the chests of its officials, while the very air is thick with the scent of fear. Only two locations maintain an eerie tranquility: Hogwarts Castle, illuminated by a silvery blue glow under Dumbledore's protection, and Black Manor, enveloped in an invisible barrier that severs it from the surrounding carnage. When Voldemort's figure first appeared at the manor's entrance, the house elves trembled in terror, with even Creature cowering in a corner, too afraid to lift his gaze. The stench of blood from his black robe had yet to dissipate, and his dark eyes swept over the white roses in the courtyard, as though regarding a mere collection of inconsequential dust. Ever since the devastating clash with Alfred that had wrecked half the study, he had completely ignored the head of the Black family, or rather, regarded him as if he were invisible. His sole objective was singular. As the door to the tower room swung open, Alfred was seated at the edge of the bed, combing Vader's hair. The boy's long hair cascaded down to his thighs, the golden strands shimmering softly in the morning light, while Alfred's movements were gentle, akin to caressing a fragile spider's web. Upon hearing the footsteps, he tightened his grip on the silver comb, his knuckles turning white, yet he did not turn around. Voldemort strode directly to the opposite side of the bed, his robe sweeping across the carpet, conjuring a chilling breeze. He gazed upon Vader's sleeping visage, an array of incomprehensible emotions swirling in his dark eyes. Possessiveness, nostalgia, and a hint of tenderness he himself scorned. He extracted a deep blue ribbon from his sleeve, deftly weaving it through Vader's hair, fashioning a tight braid in a matter of moments, the ends tied neatly in a bow. This skill was one he had secretly practiced. On nights in the Albanian forest, amidst the cheers of Death Eaters in his honor, he would gaze at his pale hands in the mirror, then conjure a strand of false hair to practice. Initially, the braids were crooked, the ribbons knotted, akin to his suppressed and clumsy emotions. Yet now, his movements surpassed even Alfred's proficiency, as if his hands were destined to tend to Vader's long hair. "You should know, you are not welcome here." Alfred's voice was icy as he twisted the silver comb in his palm, poised to draw his wand at any moment. Voldemort did not lift his eyelids, but merely brushed his fingertips across the braid he had fashioned, his voice low and gravelly. "He welcomes me." This absurd statement ignited Alfred's fury, causing him to whirl around, his ebony wand aimed at Voldemort's profile. "Get out." Voldemort slowly raised his gaze, the malice in his dark eyes nearly palpable. He did not raise his wand. He merely stared at Alfred, as if observing a mere jester. "Your resistance is utterly futile." The air between them became instantly taut. Even the sunlight filtering through the stained glass seemed to pause in its movement. Vader's breathing remained steady, his long eyelashes casting soft shadows beneath his eyelids, blissfully unaware of the silent standoff, until Regulus's voice echoed at the door, trembling uncontrollably. "Uncle, Father calls for you." The boy's complexion was as pale as parchment, and his dark eyes were filled with dread. Clearly terrified by Voldemort's presence, his fingers gripped the doorknob, turning white at the knuckles. Ever since Voldemort began to freely enter the manor, he had seldom returned to the tower. Upon catching sight of that dark-robed figure from a distance, he would immediately hide, an embodiment of every child's nightmare in the magical realm, now appearing like a specter within his home. Voldemort cast a glance at Regulus, the malice in his dark eyes slightly abated, yet an even more chilling aura enveloped him. He remained silent, turning back to regard Vader on the bed, extending his hand to gently touch the boy's cheek. Alfred gripped his wand tighter, yet ultimately refrained from taking action. He could not employ dark magic before Vader, nor allow Regulus to witness this bloody confrontation. "I shall return tonight." Voldemort retracted his hand, leaving behind this ambiguous remark as he turned and walked toward the door. As he passed by Regulus, the dark cloak stirred a gust of wind, startling the young boy into a sudden closure of his eyes, and only when that chilling presence had completely dissipated did he dare to breathe deeply. Alfred observed the silhouette of Voldemort vanishing at the end of the corridor, his chest rising and falling violently. He approached the door and gently patted Regulus on the shoulder, only to realize that the boy trembled like a leaf caught in an autumn breeze. "Do not be afraid, Rawl." His voice was soft, yet beneath it lay an indelible weariness. "Your uncle is here." Regulus nodded, yet he could not help but glance at Vader on the bed, his deep blue braids starkly illuminated amidst the golden strands of moonlight. He could not comprehend why the Dark Lord, who instilled fear throughout the entire magical realm, would be so fixated on this slumbering uncle, nor could he fathom what his uncle was clinging to while guarding someone who would never awaken. Only Alfred understood that Voldemort's companionship was never one of warmth. It was a silent proclamation, a cage woven from shadows. He was awaiting the day of his own collapse, the day when Vader would unequivocally belong to him. And he, Alfred Black, would dedicate the remainder of his life to safeguarding this final bastion. In the tower room, sunlight continued to cascade upon Vader's braid, the deep blue ribbon shimmering with an eerie light, reminiscent of a lurking serpent. The slumbering youth remained blissfully unaware of it all. In his world, there existed only an everlasting tranquility. Chapter 89. The first encounter this summer in the quaint town of Cokeworth is always accompanied by the hot winds laden with the scent of coal smoke. The park at the end of Spider Alley, basking in the sun, appears wilted, its swing chains rusted, creaking with a mournful groan as they sway. Penny is pushing Lily on the swing, golden hair shimmering under the sunlight, while Lily's laughter rings out like the shattering of glass. "Higher, Penny, higher." Severus crouches behind a hawthorn tree in a corner of the park, his fingertips tracing the cracks in the bark. Just moments ago, he had been shoved out the door by his father, his dark hair tousled and sticking to his forehead, sleeves stained with indelible grease. He had intended to hide here and read a stolen spellbook, but the sound of laughter compels him to look up. The girl in the floral dress soars from the swing, her skirt unfurling like butterfly wings, and the swing beneath her continues to swing higher, seemingly of its own accord, without anyone pushing it. "Wow." Lily gasps, startled, and quickly reaches for the chains, but the swing, as if it possesses a spirit of its own, obediently slows down. Penny stands nearby, her mouth forming an O of surprise. "Lily, you just..." Severus's heart skips a beat. He recognizes that sensation, identical to the moment when, during his clandestine practice, a salt shaker floated to the table. Almost instinctively, he steps out from behind the tree, the crunch of dry leaves beneath his boots startling the sisters. Penny instantly furrows her brow, pulling Lily back a step. The children in town know well that the Snape household on Spider Alley is a den of oddities. Yet, Lily does not retreat. She gazes at Severus, her green eyes brimming with curiosity, as if they harbor two serene lakes of spring. "Who are you?" "Severus Snape." His voice is somewhat hoarse, fingers nervously twisting the hem of his shirt, yet he cannot resist pointing at the swing. "Did you do that on purpose?" Lily blinks. "Do what?" "Make it move on its own." He lowers his voice, as if sharing a monumental secret. "That wasn't just ordinary strength. It was magic." Penny scoffs. "Nonsense. Lily just swung too high." But Lily has latched onto the word magic, stepping forward with bright eyes. "Magic? Like in storybooks? More powerful than what in storybooks?" Severus observes her, suddenly feeling less constricted in his throat. "You're a witch, just like me." He raises his hand, fingertips gently prodding, and a dry leaf on the ground unexpectedly lifts, spinning as it descends near Lily's feet. Lily's eyes widen further. She glances at the leaf, then back at Severus, and suddenly bursts into laughter, as if she has discovered treasure. "Really? You are too." Penny tugs on her arm. "Lily, don't listen to him. He's a liar." With that, she huffily turns and runs off, casting a fierce glare at Severus before leaving. Lily does not follow. She kneels to examine the leaf, then looks up at Severus. "Do you play like this often?" "Yeah." He pulls out a tattered book from his pocket, Introductory Magic. Lily leans closer to see, her ponytail brushing against Severus's hand, carrying a hint of floral fragrance. He suddenly feels warmth creeping to his cheeks and hastily offers her the book. "Do you want to take a look?" From that day forward, the park became their secret haven. Severus would always sit beneath the hawthorn tree, engrossed in his book, his dark silhouette nestled in the shade like a quiet stone. His book lay open on his lap, yet he often found himself distracted by Lily's laughter, which tickled his ears like feathers, compelling him to look up. The sounds of Lily and Penny playing nearby filled the air. Though Penny continued to disdain him, rolling her eyes at every sight of him, Lily would run over, her skirt sweeping across the grass, stirring up a gust of wind. "Severus, come swing with us." He would shake his head, gesturing to his book. "I'm reading this. Just let me finish this page, all right?" She would tug at his sleeve, her green eyes sparkling with anticipation. I discovered I can make dandelion fluff fly really far. Let me show you. Ultimately, he would be pulled along, as he watched Lily tiptoe, sending a dandelion fluff soaring across the entire park to land atop a roof on Spider Alley, her profile glowing in the sunlight. He suddenly felt that the coal smoke of Cokeworth didn't seem so unpleasant anymore. At times when Penny was absent, Lily would sit beside him, listening to him recount the magic within his book, her fingers tracing circles in the grass, occasionally coaxing a blade of grass to bend into a circle on its own. When we grow up, can we go to a place that teaches magic? She asked. Yes, Hogwarts, he replied, his tone assured, as if he had been there before. That's what my mother said. Can we go together? She looked at him, her eyes sparkling like stars. Severus nodded earnestly, his heart swelling with warmth, as if filled with something precious. He glanced down at his oil-stained nails, and then at Lily's clean little hands, discreetly hiding his own behind him. But as she turned her head, he swiftly cast a spell to clean his fingertips. This was a new magic he had learned, practiced specifically for her sake. The hawthorn leaves turned from green to yellow, the swing chains grew rustier, yet as long as Lily's laughter rang out, Severus knew that beneath the shadows of the tree, there was more than just he and his book. There was a shimmering secret waiting for them to grow up together. Chapter 90. The quivering lashes in the tower room of Black Manor. The morning light filters through stained glass, casting fragmented patterns upon Vader's moonlit golden hair. The sunflower, perpetually placed at the bedside, blooms radiantly, its face turned towards the occupant of the bed, as if silently beckoning. The changes began one fateful morning. Alpheus was combing Vader's long hair with a silver brush. Just as his fingertips brushed the ends, he noticed the dense lashes fluttering gently. It was not a tremor induced by the wind, but a subtle yet distinct quiver originating from the roots of the lashes, akin to a butterfly perched on a petal. Stirring its wings, Alpheus's breath hitched, the silver brush hovering in midair, his knuckles whitening from the grip. He fixated on that row of lashes, his heart pounding violently within his chest, nearly bursting forth from his throat. When a moment passed without further movement, he slowly exhaled, his palms now clammy with cold sweat. Was it merely an illusion? No, he had seen it clearly. From that day forth, the daylight in the tower room could never be separated from Alpheus's presence. He relocated his cluttered desk beside the bed, and while tending to family affairs, his gaze would inevitably drift to the figure resting on the bed, his pen poised above the paper, unable to write a single word for an eternity. Each time Vader's lashes fluttered anew, he would immediately set down his pen, lean closer, his voice barely above a whisper. Vader? Have you awakened? The only response was the steady rhythm of breathing. But the increasingly frequent flutter of lashes cast ripples of hope within the depths of his heart, akin to pebbles thrown into a tranquil lake. During his leisure, he would lift Vader, allowing him to rest his head on his shoulder, and would softly read from a volume of poetry. The boy's long hair cascaded over Alpheus's arm, the moonlit golden strands brushing against his neck, imbued with the fragrance of lavender. As Alpheus read, his voice would occasionally falter. After so many years, he had finally awaited this sign of awakening. As night fell, Alpheus would tuck Vader snugly under the covers for the last time, his gaze lingering on the quivering lashes for a lengthy moment before he departed, filled with hopeful anticipation. Just as he stepped out, another figure would push open the door. The chill of night dew still clung to Voldemort's black robes, yet upon entering the room, he retracted all malice. He approached the bedside, not turning on the lights, but instead gazing at Vader's face illuminated by the moonlight. As the delicate lashes quivered under the moonlight, the icy veneer within his obsidian eyes melted away, surging forth with an almost insatiable ecstasy. He tenderly cradled Vader from the bed, his movements gentle, reminiscent of a dark lord whose hands were stained with blood. The boy's frame was light, his moonlit golden hair cascading over his black robes like a stream of liquid light. Voldemort lowered his head, his nose brushing against Vader's hairline, inhaling deeply as if to engrave this reclaimed essence into his very marrow. Awakened soon, he murmured, his voice raspy like sandpaper, tightening his embrace as he held Vader closer, whispering, "This time, do not forsake me." He would remain in this position until dawn, shrouded in his dark cloak, isolating them from the outside world. Occasionally, Vader's fingertips would move unconsciously, gliding across his hand, and Voldemort would freeze, his black eyes fixated on that hand until he confirmed that the faint motion was not a figment of his imagination, before slowly closing his eyes to savor the warm breath of the one he held against his neck. This was the only light in his dark world. The guilt of having once plunged Vader into slumber, coupled with years of fervent longing, transformed into a palpable sense of panic and preciousness with each flutter of his lashes. He even began to curb his thirst for bloodshed, yearning to present Vader with a world less drenched in violence upon his awakening. As dawn approached, Voldemort would lay Vader back upon the bed, rebraiding his hair with deep blue ribbons. He gazed at the still sleeping visage of the boy, whose lashes trembled softly in the morning light, as if heralding an imminent awakening. "I shall return tomorrow," he whispered, placing a feather-like kiss upon Vader's forehead before vanishing into the morning mist, the shadows of his cloak dissipating at the corridor's end. Soon after, Alpheus pushed open the door. Spotting Vader's fluttering lashes, a smile immediately blossoming in his eyes. He approached, picking up the unfinished poetry collection, allowing the boy to lean against his shoulder. His voice, so gentle it seemed to drip with sweetness. "Shall we continue reading yesterday's chapter?" Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the dust motes in the room and casting a glow upon the boy's moonlit golden hair. Chapter 91, The Pinnacle of Power. The marble floor of the Ministry of Magic's hall was cast under a permanent illumination charm, yet it failed to imbue any warmth. Once a symbol of order within the magical realm, the golden sculptures now lay ensconced in a shroud of dark green shadows. Their bases entwined with vines solidified by dark magic, each leaf glimmering with an eerie light, akin to countless prying eyes. Voldemort's silhouette emerged behind the floor-to-ceiling windows of the minister's office, his black robe cascading like ink, casting a profound darkness upon the glass. His fingertips lightly tapped the window ledge, his gaze sweeping over the throng of wizards below, clad in ministry uniforms, each bearing a silver badge depicting a blossoming ghost flower, entwined with a serpent exuding its forked tongue. This emblem, crafted by him for the new order, spoke of absolute dominion more than any incantation could. "My lord." The voice of Abraxas Malfoy resonated behind him, imbued with just the right amount of reverence, as he slightly bowed, presenting a scroll of parchment. "The list from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement has been updated. All non-compliant families have been marked." Voldemort did not turn. His dark eyes still locked onto the Death Eater below, reprimanding his subordinates. That was the very director he had personally elevated. Once merely a lowly wizard toiling at Borgin and Burke's, now audaciously issuing orders to senior officials. Power was the finest catalyst, transforming the meek into the ferocious, unveiling the fangs of the most loyal. Yet he remained indifferent, as long as those fangs were always directed toward his designated prey. How many obstinate elements remained in the Muggle Affairs Division? His voice was deep as the lowest note of a cello, yet carried a chilling coldness that could freeze blood. "Only 3 remain." Abraxas's voice softened further, 2 of whom are old bones, insisting that we should not interfere in Muggle politics. Voldemort finally turned, his gaze lingering on Abraxas's face for a moment. The head of the Malfoy family appeared more gaunt than 3 years prior, the shadows under his eyes betraying years of anxiety, yet he still maintained the dignity of a pure-blood aristocrat, precisely what Voldemort required. One who understood fear and knew how to conceal it. "Have them retire," he stated blandly, his fingertip tracing the names on the parchment, leaving a charred mark behind. "By this time tomorrow, I wish to see a new list." "Yes, my lord," Abraxas replied and withdrew, his robe brushing against a potted plant by the door, causing a dry leaf to flutter down. He froze momentarily, hastily using magic to restore the leaf before hastening away, before this new master. Even the slightest misstep could lead to dire consequences. Silence reclaimed the office. Voldemort seated himself behind the massive desk, where reports from various locales lay in disarray, some inscribed in blood, others sealed with dark wax. He casually picked up one, pertaining to Hogwarts. Dumbledore remained as stubborn as a rock, employing magical barriers to fortify the castle. Even a few Death Eaters attempting to infiltrate had been severely injured. He scoffed, casting the report into the fireplace. The flames licked the parchment, crackling as if mocking the incompetence of those who had failed. Hogwarts was temporarily off limits. Dumbledore's strength far surpassed that of the groveling Death Eaters. But he had time in abundance. The ministry lay within his grasp, the veins of the entire British magical community pulsing with his will. The resistance of a solitary island was but a desperate struggle for survival. His fingertips unconsciously caressed the serpent ring upon his ring finger, the cold metal pressing against his skin, yet failing to quell the restlessness within. He lifted his gaze towards the window, where the sun sank into the distant clouds, painting the sky with an eerie shade of orange-red, reminiscent of the blush that occasionally graced Vader's cheeks in slumber. "It is time to return." As the sensation of apparition resonated through the grounds of Black Manor, the house elves had long since scattered in fright. Kriaker huddled behind the stone sculpture of the fountain, watching the shadow in black robes traverse the rose bushes, the dark heels crushing petals, leaving behind a trail of deep imprints. He dared not make a sound, gripping the hem of his garment tightly. Each visit from this master rendered the air of the manor as frigid as an ice cellar. Even the moonlight tinged with a scent of blood. The tower room's door stood unlocked. Upon pushing it open, Voldemort beheld Vader lying upon the bed, his moonlit golden hair cascading over the pillow like a pool of solidified moonlight. The sunflower on the bedside had been replaced by someone, its petals still glistening with morning dew, the Floriad stubbornly tilting toward the boy's face. He approached the bedside, his movements as silent as a cat. Vader's lashes began to flutter again, more frequently than during the day, the long, dense lashes brushing against his eyelids, casting faint shadows. Voldemort extended his hand, his fingertips hovering above the boy's cheek, hesitating momentarily before gently descending to touch the warm skin. It felt as if electricity coursed through his fingertips. He suddenly retracted his hand, a tumult of complex emotions swirling in his black eyes, ecstasy, tension, and a hint of cowardice that he himself scorned. Over the years, he had slain enough to fill the forbidden forest. The bones he had tread upon could form mountains, yet in the presence of this sleeping visage, he felt as timid as a child attempting magic for the first time. Today, a fool at the ministry cast a cauldron curse upon his own desk. He spoke suddenly, his voice low as if sharing a secret. The flames consumed half the room. He could only cry for his master to save him. Vader remained unresponsive, his breathing steady. However, Voldemort noticed a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth, as though he wished to articulate something. His heart clenched abruptly. He leaned closer, his nose nearly brushing against the boy's crown, inhaling deeply the scent of lavender and sunlight that filled his lungs, washing away the day's sanguinary remnants. When you awaken, he whispered softly, the folds of his dark robe draping around them, enveloping the pair in a cocoon of intimacy. I shall take you to behold the dome of the Ministry of Magic. I will command those Death Eaters to bow before you, presenting their most cherished treasures. He spoke at length, recounting the absurdity of the pure-blood aristocrats kneeling at his feet, the despair etched in the eyes of the rebels as they faced their demise, and how he instilled a tremor throughout the wizarding world at the mere mention of his name. Yet, these triumphs, which should have ignited his fervor, felt akin to a child boasting about sweets to a lover. Vader's fingertips twitched, this time distinctly, a clear sign, not a mere illusion. Voldemort froze, watching as that hand rose slowly, like a feather caught in the breeze, finally resting gently upon the back of his hand. The warmth of the touch nearly stole his breath away. The hand was light, soft, imbued with the boy's unique warmth, tracing the veins on his hand as if soothing a raging beast. Vader, he called out, his voice raspy and unrefined, panic flooding his dark eyes. He feared this was yet another illusion, that this fleeting contact would dissipate like morning dew. But that hand did not withdraw. The boy's breathing seemed to falter, the rhythm of his chest rising and falling more pronounced, his lashes trembling as if something yearned to escape from beneath his eyelids. Voldemort cautiously grasped that hand, his palm dampening the boy's fingertips with sweat. He lowered his head, pressing his forehead against Vader's, absorbing the faint warmth. His voice laced with an unrecognized plea. Do not fear, I am here. Time slipped away, and eventually, the first light of dawn painted the horizon. Vader's hand fell back to the bed, his lashes stilled, as if all that transpired was but an exceedingly vivid dream. Voldemort rose, casting one last glance at the figure on the bed, his dark eyes softened by a gentle emotion. He tucked the blankets around Vader, his fingers gliding through the moonlit gold of the boy's hair, his movements tender as if cradling fragile glass. I shall return tomorrow. As he turned to leave, he did not disapparate as was his custom, but instead descended the tower stairs step by step. Morning light streamed through the corridor windows, casting mottled shadows upon his dark robe, as if adorning the heavy darkness with fleeting glimmers of brightness. The pinnacle of power at the Ministry of Magic, the honor of standing above thousands, paled in comparison to a single breath taken by the sleeping boy. Voldemort clenched his fist, a flicker of malevolence flashing in his dark eyes. He would safeguard all this, preserve the impending dawn, even if it meant dragging the entire world into deeper shadows. Downstairs, the Death Eaters awaited in the courtyard, their black figures lined up in orderly rows, like a congregation of silent crows. Upon seeing Voldemort, they immediately knelt on one knee, heads bowed, too fearful to meet the gaze hidden beneath the dark robes. Let us depart. Voldemort's voice regained its customary coldness, and with a sweep of his robe, he took the lead. The line followed suit, a wave of darkness sweeping over the estate's grounds, heading toward the distant Ministry of Magic. Only Kriaker peered out from behind a stone statue, noticing the tower room's window ajar, a strand of moonlit gold hair fluttering in the breeze, as if in pursuit of something. Chapter 92, Alf, The Legend of the Three Brothers. The morning light in the tower room carried the fragrance of lavender, spilling over the carpet and creeping up the edge of the sofa. Alf adjusted his posture, ensuring Vader was nestled more securely against him. The boy's head gently rested against his shoulder, his moonlit golden hair cascading between them like a soft barrier. He picked up the yellowed fairy tale book, his fingers gliding over the gilded title, his voice soft as if afraid to disturb the dust motes suspended in the air. Once upon a time, there were 3 brothers. Alf's voice bore a barely perceptible rasp, a remnant of years spent speaking in hushed tones. He turned his head slightly, catching sight of Bader's trembling lashes casting faint shadows beneath his eyelids, prompting him to pause before continuing. They were traveling along a secluded path when, as night fell, they encountered a turbulent river. Ordinary wizards would conjure a bridge, but these 3 brothers were skilled sorcerers. They constructed a bridge and crossed it with ease. Bader's breathing seemed to momentarily falter, his shoulders shifting slightly, as if the story had ensnared his attention. Alf's heart skipped a beat, his fingers tightening around the pages, only to relax again. He could not rush. He needed to recount the tale as he had done countless days before, slowly unfolding the narrative. Just as they reached the center of the bridge, Death appeared. His voice deepened, adopting a tone of exaggerated storytelling, yet deliberately softened. Death was furious, feeling that these 3 wizards had mocked him, for this river was supposed to be his domain for collecting souls. Yet, he feigned praise for their cleverness, offering each a gift as a reward for crossing the river. Sunlight filtered through the stained glass, casting a diamond-shaped patch of light upon Bader's hand. That hand curled slightly, fingertips seemingly reaching for something, only to gently settle on Alf's knee, bearing a cool warmth. Alf glanced down at that hand, his throat tightening, and continued. The eldest was the most arrogant. He requested the most powerful wand in existence, one crafted from elder wood. With it, you shall never lose, Death promised. The eldest wielded the wand and sought out a wizard he had once wronged, defeating him in a duel, and thereafter became insufferably proud. Yet, one fateful night, a thief crept upon him as he slept, severing his head and stealing the wand. You see, Death ultimately claimed his life. He sensed Bader's shoulder shift again, this time more pronounced, as if instinctively resisting this outcome. Alf's lips curled into a bittersweet smile as he gently brushed his fingers through the boy's moonlit golden hair, feeling the faint warmth as his fingertips glided through the strands. And the second? He loved a maiden long deceased. Thus he asked Death for the power to summon the dead. With a sigh, Death granted him a stone, a resurrection stone that could reveal the spirits of the departed. The second brother held the stone and indeed beheld the shadow of the maiden, yet she was both sorrowful and indifferent. For the realms of the living and the dead should not be forcibly intertwined. Unable to endure this torment, the second brother ultimately took his own life, yearning only to truly be near her. At this juncture, silence enveloped the room, broken only by the occasional crackle of the firewood in the hearth. Alf gazed down at Bader's crown, a heavy sensation constricting his chest. How reminiscent he felt of the second brother, aware that Bader lay in eternal slumber, yet still striving in every conceivable way to keep him, even if it were merely to preserve this warm body. Then there was the youngest. His voice softened to a sigh, imbued with a gentle release. He was the most humble and the wisest, aware that Death's gifts bore hidden traps. He requested an item that would render him invisible to Death. Reluctantly, Death bestowed upon him an invisibility cloak woven from his own cloak. The youngest donned the cloak. And indeed, Death could never find him again. Many years later, when the youngest had grown old, he removed the cloak and passed it to his son. Then, like an old friend, left with Death without a trace of fear. The tale concluded, Alf closed the book and looked down at the figure leaning against his shoulder. Bader's lashes quivered gently, more frequently than before, the shadows beneath his eyelids flickering as if something within him yearned to break free. His lips stirred, seemingly on the verge of uttering words, yet ultimately only a faint sigh escaped them, akin to a feather landing softly in the wind. This is the tale of the 3 holy relics of death. Alfard's voice carried a profound weariness, yet it concealed an indomitable hope. Some sought great power. Others wished to retain the departed, but in the end, those who could calmly accept everything were the bravest of all. He extended his hand, gently clasping Bader's hand curled upon his knee. That hand felt warmer than before, the fingertips even briefly curling around his fingers, though it was but a light touch. It coursed through Alfard's being like an electric current. You heard that, did you not? He murmured, lowering his head to nuzzle against the boy's crown. His voice thick with emotion. Vader, I await your awakening, your own decision on whether to hear more stories. The sunlight gradually shifted to illuminate the bookshelf across from the sofa, dust particles dancing in the beams. Vader remained still, his breathing once again steady, as if everything prior were mere ripples stirred by a tale. Yet Alfard knew better. He could sense something stirring within the boy's body, akin to tender shoots of spring pushing through the frozen earth, brimming with an unstoppable vitality. He sat there, allowing Vader to lean against his shoulder, holding the fairy tale book, utterly motionless. It was not until the sunset painted the sunflower on the windowsill in hues of crimson that he carefully cradled the boy back to bed, tucking him in snugly, only to notice a hint of an elusive smile gracing the corners of Bader's lips. Standing at the bedside, he watched the moonlit golden hair glimmer softly in the twilight. And suddenly, he smiled. He pressed his hand to his furrowed brow, the fatigue in his eyes momentarily overshadowed by overwhelming joy. It mattered not. He had ample time, countless stories, and could afford to wait patiently. Chapter 93, Enrollment at Hogwarts, the Parent Generation. The Hogwarts Express of 1962 thundered along, traversing the lush green fields. Bellatrix Black sat in a Slytherin compartment, her fingertips delicately tracing the silver thread embroidery of her robe's cuffs, her dark eyes sparkling with an intensity that belied her youth. When the Sorting Hat had proclaimed her a Slytherin, she could scarcely contain the smile that threatened to break free. This was where a Black belonged. Unlike those feeble fools destined for Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw. Across from her, Rodolphus Lestrange leafed through a tome on the theory of dark magic, his fingers unconsciously tapping against his knee. Noticing Bellatrix's scrutinizing gaze drifting out the window, he closed the book and asked, his tone laced with curiosity, "What occupies your thoughts?" "I was contemplating matters concerning the manor," Bellatrix replied, her tone flat yet tinged with a barely perceptible excitement. "Last month, my father took us to meet a significant figure. You should have seen him standing by the fireplace. Even the house elves were too frightened to breathe as his black robes swept across the carpet." Rodolphus raised an eyebrow. "You mean that one? Who else could it be?" Bellatrix's eyes ignited with fervor, like embers kindled to life. "My uncle Alphard says he is the sovereign of darkness, but I believe he outshines any monarch." She paused, her fingers tightening around her robe. "Do you not feel it? That kind of power, that aura which compels all to bow in submission, is what truly deserves our allegiance." Rodolphus regarded her luminous eyes and smiled thoughtfully. "The Lestrange family will stand with the strong." He said no more, yet turned the spine of the book towards Bellatrix, its gilded title reading on the advanced applications of ancient dark magic, as if silently affirming her sentiments. 3 years later, aboard the Hogwarts Express in 1965, Lucius Malfoy was meticulously adjusting his platinum blonde hair in a compact mirror. He appeared more refined than his peers, his silk shirt collar adorned with a perfectly tied bow tie. Every movement exuding the restraint of pure-blood aristocracy. When the Sorting Hat called out Slytherin, he bowed elegantly, catching a glimpse of the older Bellatrix Black seated at the head of the long table. Her scrutinizing gaze fixed upon him, a look that conveyed both assessment and an unspoken acknowledgement of the Malfoy name. At the feast, Lucius held a goblet of pumpkin juice, deliberately seating himself beside Bellatrix and Rodolphus. He understood that these two were pivotal figures within Slytherin and was aware of their concealed connections to that prominent individual. "Sister Black, Brother Lestrange," he greeted, his voice warm yet confident. "I often hear my father speak of you." Bellatrix cast him a sidelong glance, a cold smile curling at her lips. "Abraxas has taught you well. You do not disgrace the Malfoy name." Her gaze swept over Lucius's meticulously styled hair, and she added, "However, in Slytherin, mere appearances are insufficient. One must possess intellect as well." Lucius nodded with a smile, yet inwardly, he noted her words with keen attention. He knew that to establish himself firmly within Slytherin, and perhaps one day connect with that legendary master, mere family reputation would not suffice. He needed to demonstrate substantial worth, much like his father Abraxas, becoming an irreplaceable element within the web of power. At this moment, in the Black Manor, the sunlight poured perfectly into the tower room. Alphard sat at the bedside, gently combing Bader's moonlit golden hair. The boy's tresses had grown longer since last year, cascading over the edge of the bed like flowing moonlight. His movements were deliberate, the silver comb gliding through the strands while intentionally avoiding the fragile tips that appeared delicate from sleep. "Bella's gone to Hogwarts," Alphard murmured softly, as if sharing the mundane with Bader. "That girl has always been wild. Now that she is in Slytherin, I fear she'll be even less restrained." He paused, his fingertips brushing against Bader's trembling lashes, a flicker of melancholy passing through his eyes. "Sometimes I truly worry she may stray from the right path. But the children of the Black family are inherently stubborn." Bader's fingers stirred gently, this time not a mere involuntary twitch, but a response to his words. Alphard's breath caught in his throat. He set down the silver comb and leaned closer. "You think she ought to be kept in check, do you not?" What answered him was the boy's steady breathing, accompanied by a solitary tear that silently slipped from his eye, transparent, warm to the touch, like a shattered pearl. Alphard hastily wiped it away, and as his fingertip met the dampness, his heart tightened painfully. He understood that Bader could hear him. This slumbering youth was perceiving everything around him in his own way, much like a plant quietly growing in the darkness, awaiting the day it would break through the soil. As night fell, Voldemort's figure appeared at the tower door. He stood taller than 3 years prior, his silhouette beneath the black robe sharp and powerful. Dark hair cascading over his forehead, obscuring his ruby-like eyes. Only when he gazed upon the figure in the bed did those eyes lose their ferocity, revealing a near-gentle glimmer. He approached the bedside, not lifting Vader as he usually did, but simply leaning down to observe. The moonlit golden hair lay upon the pillow, starkly contrasting with the boy's pale cheek, a beauty reminiscent of a fragile painting. Voldemort reached out, his fingertip brushing lightly against the corner of Vader's eye, where remnants of tears lingered. Today, Abraxas delivered a new list of allegiances, he murmured, his voice imbued with an odd tranquility. Those pureblood families wag their tails like dogs. It is truly repugnant. He paused, his obsidian hair and crimson eyes appearing exceptionally handsome under the moonlight, yet emanating an aloof coldness. However, I cared not. As long as I could awaken you, I would permit them to do anything. Vader's eyelashes fluttered, this time with considerable vigor, as if some force were striving to break free beneath his eyelids. Voldemort's dark eyes suddenly narrowed, holding his breath, for he had awaited this day for far too long. So long that he had nearly forgotten what a conscious Vader resembled. Yet, the youth still did not open his eyes. Only his tightly pressed lips seemed to loosen slightly, as if he were silently sighing. Voldemort slowly straightened, the anticipation in his black eyes gradually settling into a deeper obsession. He tucked Vader's blanket snugly, his fingertips brushing against the moonlit golden hair, his movements tender, uncharacteristic of a tyrant wielding great power. Soon, he whispered softly, as if speaking to himself, "I can feel it. You are about to awaken." As he turned to leave, the flickering flames in the corridor cast elongated shadows in his wake, his dark robe sweeping across the ground, stirring a chill in the air. Outside the manor, in the magical realm, Death Eaters were unleashing a storm of bloodshed under his name, while deep within this tower, he willingly shed all his brilliance, merely to await the awakening of a slumbering soul. At that moment in Hogwarts, the fireplace in the Slytherin common room blazed brightly. Bellatrix gazed out at the moon, her fingers absently caressing the inner side of her robe where a silver badge lay concealed, an intricate design of a flower entwined with a serpent flickering in the firelight. She recalled the pair of red eyes she had seen at the manor, her heart racing uncontrollably. One day, she vowed, she would stand by his side, becoming his sharpest blade, ensuring that the entire magical world would remember the name Bellatrix Black. Lucius sat on a nearby sofa, feigning interest in a tome of magical history. Yet his peripheral gaze remained fixated on Bellatrix's movements. He understood that this senior was the key to the core of power, and all he needed to do was patiently await the opportune moment, lurking like a serpent until the right time emerged. Rodolphus leaned against the fireplace, observing the two young individuals, each harboring their own ambitions, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. The children of Slytherin, from the day they entered, understood that the true game had just begun. And within the tower of Black Manor, moonlight streamed through stained glass, casting fragmented light upon Vader's long hair. Chapter 94, Alpheus, the Fountain of Good Fortune. The evening breeze carried the cool scent of lavender, sweeping across the terrace of Black Manor. Alpheus cradled Vader as they sat on a wicker bench, the boy's moonlit golden hair cascading into his arms, the tips brushing against the white rose petals on the terrace, as if teasing in silence. The setting sun elongated their shadows, intertwining upon the stone floor, rendering them indistinguishable. Today, a new batch of sunflowers bloomed in the manor. Alpheus's voice was carried lightly by the wind as he adjusted his arm to support Vader more securely. I had Kriaker cut the most vibrant one. Placed it in the celadone vase by your bedside. The flower's head is perfectly aligned with you, akin to the little sun you used to speak of. Vader's eyelashes shimmered with a faint golden hue in the sunset, fluttering slightly, as though a butterfly had settled upon his eyelid. Alpheus lowered his gaze to the row of lashes, feeling his throat tighten as he continued. Bella sent a letter from Hogwarts, mentioning that Lucius Malfoy stands out in Slytherin. Having learned all of Abraxas's hypocrisy, Rodolphus seems to be quite close to her. The Lestrange lad possesses a wolfish glint in his eyes. He chuckled lightly, his fingertips grazing Vader's cool hand. That hand felt softer than in the morning, the faint scars at the knuckles subtly visible in the sunset, remnants from long ago when Vader had pricked himself while trimming roses for the priest, lamenting that blood would render him less beautiful. Now, the scar remained, while the boy had been in slumber for so many years. Let me tell you a story. Alpheus's voice deepened, imbued with the gentleness of a storyteller, titled The Fountain of Good Fortune. Once upon a time, there was a young hunter, kind-hearted, who would always share his catch with the poor villagers. One day, he lost his way in the forest and encountered an old woman. She claimed to know of a fountain of good fortune, whose waters could grant wishes, but under one condition. He hesitated, glancing down at Vader's face. Noticing the corner of his mouth seemed to twitch. With a smile, he continued, "The Wishmaker must harbor no selfish intent. Otherwise, the fountain's waters would turn poisonous." The wind stirred a few rose petals, settling in Bader's hair. Alpheus reached out to pluck them, his fingertips brushing against the boy's warm ear, causing him to retract his hand as if burned, his heartbeat inexplicably quickening. The hunter followed the old woman to the fountain, its waters so clear that the pebbles at the bottom were visible. The old woman asked what wish he desired. Can you guess what he said? He tilted his head, his nose nearly touching the crown of Bader's hair, inhaling the mingling scents of sunlight and lavender. He said, "I wish for the people of my village to have enough to eat and wear, firewood in winter and shade in summer." The old woman smiled, declaring that this was indeed a wish worthy of the fountain. Bader's breathing seemed to elongate, the rise and fall of his chest synchronizing wonderfully with Alpheus's narration. Alpheus felt the person in his arms stir slightly, like a kitten adjusting its position. He tightened his embrace, wary of holding too tightly, his fingertips hovering in indecision. Eventually, he steadied himself and continued. The hunter returned to his village to find the crops flourishing beyond previous years, the rooftops of impoverished homes repaired, and even the sick children able to run and jump. And that fountain of good fortune, it is said that only those with kind hearts can find it. Greedy souls, no matter how far they wander through the forest, will only encounter desolation. As the story concluded, the sun dipped below the distant tree line, the sky painted in gentle hues of orange and pink. Alpheus gazed down at Bader's face, the moonlit golden hair glowing softly in the twilight, the tips of his lashes seemingly kissed by the remnants of the evening light, as if dusted with gold powder. "Do you think a fountain of good fortune truly exists?" he asked softly, as if inquiring of Bader and himself alike. "If it does, I would likely wish for you to awaken, just as before, clamoring for honey biscuits and complaining about how harshly I comb your hair." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Bader's fingers suddenly curled, grasping the fabric of Alpheus's chest with a gentle, yet unmistakably persistent grip, akin to a drowning person clutching a piece of driftwood. Alpheus's heart halted abruptly, then raced furiously. He dared not move, nor even breathe, fearing to disturb this sudden response. After what felt like an eternity, as that hand gradually loosened and fell away, he exhaled slowly, his palm damp with cold sweat. "I know you are listening," he murmured, lowering his head to nestle in Bader's hair, his voice choked with emotion. "Just wait a little longer. Once you awaken, we shall seek out that fountain together. Perhaps we may truly find it." As dusk deepened, the white roses on the terrace closed their petals. Alpheus held Bader closely, sitting quietly on the bench until the first star arose on the horizon. He could feel the person in his embrace growing increasingly vibrant, no longer merely a sleeping shell, but a being imbued with warmth and responsive life. Akin to a seed at winter's end, quietly gathering strength in the soil, awaiting spring's arrival to break through the earth. He stood carefully, cradling Bader as he returned to the tower. As he passed through the corridor, he spotted Kriaker holding a warmed glass of milk in the corner, the house elf's eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet daring not to make a sound. Alfard paid no heed, merely lowering his gaze to the person nestled in his arms, a hint of a relieved smile gracing his lips. It mattered not. He could afford to wait, even if it took 10 years or 20. As long as he could behold the moment those eyes fluttered open, every moment of waiting would be worthwhile. Chapter 95, The Rainfall. The rain fell in torrents at dusk, large droplets hammering against the stained glass windows of Black Manor, producing a cacophony akin to countless hands urgently knocking at the door. The white roses in the courtyard were battered askew, their petals clinging to the muddy ground, a pitiful sight reminiscent of discarded tattered fabric. Bellatrix was the first to perceive the tremors of apparition. Standing before the fireplace in the drawing room, her fingertips fidgeted with the Hogwarts report she had just received. Upon hearing the almost inaudible pop, her blood surged to her head as if ignited by an unseen flame. She spun around abruptly, the hem of her black robe sweeping gracefully across the carpet, her knees nearly buckling not from fear, but from an uncontrollable thrill. The figure of Voldemort materialized at the entrance, his robe still dripping with rain, dark strands of hair plastered against his smooth forehead, accentuating the brilliance of his ruby-like eyes. He did not acknowledge the occupants of the drawing room. Instead, he merely waved a hand, conjuring an invisible barrier that kept the rain at bay. The moisture on his cloak evaporating instantly, leaving behind only a faint, chilling aura. "My master." Bellatrix's voice quivered imperceptibly as she slightly bowed, her gaze greedily fixated on his commanding figure, his all-seeing gaze. Even the droplets cascading from the tips of his hair sent her heart racing. This was true power, the sole measure of her ambition during her fervent struggle for dominance in Slytherin. Narcissa trailed behind her sister, her platinum hair impeccably arranged, Her bow was more refined than Bellatrix's, her demeanor softer, yet her eyes concealed a perfectly measured reverence. Unlike her sister's fervor, she understood the art of submission at opportune moments, a lesson imparted by their mother. In the presence of strength, concealing one's brilliance was the wisest course. Regulus huddled in the corner of the sofa, nervously fidgeting with the ornate armrest. He was yet to reach the age of enrollment, the black robe hanging loosely upon him. His dark eyes a mix of youthful yearning for formidable power and instinctual trepidation. He had witnessed the fervor with which the Death Eaters spoke of their master, and had heard their father Orion's hushed warnings. These clashing emotions tugged at his heart, drawing him closer while simultaneously instilling fear of the malevolence concealed beneath that cloak. Sirius leaned against the doorframe, a sprig of herb-flavored wand dangling from his mouth, his gaze brimming with youthful curiosity. He had encountered this significant figure on several occasions, yet each time, he was met with utter disregard, igniting a rebellious spark within him. He purposefully shifted his feet, allowing his boot to strike the floor with a clatter, yet Voldemort did not so much as flicker an eyelid, as though he were merely an inconsequential ornament in the drawing room. Krieg, Voldemort finally spoke, his voice deep and resonant like the lowest note of a cello, yet laced with an undeniable command, the tower's fireplace. Why yes, master. Kriaker scurried from the kitchen, flour dusting his ears, scrambling towards the staircase with all haste. Fearing a moment's delay, Voldemort strode forward, his robe sweeping across the carpet, stirring a gust of wind. As he passed Bellatrix, her breath caught in her throat, and it was not until his figure vanished around the staircase corner that she exhaled sharply, her fingertips digging into her palm from the intensity of her grip. Sister, Narcissa began, only to be abruptly silenced by Bellatrix's cold retort. Silence, you fool. Her dark eyes still glimmered with excitement. There were questions that should remain unasked. Regulus cautiously lifted his gaze towards the staircase, a flicker of longing igniting within him. He thought he had glimpsed the serpent-patterned ring adorning the master's finger, shimmering with a ghostly glow in the light of the fireplace. Sirius snorted derisively, tossing the herb-flavored wand into the wastebasket. Pretentious, he muttered under his breath. Yet he failed to notice his own gaze straying towards the staircase, curiosity piquing about the treasures the figure, who commanded such respect throughout the manor, might be concealing in the tower. Within the tower room, the sound of rain was muted by the thick stone walls. Voldemort pushed open the door to find Vader reclined upon the bed, his moonlight gold hair cascading across the pillow, akin to a waterfall bathed in lunar glow. The sunflowers at the head of the bed had been replaced by someone, droplets of water still clinging to their petals, evidently freshly plucked from the rain. He approached the bedside, his movements gentle and a stark contrast to his demeanor in the drawing room. His fingers brushed against Vader's forehead, and as they made contact with the warm skin, the malice in his eyes dissipated like frost under morning mist, gradually melting into tenderness. It's raining outside, he murmured, as if confiding in the sleeping figure. Those fools in the drawing room are putting on a show, making quite the racket. Vader's eyelashes fluttered, the movement substantial, as if something were striving to escape from beneath his eyelids. Voldemort's heart constricted abruptly. He leaned down, his nose nearly brushing against the boy's cheek, his breath becoming a mere whisper. The rain continued to fall, pattering against the tower's windows like a monotonous lullaby. In the drawing room, Bellatrix paced excitedly. Narcissa sat quietly on the sofa, Regulus secretly counting the patterns on the carpet, while Sirius rummaged through their father's hidden broomstick manual. They were oblivious to the fact that at the pinnacle of the manor, the figure they all revered was gazing tenderly upon a slumbering youth, as if the tempest of the world outside held no relevance to him. Only Voldemort understood that in the drawing room, Bellatrix's fervor, Narcissa's submission, and even the curiosity and trepidation of the two young boys were, to him, mere insignificant background noise, akin to the rain outside. His gaze, his thoughts, and all the unspoken emotions within him were solely devoted to the boy with moonlight gold hair lying upon the bed. He raised his hand, gently grasping Vader's hand. It felt warmer than yesterday, the fingertips even curling slightly, as if responding to his touch. A flicker of elation coursed through Voldemort's dark eyes, soon tempered by a deeper patience. No rush, he mused. Once you awaken, I shall show them what true reverence is. Chapter 96, Sarcasm. Alphard's boots echoed against the stone steps of the tower, creating a dull thud that resonated through the taut atmosphere of the manor. Clutched in his hand was the recently delivered family ledger, the parchment crumpled at the edges from his grip. Moments ago in the study, Kriaker had stuttered that the master was in the tower, and he could hear the grinding of his own teeth. As he swung open the door, the air within the tower seemed to congeal. Voldemort sat at the bedside, his fingers gliding through Vader's moonlight gold hair, a tenderness that churned Alphard's stomach. Leaning against the doorframe, he deliberately let his shoulder collide with the wooden door, producing a resounding thud, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Well, the busy man has graced us with his presence today? Voldemort's actions halted, and he slowly turned, the warmth in his crimson gaze vanishing, replaced by an icy demeanor. Black. His voice was like a poisoned icicle. This is not your concern. Not my concern. Alpha stepped forward, 2 strides, and the ledger crashed onto the nearby desk, echoing heavily in the air. I wonder, when did you ensnare Orion and Walburga? Did it ever cross your mind that this is Black's estate while they wag their tails at you? His gaze swept toward the door, as if he could penetrate the walls and see the people downstairs, including my little niece and nephew. Bella's look at you was so entranced it was as if she had lost her very soul. Do you relish watching others grovel before you like dogs? Voldemort rose, his dark robes stirring a chill in the air, his crimson eyes fixated on Alpha. Orion understands the value of choosing the strong. As for your niece, he scoffed, her fervor is of no concern to me, nor to you. Alpha stepped closer, the distance between them barely an arm's length, the air crackling with tension. Dare you claim you've never given her a hint? Never leveraged the name of the Blacks? His finger pointed sharply at Vader on the bed. You've schemed to remain here. Haven to you. Just to silence. Voldemort's voice surged, sharp and commanding. His hand beneath the robes clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. He despised any mention of his obsession with Vader. It was the only vulnerability in his dark world, one he would not allow anyone to touch. Yet Alpha ignited like a firecracker, unafraid of his wrath. What? Did I strike a nerve? You think occupying the tower and gazing upon a sleeping beauty renders you profound? Riddle, your little schemes may fool others, but they will not deceive me. His chest heaved violently, anger and exhaustion boiling beneath the surface. Had it not been for you back then, you wouldn't dare speak. Voldemort interrupted, malice coalescing in his red gaze. Vader is mine, and has always been. Yours? Alpha laughed as if he had heard the grandest joke, spinning to glance at the sleeping boy, whose golden hair spread across the pillow like a halo, serene as an angel. Look at him, in this state. Who is to blame? What right do you have to claim him as yours? Their argument ignited like sparks in a cauldron, bursting forth. Vader's eyelashes fluttered suddenly, his brow furrowing as if disturbed by the sharpness of their voices. Alpha's fury extinguished abruptly. He instinctively looked at Vader, his voice lowering in a hint of panic. Vader? Did we wake you? Voldemort too tempered his aggression, hastening to the bedside, his fingers gently brushing over Vader's furrowed brow, an anxiety creeping into his movements that even he did not recognize. It was only when the boy's brow relaxed and his breathing steadied that he straightened, the anger in his crimson eyes morphing into a complex mix of annoyance and a trace of resentment directed at Alpha. Get out. He spoke softly, his tone an undeniable command, yet he did not turn to look at Alpha, his gaze remaining fixed on Vader's face. Alpha observed his profile, noticing the lingering tenderness in his fingertips that had caressed Vader, as if something had lodged within his chest. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately only emitted a cold huff before turning and slamming the door behind him. The door thudded against the wall, shaking loose a few petals from the sunflower resting on the bedside. Voldemort's shoulders tensed slightly, yet he did not glance back. He resumed his seat, taking Vader's cool hand in his fingers gently tracing the shallow scars on the boy's knuckles. Do not heed him, he murmured softly, his voice tinged with a fragility he loathed. When you awaken, I shall prove to you. Outside, the rain continued to fall, tapping against the glass like a silent accompaniment to their confrontation. Alpha's figure had long vanished around the stairwell, leaving only Voldemort and the slumbering Vader within the tower, bound by an invisible chasm that had entwined them for years. Chapter 97. Voldemort, the Muggle's Fluffy Heart. The candlelight in the tower flickered gently in the wind, casting Voldemort's shadow against the stone wall, a dance of light and dark. He caught sight of the book titled The Tales of Beetle the Bard on the nightstand, its leather cover frayed, clearly perused countless times. He reached for it, fingers gliding over the gilded title, a cold smirk curling his lips, disdain evident in his crimson eyes. Did Black regale you with these tales? His voice dripped with the usual mockery, as if appraising a cheap trinket. As he flipped through the pages, the paper rustled softly, halting at the page of the Muggle's Fluffy Heart. He leaned down, cradling Vader gently, letting the boy rest against him, his golden hair cascading like a stream of light across Voldemort's dark robes. Vader's head nestled into his neck, warm breaths brushing against his collarbone, prompting Voldemort's arms to instinctively tighten, yet his fingers remained delicately restrained, as if cradling fragile glass. Listening intently, he glanced down at the page, his tone cool and aloof. Once there was a wizard who, fearing his heart would be softened by emotion, replaced it with a fluffy stone through dark magic. He believed this would render him invincible, but what was the outcome? He paused, tracing the words fluffy heart with his fingertip. A flash of derision in his crimson gaze. Foolishness. Emotion is never a weakness, it is a shackle. Yet true strength lies in mastering how to wield those shackles for one's own benefit, rather than, like a coward, excavating one's heart to replace it with stone. Vader's eyelashes trembled beneath the candlelight, startled by his frigid tone. Voldemort glanced down, noting the boy's brow remained unwrinkled, and continued reading. His sarcasm thickening. He spurned a witch's love, murdered her brother, only to be pierced through the fluffy heart by her curse. You see, even magic cannot save the foolish. He thought he could conquer without a heart, but he failed to realize that even hatred requires a heart to bear it. As the story reached its conclusion, he snapped the book shut with a thud, casting it carelessly back onto the nightstand, the sound dull and oppressive. Such childish tales could only be treasured by Black. He scoffed, his disdain nearly overflowing. The notion that true love could conquer all was merely a comforting lie for the weak. Adjusting his position to cradle Vader more securely, his fingers began to unconsciously stroke the boy's moonlit hair, his tone shifting to an almost confiding murmur. Recently, several fools from the ministry have risen against me. Dealt with swiftly by Abraxas. They believe that uniting a few old bones can shake my foundation, unaware that each act of defiance only fortifies my throne. Vader's fingers twitched slightly, seemingly in response to his words. Voldemort's crimson eyes brightened, seizing that hand, continuing. Over at Hogwarts, Dumbledore persists in his futile resistance. Does he think safeguarding a castle can alter anything? Once I finish dealing with these trifles, I shall personally pay him a visit. Rest assured, I will make him understand that the so-called justice crumbles before absolute power. As he spoke of these bloody plans, his tone remained calm as if discussing the weather, though his fingertips occasionally tightened, betraying the malice beneath. Yet when he looked down at Vader's tranquil sleeping face, the coldness in his crimson gaze would subtly thaw, transforming into a complex warmth tinged with possessiveness. When you awaken, his voice dropped to an almost inaudible whisper, nearly drowned out by the crackling of the candle. I will show you a brand new world. One devoid of those foolish rules, free of notions of good and evil, just us. Vader's breathing gradually synchronized with the rhythm of his words, as if he were listening intently. Voldemort bowed his head, his nose brushing against the boy's tousled hair. The familiar scent of lavender mingling with the warmth of sunlight, dissipating the remnants of bloodshed that clung to him. He suddenly felt that recounting these moments might hold more significance than indulging in those childish tales. Vader ought to awaken and witness the realm he had conjured for him. A realm stained with blood, yet existing solely for his sake. The candlelight flickered and began to wane, as the horizon blushed with the first light of dawn. Voldemort gently placed Vader back on the bed, tucking the covers around him, casting a final glance at the storybook abandoned on the nightstand. The derision in his gaze shifted to a subtle, almost imperceptible disdain. Black's tenderness felt too cheap. Only his world deserved to be the first sight that greeted Vader upon awakening, he mused. As he turned to leave, his dark robe swept across the floor, stirring a frigid breeze that extinguished the candle's flame entirely. The tower was engulfed in a fleeting darkness, save for the boy's moonlit golden hair, which shimmered softly in the morning light. Chapter 98. Sirius, Regulus, Bobbity, and the Stump. The sunlight in the tower room cascaded perfectly over the foot of the bed, as if draping a layer of molten gold. When Sirius pushed the door open, Regulus was gripping the hem of his cloak, his dark eyes betraying a hint of anxiety regarding the forbidden space. Although Uncle Alphard had never explicitly forbidden their presence in the tower, the adult's frequent appearances added an indefinable layer of intimidation to the place. Fear not, he is not here, Sirius reassured, brushing his brother's hand away as he strode confidently to the bedside, his gaze settling on Vader's sleeping face. The boy's moonlit golden locks spread across the pillow, the tips warmed by the sun's caress. As Sirius reached out to touch the strands, he hesitated, withdrawing his fingers at the last moment, a slight smirk playing on his lips, as if concealing something. Regulus timidly settled at the edge of the bed, fiddling with the hem of his robe, and whispered, "Uncle said Vader will awaken soon." His voice was barely above a whisper, as if afraid to disturb the tranquility. "Of course," Sirius replied, casually snatching the details of Beetle the Bard from the nightstand, the pages rustling audibly as he flipped through them. Uncle Alphard had been droning on about it daily. Even stones ought to be brought to life with such recitations. His eyes scanned the table of contents, his finger landing on the page of Bobbity and the Stump. Raising an eyebrow, "Ah, this one. I overheard Cliché mention it last time, something about a foolish king's tale." Regulus immediately straightened, curiosity sparkling in his dark eyes. He always admired how his brother Sirius could effortlessly trample over rules, even causing their father, Orion, to grind his teeth in frustration. Yet, when Sirius spun a tale, it possessed an irresistible allure that compelled one to listen. Clearing his throat, Sirius deliberately elongated his tone, resembling a clumsy actor, Once upon a time, there was a king whose intellect was surpassed only by a troll. He fancied himself the mightiest wizard in the land, compelling the common folk to hail him as the great magician. In truth, he couldn't even light a match. "Brother," Regulus interjected softly, "what is a match?" "A useless trinket used by muggles," Sirius dismissed with a wave of his hand, continuing, "One day, the king wished to impress, declaring he would transform a farmer into a goat, but he mispronounced the spell and turned his own wig into cabbage instead. Silly, isn't it?" He chuckled, tapping the pages with his fingers. "The most ridiculous part? He even hired a real wizard as an advisor, yet, fearing the advisor would outshine him, he secretly had him killed. A classic fool's logic. Unable to achieve greatness himself, he despised the capable." Regulus listened, wide-eyed, nodding sagely as if he were a little adult, just like those Slytherin fellows who believe pure blood is paramount, yet cannot even master a simple transfiguration spell. His tone carried a childlike indignation, evidently recalling a time at a family gathering when he was mocked by a few arrogant cousins. Sirius patted his shoulder, surprisingly refraining from teasing him for his timidity. "At least you possess some sense." He flipped a page, his voice growing somber. "Eventually, the king discovered he had killed the wrong person and, fearing exposure, sought a stump as a substitute, claiming it to be a talking magic tree. What happened next? He was outwitted by an old witch named Barty, ultimately making a fool of himself before the populace, who laughed at him for centuries. He closed the book, tossing it back onto the nightstand, and gazed at Vader's serene face, suddenly exclaiming, "You see, those who pretend to be grand inevitably face a downfall. That king, and our parents downstairs, who daily wag their tails for the Dark Lord, are fundamentally the same, afraid that their lack of substance will be revealed. They cling desperately to their facades." Regulus remained silent, merely observing Vader's fluttering eyelashes, softly murmuring, "If Uncle Vader awakens, do you think he would also find the king foolish?" "Of course he would." Sirius leaned in closer, scrutinizing Vader's features. "I recall Uncle Alphard saying he adored playing with muggle children when he was younger, claiming their marbles were more entertaining than gobstones. If it were my parents, they'd have tossed the marbles into the gutter." He paused, his fingers unconsciously tracing the wooden grain of the bedside. "In 6 months, I shall be heading to Hogwarts. I refuse to be sorted into Slytherin, mingling with those fools. I fear I might become one myself. But father insists that all blacks belong in Slytherin." Regulus's voice dropped lower, fingers nervously digging into his palms. "To hell with the black family rules." Sirius's tone abruptly sharpened. Then he realized his volume had risen and quickly lowered it. "I wish to be in Gryffindor. I've heard their members are bold and courageous, unlike some, who merely hide behind schemes." As he spoke, a realization dawned upon him. He pulled from his pocket a small trinket strung with twine, thrusting it into Regulus's hand. "Here, for you. I bought it at the Muggle market last time, a spinning tin frog." Regulus's eyes brightened as he carefully grasped the tin frog, twisting it gently, and indeed, it began to spin with a delightful clatter. He looked up at Sirius, his dark eyes brimming with joy, which quickly dimmed. "What if father finds out?" "What of it? Just hide it." Sirius shrugged nonchalantly, his gaze returning to Vader, noticing his fingers twitching slightly, as if responding to the frog's sounds. An unexpected lump forming in his throat. Each time the Dark Lord visited, he bore an air of wanting to crush the world beneath his foot. Yet in the presence of this man, he displayed a cautiousness even he was unaware of. "I truly don't understand," he muttered softly, as if speaking to Regulus or perhaps to himself. "How can someone who has slept for so long become everyone's Achilles heel?" Regulus, not comprehending, merely tucked the tin frog into his pocket, gazing at Vader's moonlit golden hair, and quietly remarked, "I think he is very gentle. Like the white scarf mother used to knit." Sirius paused, momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, yet refrained from arguing. As the sunlight gradually shifted to illuminate Vader's wrist, the skin glowed with a translucent sheen, resembling fragile porcelain. He suddenly felt that perhaps Regulus was right. The tranquility in this room was indeed far more comforting than the insincere deference echoed downstairs. "It's time to go." Sirius stood, brushing off the dust from his trousers. "If we linger any longer, Cliché will surely report us." Regulus hurriedly followed, glancing back at the person on the bed as they reached the door. Seeing the delicate lashes still quivering, as if kissed by a butterfly, an idea sparked within him. Once Uncle Vader awakens, perhaps he can persuade father not to force brother into Slytherin. Sirius tugged him along, snapping him from his reverie, and they hurriedly exited. The door to the tower gently closed behind them, sealing both sunlight and the slumbering gentleness within. In the corridor, Sirius's voice resonated with youthful impatience. "Hurry up. This afternoon, I shall show you the enchanted broomstick I've hidden, far superior to my father's new one." Regulus responded with a murmured agreement, quickening his pace to match his brother's stride. the tin frog in his pocket occasionally emitting soft clicks, as if providing a melodic accompaniment to their fleeting escape from the oppressive atmosphere. Chapter 99, Bellatrix. Narcissa, the Wizard and the Bouncing Boiler. The staircase of the tower at the Black Manor was steeper than Bellatrix remembered. Each stone step was etched with intricate family crests, polished to a sheen by countless footsteps. She grasped Narcissa's wrist, the hem of her black robe brushing against the railing, producing a soft rustle, as if shedding the tension of their journey. "Sister, what if Uncle finds out?" Narcissa's voice trembled, her platinum braid swaying gently with her steps, her fingertips icy, clearly shaken by Bellatrix's daring escapades. "What is there to fear?" Bellatrix turned back, her dark eyes glimmering with determination, her nails nearly digging into her sister's flesh. Uncle Alphard always claimed the tower was a forbidden place, and that esteemed figure regarded it as his private domain. The more it was concealed, the more it hinted at hidden secrets. She paused, lowering her voice. "Aren't you curious? What could possibly render them so distracted?" Narcissa remained silent, merely biting her lip as she followed. She was indeed curious, enough to dream at night of treasures hidden within the tower that glimmered. Yet she was also fearful of that crimson-eyed lord's wrath, and of the almost frenzied determination in her sister's gaze. The moment they pushed open the door to the tower room, both were taken aback. Sunlight poured in like molten gold through the stained glass. Spilling over a rocking chair by the window, a figure reclined there, half sitting, with hair the color of moonlit gold cascading like a waterfall, flowing from his shoulders down to his ankles, the tips still warm from the sun, as if a river of light itself was flowing. His skin glowed translucent white in the light, with long, thick eyelashes resembling butterfly wings resting upon his eyelids, and his lips bore a gentle curve, as if traced with chalk. Even the arteries of his neck radiated a delicate pink hue. Bellatrix's breath caught in her throat, instinctively loosening her grip on Narcissa's hand. She had never encountered such a being, so exquisitely beautiful as if he had stepped forth from a myth, androgynous to the core. Even the sunlight seemed to favor him, weaving a hazy halo around his form. This was no mere treasure. He was the most exquisite creation of the wizarding world, more dazzling than all the pureblood beauties she had ever seen combined. Narcissa covered her mouth to stifle her gasp. Her gaze was fixated on that waterfall of hair, the moonlit gold swirling under the sunlight, as if crushed stars were scattered upon it. Suddenly, she understood why Uncle Alphard often lingered here, why that esteemed figure never wished to leave. If she were in his place, she too would want to hoard such beauty for herself, to admire it in solitude. No wonder Narcissa's voice was as light as a sigh. No wonder they spent such prolonged hours here. It was then that Bellatrix regained her composure, swallowing hard before striding toward the rocking chair. Only at that moment did she notice the delicate collarbone peeking from beneath the neckline, slender yet imbued with youthful vigor. And she belatedly realized this was a man. Just as the absurdity of it dawned upon her, an even stronger sense of awe eclipsed it. She circled the rocking chair, her gaze sweeping over the bedside table, where a silver comb lay, tangled with a few strands of moonlit gold hair, alongside a well-worn copy of the Tales of Beedle the Bard. So he was a sleeping beauty. Bellatrix let out a soft laugh, but bent down to pick up the book, her fingers gliding lightly over the cover, surprisingly gentle. Uncle Alphard indeed favored such soft, tender tones. She dragged 2 small stools from the corner, offering one to Narcissa, while she sat beside the rocking chair, flipping open the story collection. Her eyes roamed the table of contents before landing on the page titled The Wizard and the Bouncing Boiler. "Listen to this." Her voice carried the usual haughtiness, yet lacked its typical sharpness, recounting a foolish wizard who cursed a pot to become a living entity, only to lose control and be chased down the street by the very pot. Narcissa obediently sat down, her fingers unconsciously twisting her braid. Yet her eyes never strayed from the face of the sleeping beauty. Sunlight danced upon his eyelashes, casting fragmented shadows, as if dusted with gold. Bellatrix cleared her throat and began reading. The wizard always believed himself to be remarkable, unwilling to help his neighbor mend a cauldron, only to find his own pot turned against him, sprouting legs and relentlessly kicking his backside. Suddenly, she chuckled, closing the book and commenting, "You see, foolish mercy is the least useful trait." Had that wizard firmly refused from the outset, or simply cursed his neighbor's cauldron as well, he wouldn't have been pursued by the pot. Narcissa hesitated. But isn't helping others the right thing to do? Helping? Bellatrix raised an eyebrow, a flicker of disdain crossing her dark gaze. Only the weak require mutual assistance. The truly powerful either ascend by stepping over others or compel everyone to kneel before them. She paused, leaving the thought unfinished, yet both understood to whom she referred. She reopened the book, continuing to read, her tones softening unconsciously. Sunlight filtered through the strands of hair, landing upon the back of the sleeping beauty's hand, which rested on his knee, his fingertips tinged with pink. resembling a bud yet to bloom. As Bellatrix gazed at that hand, she was suddenly reminded of the last encounter in the parlor, where that esteemed figure's fingertips had brushed her shoulder, cold as a serpent's skin. Yet just moments ago, she had caught a glimpse of him trembling slightly while touching the Sleeping Beauty's hair. Later, the pot had collapsed the wizard's house, prompting him to weep for help from the sage. Bellatrix's voice drifted. The sage told him, "If you refuse to extend kindness, do not blame magic for its cruelty." Humph. Yet another weakling's philosophy. She mocked with her words, yet did not close the book. Instead, she turned to the next page, her fingers subconsciously tracing the illustration of the bouncing pot, which was brandishing its lid while chasing the wizard in panic. Narcissa suddenly whispered, "Sister, his hair is so long." "Indeed," Bellatrix replied, her gaze falling upon the tips of that moonlit gold hair. The strands at his ankles dyed a warm golden hue by the sunlight, brighter than the peacock feathers of the Malfoy family. She paused, her hand extending instinctively, her fingertip nearly brushing the strands before retracting suddenly, as though burned. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until a shrill call from Kriaker echoed from downstairs, likely searching for them. Bellatrix closed the book and returned it to the bedside table, accidentally knocking the silver comb to the ground, producing a soft chime. Suddenly, the Sleeping Beauty's eyelashes fluttered, as if disturbed by the sound. Both held their breath, watching the delicate fringe. Only when they confirmed he had not awakened did Bellatrix pull Narcissa to her feet, their steps light as if afraid to shatter the patches of light upon the floor. As they reached the doorway, Bellatrix cast a glance back. The sunlight continued to spill over the rocking chair, the moonlit gold hair flowing like a river, the Sleeping Beauty serene as a painting. In that moment, she felt that the petty intrigues of Slytherin, the relentless pursuit of strength, seemed coarse and laughable in the presence of such beauty. "We're leaving," she murmured, tugging Narcissa away swiftly, the black robes sweeping across the threshold, stirring a breeze that caused the rocking chair to sway gently. On the staircase, Narcissa quietly inquired, "Sister, can we come back again?" Bellatrix paused, a complex emotion flickering in her dark eyes, but ultimately, she merely snorted, "It depends on my mood." In the tower room, the wind gradually ceased, and the rocking chair no longer swayed. The sunlight continued to illuminate the moonlight-gilded tresses, silently safeguarding this secret, which had been intruded upon yet returned to tranquility. The silver comb on the nightstand lay on the carpet, its teeth entwined with strands of hair that shimmered like delicate golden threads under the light. Chapter 100, The Scarlet Stockings of Merlin. Truly a masterstroke in titling. One can only imagine how long I laughed while crafting this. The number 100 is indeed a symbol of completeness, so in these chapters, Vader may finally awaken. Until tomorrow on the morning of September 1st, 1971, the steam at King's Cross Station billowed like swirling white mist, enveloping the brass handrails of the Hogwarts Express, which glistened damply in the sunlight. Sirius Black stood at the edge of Platform 9, his fingertips nervously tugging at the collar of his brand-new black robes, which his mother, Walburga, had personally tied for him the night before, as constricting as a serpent around his neck. "Remember the glory of the Black family." His father's voice buzzed in his ears, laden with undeniable authority. "Slytherin is your rightful home." Sirius scoffed, deliberately shouldering aside the suitcase that Regulus had handed him. A flicker of grievance flashed in his younger brother's dark eyes, yet he quietly said, "Brother, remember to write when you get to school." "How tedious," Sirius muttered, striding up the train steps, his boots clanging crisply against the metal. He had no intention of writing letters, nor of stepping foot in Slytherin, a place suffused with hypocritical pureblood rhetoric. The thought alone was suffocating. Inside the carriage, it was as if a beehive had exploded. Chattering wizard children donned an array of robes, some flaunting newly acquired broom models, while others secretly indulged in the snacks their parents had stuffed into their bags. Sirius wandered aimlessly forward, his fingers tracing the condensation on the window, a tumult of unarticulated restlessness brewing within him. "Hey, are you also headed to Hogwarts?" A somewhat brash voice called from behind. Sirius turned to find himself ensnared by a pair of brown eyes that sparkled like stars. The boy had tousled black hair, dust smudged across his nose, and his robe sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing a small scar on his wrist, grinning like a mischievous cat. "I'm James Potter." He introduced himself, casually slapping Sirius on the shoulder with a force that was anything but gentle. "You look like you've had a spat at home?" Sirius raised an eyebrow, amused by the boy's forthrightness. Sirius Black. He couldn't be bothered to elaborate, but did not shy away from the contact. "Black?" James whistled, his eyes brightening. "That pureblood family? Huh, what a coincidence. My old man is always going on about your family's rules. But looking at you." He appraised Sirius's deliberately loosened tie. "You don't seem nearly as stiff as they say." Naturally, Sirius scoffed, yet he couldn't suppress a smirk. For the first time, Someone spoke of the blacks without a hint of reverence or ulterior motives, only pure curiosity. The two hit it off instantaneously, akin to two monkeys just freed from their cages, darting down the swaying carriage. James rambled about a few prank spells his father had taught him, while Sirius regaled him with humorous tales from the Black Estate regarding Slytherin, their laughter disturbing several rows of seated students. Suddenly, James halted, pointing towards a compartment at the end of the corridor. There seems to be something going on up ahead. Sirius leaned forward, his heart inexplicably skipping a beat. A girl sat by the window, her red hair ablaze like a burning flame, dancing in the sunlight and making her green eyes appear as brilliant as emeralds submerged in a stream, captivating in their radiance. She was engrossed in a book on herbology, her fingers gliding over an illustration of Mandrake, her lips pressed together in a focused manner. Beside her sat a boy clad in black robes, his greasy black hair plastered against his forehead, his complexion pale as if he had never seen the sun, gazing out the window with a near melancholic expression, his fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of his robe. "Merlin's scarlet stockings," James exclaimed, his voice rising and dropping like a pigeon caught by surprise as he tugged at Sirius's arm, his knuckles widening. "Did you see that? The hair, the eyes." Sirius rolled his eyes but had to concede that the girl was indeed striking. Neither the aggressive beauty of Bellatrix nor the delicately fragile allure of Narcissa, but rather reminiscent of a summer sunflower, bright enough to hold one's gaze. "Let us go." James pulled Sirius toward the compartment, nearly colliding with a witch carrying pumpkin juice. Sorry, he shouted haphazardly as he flung open the compartment door. Both the red-haired girl and the boy in black robes looked up. The girl's green eyes glimmered with caution, while the boy furrowed his brow, exuding an aura that screamed, "Do not approach." May we sit here?" James's bravado faltered, his demeanor deflating as he scratched his head sheepishly. "All the other compartments are full." Sirius leaned against the doorframe, stifling a laugh at James's awkwardness. The girl glanced between them, and then at the black-robed boy. Seeing no objection from him, she nodded, her voice ringing clear like a wind chime. "Feel free. I'm James Potter." James immediately squeezed into the seat opposite the girl, nearly displacing Sirius in the process. "And this is Sirius Black. What about you two?" "Lily Evans," the red-haired girl replied, closing her book, her green eyes appraising them. "This is Severus Snape." Severus merely grunted in acknowledgement, his gaze returning to the window, tension evident in his rigid posture. Sirius chose a corner seat farthest from Severus, his boots scuffing against the floor. There was something about this Snape fellow, an air of somberness akin to that of the Slytherin lot, that inexplicably irked him. "Evans, which house do you wish to join?" James's questions came rapid-fire. As he leaned forward, nearly draping himself over the table, "My dad says Gryffindor is the best. It's full of heroes." "Slytherin? Huh, just a bunch of cliquish folks." Severus's shoulders tensed sharply, his dark gaze sweeping towards James like a poisoned icicle. Lily frowned slightly, her tone growing more subdued. "Houses aren't determined by mere words, Potter. Every house has its merits worthy of respect." "Well said." James, oblivious to her subtle distance, grew even more animated. "What do you like to eat? Honey Duck's licorice wands? Or pumpkin pasties?" "My mum packed me a whole box of James." Sirius kicked him under the table. This lad was nothing short of a brainless fire lizard, utterly blind to the fact that the girl was already frowning. As expected, Lily closed her herbology book, turning to Severus. "Let us continue discussing the cultivation methods for Mandrake." "Snape, about that soil mixture you mentioned last time." "Fine." Severus's voice was low but carried an almost imperceptible softness as he retrieved his notebook, the two leaning in close, their murmurs completely disregarding the two other boys as if they were mere air. James's face fell, akin to a deflated balloon. He scratched his head, contemplating whether to say something, but Sirius silenced him with a sharp glance. James rubbed his nose awkwardly, returning to his seat, muttering softly to Sirius, "She doesn't seem to like me very much. You just noticed?" Sirius reclined in his chair, watching the fields was by outside the window, a smirk playing at his lips. "You were acting like a lovesick giant." James shot him an indignant glare but remained silent thereafter. In the carriage, only Lily and Severus remained, discussing the whispers of herbology. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting fragmented glimmers upon Lily's crimson hair, while a subtle scent of fresh grass lingered in the air. James fixated on the patch of light, and suddenly felt that being overlooked was not quite so unbearable after all. The gates of Hogwarts Castle loomed in the twilight like a slumbering giant, the torches on the stone walls licking at the darkness, casting elongated shadows upon the anxious faces of the first years. Sirius stood beside James, observing Professor McGonagall placing the tattered sorting hat on a stool, its brim hiding what seemed like countless eyes within its frayed edges. Alice Longbottom, Hufflepuff. As thunderous applause erupted, James nudged Sirius's arm, I'll wager 5 galleons that I'll be sorted into Gryffindor. I'm in. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Loser does a month's worth of laundry. James grinned widely. Deal? Frank Bryce. Slytherin. Cheers erupted from the Slytherin table, and Sirius's gaze swept over to that direction, imagining how his father, or Ian, would be sharpening his teeth if he were present. He straightened his back deliberately, meeting the scrutinizing gazes from pure-blood families with a smirk. James Potter. James nearly leapt onto the stool, swiftly donning the sorting hat with the swiftness of a gust of wind. Ah, quite brave, albeit a tad reckless, the hat mumbled. Ambition as well, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted into a frenzy. James yanked the hat off and tossed it back to Professor McGonagall. Leaping down like a monkey and rushing to the Gryffindor bench, frantically waving at Sirius, his face split by an enormous grin. Sirius scoffed but felt a sense of relief wash over him. Sirius Black. The air in the hall seemed to freeze instantaneously. All eyes turned upon him, some curious, some scrutinizing, and others laden with unmasked anticipation from his pure-blood relatives at the Slytherin table. Sirius felt the spectral presence of his mother, Walburga, looming behind him, her icy gaze piercing into the nape of his neck. Drawing a deep breath, he ascended the stool, his fingers trembling slightly as he grasped the sorting hat, not out of fear, but excitement. Oh, the little black boy, the hat's voice echoed in his ear, laced with understanding. Pure-blood lineage, ambition hidden deep. Slytherin would suit you well, where your family resides, where you belong. I refuse. Sirius roared inwardly. I'd rather join Hufflepuff than Slytherin. Such a strong will, the hat chuckled. Commendable courage, a hint of rebellion against rules, a thirst for freedom. Perhaps Gryffindor. The last 4 words thundered through the great hall. A deathly silence lingered for a full 3 seconds. The smiles on the Slytherin table froze, and several distant relatives of the Blacks nearly crushed their cups in disbelief. Bellatrix outright shattered hers, her face sour as if she had consumed a bushel of slugs. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor table, after a brief moment of shock, erupted into deafening applause. James stood atop his stool, clapping fervently, his hands nearly raw, shouting something indistinguishable, his face flushed with excitement. Sirius lifted the hat high, waving it towards the Gryffindor table. He saw James leaping up in joyous celebration, and several unfamiliar upperclassmen whistling at him. The pent-up frustration of over a decade seemed to dissipate in an instant as he strode confidently towards the Gryffindor table. James pulled him into an empty seat beside him, thumping his back vigorously. I knew it. I knew you were one of us. Sirius chuckled as he pushed him away, though his eyes shimmered with unshed emotion. Lily Evans. The red-haired girl walked forward with poise, donning the sorting hat. Within mere seconds, it proclaimed loudly, Gryffindor. James, as if injected with a surge of adrenaline, became even more animated than during his own sorting, nearly spilling his pumpkin juice. Lily settled at the Gryffindor table, directly across from Sirius, and upon witnessing James's foolish antics, she shook her head in exasperation, a subtle smile betraying her lips. Sirius nudged James's arm. Tone it down, you fool. James chuckled, his gaze glued to Lily. Severus Snape. The boy in the black robes approached with his head bowed, his movements somewhat stiff. The sorting hat barely hesitated. Slytherin. A smattering of applause erupted from the Slytherin table. Severus lowered the hat, lifting his gaze towards Gryffindor, his eyes locking onto Lily S. Upon seeing her engaged in animated conversation with James, his face drained of color. His dark eyes dulled as he trudged toward the Slytherin table, each step weighted as though laden with lead. He found a seat at the end of the table, the pumpkin juice before him reflecting his sullen visage. Through the cacophony, he glimpsed Lily S. fleeting smiles, sparked by James S. antics, and her absent-mindedly playing with her red hair, moments that once belonged solely to him, now easily interrupted by another. Why? Severus clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening. He and Lily had grown up together in Spinner's End. He had taught her to recognize the cries of mandrakes, and she had bandaged his arms after bullies attacked him. They had promised to enter Slytherin together, to study magic side by side. Yet now, she had chosen Gryffindor, that haven of foolish bravery, mingling with the likes of Potter. What are you staring at, Snape? A Slytherin upperclassman jostled his arm, contempt dripping from his tone. Pining after the Gryffindor beauty? Don't dream. Pureblood and Muggleborns are not meant to mix. Severus remained silent, picking up his spoon to stab at the mashed potatoes in his bowl, his gaze dark as an unfathomable abyss. At the Gryffindor table, James continued his incessant chatter. Evans, did you know my dad's broomstick is the latest Nimbus 1000? I'll take you flying during the holidays. Lily sighed in resignation, turning to Sirius. Is your friend always like this? Sirius shrugged. Ignore him. His brain must have been stomped on by a troll. James protested loudly. Sirius, why are you elbowing me? Sirius laughed, dodging James's playful punch. his gaze drifting across the crowd until it met Severus' glum eyes at the Slytherin table. He raised an eyebrow, intentionally calling out to James, "Potter, if you don't hurry to grab some pies, all the good food will be gone." James instantly forgot the spat, pulling Sirius towards the food table. And as they passed Lily, he called back, "Evans, I'll grab you a slice of pumpkin pie?" Lily watched his retreating figure, shaking her head in exasperation. But as she looked down, a smile tugged at her lips, one she didn't even realize she wore. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the Slytherin table, Severus watched the fluttering red hair, slamming his spoon down on his plate with a jarring clatter. He knew that from this day forward, certain things would irrevocably change. Chapter 101. Vader. A layered dreamscape in a pristine white expanse. Vader's consciousness felt as if it had been abruptly yanked from the depths of the ocean. As he opened his eyes, he found himself enveloped in an endless sea of pure white, devoid of direction, light, or shadow. And even his own body seemed to have transformed into a transparent specter. He attempted to raise his hand, but where his fingertips grazed, there was no airflow, no sensation. Only an expanse of desolate void. "Time and space," he murmured, his voice dispersing into the pure white surroundings, yet yielding no echo, as if it had been instantaneously devoured. Panic entwined around his heart like a vine. He had never before experienced such profound disorientation. He could not perceive his own breath, hear the flow of blood, nor even ascertain whether existence itself held any significance. "Tom," he tentatively called, his voice trembling in a manner he'd not even realized. "Tom, are you there?" The vastness remained unresponsive, devoid of any reply. In his memories, Tom always wore a nonchalant smile, patting his shoulder and saying, "What are you fretting about?" Yet, at this moment, that laughter seemed to have been crushed into dust by the purity of this white expanse. "Alphard," he called again, his voice rising slightly, tinged with urgency. "Alphard, don't hide, I know you're here." Alphard's presence had once served as the most reliable anchor in his chaotic memories, but now, even that anchor had vanished. Vader began to wander aimlessly. Though it was called walking, it felt more like floating. His feet barely touched the ground as he glided through this monotonous white, each inch of movement deepening his sense of helplessness. He felt like a speck of dust forgotten in the crevices of the universe, incapable of even finding direction in his descent. He had no notion of how long he had been walking when, in the distance, a faint golden light suddenly emerged, like paint accidentally spilled on a pure white canvas. Vader halted abruptly, his heart, if there was still a heart here, racing wildly. And he sprinted towards the source of that golden light, his speed increasing until his ethereal form felt as if it might disperse. The golden glow intensified, gradually outlining the silhouette of a building. It was a church. Yet, this church was entirely unlike those of his recollections, with their spires and somber stone walls. Instead, it was constructed entirely of flowing gold, as if cast from molten sunlight. Every crevice between the bricks shimmered with warm light. And even the air, if there was air here, seemed to be imbued with golden hues. Vader paused before the church's entrance, hesitating for a moment. The churches in his memories were always shrouded in a solemn heaviness, but this golden edifice exuded a strangely alluring call. He took a deep breath, albeit merely a habitual gesture, and pushed open the similarly golden door, which seemed woven from light itself. Inside, there was no altar or pews as he had anticipated, only an expansive golden hall, illuminated by a soft light reminiscent of filtered dawn. In the center of the hall stood a figure. The person's silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, trailing across the golden floor, glimmering with a silky sheen. Each strand distinct and so smooth it seemed to ripple at a mere breath of wind. The figure faced away from Vader, their silhouette somewhat familiar, enveloped in a faint aura that merged seamlessly with the golden church, yet exuded an otherworldly detachment. Vader's breath, a mere illusion of breath, abruptly stilled. All his confusion and helplessness seemed to freeze in that moment. He parted his lips to inquire, "Who are you?" But no sound emerged. At that instant, the figure slowly turned to face him. Vader could not discern their features, as if softened by a gentle glow that blurred the outline. Yet he felt a gaze settle upon him, not one of scrutiny, but rather of a long-awaited understanding. Then, a voice resonated, not loud, yet it pierced the profound silence of this void, carrying an ancient and tranquil echo. "You have finally arrived." Chapter 102. Tom. A dual dreamscape of a gray fairy tale. As Vader's gaze penetrated that soft halo, the blood coursing through his veins seemed to freeze instantaneously. The contours of that face, the brows, the eyes, the line of the lips, even the minute mole beneath the left ear, matched precisely what he saw in the mirror. Yet, those eyes were not the familiar sunlit gold. Instead, they shimmered with a silver as cold as a winter lake, akin to metal tempered by moonlight, imbued with an aloofness that belonged not to this world. Even more startling was the cascade of silver hair, trailing upon the ground, reflecting a cold glow, lacking the warmth of his own moonlit golden strands, exuding an almost divine loftiness. You, Vader's voice caught in his throat, as if clutched by an unseen hand, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. This was no illusion. The figure before him was terrifyingly real, every rising arc of breath visible, just as he attempted to take a step forward. The golden ground beneath him suddenly cracked open, pure white and gold receding like a tide, replaced by a chaotic gray. The sky and earth fused together, indistinguishable, devoid of sound. Even his body felt burdened, each movement akin to wading through thick sludge. Panic seized him anew. The recent golden church, the silver-haired reflection, were they mere figments of his imagination? Yet, the shock felt too visceral, too real, as if his fingertips still tingled from the burn of the halo. "Where's this place?" he murmured, his voice resonating in the gray expanse, bearing a heavy echo, like a hammer striking rusty metal. He forced himself to regain composure, scanning his surroundings. In the gray mist, a familiar silhouette of a building emerged in the distance, its edges blurred, yet exuding a familiar oppressive weight. He inhaled deeply and approached that outline, each step echoing softly against the void of gray, reminiscent of countless dry particles being crushed beneath foot. As he drew nearer, the building's outline became clearer. It was a low brick structure, its walls peeling, windows coated with thick dust, the words Wool's Orphanage engraved on the doorframe. Worn down by time to mere shallow indentations, it was an orphanage. Yet, this orphanage appeared grimmer than he remembered, as if all color had been siphoned away. Even the sparrows beneath the eaves reduced to mere black and white silhouettes. Vader's heart inexplicably quickened. He pushed open the creaking wooden door, the scent of rust mingling with damp mold wafting toward him, starkly contrasting the sun-drenched aroma of grass and wood from his memories. The corridor was deserted. Only the graffiti on the walls twisting in the gray light into grotesque shapes, resembling faces weeping. He inspected each room. The empty bedrooms held iron-framed beds draped in gray cloth. The activity room's floor was littered with toys missing limbs. The kitchen stove was caked with thick grease, as if untouched for decades. This place was as silent as a grave, yet he sensed something lurking in the shadows, observing him with the unique curiosity and vigilance of a child. At the end of the corridor, a door stood slightly ajar, emitting a faint glow. As his fingertips brushed against the door panel, he hesitated, sensing that something unpredictable awaited him behind it. He gently pushed the door open. The room was small. A desk positioned by the window, an open arithmetic book sprawled across it, alongside a half-sharpened pencil. A boy sat on a wooden chair, facing away from the door, his black hair softly clinging to the nape of his neck, his slender form resembling a leaf that could be whisked away by the wind at any moment. Upon hearing the noise, the boy abruptly turned around. In that instant of locked gazes, Vader's breath halted. It was a pale, gaunt face, cheekbones subtly protruding, lips pressed into a stubborn straight line, but most striking were those pure black eyes, reminiscent of obsidian submerged in deep water, bearing an uncharacteristic wariness and scrutiny for one so young. Yet as they recognized Vader, a fleeting glimmer of panic passed through them. It was Tom. It was the Tom of his childhood. "Who are you?" The boy's voice was tinged with a slight rasp, akin to being sanded down by coarse paper. He clenched the pencil in his hand, its tip pointed at Tom like a small beast with raised spines. "What are you doing here?" he inquired. Having never encountered someone like him before, clad entirely in pure white robes, he appeared as pristine as if he had never been tainted by dust. His skin was so pale it seemed almost translucent, radiating a gentle glow in the dim room. Particularly striking were his hair and eyes, a pale golden hue reminiscent of moonlight, resembling a sprite that had stepped straight out of a fairy tale, completely out of place in this dilapidated orphanage. Tom parted his lips, yet his throat felt constricted. How was he to articulate it? To claim he hailed from the future? To confess he recognized the man he would become? Countless words surged to the tip of his tongue, but ultimately, only a barely audible sigh escaped. He observed the wariness in Tom's gaze and suddenly recalled what Alpheus had mentioned, that Tom had often been bullied in the orphanage, which led him to learn to shield himself with an impenetrable exterior. Just as he attempted to speak, the scene before him abruptly distorted. Tom's figure wavered like a reflection in water, the walls of the room began to melt away, and the dim light intensified. The scene shifted unexpectedly. Before him lay the corridors of Hogwarts, where torches flickered with warm orange light, illuminating the youthful visage of Tom Riddle. Draped in Slytherin's green robes, adorned with a prefect's badge, he stood taller than he had in the orphanage, his boyish features having faded, though he still bore an air of aloofness. "Why did you suddenly disappear last time?" Tom's voice carried an imperceptible urgency as he stepped closer, his dark eyes fixed intently on Vader, as if fearing he might vanish once more. You still haven't told me." His words were left uncompleted. The corridor's murals began to whirl, the torchlight transforming into blinding white. Vader felt a dizzying sensation, and when he opened his eyes again, Tom's form had morphed. He now stood at the entrance of the Hogwarts Great Hall, clothed in robes bearing the emblem of the Student Council President, his black hair meticulously styled. His gaze appeared much calmer, yet upon seeing Vader, ripples of emotion stirred within him. "Why is it that every time you catch a glimpse and then depart?" His voice had steadied considerably, exuding an air of composed authority, though the slight tremor in his fingertips betrayed his inner turmoil. He took 2 steps forward, as if yearning to grasp something. What on earth? Before he could finish, the scene was once again torn asunder. This time, it was Borgin and Burke's antique shop. The air was thick with the scent of aged wood and dust, and shelves were laden with peculiar items covered in cloth. Tom, clad in the shopkeeper's black coat, was delicately polishing a silver pendant box, his movements tender as if handling a rare treasure. Upon noticing Vader, the soft cloth in his hand fell to the ground with a soft thud. He remained silent, merely gazing at him, a tumult of complex emotions swirling in his dark eyes, surprise, confusion, and a fleeting joy unbeknownst even to himself. He set the pendant box down, leaning slightly forward, as if to confirm the reality of the figure before him. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Vader could discern the frayed edges of his cuffs and catch the faint scent of ink lingering on him. Yet before he could react, the scene shattered like fragile glass, scattering into oblivion. In the next instant, he found himself within a pitch-black forest. Moonlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The air was thick with the earthy scent of damp soil and decaying leaves. It was the Albanian forest. Tom stood not far away, draped in a black cloak, his posture even more upright than during his time at Hogwarts, a near-obsessive anticipation etched upon his face. Upon spotting Vader, his eyes ignited, like 2 flames suddenly alight. "You have come." He hurried forward, his steps eager yet somewhat unsteady, his outstretched hand trembling, mere inches away from Vader, as if he were on the verge of enveloping him in a tight embrace. Vader's heart raced. He could sense the familiar yet alien aura emanating from Tom. However, just as he prepared to lift his own hand, the trees of the forest began to contort, the moonlight transforming into a blood-red hue. The scene shifted to the Malfoy Manor's council chamber. The long table was flanked by Death Eaters, their black cloaks failing to conceal the awe and fear etched upon their faces. At the head of the table, the figure seated in the high-backed chair had changed. His eyes glowed a sinister crimson, slitted like a serpent's, emanating a suffocating aura of oppression. It was Voldemort. Upon catching sight of Vader, he abruptly lifted his head, the scarlet in his eyes bursting forth with an astonishing brilliance. Without a hint of hesitation, he transformed into a cloud of black mist, instantaneously materializing before Vader. Wholly disregarding the astonished gazes of the Death Eaters, he extended his arms, drawing Vader into an embrace. "You have returned." His voice was hoarse, almost unrecognizable, laced with a euphoric exhilaration at the rediscovery, his grip tightening as if to meld Vader into his very essence. Vader could feel the tremors of Voldemort's body beneath the black cloak, could sense the familiar, chilling presence, yet his own form began to grow transparent. Like snow under the sun, his fingertips began to dissolve into golden motes of light, then his arms and torso. "No." Voldemort's thunderous roar echoed, fear finally flickering in his crimson eyes. He reached out to seize those flickering lights, but his grasp met only emptiness. The warmth he had held vanished rapidly, leaving behind only the frigid air. The Death Eaters, stricken with terror, averted their gazes, none daring to witness their master's moment of disarray. Voldemort remained rooted to the spot, his scarlet eyes fixated on the place where Vader had vanished, the oppressive atmosphere around him so dense it felt as though it might weep. The candles in the council chamber extinguished, plunging it into an abyss of silence. In the darkness, Vader's consciousness was once more tugged away. He found himself standing on a path in Godric's Hollow, facing a warm and inviting residence, its entrance adorned with pansies. Voldemort stood not far away, cloaked in black, his back to Vader, gazing at the house. Moonlight illuminated his profile, and for once, the fury in his scarlet eyes had ebbed, replaced by a complex, almost bewildered emotion. It seemed he sensed something, slowly turning to face Vader. In that moment of eye contact, his body stiffened, yet he did not advance. He merely regarded him silently, as if beholding a fragile treasure. Vader parted his lips, wishing to speak, but his form began to dissolve once more. This time, he dissipated gently into the air like sunlight, leaving no trace behind. Voldemort remained stationary, his outstretched hand suspended in midair, ultimately drooping helplessly. A flicker of indescribable anguish passing through his crimson eyes. The scene shifted yet again. Riddle's graveyard was a chilling, desolate place, the air thick with the sense of earth and decay. Vader's sudden appearance left those present in stunned silence. Harry Potter, wand raised, froze mid-motion. His furious shout caught in his throat. The figure before him was so strikingly beautiful it was almost disarming, golden hair shimmering in the dim graveyard light. Skin as pale as the finest jade, and eyes of gold holding a hint of bewilderment, forming a stark contrast to the horrific tableau. Peter Pettigrew fell to his knees in fright, his head bowed low, too terrified to glance at him, trembling like a leaf in the wind. Meanwhile, in the center of the graveyard, the recently resurrected Voldemort, snake-like visage, red eyes, and scaly skin, fixed his icy gaze upon Vader. Vader's heart lurched painfully. Despite the visage that resembled a creature of nightmares, he recognized him at once. Within the depths of those eyes lay the shadow of Tom Riddle. "Tom," he whispered, his voice echoing with clarity in the stillness of the graveyard. Voldemort remained motionless, silently gazing back at him, his crimson eyes swirling with tumultuous waves. The cheers of the Death Eaters, Peter's tremors, and Harry's fury faded into a distant murmur. In his world, there was only the golden figure who dared to call his true name. Their gaze seemed to stretch into eternity, yet it felt like merely a fleeting moment. The graveyard began to spin. The scent of earth and bone was supplanted by the acrid tang of gunpowder. The final scene unfolded in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. The shattered stone walls, the scattered tables and chairs, and the air thick with dust and residual magic formed a haunting tableau. Voldemort stood at the center of the hall, his killing curse rebounding from the tip of Harry Potter's wand, its green light gleaming like an announcement of death. No. Vader's pupils dilated sharply. He could not discern Harry's face nor hear the screams surrounding him. All that remained was that green light aimed at Tom. He surged forward almost instinctively, swift as a streak of golden lightning. In the split second before the green light struck Tom, he positioned himself in front. The sound of the green light piercing through flesh was faint, akin to the tearing of delicate paper. Vader felt no pain, only an overwhelming lightness. As if all his strength had been siphoned away, he toppled backward, falling into a cold, rigid embrace. It was Voldemort. He felt Voldemort's body quaking violently and heard the beast-like whimpers rising from his throat. He yearned to lift his hand to caress his face, to reassure himself that he felt no pain, yet his arm felt weighted beyond his capacity to raise. "Tom," he gasped, his golden eyes reflecting Voldemort's scarlet pupils. "Do not be afraid." His form began to turn transparent, as if melting away in the sunlight, transforming into countless golden motes that drifted through the air. Voldemort knelt, clutching the dissipating body tightly, as if to hold on to him forever. His nails dug deep into his palms, black blood oozing down to the ground with a hissing sound. He wanted to roar, to bellow, to demand that the entire world accompany him in mourning, yet all that escaped him was a fractured whimper, akin to a child bereft of all its treasures. The golden motes dwindled until they vanished into the ether, leaving Voldemort kneeling in place, cradling an empty embrace. His crimson eyes brimming with tears for the first time, yet they lingered, unfallen. Silence enveloped the great hall. Only the dust danced in the light, bearing witness to this belated, desperate farewell. Vader's consciousness plunged into chaos once more. He was uncertain of his whereabouts, uncertain if the recent events were reality or mere illusion. Those images fragmented like shattered glass, embedding themselves in his mind. Tom's face, Voldemort's visage, those eyes that shifted from pure black to crimson, intertwining in a manner that rendered him breathless with anguish. All he desired was to hold him once more. As this thought emerged, the surrounding gray began to fade, replaced by a warm, gentle light. Chapter 103. The Priest. A triple dream in the warm white space. The boundless soft light flowed like melted milk, caressing every corner. The eastern horizon glimmered with a pale light, the first rays of sunlight piercing through the clouds, cascading down like golden silk, intertwining with the shimmering magic in the air, converging into a vortex before the oak doors of an ancient church. The whirlpool of light and magic gradually coalesced, ultimately forming a small swaddling cloth. The swaddle, crafted from soft velvet, was edged with exquisitely embroidered phoenix patterns, the fiery motifs glimmering in the sunlight as if they were about to take flight. Inside the swaddle lay an infant, eyes closed, cherubic cheeks flushed, with fine hair of warm golden brown, reminiscent of sun-kissed wheat. His long eyelashes fluttered gently with even breaths. Tiny fists tightly clenched, revealing a corner of a silk handkerchief embroidered with golden threads. Sunlight fell precisely upon the handkerchief, rendering the silver-threaded letters legible, Vader Phoenix Dwayne. Each letter danced like a melodious note, exuding a cherished tenderness. Creak. The heavy wooden doors of the church swung open, revealing a middle-aged priest. Clad in a faded black robe, his hair streaked with gray, he bore the fatigue of the morning on his face. Yet his eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the swaddle at the entrance. He stood frozen, rubbing his eyes as if to dispel the illusion conjured by the morning light. Moments later, he cautiously approached, bending down as the hem of his robe brushed against the ground, stirring a gentle breeze. The infant seemed stirred, his tiny mouth moving slightly. Yet he did not cry, merely fluttering his eyelashes. The priest's heart skipped a beat, having lived a considerable portion of his life. Witnessing the cycles of life and death within the church, he had never encountered such a pristine little life. As if it were a gift birthed by the heavens and earth, he extended his hand, trembling slightly, and gently touched the infant's warm, soft cheek, alive with vitality. "Oh God," he murmured, his voice imbued with incredulous reverence. He carefully lifted the swaddle, his movements clumsy as if handling fragile porcelain. Fearful of causing harm to the precious being within, the swaddle felt light, yet it bore the weight of some profound mission, pressing against his arm and his heart alike. Returning to the church's parlor, the priest laid the infant upon a small bed adorned with clean linen. The room was infused with the scents of sandalwood and old books, and sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting kaleidoscopic patterns upon the floor. He knelt beside the bed, watching the infant's small hands clutching the handkerchief, and suddenly, the once desolate church seemed to breathe with life. "Vader," he whispered, reading the name upon the handkerchief. As if affirming this symbol belonging to the little life, "From now on, this shall be your home." Caring for the infant proved to be a more arduous task for the priest than interpreting the Bible. On the first day, he made a comical blunder. Attempting to feed the baby milk like a woman would, yet unsure of what vessel to use, ultimately resorting to a clean porcelain cup. Awkwardly delivering sips to the infant's mouth, most of which ended up spilling onto the swaddle. However, the baby Vader was remarkably well behaved, neither crying nor fussing. Merely gazing at him with golden brown eyes, clear as mountain spring water, seemingly able to perceive the goodness within one's heart. The priest's heart melted under that gaze. Hastily setting down the cup to gently pat the baby's back with his rough palm, humming a lullaby out of tune. On the second day, blushing with embarrassment, he sought advice from Martha, a woman with 3 children living nearby. Martha, witnessing his flustered demeanor, laughed until she could barely stand, yet ultimately, she patiently taught him how to prepare formula, change diapers, and discern whether the infant's cries signaled hunger or fatigue. "Look, he wants water," she remarked, deftly inserting a tiny bottle into the baby's mouth. Vader immediately latched onto the nipple, sipping daintily, his golden brown eyes curving into crescent moons. The priest stood by, watching intently, like a devoted student. Sunlight illuminated his graying hair, casting a soft silver glow. From that day forth, the church became adorned with peculiar items, cans of powdered milk piled in the corners, small diapers hung on a clothesline, and a music box gifted by Martha that chimed with a delightful jingle when shaken. The priest continued his daily morning prayers, yet now included a heartfelt plea for the well-being of his little Vader. He still polished the holy images each day, but after finishing, he would cradle the infant in his arms and share ancient tales in a soft murmur. Vader seemed particularly fond of sunlight and greenery. Whenever the priest carried him to the small garden behind the church, he would burst into giggles as the sun kissed his face. Upon spotting a cluster of sunflowers in the garden's corner, he would reach out with his tiny hands, his golden brown eyes sparkling as if he had discovered his own little son. The priest filled the garden with sunflowers. When summer arrived, a sea of golden blooms turned towards the sun, and Vader sat in his stroller, enveloped by the floral expanse, his laughter ringing like wind chimes. The priest sat nearby on a wooden bench, watching the little figure before him, his face etched with joy. He felt that this was perhaps the most precious gift bestowed upon him by God. The scene shifted subtly with the flow of sunlight. Inside the church's lounge, the light was brighter than before. The priest bent down, observing the unsteady steps of little Vader. He had grown to the age where he could walk with the aid of the walls, his golden brown hair thickening, clad in a small robe sewn by the priest himself, resembling a cherubic angel. "Come here, Vader," the priest beckoned, arms outstretched, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Little Vader wobbled, releasing his grip on the wall, taking a small step, then another, seemingly about to tumble into the priest's embrace, but faltered instead. The priest swiftly reached out to catch him, holding him securely in his arms. Vader erupted into giggles, wrapping his chubby hands around the priest's neck and planting a kiss on his stubbled cheek, leaving a damp imprint. "Little rascal," the priest chuckled, playfully scratching his nose, his eyes brimming with delight. "You're becoming increasingly mischievous." Standing a short distance away, Vader watched this tender scene, his eyes suddenly moist. He felt as if an invisible force had rooted him to the spot. Helplessly witnessing his younger self snuggling in the priest's embrace, beholding that familiar, indulgent smile on the priest's face. Forgotten. Warm memories surged forth like a tide, the priest rising in the dead of night to cover him with a blanket, the anxious gaze when he fell ill, the patient lessons in the sunflower fields. He pressed his lips tightly together to stifle a sob. It turned out that the past, which he thought had vanished, remained safely tucked away in the depths of his memory, merely shrouded by the passage of time. The imagery flowed once more, like pages stirred by a gentle breeze. At the church's entrance, a platform brimming with children donned in backpacks awaited. Little Vader had blossomed into a handsome young boy, his golden brown hair neatly combed. Dressed in a pristine school uniform, tightly clutching the lunchbox gifted by the priest. Be obedient at school, and do not quarrel with your classmates, the priest said. Crouching down to adjust the crooked collar of Vader's shirt, his voice tinged with reluctance. When you return from school, I'll bake your favorite honey cake. Yes. Vader nodded earnestly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He extended his arms, embracing the priest's neck tightly, burying his face in the warmth of the priest's black robe. His voice muffled, "Father, I will miss you." "Silly child, you will return during the holidays," the priest reassured, patting his back. His voice slightly choked, yet striving to maintain a smile. "Off you go now, do not be late." Vader sniffled, loosening his grip. Casting glances back as he made his way toward the train. Sunlight danced upon him, his golden brown hair gleaming, filled with hope. Reminiscent of the first time he was cradled in the church, the priest stood rooted, watching his figure vanish at the carriage door, only turning slowly once the train's whistle echoed into the distance. His silhouette elongated on the platform, bearing a hint of melancholy, yet concealing profound pride. Nearby, the other Vader observed this poignant moment, his heart tightening, tears finally cascading down his cheeks. He recalled the trepidation of leaving the church for the first time. The priest waving goodbye from the platform, and the ever-glowing lamp in the church window awaiting his return every weekend. It dawned on him that those seemingly mundane days had etched the deepest imprints in his heart. The scene transitioned rapidly, leaving little time to process. Before him stood the renovated church, its white walls glistening under the sunlight, with a newly erected bell tower standing tall, its chimes clear and melodious. Vader stood at the church's entrance, now a tall and poised young man. Beside him stood Tom, his dark eyes reflecting a subtle warmth. The priest leaned on his cane. Facing them, the wrinkles on his face deepening, yet his spirit remained vibrant. He gazed at Vader, his eyes filled with pride. As if watching a sapling, he had nurtured blossom into a majestic tree. "Good boy, you've grown," the priest said, extending his hand to pat Vader's shoulder gently. A slow motion, yet imbued with strength. Vader stepped forward and embraced the priest tightly. He had surpassed the priest in height, feeling the frailty of the priest's shoulders. Inhaling the familiar scent of sandalwood and the essence of time. "Thank you, Father," he said, his voice hoarse, all the unspoken sentiments distilled into those words. "Silly child, what is there to thank?" The priest chuckled, patting his back, then turning his gaze to Tom, his expression gentle yet scrutinizing. "You must be Tom, whom Vader often mentions." Tom nodded slightly, his usual coldness replaced by a newfound respect. "Yes, Father." The priest regarded them, nodding in acknowledgement, as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. Vader released his hold, gazing at the priest's smiling face, his eyes moist once more. He understood that the priest had always worried about his solitude, and now, seeing someone by his side, he must have felt a true sense of relief. The scene shifted again, now imbued with a heavy atmosphere. Vader stood atop the roof beside the church, the tiles beneath his feet cool to the touch. He could see the light from the room, witnessing himself sitting on the bedside, carefully feeding water to the ailing priest. The priest had grown very old, his breath shallow, hair completely white, age spots dotting his face, yet he still endeavored to smile at him. "Do not be sad, Vader," the priest's voice was faint, like a flickering candle in the wind. "Everyone must face this day." "Father, you will get better," Vader said, his voice choked, eyes reddened. The Vader in the room held his hand, his voice trembling. The Vader on the roof watched this scene, his heart gripped by an invisible force, aching painfully, making it hard to breathe. He knew this day would eventually arrive, but he had not anticipated the memories would be so heart-wrenching. Those days and nights of guardianship, those moments of forced smiles, and the despair of watching life slip away helplessly, all surged before him. The scene ultimately settled within the priest's room. The priest lay in bed. His condition slightly improved. He beckoned Tom to the bedside and gestured for Vader to come closer. Then, with trembling hands, he placed Tom's hand atop Vader's, gripping it tightly. Father Tom gazed intently at Tom, his expression grave and earnest. "I entrust Vader to you. Please take good care of him." Tom's fingers tightened slightly, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his dark eyes, ultimately crystallizing into a resolute nod. "I will, Father." The priest smiled, his gaze lingering on the clasped hands, as if he beheld a legacy of guardianship. His eyes softened gradually, and he eventually closed them slowly, a trace of a serene smile adorning his lips. At that moment, the scene was frozen in time. Outside this tableau, Vader observed the intertwined hands and the priest's tranquil countenance, unable to contain his emotions any longer. A single, scalding tear slipped from the corner of his eye, falling onto the invisible ground below like a shattered star. The surrounding warm white began to fade, gradually supplanted by a profound shade of blue. This blue deepened and darkened, as if sinking to the ocean's deepest recesses, enveloped by an infinite silence and darkness, leaving only the lingering warmth of that tear, which persisted in the depths of memory, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 104. Alfaith, the quadruple dreamscape of the azure abyss. A suffocating sensation surged like frigid seawater from all directions, constricting Vader's chest. He felt his consciousness sinking, the surrounding deep blue thick as ink. Even the warmth of that tear was devoured entirely. As the searing pain in his lungs peaked, the darkness before him suddenly tore apart, revealing the hall of Black Manor. As somber as if it had never basked in sunlight, the dark oak furniture emanated a cold luminescence, and the ancestral portraits hanging on the walls seemed to scrutinize those below. A child of approximately 5 or 6 stood at the center of the hall, his tousled black hair framing a face of icy seriousness, the gray-blue pupils resembling a frozen lake, confronted by the sharp rebuke of a middle-aged witch clad in opulent robes. Alfaith Black, what is that you are holding? The witch's voice was piercing, akin to nails scraping across glass, as she pointed at the tin frog in the child's hand. Her face ashen with fury. Do you wish to tarnish the Black family's reputation with such muggle rubbish? The young Alfaith, his expression blank, let the tin frog rest in his palm, his knuckles whitening as he maintained his small, upright posture, as if the witch's wrath was merely an inconsequential breeze. There was no fear in his gray-blue pupils, only a stagnant indifference, as if he had long grown accustomed to such scenes. Speak, the witch demanded, exasperated, reaching out to snatch the tin frog from him. Young Alfaith took a sudden step back, evading her grasp, remaining resolutely silent. How audacious, how utterly defiant. The witch, incensed by his nonchalance, seized his arm and dragged him toward the second floor. Young Alfaith stumbled, his knee striking the hard stone steps with a muted thud, skin breaking and blood oozing forth. Yet, he did not even flinch, clutching the tin frog tightly. Bang! The door was slammed shut, isolating him from the outside cacophony of anger. Young Alfaith leaned against the door, sliding down to the floor, his head bowed. His gray-blue eyes fixated on the wound on his knee, still devoid of expression, though his fingertips gripped the tin frog even tighter. Vader's heart felt pierced, a myriad of pains flooding through him. He instantly recognized those gray-blue pupils and the stubbornness intrinsic to Alfaith. Yet, in that moment, he was devoid of the later cynicism, possessing only an incongruous resilience for his age. He approached quietly, crouching before young Alfaith. The child, warily lifting his head, revealed a flicker of vigilance in his gray-blue eyes, akin to a small beast cornered. Do not be afraid. Vader's voice was gentle, infused with an unrecognized tenderness. He extended his hand, cautiously enveloping young Alfaith in an embrace. Let go. Young Alfaith immediately struggled, pushing against Vader's shoulders with minimal force, yet infused with fierce resistance. He was unaccustomed to anyone's touch, especially in such a disheveled state. Vader did not relent, merely stroking his back softly, as if comforting a frightened creature. He could feel the little one's body tense, yet the resistance gradually waned. After a considerable time, young Alfaith ceased his struggles, silently allowing Vader to hold him. Though his shoulders quivered slightly, he did not weep. Vader's heart ached further. He understood that behind this silence lay countless unvoiced grievances. The scene rippled like stones cast into a lake, suddenly clarifying. It was still Black Manor, but now transformed into young Alfaith's room. The room was small and sparsely furnished, with a few disassembled muggle clock parts piled in a corner. He knelt on the floor, meticulously assembling something with a small screwdriver, his face reflecting an earnest concentration. Alfaith, you are once again toying with those filthy muggle trinkets. The voice of Walburga resounded from the doorway. She was a few years older than Alfaith, already possessing the airs of a young lady, her expression betraying an arrogance unmatched by her years. She snatched the pieces from Alfaith's hands and hurled them to the ground. Father says muggles are inferior beings. How dare you even touch their things? The parts scattered across the floor, producing a crisp sound. Young Alfaith gazed at the debris, a flicker of anger crossing his gray-blue eyes, yet he remained silent, merely crouching down to gather the pieces one by one. Vader stood in the shadows of the room, watching Walburga strut away, observing young Alfaith carefully stow the fragments into a tin box, hiding it beneath the floorboards. He longed to offer comfort, but knew he was merely a bystander. Such scenes replayed over the ensuing years. On one occasion, young Alfaith secretly concealed a muggle fairy tale book, only to be discovered by Lucius. He shredded the book to pieces, hurling the remnants at Alfaith's face. berating him for sullying the honor of pure blood. Young Alfaith stood still, allowing the paper scraps to cascade upon him without shedding a tear. Only after Lucius departed did he quietly gather the remnants, painstakingly gluing them back together, hiding them in the deepest recesses of his wardrobe. Vader watched his clumsy efforts. Observing how the glue adhered to his fingertips without concern, his heart weighed down like a stone. On another occasion, he spent his saved pocket money to purchase a muggle kaleidoscope. Upon discovering it, Cygnus snatched it away and smashed it to the ground, the glass shattering into countless shards. Young Alfaith stared at the wreckage, a hint of moisture shimmering in his gray-blue eyes for the first time, yet he forcefully suppressed it. He crouched down, meticulously retrieving each colorful shard, placing them into a small pocket. That evening, he spent a long time in his room, and Vader witnessed him using those fragments to craft a crooked flower on the window. Each reprimand, every cherished possession destroyed, Vader was there, sometimes hidden behind doors, sometimes standing outside windows, other times concealed in the shadows of the room. He watched young Alfaith endure in silence, observed him conceal all his emotions deep within those gray-blue pupils, witnessing him safeguard his seemingly inconsequential hobbies in his own manner. He realized young Alfaith never cried. Regardless of the harsh words hurled at him or the violence with which his belongings were destroyed, he remained silent, like a muted volcano, suppressing all grievances and indignation within his heart. On the day of Hogwarts commencement, for young Alfard, it felt akin to an escape. The moment he boarded the Hogwarts Express, a flicker of subtle relief glimmered in his slate-blue eyes. Leaning against the window, he watched the silhouette of Black Manor recede into the distance. And only when it vanished entirely from sight did he exhale slowly. During the sorting ceremony, when Professor McGonagall called out Alfard Black, he stepped forward, donning the sorting hat with a singular thought: the farther from that home, the better. Ah, ambitious, clever, and a touch rebellious, the hat murmured atop his head. Slytherin welcomes you, child. Sparse applause emanated from the Slytherin table. As Alfard removed the hat, his gaze instinctively swept across the long table, recalling that Vader had mentioned he would be waiting for him here. And then he saw him. In the middle of the table sat a boy with golden brown hair, sunlight streaming through the window, casting a golden halo around him, dazzling enough to draw the eye. Those golden brown eyes were fixed on him, radiating warmth. It was Vader. Alfard's heart skipped a beat, and just as he intended to step forward, a fleeting glimpse caught his eye. There had been a figure with moonlit golden hair standing nearby, now dissipated like smoke, leaving only a faint glow, vanishing in an instant. His pupils constricted abruptly, and he halted in place. Who was that moonlit figure? Why did it seem so familiar? Alfard, came Vader's voice from ahead. Snapping back to reality, Alfard suppressed his bewilderment and hastened to the end of the table, seating himself beside Vader. Before he could utter a word, a piece of whole grain bread was handed to him, imbued with a subtle aroma of wheat. Just sorted. You must be hungry, Vader remarked gently. Alfard silently accepted it, his fingertips brushing against the warmth of the bread. And the turmoil sparked by the fleeting moonlit figure seemed to calm somewhat. He lowered his head, took a bite, and mumbled a soft, "Thank you." Vader smiled without further comment, simply watching him in quietude. As Alfard chewed on the bread, he discreetly observed the person beside him. Golden brown hair, golden brown eyes. A gentle smile, exactly as he remembered. Yet, what was the meaning of that moonlit figure? He could not fathom it, and chose not to dwell further. At least Vader was here. With him present, even in Slytherin, facing those hypocritical pure-blood relatives felt less daunting. The flickering candlelight in the hall danced, casting a faint glow in Alfard's slate-blue eyes, igniting a flicker of hope. He understood that from this day forth, his life might take a different turn. And that suddenly vanished moonlit figure lingered in his heart like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples that would eventually fade, waiting for a day to resurface. Chapter 105, The Soul Returns. In the moment when darkness receded like a tide, Vader's eyelashes fluttered, consciousness peeling away from the haze, returning to his heavy body. A chilling breath lingered at his nostrils, reminiscent of winter cedar, familiar yet oddly comforting. He moved his fingers, brushing against warm skin, and soon realized he was firmly embraced by a broad chest, strong arms encircling him as if to meld him into bone and blood. The dawn had not yet broken, a faint light barely illuminating the contours of the figure before him. Vader blinked, adjusting to the light, and his gaze fell upon a face mere inches away. A prominent nose, thin lips, a jawline chiseled like stone. In that moment, the usual menace and oppression had faded, revealing a rare softness in his sleeping form. Though his brow remained slightly furrowed, as if ensnared in an unsettling dream. Yet, even so, the latent sense of danger beneath the surface remained palpable. Like a sheathed sword, its edge dulled, yet still capable of projecting a chilling threat. This was Tom, or rather, Voldemort. Vader's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. An unfamiliar thrill rising from the depths of his being, like a stone cast into a lake, sending out ripples. Especially as he was held so closely. The other's warmth seeping through his thin clothing, rendering his skin numb and his breath uneven. Just as he contemplated reaching out to touch that face, the figure in his arms suddenly stirred. Voldemort's arm tightened abruptly, the grip nearly crushing Vader. In the next heartbeat, the tightly shut eyes sprang open. The initially murky black pupils glistening with a veil of moisture, exuding a sense of bewildered clarity. Yet, upon recognizing Vader's awake presence, the blacks swiftly faded, replaced by crimson slits, akin to the eyes of a venomous serpent igniting in the dark. But within those red depths, an overwhelming ecstasy erupted. Vader, are you awake? His voice was gravely, as if sandpapered, each word vibrating with uncontrollable tremors, the final syllable rising slightly, betraying his near-overwhelming excitement. Vader gazed into those scarlet slits, the moonlit golden pupils reflecting the depths of the other's eyes, the thrill within him growing clearer. He nodded, about to speak, when a sudden sharp pain shot through his scalp. You're on my hair. The moment the words escaped his lips, Vader himself was taken aback. It wasn't just the raspiness from prolonged slumber that rendered his throat dry. This felt altogether different. The tone was cold, rational, even tinged with a hint of detachment. Utterly unlike the self he knew. This voice felt so foreign, as if separated by a thick pane of glass. He heard his own words, yet felt as though another person was speaking. The joy on Voldemort's face instantly froze, the crimson pupils narrowing slightly, as if pricked by this unfamiliar tone. He paused for a few seconds, then suddenly flipped over, pinning Vader beneath him, the embrace tightening further, as if gripped by a fear of losing him once more, holding him fiercely in place. You've finally returned, his voice deepened, tinged with a sorrow Vader had never heard before, the last syllable trembling, the crimson eyes glistening with unshed tears, the rims reddening. I thought I would never see you again. Vader found it hard to breathe under the forceful grip, yet he did not struggle. He looked at the man nestled against his neck, shoulders subtly trembling, and an inexplicable sensation surged within him. Why are you crying? He asked, maintaining that strange coldness in his tone, yet confusion flooded his heart. He had returned. Should he not be joyous? Why the tears? This was not in line with the proud essence of the man he knew. Nevertheless, Vader raised his hand, the moonlit golden strands cascading from his shoulder, and he wrapped his arms around the man's taut back, fingertips gently patting as if unconsciously offering solace. Voldemort did not respond, remaining buried in the crook of Vader's neck. Breaths hot and laden with a thick nasal tone. Vader could feel the skin at his neck dampened, that warm liquid sending tremors through his heart. Outside the window, the dawn gradually brightened, the morning light filtering through the sheer curtain, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. Voldemort remained steadfastly by his side, akin to a child guarding a cherished treasure that had been reclaimed, never straying far, occasionally lowering his gaze to scrutinize his face, and gently brushing his fingertips against the moonlit golden strands of hair. The ecstasy in his eyes gradually settled into a profound, almost obsessive possessiveness. Vader allowed himself to be embraced, yet his mind was a tumult of chaos. Fragments of shattered memories surged within him. The golden church, the gray orphanage, Tom's visage from childhood to adulthood, the priest's warm smile, Alpha's stubborn silence, and that silver-haired figure, a mirror image of himself. These images intertwined, causing him a splitting headache. Yet the warmth of the embrace beside him curiously preserved a semblance of clarity. As the day broke and sunlight flooded the room, Voldemort showed no inclination to depart. At that moment, the door was flung open with a resounding bang. Alpha stood at the threshold, an empty wine glass in hand, evidently just returned from outside. Upon witnessing the scene, Voldemort nestled against Vader in a tender pose, and Vader beneath him, his moonlit golden hair sprawled across the pillow. He froze in place. The glass slipped from his grasp, shattering audibly in the stillness of the room. Alpha's eyes widened in shock, his gray-blue pupils constricting as if he had beheld an extraordinary miracle. Trembling lips finally formed a coherent phrase after several seconds. Vader, you're awake. His voice brimmed with astonishment and elation, tinged with a barely perceptible quiver, as tears welled in his eyes. For days, he had observed Voldemort's increasingly somber demeanor and the closed door, preparing himself for the worst. Vader turned his gaze toward Alpha, the reflection of his excitement shimmering in his moonlit golden eyes, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. The unfamiliar sense of estrangement seemed to dissipate at the sight of a familiar face. He spoke softly, his voice still laced with the lingering rasp of slumber, yet resonating clearly throughout the room. I have returned. Chapter 106, Inquiry. Vader's fingertips pressed against Voldemort's chest, giving a gentle push. The force was slight, yet it bore an undeniable directive. Voldemort's body stiffened momentarily, a flicker of reluctance flashing in his crimson-slit pupils, yet he obediently propped himself up and rolled away. Lying on his side, he did not avert his gaze. Instead, he leaned closer, his eyes greedily entwining themselves with Vader's face. The moonlit golden strands of hair cascading chaotically across the pillow, resembling flowing shards of gold. Their matching pupils gleamed with a faint luster in the morning light. Even the arch of their eyelashes evoked the preciousness of something long lost and found again. The 15 years of waiting had felt like an interminable torment, and now, at last, he could breathe. He was loath to miss any detail, fearing that if he were to look away, the figure before him might dissolve into mere motes of light once more. Vader felt somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny, shifting his fingers to pull back the covers and prepare to rise. As his feet touched the carpet, he stumbled slightly. The prolonged sleep had rendered his limbs a touch unsteady, and he was taken aback to find that his moonlit golden hair had trailed to the ground, brushing against his ankles and provoking a delicate tickle. He looked down at the strands cascading by his feet, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Their length was evidently a result of natural growth during his slumber. "I will assist you." Alpha hurried forward, his gray-blue eyes filled with concern, reaching out to steady his arm. Over the years, he had envisioned Vader's awakening countless times, yet he had not anticipated this radiant yet fragile presence. Vader glanced at him, gently shaking his head and evading his touch. In the next moment, he opened his arms and embraced Alpha. The moonlit golden hair brushed against Alpha's neck, bringing a cool sensation. Alpha's body instantly stiffened, as if immobilized by a spell. It took him several moments to respond, cautiously lifting his hands and hesitantly reciprocating the embrace. His movements were gentle, as though cradling fragile glass, fearing that even a slight exertion might shatter it. The familiar scent of sun-drenched grass and wood enveloped him, and his eyes grew warm with unshed tears. The years of pent-up anxiety, fear, and longing finally found an outlet at this moment, yet were firmly lodged in his throat, manifesting only as a slight tremor in his arms. "I am unscathed." Vader's voice reached his ear, still carrying a hint of distant coldness, though softened slightly. "You need not worry." Alpha nodded vigorously, burying his face in Vader's shoulder, muffling a response, afraid that speaking would betray his quivering emotions. The reunion was brief, yet laden with gravity, when Vader released his hold. Alpha's eyes were already brimming with tears. He turned toward the rocking chair by the window, his moonlit golden hair trailing behind him in a graceful arc, resembling a flowing beam of light. He sat down, gently pushing aside the strands that had fallen to his knees, his movements imbued with an uncanny rhythm. Voldemort and Alpha exchanged glances, each perceiving the same emotion in the other's eyes, a cautious reverence. The previous tension that had characterized their relationship vanished without a trace. At that moment, they stood like knights guarding a treasure, one on each side of the rocking chair. Even their breathing softened. "How long have I slept?" Vader's gaze drifted to the window, where the sycamore trees appeared notably sturdier than in his memories, their leaves shimmering in the morning light. 15 years and 83 days. Alpha replied almost immediately, his tone marked by an instinctive precision. He had counted the days, from initial anxiety to eventual numbness, and finally to the edge of despair. This number had become etched into his very bones. Vader's fingers tightened around the armrest, a flicker of emotion crossing his moonlit golden pupils. 15 years felt far longer than he had anticipated. He turned his gaze toward the two men, his eyes lingering on their faces. Voldemort's features were now more pronounced, the tension in his brow deepening. Yet when he looked at Vader, a barely perceptible softness lingered in his gaze. Alpha bore a few strands of silver at his temples, and though the passage of time had left its marks in his gray-blue eyes, the stubbornness of his youth remained intact. "How have you fared over the years?" Vader inquired softly, his voice betraying little emotion. Alpha opened his mouth to respond, but Voldemort interjected. His voice retained a raspy edge, yet exuded a familiar authority. Though the final syllables carried an almost imperceptible tension, nothing of particular note. "We eliminated a few traitors and consolidated our power, awaiting your awakening." He spoke with a nonchalance that belied the bloodshed and struggles of the past 15 years. Only he knew how many sleepless nights he had spent losing his mind in the empty room, how a fleeting shadow of familiarity had propelled him forward, not for the sake of power, but for the mere hope that Vader would awaken. Alpha frowned slightly, evidently disagreeing with Voldemort's assessment, yet refrained from countering. Instead, he added, "The manor has been renovated. I had the sunflower field you once adored replanted. I often tend to the church. The priest's gravestone remains well kept." His words were mundane, yet they contained the details Vader held dear. For years, he deliberately evaded the core forces of Voldemort, clinging steadfastly to everything related to Vader. Much like a stubborn guardian of the grave, maintaining the warmth of memories in his own way. Vader listened quietly, refraining from further inquiries. From their conversation, he discerned the unspoken aspects of Voldemort's obsession and torment, as well as Alfred's perseverance and solitude. He gently rocked in the rocking chair, the moonlit golden strands of his hair brushing softly against the floor, producing a faint sound. The morning light streamed through the window, casting a golden hue upon him, enveloping him in a radiant glow. Voldemort and Alfred stood nearby, their gazes intently following his figure, as a peculiar tranquility permeated the room. Chapter 107, Oil Painting. Vader's gaze returned from the window, settling upon his flowing moonlit golden hair, trailing on the ground. He delicately twirled a strand between his fingers and softly said, "I wish to take a walk." No sooner had he spoken than Voldemort and Alfred moved almost in unison. Voldemort stepped forward, positioning himself naturally beside him on the outer side, his crimson-slit pupils scanning the doorway, as if ensuring the path was safe. Alfred approached from the other side, reaching out to gather the excessively long strands of hair, but hesitating midway, ultimately remaining protectively by his side, his gray-blue eyes filled with careful consideration. As Vader rose, both men flanked him, offering gentle support without excessive contact, ensuring each of his steps was secure. Morning light filtered through the corridor's stained glass, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon him, as his moonlit golden hair swayed gently with each step, reminiscent of flowing moonlight, creating an ethereal halo around him. The servants in the manor, upon seeing the trio approach from a distance, instinctively halted their tasks, lowering their heads in trepidation, their backs straightened, even their breaths quieted. The house elves cowered in corners, using their large ears to shield their faces, fearful of disturbing this holy presence. Upon reaching the staircase, Kriaker, bearing a tray, caught sight of Vader, causing the tray to clatter to the ground, the silver cup shattering into pieces. He paid no mind to the mishap, his body trembling like leaves in an autumn breeze, his head bowed almost to the floor, his voice high-pitched and trembling with emotion. "Master Dwayne, Kriaker thought he would never see you again." The old housekeeper approached as well, his hair entirely white and his back hunched. Upon seeing Vader, tears glimmered in his murky eyes as he deeply bowed, his voice choked with emotion. "Welcome back, Mr. Dwayne." Vader nodded slightly in acknowledgement, his gaze calm and unwavering, neither overly responsive nor distant, a serene sanctity that seemed to render the surrounding air solemn. He walked slowly, each step deliberate and steady, his moonlit golden hair trailing behind him in a graceful arc, his posture upright like a pine yet imbued with an otherworldly softness, making it difficult to discern his gender from afar, resembling a deity that had stepped forth from a classical oil painting, so pure that one dared not gaze directly upon him. A voice, tinged with surprise, echoed from the end of the corridor. Walburga, clad in a well-tailored black robe, was emerging from a room, accompanied by a boy of about 10, with black hair and eyes, already displaying the sharp features characteristic of the Black family. Upon seeing Vader, both mother and son froze. Walburga's hand gripped the hem of her robe tightly, her eyes flashing with shock, confusion, and a hint of barely perceptible wariness toward this unexpectedly appearing figure, with hair and eyes of moonlit gold, possessing an aura too sacred for the Black manor. Yet, standing beside him were Voldemort and Alfred, and the cautious glances they cast upon him were unlike anything she had ever witnessed. Regulus was equally spellbound. He had never encountered such a person before. Vader's moonlit golden hair resembled silk woven from sunlight, his skin so pale it was almost translucent, especially his eyes, pure as melted moonlight and gentle enough to drown one. Though it was their first meeting, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, erasing any lingering displeasure from his earlier reprimand by his mother. Vader's gaze settled on Walburga, offering a slight nod, his voice calm as a mountain spring, yet imbued with a sacredness that transcended the earthly realm, devoid of overt emotion. "It has been a long time, Walburga." His gaze shifted to Regulus, standing behind her, the moonlit golden pupils reflecting the boy's astonished face, his tone infused with a subtle warmth. "Is this your child with Orion? How he has grown." Walburga opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. The man before her had spoken her name, his tone familiar as if they were old acquaintances. Yet his sacred and detached aura instinctively made her feel reserved. She managed a hesitant nod. "Yes, this is Regulus." "Regulus," Vader repeated the name, offering the boy a gentle smile, akin to moonlight shimmering on a lake, causing ripples of delight. Regulus's cheeks flushed slightly, and he instinctively shifted behind Walburga, yet couldn't resist peeking out to observe him. This gentle man was more radiant than any ancestor depicted in family portraits, stirring a blend of curiosity and reverence within him. "Let us go to the garden," Vader stated without further elaboration, turning to the two men beside him. Voldemort and Alfred immediately understood, continuing to flank him as they proceeded toward the garden. Walburga watched their retreating figures, her brow furrowed, tugging at Regulus's arm. "Come, let us see." Regulus obediently followed, his gaze lingering on Vader's silhouette, the moonlit golden hair glistening in the sunlight, casting a spell that rendered him unable to look away. In the garden, the sunflowers bloomed abundantly, their golden heads turned toward the sun, rustling softly in the breeze. Vader approached the edge of the flower field, pausing to lean slightly, his fingertips gently brushing a petal. Sunlight illuminated his face, and the moonlit golden pupils mirrored the vast fields of gold, intertwining his sacred aura with the vitality of nature, creating a scene as beautiful as a dynamic painting. Alfred stood at a distance, observing the harmonious image of Vader among the sunflowers, his gray-blue eyes filled with tenderness. This flower field had been planted by him years ago, awaiting Vader's awakening to behold this familiar sight. Voldemort leaned against an oak tree, his crimson-slit pupils tenderly following Vader's movements, as if the 15 years of gloom had been dispelled by the sunlight of this moment. He cared little for Walburga and Regulus's presence. In this moment, his world encompassed only the figure of moonlit gold before him. Regulus stood beside his mother, gazing up at the man paused by the flower field, his heart filled with a singular thought. He is truly beautiful, like an angel from a story. Chapter 108, A Little Tale. 3 months into adapting to life in the manor, Vader finally acquiesced to the impracticality of his trailing moonlit golden hair. That morning, he sat before the vanity, twirling a strand of hair that cascaded down to his ankles, observing his reflection partially obscured by his long locks. A hint of helplessness crossing his features. This hair had grown wildly during his 15 years of slumber, now sweeping the ground with every step, gathering dust. He rummaged through his cosmetics box and retrieved a silver hairband, deftly gathering the hair at the crown of his head and behind his ears into a loose bun, the remaining strands cascading down his shoulders and back, reaching just to his waist. In the mirror, the young man appeared strikingly handsome, the bun revealing a smooth forehead and elongated neck, the moonlit golden hair accentuating his alabaster complexion, preserving an air of sanctity while adding a touch of elegance. Thus, it became considerably more convenient. He whispered softly to himself in the mirror, his fingertips brushing against the hairband, the silver sheen gliding between his strands. Ever since that day, the figure of Bardel frequently graced the manor. He would visit the greenhouse at dawn, before the dew had evaporated, to inspect the rare herbs planted by Alfred, his fingers delicately touching the water-laden leaves, his gaze as gentle as if he were handling fragile treasures. He would sit on the swing in the courtyard during the afternoon, cradling a weathered tome, sunlight filtering through the sycamore leaves to cast mottled shadows upon him, his long hair swaying gently with the swing's motion. He would also stroll along the city moat in the evening, watching the sunset bathe the water's surface in golden reds. His profile softened in the afterglow to a near-translucent brilliance, and Regulus, like a devoted shadow, always managed to appear precisely where Bardel was headed. Initially, he merely trailed from a distance, hiding behind the colonnades and beside the bushes, peeking out with half his face visible, watching the fabled sleeping beauty residing in the tower. His brother, Sirius, often spoke of the peculiar individual residing in the tower, and their father strictly forbade them from approaching. Yet Regulus felt that Bardel emanated a clean and warm aura, akin to the sunlight streaming through the window on a winter's day, irresistibly drawing him closer. The first time Bardel noticed this little shadow was at the greenhouse entrance. He was bent over, observing a coiled mandrake, when he suddenly heard the faint rustle of fabric behind him. Turning around, he saw only the corner of a black cloak disappearing behind the door. He raised an eyebrow but remained silent, continuing to tend to the herbs, already aware that it was Walburga's youngest son, Regulus. From that moment forward, Bardel began to take note of this small figure. When he visited the study, Regulus would feign searching for books in front of the shelves, his fingers aimlessly gliding across the spines, while his peripheral vision remained glued to him. When he pruned roses in the garden, Regulus would squat nearby, holding a watering can, watering the flowers indiscriminately, oblivious to the water spilling everywhere. When he sat on the swing reading, Regulus would bring a little stool to sit beneath the sycamore tree, clutching a history of magic that he could hardly comprehend, his gaze drifting over from time to time. Bardel never minded. He had endured a prolonged slumber and was accustomed to solitude. Now, having a timid little shadow trailing behind him felt like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating delicate ripples. At times, he would deliberately slow his pace, waiting for the little shadow to catch up. Sometimes he would bake an extra tray of cookies, placing them on the windowsill in the corridor, and upon turning around, he would see Regulus, cheeks flushed, hurriedly stuffing cookies into his pockets. "You are Regulus, are you not?" One afternoon, after finishing the last page of his book on the swing, Bardel finally turned to the boy who had been staring at him. "Regulus, As if caught in the act of thievery, sprang up abruptly, his hands clasped behind his back, his cheeks instantly turning crimson as he stammered, "Why yes, Mr. Dwayne." "No need to call me sir," Bardel chuckled, warmth sparkling in his moonlit golden eyes. "Just call me Bardel." He gestured to the empty space beside him. "Care to join me?" Regulus hesitated briefly, then cautiously moved over, perching nervously on the edge of the swing, half his bottom hovering, unsure where to place his hands. He stole glances at Badel's long hair, the silver hairband glistening in the sunlight, and couldn't help but whisper, "Are you the sleeping beauty from the tower?" Bardel chuckled lightly in response, his voice as clear as wind chimes. "Perhaps I am. I have slept for a long time, worrying everyone. I was too scared to go to the tower." Regulus's voice dropped lower. "My brother took me once, but you were asleep the whole time. Father forbade us from going." He paused, summoning courage to look up. "You don't seem at all like what Papa said." "Oh, what do I seem like?" Bardel asked with keen interest. Regulus's face flushed deeper, lowering his gaze, his fingers twisting the hem of his garment, like an angel from a story. Bardel was amused by his earnestness. Reaching out to ruffle his black hair, "You are quite adorable, Regulus." From that day onward, Regulus's shadowing behavior became more overt. He would move a small stool beside Bardel when he went to the kitchen, watching him tie on an apron, gently waving his wand to make flour float into the porcelain bowl. Bardel never used magic for such tasks. He claimed that the tactile sensation of kneading dough was far more authentic. Regulus found watching Badel's long fingers dusted with flour as he kneaded the smooth dough much more fascinating than any magical display. "Why don't you use your wand?" Regulus propped his chin on his hand, asking curiously. As Bardel cut the dough into small pieces, he paused momentarily at the question, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in his eyes, too swift to grasp. "Some things carry more warmth when done by hand," he murmured, placing the cut dough into the baking tray. "Like magic, sometimes relying too heavily on the wand makes one forget the initial feeling." Regulus nodded, somewhat understanding. Watching as Bardel placed the tray into the oven, the warm yellow light casting a soft glow upon his face, making it difficult to look away. Not long after, Alphard returned the white phoenix feather wand to Bardel. It was one evening when Alphard entered the study, holding the wand wrapped in velvet, while Bardel stood by the window, gazing at the sunset. "Your wand. It is time to return it to you," Alphard said, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible tension. Bardel turned to face the familiar wand, ripples of emotion stirring in his moonlit golden eyes. This wand had accompanied him for many years, bearing countless memories. He extended his hand, his fingertips gently grazing the smooth wood, yet he did not take it. "Thank you, Alphard," he said softly. "But I no longer have use for it." Alphard was taken aback. Magic resides within one's blood. It doesn't necessarily require a wand." Bardel smiled, pushing the wand back. "But I appreciate you keeping it safe for me." Yet Alphard insisted on returning the wand. "Keep it. Perhaps one day you may find use for it." He paused momentarily before accepting the wand, instinctively tucking it into the wide sleeve of his robe. Observing Bardel concealing the wand, Alphard understood that Badel's strength had long surpassed his reliance on it. He refrained from further words, simply nodding. "If you need anything, don't hesitate to seek me." Badel's cookies grew increasingly delightful. He relished baking a batch in the afternoons, their aroma wafting throughout the entire manor. Sometimes they were studded with chocolate chips, at other times with nuts, and occasionally, he would decorate them with icing in the shape of little stars. Which was Regulus's favorite design? "Bardel, this star is crooked." Regulus would frown, holding up a cookie. Bardel would lean in to take a look, unable to suppress a laugh. "That's a shooting star. It's meant to be crooked." Regulus blinked, taking a large bite. Shooting stars are the best." Aside from the cookies reserved for Regulus, Bardel always baked a few extra, neatly packing them in a delicate tin to send to Malfoy Manor. On his first visit, Abraxas was in the study attending to matters while Viola embroidered a tablecloth beside him. Upon seeing Bardel enter, holding the tin, both were taken aback. "Bardel?" Abraxas set down his quill, rising in surprise. "What brings you here?" "I baked some cookies and thought to bring a few," Bardel replied, placing the tin on the table. Warmth radiating from his moonlit golden eyes. "I heard you've all been quite busy lately." Viola quickly stood, urging him to sit, her gaze lingering on his gathered hair. Her eyes slightly reddened. "I'm so glad to see you well. Everyone has been worried about you for the past 15 years. I appreciate your concern." Vader softly inquired. "How have you fared these past years?" "Quite well," Abraxas replied with a smile, as he opened a tin box and took a bite of a cookie. "It still tastes just as you made it. Nothing has changed." Vader gazed at them, feeling a warmth in his heart. The Malfoy family had always taken great care of him, often sending someone to check on him in the tower even during his slumber. They conversed for a long time, discussing the trifles of the estate and the changes within the magical world. Vader listened intently, occasionally interjecting a thought or two, creating an atmosphere that was both cozy and serene. As he departed from Malfoy Manor, the sun was setting in all its splendor. Just as Vader stepped through the grand entrance, he spotted Voldemort standing beneath a nearby sycamore tree. "You've come," Vader smiled as he approached. Voldemort remained silent, simply opening his arms to envelop him in a tight embrace. His crimson-slitted eyes were awash with a torrent of complex emotions: ecstasy at reunion, fear of loss, and a deeply buried tenderness. He held Vader as if he wished to meld him into his very essence, indifferent to the gazes of passers-by. Vader paused momentarily before gently reciprocating the embrace, his fingertips brushing through Voldemort's long black hair. "I'm all right now, Tom." Only Vader and Dumbledore would still use his old name. Upon hearing those words, Voldemort's body quivered slightly, and he tightened his hold further. "Do not vanish again." His voice bore an almost imperceptible quaver. "I want tea." Vader softly reassured, resting his head against Voldemort's shoulder. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting their shadows long upon the ground. Not far away, Regulus, clutching a stack of books, caught sight of the scene and quietly halted his steps. He understood that behind Vader, there were not only his own lingering presence, but many others who cared for him. Lowering his gaze, he couldn't help but let his lips curve upward. How wonderful it was that Vader had recovered. From that moment forth, Vader's life became both structured and warm. He would tend to the herbs in the morning, bake cookies in the afternoon, and take leisurely strolls in the evening. With Regulus chattering incessantly at his side, he would often visit Malfoy Manor to deliver treats and chat with the Malfoy couple. Voldemort would invariably cross paths with him during his walks, sweeping him into an embrace as if it were a daily ritual. The manor's tower still stood tall, yet it no longer exuded an air of foreboding. Occasionally, Vader would venture up to the tower, and Regulus, emboldened, would accompany him. The tower's windows were flung open, allowing the fragrant breeze from the garden to waft in. "I used to find this place so terrifying," Regulus remarked, leaning against the windowsill, gazing at the distant scenery. "And now?" Vader asked, standing beside him. "Now I believe this place boasts the most beautiful view," Regulus replied earnestly, turning to meet Vader's moonlit golden gaze. Vader smiled, reaching out to tousle his hair. Sunlight enveloped them, warm and bright. Chapter 109. The position of defense against the dark arts professor. The autumn wind swept through the fallen leaves, rustling against the stone walls of the Black Estate as Vader sat in a wicker chair within the conservatory, idly fingering a dried sunflower petal. Outside, the sky was overcast, cloaked in a layer of gray, mirroring the undercurrents of a faint weariness that lay beneath his presently placid demeanor. Life at the manor was as tranquil as a still pond, and Alpheus' company was akin to a stone thrown into the water, creating only fleeting ripples. He watched the treetops swaying in the distance, a flicker of restlessness crossing his moonlit golden eyes. "These days have become rather monotonous," he mused. At that moment, the house elf Kriaker hurried towards him, clutching a gilded envelope, his head bowed low, voice trembling with respect. "Master Vader, your letter, sent by Professor Dumbledore." Vader raised his gaze, accepting the envelope. The familiar wax seal felt cool against his fingertips, adorned with the emblem of Hogwarts. He opened the envelope, the parchment's fine texture revealing Dumbledore's slightly hurried yet gentle script. "My dearest Vader, it has been some time since I last heard from you, and only recently did I learn from Alpheus that you have awakened, filling my heart with immense joy. 15 years have passed, and Hogwarts still stands proudly upon the cliff. Though the bench beneath the maple has taken on new grain, and the unicorns at the edge of the forbidden forest have welcomed new foals. How have you been? If you find yourself with some leisure, might you join me at the Leaky Cauldron? I would be most eager to hear the stories of your years. Additionally, the position of defense against the dark arts professor has become vacant, and I recalled your unique understanding of dark magic during your time at school. Would you be interested in visiting the castle? The warmth of its hearth is far cozier than that of the manor. I await your reply." Albus Dumbledore Vader brought the parchment close to his nose, as if he could inhale the scent of pine wood burning in the Hogwarts fireplace. He tapped his fingers lightly against the armrest of the wicker chair, strands of moonlit golden hair cascading over his shoulder, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Teaching at Hogwarts? It certainly sounded far more intriguing than merely overseeing the estate. Rising from his seat, he approached the writing desk, retrieved a quill, and penned a simple response: "Delighted to attend. See you Saturday afternoon at the Leaky Cauldron." Vader dived in as he pushed open the creaking wooden door of the Leaky Cauldron. The rich aroma of butterbeer mingled with the musty air enveloped him. Under the dim light, several wizards were engrossed in hushed conversations, but upon his entrance, they froze momentarily. His moonlit golden hair was loosely tied up, with the remaining strands cascading to his waist, lending an ethereal glow to his alabaster face. An aura of purity contrasting sharply with the bar's dilapidated ambience, rendering it almost impossible to gaze upon him directly. Dumbledore sat in the shadows of a corner, his blue eyes widening behind half-moon spectacles as he caught sight of Vader, his fingers pausing mid-hold on his cup. He had already learned of Vader's awakening from Alpheus. Yet he had not anticipated such a sight. 16 years seemed to have paused for him. Apart from the transformation of his hair from chestnut to moonlit gold, now artfully arranged to avoid touching the ground, and the gentle, almost divine luminosity that had settled upon his features, he appeared nearly identical to the composed youth he had been at graduation. "Vader, my child." Dumbledore's voice carried a note of unspoken emotion as he rose, arms outstretched in welcome. Vader stepped forward, embracing him gently. The sweet scent of mead clung to Dumbledore's robes, reminiscent of a warm hearth in winter. "It has been far too long, Professor Dumbledore," Vader replied calmly, his moonlit golden eyes reflecting the older man's graying beard. "Your beard has grown a bit longer." Dumbledore chuckled, his blue eyes crinkling into crescent shapes. "Better than not growing at all, wouldn't you agree? Please, have a seat. Would you care for something to drink? Butterbeer? Or perhaps mead? Just a glass of water will suffice," Vader replied as he settled across from him, his moonlit golden strands slipping gently with the movement. "I am not quite accustomed to the flavors of this place." Dumbledore signaled to the bartender for a glass of water, his gaze lingering on Vader's long hair, his tone imbued with gentle curiosity. "Your hair is quite remarkable. It grew unknowingly during my slumber," Vader said, his fingers brushing the ends of his hair, his tone casual, as if discussing something trivial. "Upon awakening, I found no motivation to tend to it, allowing it to grow freely." Dumbledore refrained from pressing further, merely raising his goblet to take a sip, a flicker of intricate emotion passing through his azure eyes. "How have you fared in the 16 years since your graduation?" Vader cradled a glass of clear water, his fingertips sensing the coolness of the vessel, and slowly began to speak. "I accompanied the priest for half a year after graduation. Once he departed, I succumbed to slumber for 15 years. His tone was light, as if recounting another's tale, his moonlit golden eyes devoid of turbulence, nothing particularly noteworthy. The priest's voice grew softer as Dumbledore inquired, "That elder who adopted you in the church?" "Indeed," Vader nodded. "He departed peacefully." Dumbledore paused for a moment, the light in his blue eyes profound as a lake. Sleep can sometimes serve as the finest escape, yet at other times, it becomes the heaviest of shackles. "Did you glimpse anything in your dreams?" Vader lifted his gaze, meeting Dumbledore's. He discerned the probing nature of Dumbledore's words. The elder always posed the sharpest inquiries in the gentlest tones. "The dreams are chaotic." He offered a slight smile, sidestepping the crux, at times revealing fields of sunflowers, at others the chimes of a church bell, most of which he forgot upon waking. Dumbledore chuckled softly, not pursuing the matter further. He understood Vader's intelligence, his knack for safeguarding his secrets. "Let us discuss matters concerning Hogwarts." He shifted the topic, his tone becoming buoyant. "Would you be willing to assume the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts?" "Why me?" Vader countered, a hint of curiosity in his moonlit golden gaze. "I recall this position bears a certain ill fate." Indeed, Dumbledore's blue eyes glimmered with a trace of resignation. "Since Tom failed to secure this position years ago, it has felt as if a curse had been cast, with a new professor needing to be appointed each year." He deliberately emphasized Tom's name, observing Vader's reaction. Vader's fingertips traced a gentle circle upon the glass, his tone calm and unruffled. "Perhaps the curse holds no power over me." He paused, adding, "My understanding of dark magic differs from theirs." Dumbledore's blue eyes brightened. "Oh? How so?" "The essence of dark magic is not inherently evil, just as light is not invariably benevolent." Vader's voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable strength. "The key lies in the wielder. To use it for protection is to embody light. To wield it for plunder is to embrace malevolence." Dumbledore regarded him with a glimmer of admiration in his blue eyes. "You always manage to perceive the other side of things. This is precisely what I wish for my students to learn." He set down his goblet, his tone adopting a solemnity. "Thus, I entrust you with the role of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts for the upcoming semester." "Very well," Vader nodded without a hint of hesitation. The two fell silent for a moment, the clamor of the bar seeming to fade into another realm. Dumbledore suddenly chuckled. "Speaking of which, that lad Sirius is quite the troublemaker at Hogwarts these days." "Sirius?" Vader paused, soon recalling the mischievous child. "Indeed, he is in his first year." Dumbledore's tone was laced with amusement. "He has formed a band of marauders with a few friends, embarking on daily escapades throughout the castle, infuriating Filch to no end." Vader envisioned Sirius bouncing around energetically, unable to suppress a laugh. "He remains as he ever was. And there's James Potter, Remus Lupin, Peter Pettigrew." Dumbledore enumerated. The four children together could turn Hogwarts upside down. Yet, their hearts are in the right place. He gazed at Vader, his blue eyes imbued with deeper meaning. "Youth is a splendid thing, endowed with the capital to err and the courage to amend." Vader comprehended his words. The elder was subtly reminding him that Tom had once been young too, and had the potential for change. People invariably transform. He murmured, some for the better, some for the worse, and some forget their original selves. Dumbledore sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. He understood the unique bond between Vader and Tom, and some things were better left unsaid. By the way, Regulus must be nearing the age for schooling, yes? Dumbledore inquired suddenly. Next year, Vader nodded. A note of tenderness in his voice as he mentioned that he wished to attend Hogwarts. That is splendid news, Dumbledore smiled. With you there, you shall not feel lonely at school. The two continued to share anecdotes about Hogwarts, from the werewolves in the Forbidden Forest to the house elves in the kitchens, from Quidditch matches to the Christmas ball. Vader listened intently, a flicker of yearning occasionally illuminating his moonlit golden eyes, reminiscent of the youth he once possessed. As they departed the leaky cauldron, the setting sun bathed the sky in hues of gold and crimson. Dumbledore stood at the entrance, watching Vader's retreating figure, the light in his blue eyes intricate. He was acutely aware of Vader's strength, as well as the myriad connections he shared with Tom. Allowing him to come to Hogwarts was a perilous gamble, yet it also represented a solitary hope. Perhaps only Vader could navigate a path of balance between light and darkness. Vader walked along the cobblestone path, his moonlit golden hair gently swaying in the breeze. He glanced back at the leaky cauldron, where the lights had begun to twinkle, resembling a warm star. He understood Dumbledore's concerns and recognized the weight of his own responsibilities. To teach at Hogwarts may not merely serve as a means to pass the time. Perhaps, there, he could uncover some forgotten truths. He tightened his grip on the wand concealed within his sleeve, the familiar and warm touch of the ash wood reassuring. Chapter 110, The Chaotic Requiem of Dreams. The night was cool as water, moonlight filtering through the sheer curtains into the room, casting a hazy silver glow upon the floor. Vader lay nestled in the soft bedding, his moonlit golden hair cascading over the pillow, akin to a flowing stream of lunar radiance. Perhaps it was the conversation with Dumbledore during the day that stirred certain deeply buried memories, for he soon descended into slumber, yet tranquility eluded him. The dream unfolded as an endless expanse of pure white, devoid of sky or earth, merely a boundless halo of light, soft enough to obscure all sense of direction. Vader stood amidst this chaos, his fingertips sensing the delicate motes of light floating in the air like crushed stars. Then, he beheld the figure. Not far away, a person who bore an uncanny resemblance to him stood silently. Silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, reaching his ankles, and similarly hued eyes shimmered with a faint glow in the halo, with the curvature of his brows and the lines of his lips mirroring Vader's own. There he was again. Vader's heart skipped a beat, an indescribable complexity washing over him, confusion, curiosity, and a hint of inexplicable affinity. This was not the first instance he encountered this silver figure in his dreams. Each time felt as though viewed through a veil of mist, indistinct yet palpably linked to a bond of shared blood. He attempted to take a few steps forward, and the other mirrored his movement, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. They stood silently, gazing into each other's eyes, their glances converging in the void, as though transcending the barriers of time and space. Vader parted his lips, wishing to inquire, "Who are you? Why do you resemble me so closely? Are those fragmented memories connected to you?" Yet the words caught in his throat, unspoken. He sensed the emotions in the other's eyes, an echo of his own bewilderment, mingled with an ineffable compassion. 1,000 words lodged in his throat ultimately coalesced into silence. The sensation was peculiar, akin to gazing into a mirror, yet acutely aware that the person reflected was not himself. The presence of the other was akin to a paradox, simultaneously familiar yet foreign, both tangible and illusory. Vader could even sense the other's breath, perfectly harmonizing with his own rhythm, as if they shared a single heart. Just as he was unsettled by this strange resonance, the silvery figure across from him suddenly stirred. The person parted their lips slightly, their voice as crystalline as a mountain spring, yet imbued with a penetrating force that reverberated in the pristine white space. "It's almost time." 3 words, succinct as an ominous prophecy. Vader froze, his moonlit golden pupils contracting sharply. Almost time? What was almost time? Was it the answer he had been longing for, or the impending unknown? He yearned to inquire. Yet his body felt as if it were nailed to the spot, immobile. The figure began to blur, dissipating like smoke scattered by the wind, their silvery hair merging with the halo of light. "Wait!" Vader finally shouted, reaching out to grasp something, but only grasping a void of luminescent particles. A profound sensation of weightlessness overtook him, as if he were plummeting from a great height. He struggled to break free from the intangible restraints. The constriction in his chest intensified, as if something were tightening around him. Suddenly, Vader jolted awake, his chest heaving, a thin sheen of cold sweat glistening on his forehead. The moonlight outside remained bright, illuminating the furnishings of the room, the dream's purity of white and silver fading away, leaving only the lingering echoes of a racing heart. He moved his fingers and discovered himself ensconced in a solid embrace. Warm breath cascaded over the nape of his neck, carrying a familiar chill. It was Tom. Voldemort had arrived at some point, now lying beside him, his arm firmly encircling Vader's waist. The grip so tight it felt as if he might be melded into his very bones. Perhaps sensing his struggles, the embrace tightened further, as if fearful of Vader slipping away into the realm of dreams once more. "Tom, ease up," Vader's voice emerged hoarse from the remnants of slumber, his fingertips gently pressing against Voldemort's arm, attempting to create a sliver of space. The constriction in his chest lessened slightly, allowing him to breathe more easily. Voldemort's lashes fluttered, his crimson-slit pupils slowly opening in the darkness, revealing a hint of drowsiness. Noticing the panic in Vader's eyes and the sweat on his brow, his taut arms relaxed marginally, though he did not release his hold, merely drawing Vader closer, resting his head against his shoulder. "Did you have a nightmare?" His voice was low and gravelly, tinged with an imperceptible worry, as his fingers brushed over Vader's damp hair with an unexpected gentleness. Vader did not respond, merely closing his eyes to savor the warmth enveloping him. The silvery figure from his dream and the phrase "almost time" continued to swirl in his mind. Yet the solid embrace beside him strangely provided solace. He could distinctly hear Voldemort's heartbeat, steady and strong, akin to an unyielding mountain. "It's nothing." After a considerable pause, Vader finally spoke, his voice still tinged with lingering disorientation. "Just a peculiar dream." Voldemort did not press further, tightening his embrace instead, his actions silently affirming his presence. In the darkness, his crimson gaze fixated on Vader's moonlit golden hair, swirling with complex emotions, dread, relief, and a cherished sentiment he dared not articulate. Sensing Voldemort's unease, Vader reached out, gently encircling his back, his fingertips tracing circles on his dark robe. "I'm here." He spoke softly, as if soothing a frightened child. Voldemort's body stiffened momentarily before relaxing, burying his face in Vader's neck, his breathing gradually steadying. The room fell once again into silence, the only sounds being their intertwined breaths, merging with the moonlight streaming through the window. Vader kept his eyes open, gazing at the blurred patterns on the ceiling, the phrase "almost time" echoing repeatedly in his mind. What was almost time? He did not know the answer. Yet he felt an unsettling premonition that the silvery figure and his forgotten past might soon be unveiled. For now, he simply wished to linger in this embrace, relishing the warmth of reality to dispel the coldness of his dreams. The moonlight continued to flow, casting a silvery sheen over their entwined forms, like a still painting. Chapter 111, Returning to Hogwarts. As the morning mist lingered over the Black Manor, the aroma of toasted bread wafted through the dining room. Walburga sat at the head of the long table, her fingers gripping a silver coffee spoon, stirring the deep brown liquid in her cup with an absent-minded rhythm. Her gaze fixed on Regulus, who was daintily sipping his porridge opposite her. Her tone retained its customary severity, albeit softened slightly. "Sirius did not return to the dormitory again last night. Do you think he is off causing mischief with that Potter boy once more?" Regulus held his white porcelain bowl, casting a furtive glance at Vader sitting beside him, and whispered, "Brother mentioned wanting to explore the edge of the Forbidden Forest." "The Forbidden Forest." Walburga's voice rose sharply, the silver spoon clattering against the cup with a crisp sound. "I knew that boy would never act sensibly. When he returns, just wait and see how I will deal with him." Across the table, Vader was twirling his silver fork in the oatmeal on his plate when he looked up, his moonlit golden pupils reflecting Walburga's irate face, his tone calm and unperturbed. "At Sirius's age, curiosity is only natural. Besides, professors patrol the edges of the Forbidden Forest. Nothing serious should happen." He paused before adding, "Alfie always loved venturing into the Forbidden Forest. Have you forgotten?" Walburga's anger faltered as she recalled her brother, who had always challenged her, her expression softening slightly, although she still huffed. Can he be compared to Alfie? No matter how reckless Alfie was, he knew what to touch and what to avoid. Sirius? He has no sense of propriety at all. Vader chose not to respond further, merely pushing the blueberry jam from his plate toward Regulus, for he knew the boy had a fondness for sweets, yet was often restricted by Walburga. Regulus's eyes brightened, swiftly scooping a spoonful to spread on his bread, murmuring a quick thank you to Vader, his delight unmistakable. Such scenes had become a daily occurrence since Walburga discovered that the sleeping beauty in the tower was Vader. Initially, she had been wary of this sudden presence in her home, a person who had garnered Voldemort's and Alfie's attention simultaneously, yet after several conversations, she found Vader to be a figure of serene detachment, whose words often struck to the heart of the matter, particularly in matters of child rearing. surpassing her own understanding as a mother. At times, she would pull Vader into the sitting room, spending entire afternoons discussing Sirius's rebelliousness, Regulus's timidity, the glory of the Black family, and the undercurrents of the magical world. She would even pull out photo albums, pointing to the faded images of Orion, lamenting his awkwardness in pursuing her in their youth. Vader would listen quietly, occasionally interjecting with a comment, his moonlit golden eyes always glimmering with a gentle smile, like a tranquil lake capable of absorbing all her agitation and anxiety. On this particular afternoon, the three of them sat beneath the shade of a patio umbrella. Regulus sprawled on the stone table, attempting to replicate the family crest, while Walburga perused the Hogwarts enrollment guide, noting that in just 6 months, Regulus would be heading to school. Vader sat nearby, holding a herbology guide, his fingertips gliding over the illustrations of mandrakes. Speaking of which, Vader suddenly closed the book, his gaze settling on Regulus's back. I will be teaching at Hogwarts next term, instructing defense against the dark arts. Walburga abruptly halted her fingers, raising her gaze toward him, her gray-blue eyes brimming with astonishment. You intend to go to Hogwarts? To teach defense against the dark arts? Her voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with a subtle undertone of apprehension. Vader, you do realize that position has been cursed by the adults. The adults she referred to were, of course, Voldemort. The magical community was well aware of Tom Riddle's rejection when he applied for that very position, and the peculiar curse that had resulted in a new professor each year had become a widely acknowledged secret. Vader gently tapped the cover of the tome with his fingertips, interrupting her, his tone resolute. Tom won't do anything to me. This was the first time he had openly uttered Voldemort's former name in front of Walburga. Yet there was no hint of impropriety in his demeanor. Walburga opened her mouth, wishing to say more, but as she caught sight of the unwavering calm in Vader's eyes, she swallowed her words. Suddenly, she recalled the image she had seen a few days prior, Voldemort cradling Vader in the garden, his crimson-slit pupils devoid of their usual malice, replaced instead by an unfading gentleness. Perhaps this man truly was different. With Regulus attending school, I trust you will keep a close eye on him, Walburga finally sighed, her tone imbued with a sense of earnest responsibility. Vader glanced at Regulus, who was sprawled on the table, his ears perked up, a flicker of amusement crossing his gaze. Perfect, I can teach him myself. Regulus' shoulders visibly trembled, and the quill in his hand sketched a crooked line on the paper, his dark eyes brimming with an uncontrollable anticipation at the prospect of Vader being his teacher, which delighted him more than anything else. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, quietly passing in the morning dew and evening glow of the estate. When the whistle of the Hogwarts Express echoed once again through King's Cross Station, Regulus had donned a pristine black school uniform, the collar adorned with a neatly tied green bow tie, standing beside Vader, his small hands nervously gripping the handle of his leather suitcase. Don't be anxious. There are many fascinating things at school. Vader bent down to straighten Regulus's crooked bow tie, his fingertips brushing against the boy's warm earlobes. I will be waiting for you at school. Regulus nodded vigorously, his dark eyes sparkling with excitement. In the distance, hurried footsteps approached, and Sirius came barreling toward them, a backpack larger than himself slung over his shoulders, his black hair tousled like a bird's nest. Yet his face radiated a brilliant smile. Vader, I knew you would see us off. He had evidently just escaped from home, his uniform jacket buttoned incorrectly. Regulus, hurry up. If we dawdle any longer, we'll miss the train. Regulus stumbled as he was tugged along, quickly following suit. Vader watched the two boys' retreating figures, the moonlit golden hair swaying gently in the morning breeze, and the crescent-shaped silver hairpin at the back of his head, adorned with delicate tassels that made a faint sound with each movement. This was something Alphard had specially commissioned, claiming it would not hinder his activities while also preventing his long hair from appearing excessively cumbersome. Let us be off. Vader picked up the owl cage that Regulus had dropped, following in their footsteps. Platform 9 3/4 was bustling with chatter, the steam engine exhaling white mist that swirled among the crowd, creating a veil of fog. As Vader held Regulus's hand to weave through the throng, nearly every eye was drawn to him. His moonlit golden hair was loosely tied back, the remaining strands cascading down to his waist, the crescent silver ornament behind his head glimmering faintly in the steam, while the cuffs of his white shirt bore an embroidered dark golden phoenix pattern that danced in and out of visibility with his movements. His demeanor was so pure and divine, reminiscent of a deity descended from a painting, that even Regulus beside him became a point of interest. Many wizards paused, whispering amongst themselves about the androgynous beauty before them. Regulus, feeling the weight of their gazes, edged closer to Vader, his small hand gripping tighter. Sensing his unease, Vader looked down and smiled reassuringly, gently patting the back of his hand in silent comfort. As they approached the last carriage, The throng of students in the aisle suddenly parted as if guided by an invisible force, creating a clear path. Vader was accustomed to this. During his school days with Tom, they often favored the last carriage, back when Tom was merely a sharp-eyed boy with dark hair and dark eyes, who would shield him from those ill-intentioned stares. Just as they entered the last carriage, a sudden commotion erupted behind them, accompanied by a boy's frantic shouts. "Lily, wait for us." The door was flung open, and a disheveled black-haired boy poked his head inside, his round glasses slipping down his nose as he frantically searched the compartment. Upon spotting Vader, he froze, his glasses forgotten in his astonishment. "Sorry, upperclassman." The boy's voice suddenly dropped, his cheeks flushing a deep crimson. His eyes filled with embarrassment as he realized he had never encountered someone so strikingly beautiful. The golden threads of the white shirt shimmered under the light, resembling an ancient magical pattern. "James, what are you gawking at?" A loud voice chimed in, as Sirius leaned out from behind James, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Vader. "This is Vader, our future defense against the dark arts professor." James's eyes widened in disbelief, his glasses clattering to the floor. Yet he was too preoccupied to pick them up, stammering, "Teach, Professor?" He scrutinized Vader from head to toe, his moonlit golden hair and handsome features making him appear no older than a recent graduate. You just graduated, right?" Sirius smacked him lightly on the back of the head. Exasperated. "What nonsense. Vader is in his 40s. What?" James's mouth fell agape, his eyes as wide as saucers. 40 plus? He looks younger than my great-uncle." Watching the two boys in their animated exchange, Vader couldn't help but laugh, a sparkle dancing in his moonlit golden eyes. "All right, Sirius, enough of the antics. Come inside and sit down." He bent to retrieve James's glasses, wiping the dust off the lenses with his fingertips before handing them back. "Please, take a seat. It's quite crowded out there." James accepted the glasses, his hands trembling, and hurriedly pulled Sirius into the compartment, both of them sitting side by side opposite Regulus. Just as James settled into his seat, a thought seemed to strike him. He sprang to his feet, bowing slightly to Vader. "Hello, Professor Dwayne. I'm James Potter. You can call me James." His voice rang out with the exuberance characteristic of youth. Vader inclined his head slightly, his fingertips brushing against the dust along the window ledge. His tone warm. "I am Vader Phineas Dwayne. I will be taking on the role of your defense against the dark arts professor next semester. There is no need for formality. You may simply call me Vader. Is that truly acceptable?" James's eyes gleamed with curiosity, evidently intrigued by the youthful professor. "Vader, you hardly look a day over 30. Do you have some sort of secret to your youthful appearance?" Sirius snorted, rolling his eyes. "James, must you always be so clueless?" "Vader is." He abruptly recalled Wolborga's warning, swallowing the rest of his sentence and instead saying, "In any case, Vader is quite impressive." Vader paid no mind to Sirius's unfinished thought, instead turning his attention back to James. "Were you looking for friends just now?" "Yes." James nodded eagerly, his voice brimming with excitement. "We were searching for Lily and Remus, and Peter. They should be in the front carriage." "Vader, may I go fetch them? They would surely love to meet you." Vader smiled warmly. "Go ahead." As if granted a pardon, James eagerly grasped Sirius's hand and dashed towards the exit, casting a playful wink at Regulus before they departed. He was aware that this diminutive member of the Black family was under Vader's care, and he resolved to look after him diligently in the future. Regulus, feeling a bit shy under James's gaze, instinctively shrank back and leaned closer to Vader, whispering, "Vader, do you think they might not like me?" Having heard tales of his brother disparaging their family at school, he worried that these new friends might harbor similar sentiments against him. Vader gently tousled Regulus's dark hair, his fingertips brushing against the soft strands, and assured him with unwavering confidence, "They will not." Observing James's exuberance, he added, "I have also heard of Remus and Peter. They are both good boys." After a brief pause, he continued, "Even if they do not take to you, I will always be by your side." Regulus looked up, locking eyes with Vader's moonlit golden gaze, which emanated sincerity rather than mere platitude. He nodded earnestly, feeling a significant portion of his unease dissipate, and finally released his grip on the suitcase handle. Outside, the train whistle echoed long and clear as it began its slow departure, filled with hopes and dreams. Steering towards the distant Hogwarts, Vader leaned against the train window, watching as the figures on the platform gradually shrank into the distance until they vanished from sight. His moonlit golden hair fluttered gently in the night breeze, and the silver crescent-shaped tassels at the back of his head swayed softly, reflecting the passing scenery like a flowing painting. Chapter 112, The Noteworthy Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor. As the Hogwarts Express's wheels rolled over the final track, the sky outside had fully surrendered to night. The deep blue expanse was studded with stars like scattered diamonds, while the lake glimmered in the distance, casting an imposing silhouette of the castle. The train doors swung open, and a damp evening breeze, infused with the earthy scent of the forbidden forest, rushed in. Vader took Regulus's hand and stepped off the train, his moonlit golden hair lifting slightly in the night wind as the silver tassels grazed his shoulder, producing a soft rustling sound. He glanced down at the boy beside him, who was gazing up, his dark eyes reflecting the castle's lights, as if cradling an entire starry sky within them. Follow the caretaker to the boat, and whatever you do, don't wander off. Vader's voice rang clear amidst the cacophony of chatter, his fingers gently squeezing Regulus's palm. Once we're in the castle, I will seek you out. Regulus nodded fervently, gripping Vader's hand tightly. I understand, Vader. His heart raced with a mix of anxiety and anticipation, his small fingers turning pale from the pressure. This was his first time away from home, and he was about to confront a multitude of strangers alone. Hagrid, the caretaker, approached holding a massive lantern, his booming voice reverberating like thunder across the platform. First-year students, gather here, stay close, and don't fall into the lake. Vader released Regulus's hand, adjusting his collar, which had been tousled by the wind. Go on, I'll be waiting for you at the castle entrance. Regulus followed the crowd toward the dock, glancing back frequently, his dark eyes glued to Vader. It was only when he stepped onto the small boat that he turned around once more, only to find the platform lights swallowed by the encroaching darkness, and Vader's moonlit figure had vanished unbeknownst to him, leaving behind a shroud of shadow. A sudden emptiness gripped his heart, as if something had clutched it tightly, and he grasped the boat's wooden railing, his fingertips turning white. Vader was nowhere to be seen. The boat gently rocked on the lake's surface as Regulus huddled in a corner, listening to the hushed conversations of the other first years. Some excitedly discussed their sorting, while others nervously clutched their wands. Only he remained silent, head bowed, staring at his blurred reflection on the water's surface, repeatedly pondering, would Vader forget to come find me? At that moment, a warm hand rested lightly on his shoulder. Regulus jolted upright to see Professor McGonagall standing at the bow of the boat, moonlight filtering through her crescent-shaped spectacles, casting a gentle glow on her face. Do not worry, child. Her voice, softer than usual, bore a hint of warmth. Quickly, join the line. Regulus blinked in surprise, then blushed, murmuring a quiet thank you to the professor, feeling some of his anxiety dissipate. McGonagall withdrew her hand and turned to address all the first years. Now, I shall explain the procedure for the sorting ceremony. Her voice echoed clearly across the lake. Upon entering the Great Hall, you will see an old, tattered hat. That is the sorting hat. It will assign you to one of the 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin, based on your traits. She paused, her gaze sweeping over each child's face. Gryffindor values bravery, Hufflepuff honors loyalty, Ravenclaw cherishes wisdom, and Slytherin prizes ambition and lineage. But remember, regardless of which house you are sorted into, you are all part of Hogwarts. Regulus's heart raced. His mother had always insisted that members of the Black family could only belong to Slytherin. Yet he had heard that his brother Sirius had been placed in Gryffindor and was subsequently disowned by the family. Clenching the hem of his robe anxiously, his dark eyes filled with trepidation. Would his mother be furious if he ended up in Gryffindor as well? The boat gradually approached the castle dock, and the enormous stone doors slowly opened, warm yellow lights spilling forth, illuminating the stone steps as if it were daylight. McGonagall was the first to step onto the stairs, turning back to the first years and saying, "Follow me, and remain quiet." Regulus entered the castle alongside the throng, the marble floor gleaming, reflecting his anxious face. The suits of armor lining the corridors glimmered in the candlelight, occasionally emitting soft creaking sounds that startled him into quickening his pace. Only upon entering the magnificent Great Hall did he momentarily forget his nerves. The ceiling, enchanted to resemble a real starry sky, sparkled above him. For long tables lined the sides, laden with glistening silverware and an abundance of delectable food. Upperclassmen regarded them with curious eyes, their expressions a mix of anticipation and scrutiny. Regulus's gaze instinctively drifted to the staff table, but he did not see that familiar moonlit golden figure. His heart sank again as he joined the other first years in the center of the hall, lifting his gaze towards the patched sorting hat resting on a stool. The sorting ceremony commenced. Gilderoy Lockhart, a blond boy, stepped forward, wearing a confident smile. As he donned the sorting hat, a clear voice emerged from beneath its brim. "Ah, look at this eager mind seeking attention. Full of cleverness and a penchant for theatrics. Ravenclaw cannot accommodate you. Wait, your ambition leans more towards showcasing your intellect, Ravenclaw." Thunderous applause erupted from the Ravenclaw table as Gilderoy proudly raised his chin and hurried over. Barty Crouch, a serious-looking boy, approached, lips pressed thin, his gaze sharp. The sorting hat lingered on his head for merely 3 seconds before declaring, a resolute will, an obsession with power, and an inherent pride, Slytherin. Polite applause echoed from the Slytherin table as young Barty straightened his back and took a seat at the end of the table, exchanging knowing glances with several pure-blooded children. Frank Longbottom, a red-haired boy, nearly bounced forward, exclaiming as he donned the Sorting Hat, "I want to go to Gryffindor. My dad is a Gryffindor." The Sorting Hat chuckled, rolling atop his head, "Ambitious, courageous spirit, Gryffindor." The Gryffindor table erupted in excitement, older students whistling and clapping, while Frank exuberantly waved his fists and dashed into the throng. Marlene McKinnon, a short-haired girl, strode forward confidently, her gaze bright. As soon as the Sorting Hat brushed against her hair, it proclaimed, "Fearless spirit, passionate heart, Gryffindor." Next was a stout boy who nervously shuffled forward. The Sorting Hat lingered atop his head for quite some time before announcing, "Steadfast, sincere, and kind. Hufflepuff welcomes you." Gentle applause erupted from the Hufflepuff table, and the boy sighed in relief, smiling as he ran over. Regulus Black. Upon hearing his name, Regulus felt as though his legs were laden with lead. He took a deep breath, clenched his wand tightly, and stepped forward, one cautious step at a time. Whispers arose from the Gryffindor table, and from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Sirius enthusiastically waving at him, silently beckoning him to join Gryffindor. Trembling, he placed the Sorting Hat upon his head, the coarse fabric brushing against his cheek. A deep voice resonated from beneath the brim. "Ah, a child of the Black family. You possess ambition, resilience, and a hidden softness. Slytherin shall be your home, where your family awaits and the soil is suited for you. Slytherin." The Sorting Hat's declaration was met with a fervent round of applause from the Slytherin table. Regulus stood momentarily stunned, rather than the anticipated disappointment. A sense of calm washed over him as if a weight had been lifted. He removed the hat and glanced towards the Slytherin table, where a blonde girl waved at him. It was Narcissa Black, his cousin. He hastened to sit beside her. She offered him a piece of pumpkin pasty, her voice soothing. "Don't be nervous. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions." Regulus accepted the pastry, murmuring a quiet thank you, and his unease finally dissipated. At least here, he was not entirely alone. As the sorting ceremony concluded, the flickering candlelight in the hall became increasingly jubilant. Professor Dumbledore rose, his silver beard glimmering under the lights as he cleared his throat, and the entire hall fell into an expectant silence. "Before we commence our feast, I have splendid news to share with you all." Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled behind his spectacles as he turned his gaze toward a specific spot at the faculty table. "This year, we are fortunate to welcome a remarkably special defense against the dark arts professor. I trust you have already noticed him." The student's eyes swiftly darted to the figure sitting beside Professor Slughorn at the staff table. His moonlight golden hair was loosely tied back, and the golden threaded patterns of his white shirt shimmered softly in the candlelight, his profile bathed in gentle shadows like a masterpiece. Since the beginning of the ceremony, no one dared to speak loudly about him. They could only steal glances at such an extraordinary presence, which seemed more akin to an elf lost in the castle than a professor. Vader stood slowly under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his moonlight gold eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight. His tone was calm yet clear. "Hello everyone, I am Vader Phoenix Devane, and I will be your defense against the dark arts professor this term." His voice was as soothing as a mountain spring, possessing an unusual clarity that instantly quelled the restlessness in the hall. "Oh, my dear children, you cannot fathom just how exceptional Professor Devane is," Professor Slughorn quickly interjected, pride illuminating his plump face. He patted Bader on the shoulder and addressed the students. "Back in my day at Hogwarts, Professor Devane was one of my brightest pupils. 12 owls, each with an O. Mastery and defense against the dark arts, ancient runes, alchemy. There is no subject he does not excel in. All 12 O's." A gasp erupted from the Gryffindor table as James Potter nearly dropped his chicken leg, staring wide-eyed at Bader in disbelief. "Professor Slughorn, surely you jest?" "Not in the slightest," Slughorn replied, his chin held high with pride. "I witnessed him receive his results firsthand. The entire school was abuzz." The hall erupted into a cacophony of chatter, students whispering excitedly. 12 O's? I can barely manage 3, exclaimed a Hufflepuff girl, her mouth covered in disbelief. "He looks barely older than us. How can he be a professor?" murmured a Ravenclaw boy, adjusting his glasses. "Look at his hair, it must be moonlight gold. So unique." A Slytherin girl sighed dreamily, her chin resting on her hands. "And he's quite handsome, like a legendary elf. I've heard that the position of defense against the dark arts professor is cursed, with a new one every year. How long will he last?" Frank Longbottom from Gryffindor frowned with concern. "Who cares how long he stays? He's already far better than last year's professor, who only told ghost stories." Marlene McKinnon exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "Just from his looks, I'd gladly attend his class." At the Slytherin table, Narcissa gently nudged Regulus's arm and whispered, "Is he the Bader you mentioned?" Regulus nodded vigorously, his dark eyes shining with pride. "Yes, he is remarkable. Young Barty crouched, seated not far away, scrutinized Vader with keen eyes, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. This suddenly appeared professor had an aura too pristine, too clean for someone teaching defense against the dark arts. He was curious to see what true prowess lay beneath that facade. At the faculty table, Dumbledore observed the commotion below, a hint of amusement flickering in his blue eyes. He turned to Vader, who stood composed, his moonlight gold gaze betraying no emotion, as if the students' discussions were entirely unrelated to him. Once the chatter began to subside, Vader resumed speaking, his tone still serene. I understand many of you harbor misconceptions about defense against the dark arts, believing it merely a tool for combating darkness. Yet, to me, it resembles a mirror that teaches you to discern both the shadows and your own self. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the faces of each student. In my classroom, there are no standard answers, only the lines of right and wrong. I hope you will learn to protect yourselves, but more importantly, I wish for you to hold on to your true selves. As his words settled in, a few moments of silence enveloped the hall before an even more fervent applause erupted. Even the typically discerning Slytherin students could not resist clapping for his profound insights, which felt far more substantial than hollow doctrines. Vader inclined his head slightly and, at Dumbledore's gesture, returned to his seat. Professor Slughorn leaned in, lowering his voice with a smile. I told you the students would adore you. When you demonstrated the patroness charm in class, it caused quite a stir. Vader chuckled softly, not responding, his gaze instinctively drifting toward the Slytherin table. Regulus was gazing up at him, his dark eyes sparkling as if filled with stars. Vader winked at the boy, watching as he blushed and hastily lowered his head, pretending to eat, though the corners of his mouth could not help but curl upward. Candlelight flickered before him, and the aroma of food wafted through the air. As Vader picked up his knife and fork, an odd sensation washed over him. Years ago, he had sat at this very table, sharing a roasted potato with Tom. Now, he returned as a professor, observing a new generation of children, reminiscent of his younger self. Perhaps Dumbledore was right. The hearth of Hogwarts truly felt warmer than anywhere else. He sliced a small piece of steak and brought it to his mouth, his gaze drifting toward the starry sky outside. His moonlight gold hair cascaded over his shoulders, the tassels swaying gently, illuminated by the candlelight, like a tender dream. The stone door to the Slytherin common room closed slowly behind him, isolating him from the clamor of the corridor. A faint scent of damp lake water permeated the air, while the emerald-hued lights embedded in the walls cast each face in the room as though they were submerged beneath water. Cold stone stalactites hung from the ceiling, their tips adorned with tiny droplets of water that occasionally fell, splashing in the silence with a crisp echo. The senior prefect, a tall and austere young man, bore a serious countenance, his silver-green badge glinting with a cold light against the dim surroundings. He stood beside the stone-carved fountain in the center of the common room, surveying the gathered first years with an undeniable authority in his voice. Welcome to Slytherin. Here, you must remember 3 rules. First, always safeguard the secrets of the house. Second, respect your seniors and obey their commands. Third, uphold the honor of Slytherin above all else. Regulus lingered at the edge of the crowd, his fingers nervously twisting the hem of his robe. The common room was more foreboding than he had anticipated, with a massive serpent sculpture coiled above the fireplace, its golden slit eyes seemingly animated by the flickering flames, sending a chill down his spine. Instinctively, he sought out a familiar figure. Narcissa was encircled by a few girls, and upon noticing his gaze, she offered him a comforting smile. The prefect continued his lengthy exposition. The password for the common room changes weekly and will be communicated to me at breakfast. Bringing students from other houses is strictly forbidden, and violators will lose house points. Leaving the dormitory after 10 o'clock at night is prohibited, and professors will be patrolling during curfew. The verbose regulations surged forth like a tide, and Regulus struggled to commit them to memory, but the phrases seemed to lose their weight in the eerie green light, dissipating as swiftly as they entered his ears. He felt his palms growing increasingly warm, his mind fixated on one question: when would Vader arrive? Just then, the heavy stone door creaked open, slowly parting to reveal a figure illuminated by the moonlight, which instantly shattered the silence of the common room. Vader's long hair was loosely tied at the back, and silver tassels shaped like crescents swayed gently with his steps, glinting subtly in the dim light. He wore a dark green robe, intricately embroidered with serpent patterns at the collar, harmonizing unexpectedly with Slytherin's color scheme. Professor Devine? The prefect paused, clearly taken aback to find him here, and quickly bowed in respect. What brings you here? Vader's gaze drifted across the vaulted ceiling of the common room, his fingers absent-mindedly brushing against the cold stone wall as a hint of nostalgia crept into his tone. I haven't returned in many years. I came to take a look. His eyes fell upon the flickering flames in the fireplace. It remains unchanged. Even the serpent sculpture's gaze has not altered, Regulus's head snapped up, astonishment flooding his dark eyes. He observed Vader approach the serpent sculpture, his fingertips lightly caressing its scales as if greeting an old friend. And his heart brimmed with questions. How could Vader be so familiar with the Slytherin common room? Why, you were also a Slytherin? Regulus blurted out, his voice ringing distinctly in the quiet room. The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted it, his cheeks flushing crimson as he quickly averted his gaze, nervously fiddling with the buttons of his robe. Surrounding students displayed expressions of surprise, while several girls who had just been discussing how Vader resembled a Ravenclaw exchanged incredulous looks. No one could reconcile the serene, almost ethereal professor before them with the cunning ambitions typically associated with Slytherin. Vader turned to face him, the moonlight glimmering in his golden eyes as he smiled gently. That was a long time ago. He stepped closer to Regulus, lightly tapping his forehead with a fingertip. What's this, surprised? Regulus felt his face heat further, mumbling a bit. In his mind, Slytherin students were meant to embody the aloof pride of his mother or Narcissa, yet Vader's warmth and purity seemed entirely out of place here. Slytherin is not confined to a singular mold. Vader smiled, his voice lowered so only they could hear. Just like you, there's no need to live up to others' expectations. Regulus was momentarily taken aback, meeting his gaze. The golden hue of Vader's pupils shimmered oddly in the emerald light, devoid of mockery and filled with earnestness. He recalled his mother's frequent reminders that the Black family must always be mindful of their identity. Yet, Vader's words felt like a gentle light, casting warm ripples across his heart. Professor Devine, would you like me to show you around? The prefect interjected, his tone deliberately ingratiating. A figure praised by Professor Slughorn was clearly no ordinary individual. No need. I'll explore on my own, Vader waved dismissively, his gaze wandering back to a corner of the common room. You all carry on, don't mind me. The prefect wisely stepped aside, signaling the first years to return to their dormitories. Regulus followed the flow of students toward the staircase, unable to resist glancing back. He found Vader standing before the fireplace, his profile softened by the glow of the flames, his golden hair cascading over his shoulders, creating a striking contrast against the surrounding gloom, yet somehow achieving an uncanny harmony. In the shadows, young Barty crouched leaned against a stone pillar, his fingertips idly gliding over the cold stone wall. He observed Vader's retreating figure, a smirk of amusement curling at his lips. Slytherin, 12-0 WLS, even garnering the admiration of both Professors McGonagall and Slughorn. This Professor Devine was certainly far more intriguing than the dusty old relics that merely put on airs. He raised an eyebrow, turning to disappear into the corridor leading to the boys' dormitory. His black robe glided through the emerald light like a silent serpent. The Slytherin dormitories were doubles, with intricately carved serpent patterns adorning the wooden doors. As Regulus pushed open the door, he spotted young Barty perched on the edge of the bed by the window, engrossed in a copy of A History of Magic, his profile appearing particularly stern in the moonlight. Hearing the noise, Barty looked up, closing the book, his gaze sharp and scrutinizing as it fell upon Regulus. You must be Regulus Black? Why, yes, Regulus nodded, placing his suitcase on the vacant bed, feeling a flutter of apprehension. This young Barty appeared far more difficult to approach than Sirius, his eyes piercing like those of a hawk, seemingly capable of seeing through a person's heart. You seemed quite familiar with Professor Devine earlier, Barty stated suddenly, his tone flat, yet laced with undeniable inquisitiveness. He had observed clearly in the corridor that Professor, who seemed too pure for Slytherin, was evidently different in his interaction with the young Black. Regulus's heart skipped a beat, his grip tightening on the hem of his robe. His mother had always warned him not to allow outsiders to know about Vader's presence at the estate, nor to mention their connection to that great man. He lowered his gaze, his voice wavering slightly. Well, it's not like that. We just shared a compartment on the train. He dared not raise his eyes to meet Barty, fearing the reveal of a flaw in his story. Vader had once said that the fewer people who knew certain things, the better, especially at Hogwarts, where Dumbledore's eyes were everywhere. Barty raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. A professor would sit in the same compartment as a first year and have a private conversation in the common room. He scrutinized the flush creeping up Regulus's neck, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. This boy was lying. However, he chose not to press further, merely scoffing as he reopened his book on A History of Magic. The Blacks are truly all the same, it seems. Beneath a facade of civility lies a hidden agenda, a lesson imparted to him long ago by his father. When dealing with individuals from pureblood families, one must not heed their words, but rather observe their actions. Regulus, oblivious to the sarcasm embedded in those words, exhaled in relief and hastily rummaged through his trunk for parchment and a quill. He needed to write to his mother without delay, informing her of his sorting into Slytherin and the peculiar fact that Barty was also a member of the same house. Dipping the quill into ink, he inscribed a clear message upon the parchment. Dear Mother, I have safely arrived at Hogwarts and have been sorted into Slytherin, sharing a dormitory with young Barty Crouch. You must be familiar with the son of Minister Crouch, correct? He appears rather serious. But I don't believe he is a bad person. There is another curious matter regarding Barty. Yes, the one you know, Barty Crouch Jr. He too is in Slytherin. Can you believe it? He seems so gentle and pure, not at all like the typical Slytherin. He is now our defense against the dark arts professor. And Professor Slughorn mentioned that he achieved 12 O.W.L.S. back in his day. Quite impressive. The common room here has an air of eeriness. Yet Cousin Narcissa has been exceedingly kind to me. Please do not worry. I shall diligently apply myself to my studies and will not bring shame upon the Black family. Yours lovingly, Regulus. Upon completing the final word, Regulus set down the quill, gazing at the script upon the parchment, his mind swirling with confusion. What manner of person was Barty? Why was he shrouded in so many secrets? The moonlight filtered through the serpentine window pane, casting delicate shadows upon the letter. Regulus meticulously folded the parchment and placed it into an envelope, intending to send it via owl the following day. He glanced over at the opposite bed, where young Barty had already settled down, his back turned, clearly disinterested in further conversation. Silence enveloped the dormitory, save for the occasional rustle of the forbidden forest's winds outside. Regulus lay in bed, his eyes fixed upon the serpentine carvings adorning the ceiling, his thoughts replaying Barty's demeanor in the common room, his fondness for the serpentine sculpture, his earnestness when discussing the multifaceted nature of Slytherin, and the sheen of his golden hair beneath the dim green light. Perhaps Barty was right. Slytherin need not embody only coldness and ambition, just as he himself need not conform solely to his mother's expectations. He turned onto his side, burying his face into the pillow, inhaling the faint scent of lake water. Tomorrow, classes would commence. He wondered what Barty's defense against the dark arts class would be like. With such anticipation, Regulus gradually succumbed to slumber, unaware that Barty, lying across the room, was wide awake, gazing into the darkness, his fingers lightly tapping the bed frame. Mulling over the enigmatic figure of Barty Crouch Jr., the mysterious professor, and his connection to the Black family, pondering the need for further investigation. The ethereal green moonlight streamed through the window, casting serpentine shadows upon the floor, like a silent secret enveloping the small dormitory. Chapter 114. Silent whispers. The professor's single quarters at Hogwarts were considerably more spacious than the student dormitories. Pushing open the window revealed the swaying aquatic flora deep within the Black Lake, as moonlight refracted through the water, casting scattered flecks of light upon the floor, akin to a shower of fragmented diamonds. Barty sat at an oak desk, his fingers gripping a quill, its tip hovering above the parchment. Ink droplets spreading into a small dark blot. Laid out before him were defense against the dark arts textbooks spanning various year groups. From standard spells, beginner, to dark forces, a guide to self-defense, the page edges marked with silver bookmarks. First years were expected to master the basic shield charm, while second years needed to identify common dark creatures. He murmured to himself, his golden hair cascading over his shoulder, brushing against the pages and leaving faint shadows in its wake. He envisioned surprising his students on the first day of class, not rushing to teach new material, but rather conducting an assessment to gauge their grasp of prior knowledge. The quill scratched rhythmically across the paper, the fluid script unfurling like tendrils of ivy. Barty was well versed in the curriculum for each year, even recalling the challenges he faced when learning these subjects himself. He deliberately included an additional question regarding Boggarts in the third-year exam and interspersed an ancient runic spell requiring knowledge of archaic languages in the seventh-year paper. These unconventional queries might reveal a few truly gifted students. Outside, the sound of the Black Lake's gentle currents filled the air as the aquatic plants unfurled their leaves beneath the moonlight, resembling a troupe of silent dancers. Barty set down his quill, organizing the completed exams by year, securing them with a silver clip, his fingertips gliding along the edges of the pages to ensure nothing was overlooked before he exhaled softly in relief. In the corner of the desk, the silver hourglass marked the passage of time, the last grain of sand falling with a faint clink. Midnight had arrived. Rising from his seat, he approached the window. Pushing it open, the damp scent of the lake enveloping him with a hint of chill. The surface of the Black Lake resembled a vast obsidian stone, reflecting the moon in its entirety. Even the halo surrounding its edge was vividly discernible. Barty extended his hand, fingertips brushing the window frame, as though yearning to touch the moon mirrored in the water. The golden hues of his eyes mirrored the ripples, tinged with a sense of ethereal longing. Through the years of slumber and awakening, individuals had come and gone from his life, yet the moon remained a constant in his memories. At that moment, a soft creak interrupted the stillness as the door swung open. A familiar chill enveloped him, reminiscent of frost on a winter morning, carrying an unmistakable sense of authority, yet oddly providing comfort. Barty's hand hesitated in midair, not turning around, already knowing the identity of the visitor. "Why did you not inform me of your becoming a professor?" Voldemort's voice resonated low, laced with an imperceptible rasp, akin to finely polished obsidian. He stood at the threshold, his black robe shimmering with intricate patterns under the moonlight. The very air around him seemed to still, rendering even the distant sounds of the water muted. Before Barty could pivot, he felt a powerful embrace encircle him from behind. The cold silk of gloved hands brushed against his waist, imbued with the scents of leather and ebony, enveloping him in a firm embrace. Voldemort's chin nestled against his shoulder, breath warm against his neck, igniting a quiet blaze within. "Tom." Barty turned his head slightly, the golden strands of his hair brushing against Voldemort's hand. "What brings you here?" His tone was laced with evident confusion. Hogwarts' defenses were formidable, particularly against dark magic, rendering even the most skilled wizards hard-pressed to infiltrate undetected, let alone Voldemort. Voldemort did not respond immediately. He merely tightened his grip, burying his face deeper into Barty's shoulder, his nose grazing the skin of his neck, greedily inhaling the unique scent that mingled sunflowers and moonlight. "Am I not allowed to come?" His voice was muffled, tinged with a childlike stubbornness, his fingertips gently caressing the silk belt at Barty's waist, a gift from Alpheus, intricately embroidered with a phoenix motif. As his words faded, Barty sensed a slight disturbance in the air surrounding them, akin to ripples in water stirred by a stone. He was aware that Voldemort had cast a silencing charm, effectively severing sound and detection, ensuring their solitude would remain undisturbed. This clandestine possessiveness bore a striking resemblance to the boy who had once stealthily slipped him chocolate in the corridors of Hogwarts. Despite the years that had elapsed, the essence remained unchanged. Bardel could not restrain his curiosity regarding Hogwarts' protective enchantments, his fingertips gently resting on the arm encircling him, feeling the tension in the other's muscles. "How did you manage to bypass them?" he inquired. Voldemort let out a soft chuckle, his breath stirring the fine hairs at the nape of Bardel's neck. "The defense system here is the very same one we studied together in our youth, is it not?" Bardel paused, memories flooding back. In their student days, he and Tom had relished the thrill of exploring the castle under the veil of night. Tom had an almost obsessive fascination with the protective spells of Hogwarts, adept at uncovering the flaws of those ancient incantations. At the time, Bardel had regarded it as mere youthful folly, never anticipating that it would later serve as Voldemort's means of infiltration. "Were you not afraid of being discovered by Dumbledore?" Bardel's tone softened, his fingers no longer attempting to push away but gently clasping the cold, gloved hand. "And if I were?" Voldemort's voice dripped with disdain, yet carried an unwavering confidence. "He would not dare to harm you, nor would he dare to harm me." He paused, kissing the lobe of Bardel's ear, his voice a mere whisper. "I merely wish to see you, to ascertain whether you are truly content here." Bardel fell silent. He sensed the unease in Voldemort's words, like a wary beast fearful of vanishing once more. Over the years, this man had stood at the pinnacle of darkness, ruling the wizarding world with terror, yet before him, he shed all pretense, revealing the deep-seated fragility beneath. Outside, the full moon was obscured by a cloud, casting a shadow over the dark lake, leaving only the swaying silhouettes of water plants. Voldemort's embrace remained firm, his frigid breath intertwining with Bardel's warmth, creating a peculiar equilibrium. "I am well," Bardel finally spoke, his voice as soft as a sigh. "The students here are quite intriguing, and the castle remains unchanged." Voldemort remained silent, burying his head deeper into their shared space, their breaths becoming utterly entwined. He could detect the scent of the silver hairband nestled among Bardel's locks, taste the sweetness of his skin at the neck. These tangible sensations gradually calmed his racing heart. "I shall visit often," Voldemort murmured, as if making a promise or perhaps a declaration. Bardel did not respond, merely tilting his head slightly to rest his face against Voldemort's arm. The clouds outside gradually drifted away, the moonlight spilling back into the room, casting their entwined shadows upon the wall, resembling an elongated silhouette. Deep within the black lake, a silver fish swam past, shattering the reflection of the moon on the water's surface. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of their breathing and the secretive, impenetrable barrier left by Voldemort's silencing charm. Chapter 115, Struggling to Compromise. Bardel's fingertips gently nudged Voldemort's cold hand, using the slight force to slowly turn around. The moonlight streamed through the window behind him, casting a delicate sheen upon his golden hair, which shimmered like the moonlight itself, while his clear eyes appeared to hold fragments of the moon, causing Voldemort's crimson-slitted pupils to flicker momentarily. "Are you truly so brazen as to remain here?" His voice bore a lingering hint of confusion, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the spot on his waist where Voldemort had held him. Still faintly imbued with the chill of the other's robes, reminiscent of frost flowers on a winter night. What kind of place was Hogwarts? Dumbledore's watchful eyes were nearly omnipresent. Even the mere brush of Voldemort's robes against the corridor floor should raise alarms within the Ministry of Magic. Yet, here he stood as if in his own home, brazenly occupying a professor's quarters. Voldemort raised an eyebrow, the hem of his dark robes tracing a hard arc in the moonlight. He stepped closer, the oppressive aura around him intensifying, nearly engulfing Bardel in shadow. What is there to disallow? His tone conveyed an air of inevitability, as if he were stating the weather was pleasant on an ordinary day. His crimson pupils flashing with surprise at Bardel's inquiry. Bardel found himself momentarily stunned by Voldemort's unapologetic demeanor. His moonlit lashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly stirred by the wind. He opened his mouth, only to realize he had momentarily lost his words. Indeed, for Tom, it seemed there were hardly any restrictions in this world. Yet this was Hogwarts, the place where he sought to teach in relative peace, not the Black Manor, where Voldemort could come and go as he pleased. You intend to stay the night here? Bardel's voice rose slightly, laced with incredulity. He instinctively took a step back, his lower back colliding with the intricately carved window ledge, the cold sensation jolting him to clarity. Tom was serious. Voldemort nodded, his dark hair shifting slightly with the movement. He appeared somewhat impatient with Bardel's astonished reaction, his brow furrowing slightly, shadows flickering in his crimson-slitted pupils. What issue could there possibly be? To him, it seemed utterly inconsequential. Wherever Bardel was, he ought to be there too. A bed or a room was never something to hesitate over. Before Bardel could respond, Voldemort suddenly extended his hand, and before Bardel could react, he swept him off his feet. Bardel gasped, instinctively wrapping his arms around Voldemort's neck, his golden locks cascading down and brushing against the dark patterns embroidered on Voldemort's robes. The embrace was solid, akin to a rock hewn from ice, exuding an undeniable force as he was gently placed upon the bed. The soft velvet mattress sank beneath him, and just as Bardel attempted to sit up, Voldemort pressed him back down. But there is only one bed. Bardel struggled to voice his last protest, his tone laden with resistance. This bed was a single one prepared for Hogwarts professors. While spacious, two people would surely make it cramped. Voldemort observed Bardel's flushed ears and furrowed brow, suddenly letting out a low sigh, as though conceding to a petulant child. He raised his wand, his fingertips twitching slightly, and a nearly invisible silver light flickered. Bardel felt a momentary blur before the single bed seemed to stretch as if pulled by invisible hands, the bedposts rising, intricately carved with serpents and thorns. And a deep green velvet canopy descended, enveloping the bed in a private sanctuary. In the blink of an eye, the original single bed transformed into a spacious four-poster bed that could comfortably accommodate three, the bedding now thick and luxurious, exuding a faint scent of ebony wood, the unique fragrance of Voldemort himself. Bardel stared, aghast, his struggles halting entirely. He was well aware of Tom's mastery in transfiguration, yet he had not anticipated such a display in this context, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. Voldemort withdrew his wand, casually tossing it onto the bedside table, where it clinked with a clear sound. He leaned down, effortlessly drawing back the canopy, and lay beside Bardel, extending his long arm to once again hold him tightly in his embrace. This time, he even adjusted to a more comfortable position, resting his chin atop Bardel's head, closing his eyes as his breaths gradually steadied, appearing as if he intended to simply drift off to sleep. Vader found himself ensconced in the embrace of a figure whose presence enveloped him in the rich aroma of ebony wood, mingled with a faint, elusive scent reminiscent of the depths of the Forbidden Forest. He could distinctly hear Voldemort's steady heartbeat resonating through the heavy black robes, akin to the distant rumble of thunder rolling over a mountain range, rhythmic and powerful. The room fell into an immediate hush, punctuated only by the occasional sound of water flowing from the black lake outside and the soft rustling of moonlight filtering through the drapes. Vader remained frozen, his mind a chaotic tangle akin to a ball of yarn ravaged by a cat's paws. How could this man act in such a manner, boldly intruding upon Hogwarts, disregarding all defensive spells, demanding to stay over, as if this were not the professor's quarters of a magical school, but rather his own private domain? Even enlarging the bed with a mere flick of his wand to facilitate his stay. Was he not afraid of being discovered by Dumbledore, or seen by students, or betrayed by the ever-watchful portraits? Vader furtively lifted his gaze to the face hovering above him. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the drapery, casting a gentle shadow on Voldemort's sharply defined profile. His usually tightly pressed lips were slightly relaxed, softening even the harshness that typically resided between his brows. Perhaps sensing Vader's scrutiny, Voldemort tightened his hold, his deep voice, laced with drowsiness, murmuring, "Stay still." Vader had no choice but to comply, allowing himself to be cradled as if he were a large doll. The tempest within his heart gradually subsided, replaced by an odd sense of absurdity and an indescribable warmth. In truth, he did not genuinely resist. It was merely that Tom's methods were always so domineering, direct, and imbued with an undeniable force. Yet they invariably pierced through to the most tender parts of his heart, just as in the Hogwarts library, when he would silently thrust his icy hands into the folds of Tom's robes, or like in the Tower of Black Manor, where he would stubbornly remain at the bedside, even if only to gaze upon Tom's sleeping face. Vader sighed softly, finally relaxing and burying his face into Voldemort's embrace. Let it be, he thought. After all, with Tom's abilities, even if he were to expel him tonight, he would surely find another way to appear here tomorrow, perhaps creating an even greater commotion. At least for now, the curtains shielded them from the outside world, the transformed bed was warm and spacious, and the person beside him breathed steadily, exuding a reassuring strength. The full moon outside gradually tilted westward, and a thin veil of mist rose from the surface of the Black Lake. Listening to Tom's heartbeat, Vader's eyelids grew heavier, and he ultimately succumbed to the drowsiness, slowly closing his eyes amidst the familiar chill of the air. Within the draped enclosure, their breaths began to synchronize, like a silent lullaby, quietly flowing through the long night at Hogwarts under the protection of the four-poster bed. Has anyone noticed the subtlety? From Vader's perspective, or when he mentions Voldemort, he refers to him as Tom, yet from Tom's own perspective or in the narration, he is always Voldemort. Vader has always perceived Tom simply as Tom, without distinguishing between the dark wizard Voldemort and his friend Tom Riddle. This chapter is exceedingly sweet. I cannot help but smile, reluctant to inflict pain. Thus, when it is sweet, let it be even sweeter. It is only in moments of suffering that the pain can be more profound. Please do not scold me. It would be futile, for I am the author, and I have the right to block anyone. Moreover, this is originally for my own enjoyment, provided for free. I haven't even signed a contract. Perhaps I might consider it after the conclusion? Chapter 116, Unraveling Dreams. As consciousness once again plunged into that boundless expanse of pure white, Vader felt little surprise. As if he had anticipated this reunion, flecks of light floated around him, like crushed stars, cool to the touch and imbued with an almost suspended tranquility. The silver-haired, silver-eyed figure stood merely 3 paces away, his cascading silver locks resembling liquid moonlight, reaching down to his ankles, with even the strands framing his cheeks echoing Vader's own. Only his pupils, pure silver-white like jade tempered by ice, betrayed not a hint of emotion. It was astonishing to think that divinity could be momentarily subdued by humanity. The other spoke first, his voice clear as an ice spring striking stone, reverberating through the vast emptiness. His gaze settled upon Vader's hair, where the moonlight gleamed with unadulterated brilliance, having not diminished since his awakening, as if held captive by some unseen force. Vader's heartbeat faltered, instinctively tightening his fingers. Divinity? Humanity? These two terms seemed to hook into the depths of his buried confusion. He had always believed himself merely an ordinary wizard, perhaps having undergone a prolonged slumber. Yet this identical figure before him incessantly hinted at some forgotten truth through these unfamiliar words. The other slowly approached his side, movements as light as a breeze. Vader could even catch the scent of sunflowers emanating from him, identical to his own, yet tinged with a trace of otherworldly detachment. The figure extended a hand, delicately twirling a strand of his long hair, his silver pupils narrowing slightly, as if assessing a rare treasure. There is truly no difference, he murmured softly, his tone imbued with childlike curiosity, his fingertips gliding along the hair to its tips, save for the fact that the color seemed tinged with the essence of worldly fire. Indeed, there is no difference. Vader observed the near-identical profile before him. Even the length of eyelashes and the curve of his lips were indistinguishable, as if he had stepped out of a mirror. Yet this extreme similarity evoked an unsettling sense of alienation, like gazing upon a shell stripped of all emotion. Who are you truly? Vader finally regained his voice, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. He recoiled 2 steps, creating distance, warily regarding the other, pondering the meaning of those words. The silver-haired individual withdrew his hand, the sensation of the hair remaining on his fingertips, gently stroking them. A fleeting emotion flickering in his silver-white pupils, a blend of regret and understanding. You will come to know, he sighed, his voice finally imbued with a hint of warmth. But now is not the time. Before he finished speaking, he adeptly twisted his wrist, as if tracing an invisible arc in the air. Suddenly, Vader felt the particles of light beneath him begin to swirl, the pure white space rippling like water disturbed by a stone, the edges growing increasingly blurred, as if devoured by dense fog. Until we meet again. The final 4 words struck Vader's throat like a vice, rendering him breathless, akin to drowning. The particles spun faster, drawing him into an invisible vortex, the silver figure within his sight gradually shrinking, ultimately consumed by utter darkness. Gasping, Vader abruptly opened his eyes, his chest rising and falling violently, beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow. Morning light streamed through the deep green drapery, casting slender beams upon the satin coverlet. Imbued with the unique chill of dawn, his gaze met a pair of scarlet eyes. Voldemort had awakened at some point, lying on his side, observing him. The collar of his black robe slightly open, revealing a sharply defined collarbone. The crimson-slit pupils glistened in the morning light, lacking their usual malevolence. Infused instead with remnants of sleepiness, resembling some dormant beast, retracting its claws. Have you awakened so early? Did you have a nightmare? The two inquiries resonated simultaneously, then fell into a hushed silence. Vader momentarily froze, gazing into the depths of the other's eyes, which clearly reflected his own disheveled state, his cheeks flushing slightly. His recent struggles had undoubtedly disturbed the person beside him, his breath still quickened from the aftermath of a harrowing experience. Voldemort ceased speaking, extending his long arm to draw Vader back into his embrace. This time, the hold was no longer as forceful and imperious as the night before. It was instead remarkably gentle, as if he feared shattering something fragile. His palm pressed lightly against the nape of Vader's neck, fingers caressing the damp strands of hair. His voice deep and steady. It's still early, let us sleep a little longer. Vader could sense that he closed his eyes, the warmth of his breath cascading over his crown, imbued with the cool scent of ebony wood. He could even hear the powerful heartbeat resonating from the other's chest, thudding rhythmically like a soothing drumbeat, gradually dispelling the suffocating sensation wrought by his dreams. He did not resist, allowing himself to lean against this solid chest. The familiar, crisp aroma enveloped him, mingling with the morning chill, yet curiously instilling a sense of reassurance. Suddenly, Vader felt that the person before him was not so terrifying after all. Aside from the heavier sense of oppression and those signature scarlet-slit pupils, certain intrinsic qualities appeared unchanged. For instance, this silent guardianship and this irresistible tenderness. It was reminiscent of their student days when Tom would slip his numbed hands into Vader's robes in the library's corner, wordlessly warming them with his body heat, or when, in the Tower of Black Manor, he would stubbornly remain by the bedside, even if silent, imparting an unspoken concern. Time passed unmeasured as morning light gradually crept across the drapes, dyeing the deep green fabric with a warm golden hue. Vader gently nudged the figure resting on his shoulder, his voice hoarse from sleep. It's time to get up. I have a class first thing this morning. Voldemort hesitated not at all, obediently releasing his embrace. The crimson-slit pupils flickered in the morning light as he watched Vader sit up, the moonlight gold hair tousled and cascading over his shoulders like a dispersed galaxy. As Vader tended to his long hair before the silver mirror on the bedside, he intentionally braided the strands on either side, securing them with a silver ribbon at the back of his head, the remaining hair draping down his back, both neat and elegant. When he turned around, Voldemort's presence had vanished from the room, leaving only the lingering warmth of the purple wood wand on the nightstand, a testament that the previous night had not been a mere illusion. Such impeccable timing, Vader mused softly, his fingertips brushing against the cool wand as he turned to retrieve his own white wand's wand, striding briskly out of the dormitory. The corridors of the morning were infused with the scents of bread and hot cocoa, sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows, casting vibrant patterns onto the stone floor. Numerous early rising students ambled towards the great hall. Upon seeing Vader, they instinctively halted, a flickering in their eyes. Good morning, Professor Diavan. A Ravenclaw girl was the first to react, her cheeks flushed as she bowed. Good morning, Professor. Professor Diavan, your hair looks splendid today. The greetings cascaded forth, imbued with youthful enthusiasm and sincerity. Vader smiled, raising his hand in response, the moonlight gold strands shimmering softly in the morning light. The silver ribbon at his braid gently swaying like two butterflies at rest. He nodded his way through the corridor, listening to the hushed whispers behind him. Goodness. He.S. even more stunning when he smiles than in the portraits. I wonder if today's defense against the dark arts class will be stringent? I heard he scored outstanding in all 12 subjects. Incredible, isn't it? Vader's pace remained unbroken, yet his heart felt as if it were basking in the warmth of the morning light. Perhaps, coming to teach at Hogwarts was indeed the right decision. Pushing open the great hall doors, Professor Slughorn was seated at the long table, and upon spotting him, he waved enthusiastically. Vader, come quickly. Today we have your favorite honey scones. Vader approached with a smile, the morning light illuminating the corners of his lips, amplifying the warmth of his gentle smile. Chapter 117, The First Assessment. As the morning bells still echoed through the corridors of Hogwarts, The wooden door to the third-floor defense against the dark arts classroom had already been pushed open wide. Vader stood at the threshold, his fingers pinching the edge of his lesson plan folder, surveying the nearly full classroom of students. His moonlight gold lashes fluttered slightly. There were so many third-year Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs, and there was still a quarter of an hour before class began. He instinctively retreated into the corridor, glancing up at the brass plaque above the door. Defense against the dark arts classroom, third year, Monday, first period. After confirming the details, he stepped inside. The leather soles of his shoes clicked sharply against the smooth floor, instantly capturing all attention. "Wow, it's really Professor Diavan," exclaimed a round-faced Hufflepuff girl in the back, her quill nearly slipping from her grasp. "P.S. braided his hair today. The silver ribbon looks lovely," a nearby Gryffindor boy chimed in, his eyes sparkling as if they held stars. "What do you think the first class will cover? I heard he's a genius with outstanding in all 12 subjects. Will it be difficult right off the bat?" "Don't worry. The professor seems very gentle," came the murmurs, a tide of youthful curiosity and excitement washing over the room. Vader settled behind the podium, gently placing his lesson plan folder on the desk, his gaze sweeping over the youthful faces, some nervously gripping their wands, others stealthily sketching his profile in their notebooks, while some exchanged eager glances with their companions. He nodded slightly, a gentle smile rippling through his moonlight gold eyes. "Good morning, everyone." A momentary hush fell over the classroom, punctuated only by the soft scratching of quills against parchment. Just then, the class bell rang out melodiously, the lingering chimes echoing through the corridor, ushering in the last few tardy students. Vader raised his hand to tap the edge of the podium, the cool wood grounding him, and the remaining whispers faded immediately. "It's wonderful to see such enthusiasm for this class." His voice was clear and steady, flowing like a mountain spring over smooth pebbles. "However, before we officially commence, I must first gauge your foundational knowledge. Therefore, we shall begin with a small assessment." "An assessment?" A bespectacled Gryffindor boy in the front widened his eyes in surprise, his eraser tumbling to the floor. "No way, an assessment on the first day?" Cries of dismay arose from the back, laced with evident disappointment. Vader appeared unperturbed by the murmurs of discontent. "Continuing, the content of the assessment will be tailored to the knowledge expected at your grade level, and I will adjust the subsequent teaching plan based on the overall results. Should you have any questions, feel free to visit my office during the break." He paused, his fingertips gliding over the silver clasp on the lesson plan folder. "All right, let us begin." As his words faded, he raised his hand and gently waved over the podium. The assessment papers on the desk appeared to be lifted by an invisible force, spreading out in an elegant flourish, transforming into numerous sheets that floated precisely to each student's desk, perfectly aligned at the edges. A wave of soft gasps rippled through the classroom. Some could not resist reaching out to touch the suddenly materialized papers, their eyes brimming with curiosity about such precise magic. Vader observed as they picked up their quills, their expressions gradually morphing into a blend of tension and seriousness, reminiscent of a youthful version of himself, a flicker of amusement dancing in his moonlight gold eyes. The morning hours slipped away quietly amidst the gentle rustle of pen against paper. Just as the third-grade assessments concluded, fifth-grade students had already formed a line outside the classroom. Vader sat at the lectern, correcting papers, his fingers delicately clasping a red ink pen, lightly circling errors on a paper rife with mistakes. The section concerning the werewolf defense spell was nearly all incorrect, and even the fundamental shield charm incantation was written in a jumbled manner. He couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, placing this paper in a pile designated for focused tutoring. The fifth-grade exam posed a slightly higher difficulty, incorporating analytical questions regarding the habits of dark creatures. As Vader surveyed the classroom from the back row, he noticed numerous students scratching their heads over how to differentiate between a ghoul and a zombie. Even the most proud Slytherin students wore frowns. When the seventh graders settled down, Vader deliberately included several essay questions about the history of dark magic in their papers. Observing these upperclassmen poised to face the Newt's examinations, some wrote with ease, clearly possessing a solid foundation. Others, however, stared blankly at the questions, their fingertips unconsciously tapping the table, brows knitted with anxiety. During the midday break, Vader returned to his office, arms laden with stacks of papers. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the open answer sheets with clarity. He brewed himself a cup of hot cocoa and settled into an armchair, beginning to grade each paper one by one. The more he corrected, the more his brow furrowed. The piles from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff were the highest, yet only a scant few achieved commendable scores, most hovering around the passing mark. With several sheets marked in red as if ensnared by a spider's web, demonstrating a chaotic understanding of even the most basic principles of the shield charm. In contrast, the papers from Slytherin and Ravenclaw were far more orderly. Slytherin students generally displayed neat and meticulous handwriting. While occasionally exhibiting overly aggressive defensive philosophies, they rarely made fundamental errors. Ravenclaw's submissions brimmed with creativity, with some even detailing their innovative ideas for defensive spells in the supplementary questions. Though naive, they shimmered with rare inspiration. And the worst among these two houses comfortably surpassed the passing threshold. It seemed a return to the basics was in order. Vader rubbed his temples, separating the papers by house as he began to contemplate adjustments to his teaching plan. Perhaps it would be prudent to set aside the complex theories for now and commence with fundamental spell practice, ensuring that each student could competently master the ability to defend themselves. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed at the office door. "Come in." The wooden door creaked open, revealing Lucius Malfoy standing at the threshold. Clad in a crisply pressed Slytherin robe, his platinum hair was impeccably styled, and a perfectly polite smile graced his face, though a hint of reticence flickered in his gray eyes. Vader relaxed his furrowed brow, retrieving a tin cookie box from a cabinet. Upon opening the lid, the neatly stacked chocolate cookies emanated the warm aroma of freshly baked butter. "Ah, Lucius, please, take a seat." He pushed the cookie box onto the coffee table. "They're fresh, do try one." Lucius settled into the armchair, his fingertips subconsciously brushing against the silver buttons of his robe. He observed Vader, whose moonlit golden hair was gathered at the back of his head, with a few strands cascading down his cheeks. Although he appeared to be of a similar age, perhaps even younger, he exuded a tranquil and refined aura, akin to a vintage wine that has matured over the years, rich with the depth of time. This sensation was peculiar, evoking both a desire for closeness and an involuntary sense of reverence. "Thank you, Professor." Lucius took a cookie, inhaling its sweet scent of butter and chocolate, which alleviated some of his tension. Drawing a deep breath, he met Vader's gaze, speaking respectfully. "The Newt's examinations will be upon us next year, and I find myself bewildered by several advanced spells concerning the defense against the dark arts. May I seek guidance from Professor Dywayne?" "Of course," Vader replied with a warm smile, taking a bite of a cookie, his eyes crescenting into a gentle curve. "But privately. You needn't call me Professor. Simply address me as Vader. That feels too formal. Your father, Abraxas, and your mother were good friends of mine during our school days." Lucius paused, a flicker of surprise dancing in his gray eyes. He had often heard his father mention Vader's name, describing him as one of the most illustrious students in Slytherin's history, someone who had even garnered the admiration of the Dark Lord himself. Yet he had never imagined that this legendary figure had indeed been acquainted with his parents. "I understand, Vader." Lucius offered a somewhat bashful smile, his previously tense shoulders relaxing. He took a bite of the cookie, the sweetness melted on his tongue, gradually dispelling the apprehension within him. Perhaps this enigmatic professor was not as difficult to approach as he had imagined. "Abraxas, if the child does not inquire, I shall remain silent." Chapter 118, Newt's Examination Focus. Vader rose and approached the bookshelf, his fingertips gliding along a row of hefty tomes. Extracting a gilded volume titled A Comprehensive Guide to Newts in Defense Against the Dark Arts. The pages fluttered, stirring a slight breeze that mingled with the sweet aroma of chocolate in the air, causing motes of dust to dance in the sunlight. The focus of the Newt's defense against the dark arts examination diverges entirely from that of the owls. He spread the book upon the desk, his finger tracing the star-patterned illustration on the title page. It emphasizes practical adaptability, particularly in extreme environments. Lucius immediately straightened in his seat, his gray eyes fixated on the pages, instinctively drawing his wand and resting it on his lap, a habit he had developed during serious lectures. At 184 centimeters tall, he appeared somewhat cramped in the armchair, yet maintained an elegant posture with his back straight, his platinum hair cascading over his shoulders, gently swaying with his movement. Vader lifted his gaze to him, his moonlit golden eyes reflecting earnest seriousness. The first core challenge lies in the counter-curse of the unforgivable curses. He paused, tapping his finger lightly on the words Cruciatus Curse. The examination will involve simulated illusions where you will genuinely experience excruciating pain akin to having your bones shattered. At this moment, the vast majority will lose the ability to cast spells, but what the examiners seek is for you to remain lucid amidst the agony, employing the Stupefy spell to interrupt the assault or summon your patroness to form a protective barrier. Lucius's fingers tightened slightly, the grip on his wand widening. The Cruciatus Curse was a dark magic strictly prohibited by the Ministry of Magic, and even simulated practice was rarely encountered. He recalled the fragments his father had occasionally mentioned, suggesting that the agony inflicted by the Cruciatus Curse could shatter even the strongest will, causing a surge of anxiety within him. "Do not worry." Vader seemed to sense his unease, his tone softening. "The key lies in imprinting the chain of spell reactions in your mind beforehand. You might consider intentionally creating mild pain during your regular practice, perhaps by using the ice spike spell to make a small cut on your fingertip, while compelling yourself to utter the stupefy spell. The memory of pain will form a conditioned reflex, granting you a sliver of hope in the examination room. He picked up a quill, rapidly inscribing a series of spell annotations onto parchment. The essence of the patroness charm lies in identifying the most pure and joyful memory. The more specific, the better. For instance, the exhilaration of successfully summoning an owl for the first time, or the moment of receiving a gift from your father during a family celebration. These memories should ignite like a spark, capable of kindling warmth even in the darkest of environments. Lucius diligently noted the instructions, his quill carving clear impressions upon the page. He suddenly recalled the moment when, at the tender age of 10, his father bestowed upon him a custom-made hawthorn wand. In that memory, Abraxas's gaze was imbued with an unprecedented gentleness as he imparted the wisdom that the heir of the Malfoy lineage must learn to protect oneself. The warmth of that moment could perhaps be likened to the spark spoken of by Vader. The second challenge lay in the confrontation with advanced dark creatures. Vader turned a page and pointed to the decaying hand of a ghoul illustrated therein. Ghouls are nearly impervious to ordinary spells. However, they possess two fatal weaknesses: silver weaponry and fire incantations. It is likely that during the examination, one may encounter 3 to 5 ghouls launching simultaneous attacks. You must first conjure a blazing barrier of flames, and then seize the opportunity to pierce their hearts with a silver dagger. He lifted his gaze to Lucius, his tone solemn. Remember, ghouls are sluggish yet immensely powerful. Do not attempt to confront them head-on. It is far more crucial to utilize environmental obstacles to maneuver around them. For instance, you could barricade doors and windows to buy yourself time to cast spells. Lucius nodded in agreement, but suddenly hesitated, recalling something. What about boggarts? I've heard that advanced boggarts can simultaneously simulate multiple fears. You are indeed correct, Vader acknowledged with a nod, tracing a circle around the boggart illustration with his fingertip. Ordinary boggarts mimic a single fear, but any WTS-level boggarts can layer illusions. For example, should you fear snakes, it may conjure a multitude of snakes alongside a scene where your most dreaded elder reprimands you, causing your judgment to falter amid terror. He set down his quill, leaning slightly forward. The key to unraveling this lies in identifying the core fear. All layered illusions revolve around this central point, akin to vines entwining a trunk. You must swiftly discern the most suffocating aspect amidst the chaos, then employ a comically precise attack, transform the snakes into dancing socks, or your reproving elder into a figure clad in ludicrous baby attire. Lucius could not help but smile faintly, envisioning his father in such absurd apparel, and his taut nerves relaxed somewhat. He suddenly comprehended why his father often remarked that Vader was the most adept at dismantling darkness. He could invariably deconstruct the most terrifying entities into manageable steps, as if the darkness before him were merely a collection of jigsaw puzzles awaiting classification. I have noted all these examination points. Thank you, Vader. Lucius closed his notebook, and as he stood, the urgency of his movement caused the hem of his robe to accidentally brush against the coffee table, causing the cookie tin to wobble slightly. He quickly steadied the tin, a rare flush of embarrassment crossing his face. No worries, Vader replied with a smile, rising to fetch a silver tin from the cupboard. He carefully filled it with chocolate cookies from the tin, saying, "Take this with you. It will serve as sustenance during your late-night study sessions." He handed over the tin, their fingertips inadvertently brushing against each other, causing both to pause momentarily before hastily withdrawing. Lucius accepted the tin, feeling its considerable weight, the buttery aroma wafting through the seams, warming him as if cradling a small son. "Thank you," he said, his voice noticeably softer, genuine gratitude shining in his gray eyes. "I will prepare diligently." Vader accompanied him to the door, watching as the young man straightened his posture and stepped into the corridor, his platinum hair glistening in the sunlight. His stride markedly more assured than upon arrival. Leaning against the doorframe, he still felt the lingering warmth of the tin in his hand, a flicker of satisfaction dancing in his golden-hued eyes. Abraxas's son has indeed inherited the intellect and resilience of the Malfoy family. The office once again fell silent, save for the rustling of papers. Vader returned to his desk, gazing at the stack of exam papers awaiting his correction, and picked up a red ink pen once more. The sunlight outside gradually slanted westward, casting a long shadow that stretched across the papers marked with errors, like a gentle covering. He suddenly perceived that perhaps these uneven grades were not entirely detrimental. At the very least, they signified ample room for refinement and the potential awaiting awakening, much like Tom Riddle, much like himself, who had once shed youthful naivete in the classrooms of Hogwarts, gradually maturing into a figure capable of standing alone. The pen glided across the paper, leaving a vivid red annotation. Shield charm gesture incorrect. Practiced 20 times after class. The handwriting was gentle yet resolute, as if addressing a confused student. Do not rush. We shall take our time. Chapter 119, Reminiscing the Past. As the final red annotation fell upon the last exam paper, the sunset had already painted the office windows with a layer of golden red. Vader arranged the papers into 4 stacks by house, his knuckles slightly aching from prolonged gripping of the pen. Rubbing his brow, he gazed at the shocking red crosses marking the Gryffindor papers, his brow still furrowed. The foundational weaknesses exceeded his expectations, indicating that the upcoming lessons would need to revert by at least 3 chapters, necessitating a complete overhaul and rewrite of the lesson plans. He rose and opened the office door. The evening breeze tousled his moonlit golden hair, the tassels of his silver headband brushing against his neck with a coolness. Not wishing to confront the spread-out textbooks immediately, he wandered aimlessly down the corridor, his steps naturally guiding him out of the castle and halting beneath a grand maple tree by the Black Lake. The autumn had thoroughly tinged the maple leaves, their palm-sized edges glowing as if aflame. Occasionally, a few leaves were whisked away by the wind, spiraling down into the lake and creating ripples upon the surface. Vader leaned against the rough bark of the tree, unconsciously digging his fingers into the crevices of the bark, his gaze fixed upon the lake, where the reflection of the evening glow resembled a spilled palette of colors, momentarily merging with a memory of a certain afternoon. It had been a similar autumn when he, Tom, Cecilia, and Samuel had stealthily pilfered bread and pumpkin juice from the dining hall, hiding beneath this very maple tree for a picnic. Cecilia, clad in a buttery yellow dress, would laugh, causing the ribbons in her braids to flutter, forever snatching the jam from Tom's hands, while Samuel quietly shared his portion with everyone. At that time, Tom had not yet possessed the brooding demeanor he bore now. A faint smile would grace his lips as he watched Vader clumsily roast sausages with his wand, the light in his eyes outshining the lake's glimmering gold. That moment was truly, Vader whispered, the last syllable whisked away by the wind. The phrase carefree lodged in his throat, akin to being pricked by the sharp edges of the maple leaves. Though merely a span of a few years had passed, it felt as if separated by a layer of frosted glass, perceptible outlines yet devoid of warmth. Even the laughter in his memories carried a sense of distorted emptiness. Time is merciless, transforming vibrant beings into mere shadows of recollection, rendering this lake and this tree imbued with a sense of wistfulness for what once was. A faint sound of footsteps approached from behind, as light as leaves brushing the ground. Vader did not turn, his nose already detecting the distinct scent of a Slytherin robe, not the fresh, milky scent of Regulus, but rather a blend of coolness and the guardedness characteristic of youth. He had sensed the presence long before the figure had crossed within 5 meters, but had been too lazy to turn. Only when the silhouette came to a halt 3 paces away did Vader slowly turn his face. Young Barty Crouch stood there, clad in a neatly pressed black robe, his hands tucked within, standing as straight as a javelin. Unlike other students, he did not deliberately lower his demeanor, his gray-green eyes fixed upon the lake, as if merely passing by, yet his tone carried a subtly probing quality. Professor Dwayne, enjoying the lake? Vader withdrew his thoughts, nodding in acknowledgement, his gaze returning to the lake. Yes, the evening breeze is quite pleasant. The autumn wind rustled the maple leaves, sweeping through the space between them. Young Barty fell silent for a few moments before suddenly turning his head, his gaze landing upon the slight furrow of Vader's brow. The professor, typically gentle and smiling, now bore a faint cloud of worry upon his brow, as if some unspoken concern lay heavy in his eyes. His fingers curled within the folds of his robe, his tone remaining unperturbed, yet laced with a hint of inquiry. Are you feeling unwell? Vader was taken aback by the child's keen observation, momentarily stunned before breaking into a chuckle. He plucked a maple leaf that had settled on his shoulder, his fingertips tracing the intricate veins of the leaf. His voice soft as a sigh. It merely reminded me of my school days. He paused, gazing at the lake as the evening glow gradually faded to a delicate lavender, a sheen of moisture glazing his eyes. It seems like a lifetime ago, so long that I can scarcely recall the faces involved, yet in my mind, it feels as if it were but yesterday. The unspoken truth of time's relentless passage lingered unvoiced, akin to a stone cast into the heart of a lake, sending ripples of bittersweet nostalgia across its surface. Young Barty's gaze lingered upon his face for a moment, a fleeting flicker of something darting through his gray-green eyes. He sensed the professor spoke truthfully. That wistfulness was not feigned, reminiscent of the complexity that briefly crossed his father's gaze when perusing old photographs. However, what intrigued him more was another matter, as he subtly shifted half a foot closer to Vader, lowering his voice. Did the professor often come beneath this tree during his school days? Vader shot him a sidelong glance. The child's mind was as lively as if it housed a rabbit, eager to dig deeper with the slightest provocation. He refrained from answering directly. instead casting the maple leaf into the lake and watching it drift toward the center. Hogwarts was far more vibrant back then than it is now, was it? Young Barty raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of sharpness at the corners of his lips that belied his age. I heard the professor was a Slytherin? A classmate of that Riddle? Vader's fingers abruptly stilled, his reflection in the lake momentarily paling. The evening breeze rustled the maple leaves, producing a whispering sound that seemed to veil a subtle silence. He turned to face young Barty. The golden light of the moon in his eyes had lost its previous wistfulness, replaced by a hint of scrutiny. You certainly possess considerable knowledge. Young Barty met his gaze unwaveringly, excitement sparkling in his gray-green eyes like a hound catching the scent of prey. He could tell that this topic struck a chord. Yet, wisely, he refrained from pressing further, merely shrugging and returning to a casual tone befitting his youth. There are always discussions in the dining hall, claiming the professor is the most formidable master of defense against the dark arts in decades, even earning respect from that one. Vader regarded the boy's overly perceptive eyes, suddenly reminded of the young Crouch. The same sharpness, the same knack for gathering information, yet this child had not yet been dulled by the machinations of politics. Brimming with a raw ambition, he smiled, neither confirming nor denying, merely patting the tree trunk as he stood. It's nearly dark. We should return to the castle, Crouch. Young Barty watched as he turned away, the golden strands of his hair flowing like liquid light in the twilight. His steps light as if he had not just emerged from the depths of memory. He stroked his chin, his thoughts racing. This Professor Vader indeed harbored many stories. Especially the momentary stiffness when Riddle was mentioned, undoubtedly complex. He watched Vader's figure vanish beyond the castle doors before slowly following suit. The surface of the black lake had darkened, reflecting the newly risen stars, akin to a scattering of crushed diamonds. Beneath the maple tree, the earth still bore the imprint of Vader's recent presence, as if silently recounting the tales buried by time. Chapter 120. As anticipated, he intruded upon the dormitory. The corridors of the castle gradually settled into silence as dusk fell, the only sounds being the occasional creaking of armor, as if whispering secrets. Upon opening the door to his dormitory, Vader was immediately greeted by the familiar chill of air, a blend of ebony wood and a hint of dampness reminiscent of the depths of the Forbidden Forest, causing him to pause momentarily before exhaling a resigned sigh. Indeed, a dark silhouette occupied the armchair before his desk. Voldemort was bent over an open tome, its cover a somber leather, corners worn, revealing faintly embossed serpentine patterns. It was an exceedingly rare grimoire of dark magic, one Vader had never encountered even in the restricted section of Hogwarts. His fingers rested on the edge of the pages, knuckles pale, the shadows of his robe obscuring half his face, leaving only a taut jawline visible. Vader's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He had never approved of Voldemort's obsession with such dark knowledge. Those words were like poisoned vines, slowly entwining the heart and consuming all light. Yet he also understood that counsel would be futile. Once this man set his mind on something, not even 10 dragons could sway him, let alone these dark arts that promised to augment his power. He remained silent, turning to the coat rack to gently remove his outer robe. The moonlight caught his flowing golden hair, cascading over his shoulders, the silver tassels of his headband brushing against his collarbone, leaving a tingling sensation. The fabric of his robe still bore the chill of the evening breeze. Just as he raised his hand to hang it properly, he heard a faint rustle of footsteps behind him. Before he could turn, a familiar force enveloped him from behind, pulling him into a firm embrace. Voldemort's chin rested against his shoulder, his breath cool against the skin of his neck, like feathers brushing lightly. His arms wrapped tightly around Vader, as if he wished to meld him into his very being, the fabric of his robe gliding over Vader's hand, smooth as silk. Why have you returned so late? Voldemort's voice was muffled, emerging from the crook of his neck, tinged with an almost imperceptible note of grievance, reminiscent of a large dog awaiting its master's return. Vader could even feel the slight tremor in his chest as he spoke, which softened his heart, dissipating much of the earlier irritation sparked by the dark tome. He gently pushed at the arm encircling his waist, his fingertips brushing against the taut muscles beneath the black robe, his tone tinged with exasperation. I merely took a stroll by the Black Lake, reminiscing about the past. The past? Voldemort's gaze suddenly darkened, the crimson slits of his eyes flickering with a complex emotion in the dim light. He understood that within Vader's recollections of the past lay Cecilia, Samuel, and those youthful days he had not fully shared, belonging solely to Vader. These memories pricked at him like a tiny thorn, not painful, yet persistently reminding him of the time they had lost. He did not press further, instead burying his head deeper into Vader's shoulder, his nose brushing against the skin of his neck, greedily inhaling the scent that mingled sunflowers with moonlight. This fragrance calmed his restless heart, allowing him to momentarily forget his dark plans, to forget that he was the feared enigma to all, and to simply be Tom. A man terrified of losing once more. Vader sensed the shift in his emotions. The tautness of Voldemort's embrace, tinged with possessiveness, spoke volumes of his unease. He sighed, ceasing his struggles, and slightly tilted his head, resting his cheek against Voldemort's crown. The black strands of hair were softer than he was, carrying a hint of chill fragrance. "Do you recall our picnic beneath the maple tree with Cecilia and the others?" Vader softly inquired, his voice reminiscent of the evening breeze caressing the lake's surface. "Do you remember how you slyly passed a burnt sausage to Samuel, only for Cecilia to catch you and chase you around the tree 3 times? Voldemort's body stiffened for an instant, but soon the taut muscles relaxed. Of course, he remembered. The sunlight that day was splendid, and Cecilia's laughter rang like silver bells. Samuel always wore a gentle smile, while Vader sat beside him, his moonlit golden hair blown by the wind, brushing against the back of his hand with a teasing warmth. It was a rare moment in his memory, devoid of any calculation or guard. "She was always so loud," Voldemort murmured, his tone lacking its usual coldness, instead tinged with a faint nostalgia. "Indeed, quite loud," Vader chuckled, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes appearing particularly soft in the dim light. But at that time, he was truly happy. The dormitory fell into a prolonged silence, filled only with the gentle flow of their intertwined breaths. Voldemort continued to hold him, saying nothing, merely tightening his embrace as though he wished to compensate for the lost time and missed years. Vader closed his eyes, allowing himself to lean into this embrace that, while not gentle, always bestowed a sense of security. The moonlight filtered through the window, casting fragmented glimmers on the floor, resembling scattered diamonds. Perhaps time is indeed merciless, but at least in this moment, they could still hold each other, finding a flicker of courage against the relentless march of time. After a long while, Voldemort lifted his head, his crimson-slit pupils gleaming softly in the moonlight. He raised a hand, his fingertips lightly brushing through Vader's moonlit golden locks, his voice deep and earnest. "From now on, I will accompany you." Vader paused for a moment before realizing he was referring to the maple tree by the Black Lake. He gazed into Voldemort's eyes, clearly seeing himself reflected, and suddenly smiled. Nodding, "All right." Chapter 121. You and them have never been the same. The night enveloped Hogwarts like silk soaked in ink, gently shrouding its spires. The candlelight in Vader's dorm flickered, casting the shadows of their embrace against the stone wall, a flickering tableau. Voldemort's embrace gradually loosened, yet he did not let go, merely tilting his head slightly so that Vader could rest more comfortably. His fingertips unconsciously caressed the silk lining at Vader's waist, still tinged with the evening's coolness, inciting a desire to warm that chill. "How was class today?" Voldemort suddenly inquired, his voice breaking the silence, laced with an affected neutrality, as if merely making small talk. Yet only he knew how long this question had been on his tongue. Since Vader left the dorm, he had pondered whether the chattering students would irk him, whether the flawed spells might provoke his ire. Vader leaned against his chest, listening to the steady thrum of his heartbeat, a hint of resigned amusement flickering in his moonlit golden eyes. "Not too well." He raised a hand, lightly tapping Voldemort's arm. "The third years can't even pronounce the basic shield charm properly, and the fifth years can't distinguish between a ghoul and a zombie. As for the seventh years..." He paused, recalling the papers that barely scraped a passing mark, unable to suppress a sigh. It seemed the pressure of the newts had yet to truly weigh upon their shoulders. Voldemort's brow twitched imperceptibly. To him, ignorance was an unforgivable sin, especially in a realm like magic, which demanded both talent and diligence. Had it been him, he would have long since shown those students what true pressure entailed. Yet, upon seeing the genuine concern in Vader's eyes, one devoid of anger but filled with pure worry, the sharp words he had prepared were swallowed back. "I need you." He wanted to say, "I need you to help teach them," but Vader raised a hand, pressing it against his lips. "No need." Vader shook his head, the strands of his moonlit golden hair brushing against Voldemort's hand. "Teaching requires patience. When you taught me to decipher ancient runes, did you not also take the time to explain it 3 times? Mentioning the past softened Voldemort's gaze. He recalled that afternoon when sunlight streamed through the high windows of the library, casting its warm glow on Vader's hair as the youth, quill in hand, furrowed his brow in concentration over the runes on the parchment, like a stubborn little beast. Back then, he would secretly rejoice when Vader finally grasped a symbol. That pure joy had never returned. "That was different," he murmured, gently brushing aside Vader's hand that rested on his lips, instead taking hold of it. "You and them have never been the same." Vader felt the sincerity in his words, as though his heart had been lightly nudged, filled with warmth. He grasped Voldemort's hand in return. That hand was pale, with pronounced knuckles, yet bore a reassuring strength. "In my eyes, they are merely children in need of guidance." He paused, suddenly recalling something, adding, Lucius came to see me today, inquiring about the points for the newts. That Malfoy boy? Voldemort's fingers tightened slightly. He understands ambition better than his father ever did. Abraxas had spent most of his school days preoccupied with maintaining the facade of their pure-blood lineage, valuing social reputation over academics. He's clever, but far too tense. Vader recalled Lucius's perpetually guarded gray eyes, like a taut bowstring, fearing any misstep. He sighed. Perhaps the weight of familial expectations was too great. Voldemort scoffed, his tone laced with familiar disdain. The heir of a pure-blood family ought to bear such burdens. To him, pressure was the finest whetstone, capable of weeding out the weak and sharpening the strong. Yet he refrained from elaborating further. For he saw the pity in Vader's eyes, a sentiment that, while perhaps unnecessary in Voldemort's view, belonged solely to Vader, silencing his retort. The candlelight gradually dimmed, and the moonlight outside slipped in, weaving a silver web across the floor. Vader stifled a yawn, a hint of physiological tears welling at the corners of his eyes. Sleepiness creeping in. I'm a bit tired. Voldemort immediately released his hold, steadying him by the shoulders as he turned towards the bed. He waved his wand, and the deep green curtains parted automatically, the silken bedding smoothed and even, carrying a hint of warmth, clearly enhanced by a warming charm. Go to sleep. His voice was soft, as though wary of disturbing something, for they had to rise early the next day. Vader observed his practiced movements, suddenly finding it amusing. The Dark Lord, who struck fear into the hearts of the entire magical community, would privately make his bed, feel slighted by his late return, and silently harbor jealousy when Vader mentioned the past. This contrast was like a fruit coated in sugar, sweet enough to soften the heart. He sat at the edge of the bed, his moonlit golden hair cascading in front of him, the silver tassels of his headband brushing against the edge of the bed. What about you? He looked up at Voldemort. Still planning to read? Voldemort's gaze fell upon the tome of dark magic on the desk, a flicker of hesitation flashing through his crimson-slit pupils before he shook his head. No more reading. He sat down on the other side of the bed, the hem of his black robes sweeping the ground, stirring a gentle breeze. I'll stay with you. Vader ceased his conversation, simply pulling back the covers and lying down. Voldemort followed suit, extending his long arm and naturally drawing him into his embrace. This time, he did not tense like the previous night, but relaxed against the headboard, allowing Vader's head to rest comfortably in the crook of his arm. Tom. Vader suddenly spoke, his voice heavy with sleep, akin to a kitten's soft paw brushing lightly against the skin. Do you think we can return to the past? Voldemort's body stiffened momentarily, his arms instinctively tightening. Return to the past? To that age of picnics beneath the maple trees, where he would be chased for burning sausages. To that time when Tom Riddle still believed in the light, yet had not been consumed by darkness? He lowered his gaze, observing that the person in his arms had already closed his eyes, long lashes casting faint shadows upon his eyelids, clearly exhausted to utter such dreams. He remained silent for a long time, long enough for Vader's breathing to become deep and even, before whispering almost inaudibly at the top of his head. As long as you are here, it matters not how. The moonlight outside gradually shifted onto the bed, illuminating Vader's slumbering countenance, while revealing a rare, almost reverent tenderness in Voldemort's eyes. He raised a hand, his fingertips gently brushing over Vader's brow and eyes, his touch as delicate as if caressing a fragile treasure. Perhaps, returning to the past was no longer an option. Those years stained by darkness, those bloodied hands, destined to prevent him from ever reclaiming that pure youth. Yet, as long as Vader remained by his side, as long as he could still hold him close each night and listen to his breathing as he drifted off to sleep, then he would be willing to learn to approach that light he had long since rejected, if only to stand beside him beneath the same moonlight. Finally, the candle extinguished the last of its wax, plunging the room into a gentle darkness. Only the distant sound of the Black Lake could be heard, like an ancient lullaby, flowing slowly alongside their intertwined breaths in the stillness of the night. The following morning, Vader awoke to the chirping of birds outside the window. He opened his eyes to find the space beside him empty, a faint scent of ebony lingering, a testament that the warmth of the previous night was not merely a dream. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, his golden hair tousled and cascading over his shoulders. On the bedside table sat a steaming cup of pumpkin juice, accompanied by a small plate of exquisite honey biscuits, clearly left behind by Voldemort. Vader took a sip of the pumpkin juice, the warm liquid coursing down his throat, igniting a warmth within him. He turned to the desk, noticing that the dark magic tome had vanished, leaving only an open lesson plan, upon which several lines were penned in sharp yet neat handwriting. Third-year shield charm may be enhanced with ancient runes, formula attached. Fifth year distinguishes between inferi and zombies. Practical specimens for teaching arranged with Dobby. As Vader scanned the dense annotations, A smile suddenly broke across his face. This contradictory fellow, claiming to refrain from interference, had secretly arranged everything. He set down the pumpkin juice, threw off the covers, and approached the window, pushing it open. The morning sunlight spilled onto his face. Warm and golden, the surface of the black lake shimmered, while the forbidden forest loomed lush and vibrant in the distance, everything brimming with life. He turned back to the lesson plan, the determination in his moonlit golden eyes gleaming brightly. Chapter 122. Fourth-year curriculum before the morning mist had fully dissipated. The third-floor defense against the dark arts classroom was already filled with students. Today marked the fourth-year lesson, with Slytherin and Gryffindor attending together. The long tables soon adorned in red and green robes, the air thick with the unmistakable scent of rivalry that these two houses perpetually fostered without need for additional provocation. Vader stood behind the podium, his golden hair loosely tied back with a silver ribbon, a few stray locks framing his face. He held his wand with a poised grip, his calm gaze sweeping the room, causing the previously murmuring students to fall silent, even their breaths becoming subdued. This Professor Devine was typically as gentle as the warm sun of spring, yet when in class, the crystalline seriousness of his moonlit gaze commanded respect, deterring any mischief from unfolding under his watchful eyes. Today, we will practice the shield charm. Vader's voice resonated clearly throughout the classroom, his wand gently tapping the air, causing the incantation and gesture illustrations to materialize on the blackboard. This charm was the most fundamental and practical form of defense, capable of withstanding a majority of basic attack spells. I require each of you to conjure it immediately, with a solid and seamless shield. He paused, his gaze settling on several restless Gryffindor boys, his tone growing stern. No dueling is permitted in class, nor may you use spells to attack your classmates. Violation will result in a deduction of 20 points. A few gasps echoed from the students below. 20 points was no trifling matter for any house. The boys who had intended to take advantage of the chaos to tease Slytherin immediately wilted, reluctantly averting their eyes. Vader nodded in satisfaction, waving his wand once more. Now, pair up and practice in turns. I will circulate to offer guidance. As soon as the words left his lips, a chorus of incantations erupted in the classroom. Protego. The children's voices, youthful yet earnest, filled the air, many conjuring only a thin, transparent barrier that wobbled precariously, eliciting laughter from their peers. Vader walked slowly between the desks, occasionally tapping a student's wrist. Your gesture is incorrect. Raise your elbow another inch. Or frowning when a shield shattered. Concentrate. Envision the shield forged from steel, not spider silk. As he reached the back row of the classroom, he paused. Lily Evans stood there, her wand held steady, a look of intense focus on her face. Protego. At her clear voice, a pale blue, solid shield sprang forth, its edges shimmering with a radiant glow. Even Vader's gentle prod with his wand merely stirred a faint ripple. Excellent. A flicker of approval shone in Vader's eyes. Her incantation was clear, her will focused, and the density of her shield far surpassed that of her peers. Gryffindor earns 10 points. Lily's cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly lowered her gaze, her ears tinged with pink. Beside her, Severus Snape pressed his lips together, tightening his grip on his wand, before solemnly reciting the incantation. A deep green shield unfolded before him, though not as translucent as Lily's. It exuded remarkable resilience and a steady strength. Slytherin earns 8 points. Vader nodded slightly. Snape's talent was indisputable. He merely needed to ease the tension within himself, for his desire to achieve perfection often detracted from his natural ability. A barely perceptible smile curved Snape's lips, and as he raised his eyes, he caught Lily's gaze. The momentary barrier between their houses dissolving in shared understanding. Continuing forward, Vader's eyes fell upon Remus Lupin. This boy always stood quietly in the corner, neither vying for attention nor engaging in disputes. Yet his shield charm was executed with impeccable precision, the shimmering silver shield appearing perfectly balanced and remarkably resilient. Lupin, well done. Vader's tone softened. Your shield demonstrates excellent stability. Keep it up. Gryffindor earns 5 points. Lupin offered a shy smile, scratching his head, yet his eyes sparkled with delight. Beside him, Sirius Black let out a whistle, dramatically exclaiming, "Moon face, who would have thought?" He too attempted the charm, but his shield emerged crooked and shattered upon formation, prompting laughter from those around him. Vader shot Sirius a stern look. Black, focus. Another bout of foolishness will cost you 10 points. Sirius promptly ceased his antics, sticking out his tongue before dutifully returning to practice. As Evan Rosier leisurely recited spells while approaching another group, his shield shimmered with a cold silver hue, its edges sharp as a blade, exuding the characteristic arrogance of Slytherin. With a slight exertion of his wand, Vader managed to cause the shield to tremble, though it did not shatter. The rigidity of the shield betrayed a lack of resilience. Vader pointed out that defense should not be merely a clash of strength, but rather akin to water, capable of dissipating force and absorbing impact. Slytherin gained 2 points. Rosier fell silent, refraining from retorting, and clenched his teeth as he reformed his shield. Throughout the lesson, the incantations in the classroom grew increasingly synchronized, and the quality of the light shields visibly improved. Vader observed with a gentle smile blossoming in his moonlit golden eyes. These children, each with their own temperaments and quirks, possessed of vibrant vitality, akin to seedlings yearning for nourishment, ready to flourish with a touch of sunlight. When the class bell rang, Vader clapped his hands together, declaring, "Today's practice concludes here. Lily Evans, Severus Snape, Remus Lupin, and Evan Rosier, you 4 exhibited the best performance." He retrieved a tin box from beneath the lectern, opened it to reveal an enticing array of chocolate cookies, each uniquely shaped and golden brown from the oven. "This is a reward." He distributed the cookies to the 4, hoping that more would partake in the next opportunity. Lily eagerly accepted her cookie, cautiously taking a bite that illuminated her eyes as the rich, buttery flavor enveloped her senses, far surpassing the treats from Hogsmeade's sweet shop. Snape silently tucked his cookie into his robe pocket, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of the paper wrapping, a subtle smile betraying his usual stoicism. Lupin expressed his gratitude warmly, while Rosier, feigning composure, lifted his chin as he accepted his cookie, swiftly devouring it as he turned away. The surrounding students gazed enviously, many secretly gripping their wands, determined to exert themselves more in the future, not solely for house points, but for the legendary cookies that were said to be so delectable they could bring one to tears. Vader, witnessing their sparkling eyes, felt a warmth in his heart. He tidied his lesson plan, his gaze sweeping across the immaculate classroom, finally resting on the incantation for the shield charm inscribed on the blackboard. Educating and nurturing was never an instantaneous affair. Much like the shield charm, it required repeated practice and constant refinement to transform from a fragile web into a formidable fortress. All he could do was patiently guide them, awaiting the bloom of their potential. As he stepped out of the classroom, the afternoon sun shone brightly. Vader looked up at the sky, where the clouds drifted lazily, reminiscent of the scene he had once witnessed beneath the maple tree. He tightened his grip on the tin box, which still contained a few cookies. Perhaps he could save one for a certain someone who always pretended to be aloof. The thought made him smile as he walked briskly toward his office. Chapter 123, Voldemort. You cannot escape. When the first snow fell, Vader was organizing his lesson plans. The window panes were the first to catch a few flakes of snow, resembling crushed stars that swiftly melted into water streaks. He paused, his gaze penetrating through the frost-laden glass towards the outside, as a memory of the old plum tree at the edge of the forbidden forest surfaced in his mind. Each year, after the first snowfall, the bare branches would sprout tiny buds, resembling frozen flames, waiting for a more ferocious cold wind before they would bloom fully. Memories began to unravel like threads of snow. Back then, he and Tom were still students, on a similar snowy afternoon when they stealthily slipped out of the castle, treading through ankle-deep snow towards the forbidden forest. Tom's black cloak swept across the snow, leaving 2 parallel trails. He walked briskly, yet frequently paused a few steps ahead to wait for Vader to catch up, snowflakes clinging to his lashes like shards of diamonds, glimmering in the sunlight. It was said that making a wish under the plum tree on a snowy day would be particularly potent. Vader, panting as he chased after him, exhaled white mist that dissipated rapidly in the cold air. Shall we try it too? Tom raised an eyebrow, a hint of skepticism playing at the corners of his mouth. Yet his feet instinctively came to a halt beneath the plum tree. Vader closed his eyes, pressing his palms together at his chest, the snow on his lashes melting into cool droplets against his skin. He sensed a movement beside him and thought Tom was mocking him. When he opened his eyes, he found Tom gazing at him, his dark pupils reflecting the swirling snow, along with Vader's own shadow, vividly cast, as if frozen in time. "What did you wish for?" Tom asked, his voice slightly scattered by the wind. "I want to tell you. It won't come true if I do." Vader laughed as he dodged Tom's outstretched hand, snowflakes cascading silently from the branches of the plum tree onto their cloaks, melting away without a sound. His thoughts were interrupted by a heavier snowfall. Vader closed his book, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the cover, ultimately rising to don his cloak and step out of the office. The snowflakes had grown larger, resembling countless white feathers descending from the sky, blanketing the castle turrets and lawns in pure white. He walked through the snow towards the forbidden forest, his boots sinking into the soft powder, producing a crisp sound that resonated clearly in the stillness of the snowy day. In the distance, he spotted the plum tree. Its branches swayed gently in the wind and snow, buds wrapped in white, resembling frozen rubies. Beneath the tree stood a dark figure, the hem of his cloak billowing in the wind, strikingly conspicuous against the vast whiteness. Indeed, it was him. Vader slowed his pace. Voldemort stood with his back to him, gazing at the branches of the plum tree, utterly still, like a statue frozen in time. Snowflakes settled upon his black hair without melting, as if even the harsh cold dared not to touch him. Vader felt the air around him was colder than elsewhere, imbued with an invisible sense of oppression, like an undercurrent beneath the ice, threatening to break through at any moment. As he approached, he noticed Voldemort's profile was tense, the line of his jaw sharp as if chiseled from stone. Those red eyes were fixed on the plum tree's branches, as if observing something, yet also peering beyond the tree to a far-off horizon, swirling with complex emotions, an almost imperceptible agitation, akin to branches bent under the weight of snow, and a hint of confusion buried deep within, obscured by the swirling storm. "Tom," Vader called softly. Voldemort whipped around suddenly, his red eyes startlingly bright against the snow-esque glow, the sharpness of his gaze nearly piercing. Yet upon recognizing him, that intensity swiftly receded, leaving behind only an icy hardness. "What brings you here?" The statement bore no semblance of a question, tinged with a hint of annoyance as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, creating subtle ripples. "To see the plum tree," Vader replied. Standing a few paces before him, snowflakes settling upon his hair, quickly forming a delicate layer. "And you are here too." Voldemort fell silent, turning back to gaze at the plum tree, his profile still taut. Vader sensed his discontent, perhaps stemming from the snow or some other unspoken reason. The darkness that enveloped him felt heavier than usual, reminiscent of the howling storm, threatening to consume everything in its path. Vader recalled the memory of those obsidian eyes reflecting the snow-esque brilliance, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. He took a step forward, intending to say something more, when suddenly, a powerful grip seized his wrist. Voldemort had turned around at some point, his red gaze locked onto him with an intensity that felt like it could crush bone. Vader was taken aback, instinctively attempting to break free, but was pulled closer instead. Vader was abruptly pressed against the trunk of the plum tree, his back colliding with the frigid, unyielding branches, a chill seeping through his cloak. Just as he was about to speak, his hands were seized with a single grip, lifted above his head and pinned against the tree, his wrists firmly restrained, rendering him immobile. Voldemort's body pressed closely against him, the dark cloak enveloping them in a shroud of shadow. The snowflakes were kept at bay, leaving only their shared breaths mingling in the confined space, carrying the biting cold of the snow intertwined with a stifled heat. Vader could discern the unique scent that clung to him, reminiscent of aged ebony mingled with the chill of snow, simultaneously familiar yet foreign. "You cannot escape." Voldemort's voice rumbled low and hoarse, infused with the roughness of the wind and snow, whispering into Vader's ear, "Do not think you can behave as you did before." Vader's heart raced, not from fear, but from sensing the tumultuous emotions radiating from the other, a surge that transcended mere anger or possessiveness, revealing a deeper, almost panicked essence, akin to a drowning individual grasping at driftwood, driven by reckless obsession. Before he could respond, his lips were captured in a fierce kiss. It was no gentle caress, but rather tinged with a sense of punishment, intertwined with a suppressed longing that seemed to unleash years of absence, waiting, and suspicion all at once. The snow still clung to Vader's eyelashes, gradually melting in the intensity of the kiss, cool droplets cascading down his cheeks, indistinguishable as snowmelt or something else entirely. After what felt like an eternity, Voldemort withdrew slightly, their foreheads touching, the flames of his crimson gaze swirling, reflecting the flush of Vader's lips from the kiss. "I have longed to do this," his voice laced with a heavy jealousy, reminiscent of sour wine steeped in ice and snow, particularly recalling that Christmas ball. Vader froze, memories flooding back to that resplendent night. The music, swirling skirts, the liquid in the goblet swaying, and the sudden kiss from Alpheus Black, imbued with the scent of wine. Frivolous and fleeting. You pulled Alpheus Black aside, and when he kissed you in the corridor, you did not immediately push him away. Voldemort's fingers tightened, gripping Vader's wrist painfully, the flames in his red eyes burning more fiercely. "I was watching from around the corner, Vader." Vader's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that day when Tom suddenly emerged, landing a punch on Alpheus's face, an action so swift that he barely registered it. At that moment, he thought Tom was being unreasonable, hastily pulling him away and chastising his impulsiveness. Only now did he realize that Tom had seen everything. Vader yearned to explain that he had been momentarily stunned, and by the time he reacted, Tom's actions had interrupted him. Silence. Yet Voldemort offered no chance for explanation, kissing him once more with an undeniable force. As if through this kiss, he sought to etch all his resentment, jealousy, and yearning into Vader's very being. The snow from the plum tree's branches fell softly, landing silently on their entwined cloaks. The wind and snow continued to howl, yet they seemed to be isolated by this plum tree. creating a small realm that belonged solely to them, infused with both pain and heat. Chapter 124, Voldemort, I Desire You. Unbeknownst to them, the storm had lessened. The snow atop the plum branches no longer tumbled down, leaving only the sound of the wind whispering through the branches, like someone quietly weeping. Vader's back remained pressed against the icy plum tree trunk, the chill seeping through the heavy cloak. Yet it paled in comparison to the heat radiating from the figure before him. Voldemort's kiss gradually softened, transforming from its initial ferocity to a profound and lingering embrace. Imbued with an almost reverential tenderness, as if he sought to reclaim the years lost through the friction of their lips. Vader's wrists were firmly held above his head, the pressure causing his joints to pale, yet he no longer struggled. The snowmelt on his eyelashes had long since melted, trickling down his cheeks and into his collar, bringing a faint, tingling chill that paradoxically heightened his awareness of the person before him, his breath, his heartbeat, the mixture of cold and fervent warmth that enveloped him. After a considerable time, Voldemort finally released his lips. Their foreheads pressed together, breaths entwined, both slightly hurried. Vader could clearly see his reflection in Voldemort's crimson pupils. Strands of moonlit gold hair dampened by the snow clinging to his cheek, his lips swollen, and his eyes glimmering with a layer of moisture. Resembling a lake ravaged by a tempest, fragile yet clear. Voldemort's atoms apple-bobbed slightly, his gaze shifting from Vader's lips to his eyes. The red pupils swirling with emotions so dense they seemed unshakable, akin to a volcano buried beneath snow, silent on the surface, yet bubbling with molten rage beneath. His grip on Vader's wrist loosened slightly, but remained unyielding, while his other arm around Vader's waist tightened, as if to meld him into his very essence. Vader, he began, his voice gravelly, as though scraped by sandpaper, each word laden with searing warmth. I desire you. It was neither a question nor a plea, but rather an assertion. A declaration imbued with undeniable certainty, yet cloaked in a subtle hint of trepidation, like a gambler risking everything on a single wager. Vader's heart constricted violently, as if grasped by an invisible hand. He gazed into Voldemort's eyes, which brimmed with unmasked desire. There was no calculation, no pretense, only the most primal, purest yearning. Akin to a wildfire igniting across a barren land, fervent and resolute. Memories surged uncontrollably within him. After that Christmas ball, Tom had been the same. Eyes reddened as he clutched Vader's wrist, fingers whitening from the pressure, yet he said nothing, merely staring at him, his emotions threatening to spill over. At that time, Vader had been oblivious, mistaking it for youthful rivalry, an impulsive act clouded by jealousy. Only in this moment, under the penetrating gaze of those equally possessive red eyes, did he realize that the emotions concealed within had never been merely jealousy. Tom Vader's voice trembled, revealing a softness he had not even recognized within himself. He attempted to move his restrained wrist, and this time, Voldemort did not tighten his grip, merely holding it loosely, as if offering him a choice. Voldemort's gaze remained fixed upon him, the red pupils shining brilliantly in the snowlight, clearly reflecting his hesitation and turmoil. He did not rush him, merely waiting in silence. Yet the dark aura surrounding them felt as though it had solidified, forming an invisible net that enveloped them, isolating them from the external storm and sounds, leaving only their breaths and heartbeats, resonating with remarkable clarity in the stillness. Vader observed Voldemort's tightly pursed lips, the taut line of his jaw, and the undercurrent of unease lurking in his eyes. This dark lord, who could manipulate the world at will, appeared as a sinner awaiting judgment, bearing all his vulnerabilities without reserve. He was suddenly reminded of many years ago in the Hogwarts library, when Tom had been the same. Blushing as he turned his head away after Vader solved a complex ancient riddle, secretly slipping his frozen, stiff hands into Vader's robes for warmth. Back then, Tom's eyes had not yet held this bone-deep crimson. They had only possessed a pure blackness, like a night sky adorned with stars. Time had taken away much, altering many forms, yet it seemed that some things were etched into the very marrow, forever unchanged. Vader slowly raised his unbound hand, his fingertips gently brushing against Voldemort's cheek. His skin was cool, imbued with the chill of snow, and the sharp contour of his jaw trembled slightly under his touch. I know, Vader whispered, his voice soft yet distinctly reaching Voldemort's ears. His fingers glided from his cheek to his lips, where the warmth of their previous kiss still lingered. I am here. There were no grandiloquent words, no fervent responses, yet it flowed like a clear spring, instantly extinguishing the flicker of anxiety that resided in Voldemort's heart. His crimson pupils momentarily constricted before erupting with ecstatic brilliance, akin to fireworks bursting forth in the tranquil night sky, dazzling and impossible to look away from. Unable to contain himself any longer, he lowered his head abruptly, capturing Vader's lips once more. This kiss was laden with the weight of regained treasure. Overflowing with tumultuous affection and an all-consuming passion, he released the grip on Vader's wrist, instead cradling his face, his thumb caressing the coolness of his frozen cheeks. As if he were touching the most precious of treasures, Vader instinctively wrapped his arms around Voldemort's neck, drawing himself closer. The relentless snowstorm ceased, and sunlight, unbeknownst to him, pierced through the clouds, illuminating the branches of the plum tree, casting a delicate golden hue upon the snow-covered buds. Voldemort lifted him effortlessly, the dark cloak trailing behind, casting a long shadow upon the snow. His steps were steady, imbued with undeniable strength, as he made his way toward the secluded corner of the Forbidden Forest, a place enchanted and exclusively theirs. The weight of the person in his arms felt light, yet it bore the weight of his entire world, rendering each step resolute. Vader leaned against his shoulder, attuned to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, the familiar scent of ebony wood enveloping him. He closed his eyes, savoring the gentle tickle of snowflakes landing upon his lashes, relishing the steady warmth radiating from the body before him. On the plum tree branches, a bud trembled softly in the sunlight, as if on the verge of breaking free from its icy confines, ready to blossom in fervent red. Chapter 125, Voldemort, is it permissible? The disorientation from apparition had yet to fully dissipate when Vader caught a whiff of the familiar cold fragrance, unique to Voldemort's manner. Mingled with the scent of ebony wood and ancient stone walls, he was securely held in Voldemort's embrace, his cheek pressed against the cool lining of the black robe. The fabric smooth and frigid, yet unable to mask the burning warmth emanating from beneath. In the next moment, a resounding crash jolted him. The sound of the door being kicked open, the door slamming against the stone wall and rebounding with brutal force. A stark contrast to the gentleness with which he had been cradled moments before. Vader instinctively tightened his grip on Voldemort's clothing, his lashes fluttering slightly. This man was always like this, a peculiar blend of extreme brutality and extreme tenderness that left one perplexed, yet irresistibly comforted. Voldemort's steps did not falter, the soles of his black boots gliding silently over the thick carpeted floor. The room was dim, illuminated only by the flickering flames of the fireplace, casting their shadows upon the velvet drapery, now bright, now faint. He approached the bedside, his movements tender as if handling fragile porcelain, and bent down to lay Vader upon the silk-sheeted bed. The sheets radiated warmth, almost inviting one to sink into them. Vader's long hair sprawled across the pillow, the golden strands catching the moonlight, contrasting starkly against the dark fabric, resembling a flowing river of stars. He tilted his head slightly, gazing up at Voldemort standing at the bedside, the black robes swirling in the firelight, his red pupils reflecting the dancing flames, mirroring Vader's own somewhat bewildered expression. Voldemort's fingertips brushed against his damp forehead, the gesture imbued with an unprecedented hesitation. The impulse and possessiveness felt beneath the plum tree had faded, leaving only cautious exploration, akin to a child tentatively reaching for a beloved toy, filled with yearning yet fearful of damage. Is it permissible? His voice was low, tinged with a barely perceptible rasp, each word seemingly extracted from the depths of his throat. Vader was momentarily taken aback. He gazed into Voldemort's earnest eyes, witnessing the almost humble plea nestled within the depths of his crimson gaze, a complex surge of emotion flooding his heart. He had never envisioned arriving at such a juncture with a man, particularly this man, who had once been the reticent youth in his memories, only to evolve into the Dark Lord that instilled fear throughout the magical realm. Yet, events had unfolded as they did. From their reunion in that pristine white space to their daily interactions at Hogwarts, culminating in the kiss beneath the plum tree. Tinged with the essence of wind and snow, everything felt as though it were drawn by invisible threads, both natural and breathtaking. He parted his lips, attempting to articulate something, yet ultimately merely closed his eyes gently, offering no refusal. In that instant, the brilliance that erupted within Voldemort's eyes nearly eclipsed the flames of the fireplace. He suddenly leaned down, capturing Vader's lips anew, this kiss devoid of previous ferocity, instead brimming with the reverence of something once lost and now regained. His hand delicately traversed through Vader's hair, his fingertips calloused, yet leaving a strangely soothing sensation against his skin. Vader closed his eyes, surrendering himself to the moment. Outside, the snowstorm had long since ceased, and within the room, only the crackling of the firewood in the fireplace and their intertwined breaths could be heard. He could sense Voldemort's carefulness, the warmth concealed beneath the dark aura, akin to plum blossoms silently unfurling in winter, exuding a sharp fragrance yet unexpectedly comforting. Perhaps it could be this way, he mused. Why burden oneself with the scrutiny of the mundane world? Why concern oneself with the so-called shoulds and should-nots? In this long and solitary expanse of time, having someone who allowed him to lower his defenses, who made him willing to entrust himself, was perhaps a rare stroke of luck. Morning sunlight streamed through the heavy curtain seams, casting a slender beam of light upon the carpet. Vader was awakened by a pervasive ache coursing through his body. He moved his fingers, feeling as if he lacked the strength to lift his arms. The muscles at his waist akin to having been ground down, pulling painfully with even the slightest movement. He furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. Greeted by the dark velvet bed drapery, the familiar scent of ebony would lingering in the air. Memories of the previous night surged forth like a tide. The flickering flames of the fireplace, the red in Voldemort's eyes, and those touches that had left him flushed. His cheeks ignited, instinctively retreating beneath the covers, revealing only his pair of eyes, resembling a startled rabbit. Though he was aware that he had no classes today and could rest peacefully, the ache was overwhelming. He couldn't help but silently grumble. This man, truly, was unrestrained in all he did, utterly reckless. The bed beside him sank slightly as an arm extended, gently pulling him into an embrace. The warmth of Voldemort's body seeped through the thin fabric of his nightclothes, a comforting heat. His chin rested atop Vader's head, his breath carrying the languor of someone just awakened, his voice deep and husky. Awake? Vader said nothing, merely nuzzled closer, seeking a more comfortable position. His back pressed against Voldemort's solid chest, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat resonating clearly, thumping like a soothing drumbeat, gradually easing his tense nerves. Does it hurt? Voldemort became aware of his own rigidity, his fingers gently alighting upon his waist, massaging with a delicate touch that alleviated some of the lingering soreness. A hint of barely perceptible vexation flickered in his crimson eyes. Indeed, he had lost control somewhat the previous night, particularly after confirming that Vader would not depart. The desire that had been suppressed for far too long surged forth like a flood, nearly overwhelming his ability to restrain himself. Vader, feeling more at ease under his ministrations, emitted a vague sound of contentment from his throat, a response of sorts. He turned his face to behold Voldemort's countenance, so near at hand. The morning light filtering through the curtains to grace his brow, softening the typically harsh contours of his visage. In this moment, the man appeared to shed all pretense and hostility, embodying the essence of an ordinary lover, imbued with an awkward yet genuine concern. Let us linger in slumber a while longer, Voldemort murmured, lowering his head to place a gentle kiss atop Vader's head, his voice as tender as a feather. You need not attend class today. No one shall intrude upon us. Vader, still somewhat drowsy and achy, found himself devoid of the energy to move. He nodded, burrowing deeper into Voldemort's embrace, burying his face in the crook of his neck, inhaling the cool fragrance that clung to him. Voldemort tightened his arms around him, holding him securely as if fearing that a mere loosening of his grip might cause Vader to vanish like the morning mist. He watched Vader's moonlit, golden hair spread across the pillow, gazing at the serene profile of his sleeping face, a tempest of complex emotions swirling within his red eyes, satisfaction, cherishment, and a flicker of unrecognized, almost fearful happiness. Many years prior, in the library at Hogwarts, he had secretly observed this youth reading in the sunlight, wishing that such a moment could last forever. Yet, he subsequently embarked upon a dark path, believing that such thoughts had long since been devoured by ambition and power, only to find, through a winding journey, that he could indeed possess such a tranquil morning. The fire in the hearth had long since extinguished, leaving only embers that emitted a faint warmth. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the steady rhythm of their breathing. Vader gradually drifted back to sleep in Voldemort's arms, dreaming as if he were transported back to that snowy afternoon, beneath the plum tree, where the youthful Tom's black eyes mirrored the swirling snow alongside his own shadow, as vivid as if enchanted by an eternal spell. Chapter 126. Voldemort prepares a meal. The sunlight climbed higher through the curtain's cracks, weaving a mottled golden net across the carpet. Vader was awakened by a slight noise. The space beside him was now empty, leaving only a faint warmth and the lingering scent of ebony wood, akin to a gentle cocoon. He propped himself up, his sore body protesting, as the silk sheets slipped from his shoulders, revealing ambiguous red marks upon his collarbone. The birds outside chirped melodiously, mingling with the unique tranquility of the manor, rendering the morning particularly serene. He rubbed his throbbing temples, his gaze sweeping over the neatly folded black robes in the corner, the hair tie from the previous night arranged tidily upon the nightstand, and even his cloak, carelessly tossed over the chair, had been pressed into a crisp form. This man always expressed his concern in such clumsy yet endearing ways. Vader couldn't help but smile as he threw back the covers to rise, the soreness in his legs causing him to stumble slightly, a flush instantly rising to his cheeks. Just as he donned his outer robe, he caught a faint scent of rice. It was not the sweet, magical aroma typically conjured by house elves, but rather a more rustic, comforting fragrance. reminiscent of a pot simmering over a winter hearth, imbued with the warmth of home. Following the scent, Vader made his way down the corridor, the plush carpet nearly swallowing his ankles. Upon rounding the corner, he paused in surprise at the sight of an open kitchen. Voldemort stood before the stove, clad in a deep gray woolen morning robe, its collar loosened to reveal his sharply defined collarbones. His back was turned to the hallway, his stature erect as a pine. Yet he was attentively stirring something in a pot with a wooden spoon, the motion lacking in finesse, even somewhat stiff with caution. A stark contrast to his usual commanding presence. Morning light streamed through the kitchen's high windows, casting a golden halo upon the tips of his black hair, softening even the chill of his demeanor. "Tom," Vader called softly. Voldemort's movements faltered momentarily as he turned, a hint of discomposure evident upon his face upon being caught. He still held the spoon, his red eyes locking onto Vader's with a fleeting glimmer of anxiety. "You're awake." Vader approached his side, peering into the white porcelain pot, where a congee of lean meat simmered, the rice grains tender and glistening, flecks of meat mingling evenly throughout, garnished with precisely chopped green onions, from which the enticing aroma emanated. "You made this?" Vader inquired, astonished, as he lightly touched the edge of the pot, feeling the warmth radiate through the ceramic. He had never envisioned that this dark lord, who scarcely cared for the mundane tasks of daily life, would don a morning robe to prepare porridge in the kitchen. A faint blush crept to Voldemort's ears, yet he maintained his characteristic composure, though his tone was somewhat brusque. "The house elf's fare is too sweet. Your health warrants something lighter." He paused, placing the spoon at the pot's edge. "I recall watching an elderly woman in the kitchen once. I thought I might give it a try." In truth, he had awakened in the early hours, gazing at the slumbering Vader beside him, the mingling of satisfaction and trepidation leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. The images from his childhood in the orphanage suddenly flooded his mind, the biting cold of winter, watching the cook prepare porridge, the cloud of steam representing one of the rare warmths in his memory. Almost inexplicably, he had reached for the jar of rice. In his haste to wash the rice, he had nearly spilled it all over the floor. While chopping the meat, he had not gauged his strength properly, resulting in uneven pieces. And he had even forgotten the cooking time, nearly burning the base of the porridge. After nearly an hour of effort, he had managed to produce the dish now before them. Vader observed the discomfort in Voldemort's eyes, a gentle warmth blossoming within him as if something had lightly nudged his heart. He picked up a white porcelain bowl and smiled. "It smells delightful. Allow me to taste." Voldemort immediately took up the spoon, awkwardly serving a bowl, carefully blowing on it before handing it to him. His red eyes fixed upon Vader, resembling a student awaiting evaluation, harboring an expectation he himself was unaware of. Vader scooped a spoonful into his mouth. The soft, glutinous rice enveloped the savory morsels of meat, while the freshness of the green onions perfectly balanced the richness, the warmth sliding down his throat, igniting a gentle heat within his stomach. The flavor was not extraordinary, yet it bore a simple comfort that soothed the soul far more than any exquisite magical dessert could. "It's delicious," he declared sincerely, his eyes curving into crescent moons. "Even more to my liking than what is served in the Hogwarts kitchen." Voldemort's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, the tension in his shoulders relaxing in an instant. The crimson depths of his eyes seemed to capture the sunlight, glowing vibrantly, the corners of his mouth twitching upwards imperceptibly, only to quickly suppress it, feigning calmness as he replied, "Then do indulge." He turned to serve himself another bowl, placing it before him, yet hesitated to pick up his spoon, instead watching Vader savor each bite. The morning light bathed the table between them, rendering the congee in the porcelain bowl even more inviting, as the air filled with the aroma of rice porridge and an indescribable essence of tranquility. Vader ate slowly, relishing every mouthful. He could feel Voldemort's gaze upon him, imbued with focus and reverence, akin to the admiration of a rare and precious artifact. This sensation was peculiar, reminiscent of a distant memory when Tom had first conjured a bouquet of lilies of the valley for him, anxiously observing his reaction, fearful that he might not approve. Time had altered many aspects of their existence, yet it seemed that certain things were indelibly etched into the marrow of their being. "You should eat as well." Vader looked up, meeting his gaze, gesturing with his spoon toward the bowl. Only then did Voldemort lift his spoon, mimicking Vader's actions, taking small bites. Perhaps it was the fact that he had prepared the meal, or perhaps it was the company seated across from him. This bowl of simple congee tasted richer than any delicacy he had ever encountered. Sunlight gradually enveloped the dining table, stretching their shadows long and intertwining, reminiscent of a painting frozen in time. The chirping of birds outside remained crisp, while the serene silence of the manor gently enveloped everything, as if time itself had slowed its pace. Chapter 127. The warmth of soft jade in Voldemort's embrace. As Vader pushed open the door, Sunlight cascaded at an angle upon his shoulders, his golden hair flowing like unbound silk, the tips brushing against the hem of his morning robe, softly brushing against the carpet with each step, leaving delicate speckles of light in his wake. He did not bother to search for a hair tie. Instead, he casually tucked the stray strands behind his ear, revealing a smooth forehead and a softly contoured jawline. The morning robe, a deep gray woolen fabric, had been selected by Voldemort, carrying with it the familiar cold fragrance of its owner, draping past his knees, with the sleeves loosely gathered at his wrists, accentuating his porcelain complexion. Barefoot, he felt the warmth of the carpet beneath him, yet it could not dispel the inexplicable emptiness left by Tom's absence in the room. House elf? From the shadows emerged a house elf donning a tea towel, bowing respectfully. What is your command, sir? Where is Tom? The master is in the East Wing conference hall. Vader nodded and turned to walk towards the East Wing. The corridor was adorned with dark-hued tapestries, and the flames in the candelabras flickered quietly. Those who encountered a figure clad in black robes instinctively paused, bowing their heads until he had passed, daring only then to stand upright. No one dared to linger too long in their gazes, nor did anyone dare to impede him, as if his very presence constituted an unspoken privilege. Upon reaching the conference hall door, the heavy wooden door was ajar, and low murmurs drifted from within. The moment Vader pushed the door open, all conversation ceased abruptly. The conference hall was vast, a crystal chandelier hanging from the domed ceiling, 12 intricately carved stone columns supporting the roof, and a long table flanked by seated figures, their black robes swirling like a frozen night. At the head of the table, in a high-backed chair, sat Voldemort, draped in his signature black robe, his fingertips resting on the armrest, his crimson gaze fixed upon the doorway. The previously frigid atmosphere seemed to soften slightly upon his arrival. Vader's eyes swept over the crowd, landing on that familiar face, his steps unwavering as he advanced further inside. Only then did the individuals seated at the long table awaken from their stupor, their eyes collectively fixed upon him, expressions varying widely. Abraxas Malfoy tightened his grip around the silver-headed cane, a flicker of complexity flashing in his gray eyes behind golden-rimmed glasses. Having known Vader for many years, having engaged in discussions about ancient magic during their time at Hogwarts, he was aware of Vader's position as a professor there. Yet he had never anticipated encountering him in this manner, especially in attire that was clearly not his own, with long hair cascading down, emanating a softness that was strikingly incongruous with this austere setting. The Carroll brothers exchanged a glance, their rugged faces betraying their astonishment. They had long heard of Professor Dwayne's esteemed reputation, but had merely considered him a scholar detached from the conflicts of the wizarding world. How could he possibly be found in the Dark Lord's manor? Avery dropped his quill onto the parchment with a soft thud, his mouth agape, eyes wide as if they might pop from their sockets, the facade of composure he wore shattering entirely. Who did not know that Professor Dwayne was one of the most respected professors at Hogwarts? How could he? Orion and Walburga Black exchanged a look of disbelief. Having known Vader from their school days when he often mingled with Alphard, having stayed so long in the Black Manor-esque tower, they had tacitly acknowledged that bond. Yet now, here he was in the Dark Lord's manor, clad in such casual morning attire, radiating an aura that felt at odds with this place. Was it possible that the rumors surrounding Alphard were mere smokescreens? Alecto raised an eyebrow, nudging his elbow into his companion Lestrange. Their exchanged glances filled with knowing mockery and ambiguity. All who had spent time at Hogwarts had witnessed Professor Dwayne's former grace. However, they had never expected that such grace would ultimately find its way to the Dark Lord. Vader appeared oblivious to the multitude of gazes upon him as he approached the long table, tilting his head to gaze at the figure in the high-backed chair. His tone laced with the languor of one just awakened. "Tom, I've been looking for you." Before his words had fully left his lips, Voldemort had already risen. The black robe billowed behind him in a sharp arc as he descended the steps, disregarding the scrutinizing eyes of the room, halting directly before Vader. Vader instinctively took a half-step back, only to be swept into Voldemort's embrace, held securely with one arm cradling his knee and the other wrapping around his back. The movement so familiar it felt as though it had been rehearsed countless times. Vader let out a soft sound, instinctively encircling Voldemort's neck with his arms, his long hair cascading down, brushing against the fabric of Voldemort's black robe. "Aren't you still in a meeting?" Voldemort glanced down at him, his red pupils glinting with undeniable indulgence, then shifted his gaze toward the assembly behind him, his tone reverting to its customary chill. "The meeting shall continue." With that, he carried Vader back to the high-backed chair, adjusting his position as he sat, ensuring Vader could rest comfortably against him, even taking a moment to smooth down the strands of hair that had fallen, preventing the ends from being crushed beneath his weight. Only then did Vader become acutely aware of the multitude of eyes upon him, his cheeks warming slightly, Yet he found himself ensnared in Voldemort's embrace, unable to move. He could feel the warmth of the man behind him seeping through the fabric, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat echoing in his ears, inexplicably calming him. The assembly behind the long table was already too astonished to utter a word. Abraxas's fingers rubbed against the cane's handle, the complexity in his gaze deepening as he suddenly recalled the silent boy who had always stood behind Vader many years ago. It seemed some ties had been destined from the very beginning. Orion and Walburga exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment and understanding reflected in each other's eyes. It became clear why Alphard had once received such a beating from Tom. This was the crux of the matter. Avery gripped his quill tightly, stifling the urge to exclaim. Voldemort appeared oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest. Alecto, where were we? Alecto snapped back to reality, clearing his throat in an attempt to sound composed. Returning to the matter, we were discussing the registration law for Muggle-borns. The meeting resumed, discussions gradually rising in volume, yet carrying an undercurrent of distraction. Vader leaned against Voldemort, listening to the sharp and indifferent debates, his eyelids growing heavy. He inhaled the scent of ebony wood emanating from Voldemort, feeling the arm encircling him tighten slightly, as if offering silent reassurance. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows of the conference hall, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon his cascading hair. No one dared to gaze directly, yet all were keenly aware of the scene out of the corner of their eyes. Their revered Dark Lord was embracing a golden-haired man with an intimacy that resembled the tender care of a fragile treasure. And the fleeting gentleness within his crimson gaze was a sight they had never witnessed before. Vader sat up and yawned, snuggling closer to Voldemort, his long hair cascading onto the dark robes, reminiscent of flowing moonlight. Perhaps there was nothing amiss with this. Voldemort glanced down at the slumbering figure in his arms, raising a hand to gently brush away the stray strands of hair from his cheek, an action so tender it belied his true nature. The discussions at the long table continued, yet his attention had long since drifted to the steady rhythm of the man's breath against his chest. Chapter 128, The Start of Term. On the last morning of the winter break, thick frost adorned the manor's window panes, resembling intricately carved crystals. As Vader placed the final neatly folded robe into his suitcase, he heard the faint sound of footsteps behind him, accompanied by the familiar scent of ebony wood. Turning around, he found Voldemort standing in the doorway, the edges of his black cloak sweeping across the carpet, his red eyes fixated on the suitcase in Vader's hands, their depth akin to unfathomable ink. "Must you depart?" The tone carried an almost imperceptible tension, more a stubborn confirmation than a question. Vader set down the suitcase, his moonlit golden hair cascading over his shoulders, the tips still damp with the morning's chill. Approaching Voldemort, he lightly touched the fabric of his sleeve, which was embroidered with dark golden serpentine patterns, subtle embellishments only he could comprehend. "Yes, Hogwarts is resuming, and the students are awaiting my presence. You may have a house elf apparate you back, or I can accompany you." Voldemort instinctively wrapped his arm around Vader's waist, drawing him closer, the grip imbued with an undeniable plea. "The manor has everything you need. Stay here, and I can." "Tom," Vader interrupted gently, lifting his gaze to meet the crimson depths, where his own reflection mingled with an unmistakable reluctance, akin to a child fearing the loss of a cherished toy. "I am a professor at Hogwarts. Those children require me." He paused, his fingertips sliding from Voldemort's sleeve to clasp his palm gently. "And I shall return." Voldemort's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his silence speaking volumes as he tightened his embrace. Vader could feel the vibrations of suppressed sighs emanating from his chest. This winter, from the plum trees dusted with the first snow to the aroma of porridge wafting through the morning air, and to the embrace shared in the conference hall, their distance had diminished at an astonishing pace. The long frozen barriers seemed to dissolve under the warmth of this winter. He understood that Voldemort's reluctance was rooted in a fear of loss, an instinctive possessiveness, a rare moment of helplessness for a man so accustomed to control. "I will return for a couple of days over the weekend after term begins," Vader murmured, his fingertips tracing circles on Voldemort's palm, soothing like a restless creature. "And did you not promise to accompany me to the Black Lake to admire the maples? Come spring, the leaves will sprout anew." Voldemort's body stiffened momentarily before he slowly released his hold, his crimson gaze swirling with complex emotions that ultimately settled into resigned acquiescence. He reached out, his fingertips gliding over Vader's hair, an action so delicate it seemed to treat him like a fragile gem. "I shall have Dobby accompany you, should anything arise. Contact me immediately through the two-way mirror." Vader nodded with a smile, turning back to continue packing. The weight of Voldemort's gaze remained fixed upon him, laden with unspoken emotion, until he finally zipped up the suitcase, at which point that gaze seemed to solidify, almost burning a mark upon his back. As he departed the manor, A number of cloaked figures stood silently in the corridor, heads bowed in deference, none daring to raise their eyes. As Bader passed, he sensed several familiar glances upon him. Abraxas Malfoy adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes reflecting a calm understanding. The black couple exchanged knowing looks, their expressions a mix of complexity and tacit acceptance. While in the corner, Bellatrix Black's fingers clenched tightly beneath her robe, her face betraying open shock and resistance. This winter, the entire Death Eater circle had come to recognize him. The golden-haired man who could coax the Dark Lord into cooking porridge, who could be embraced in meetings, had become a unique presence within the manor, especially for Bellatrix, who revered Voldemort as a deity whenever she encountered him. Her crimson eyes glimmered with an unacknowledged flame of confusion, unable to comprehend how the figure she idolized could be so enamored with a man. Yet, when Bader occasionally graced her with a gentle smile, she instinctively turned away, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. In a moment of weakness after a gathering, she had dared to speak up, her tone edged with sharp inquiry. "My lord, Professor Devane is ultimately an outsider, and he, silence." Voldemort's voice had been as cold as ice, his crimson gaze sweeping over her with undisguised malice. "Bader's matters are not for you to discuss." Bellatrix had immediately fallen silent, her lowered eyelids concealing her resentment, yet she dared not utter another word. She had to admit that Bader possessed a gentle warmth that seemed capable of purifying even her darkened heart, igniting within her an inexplicable flutter of emotion. Yet this very feeling only fueled her anger and confusion regarding their relationship. At this moment, as Bader passed by her, their eyes met, and he instinctively curled his lips into a smile, reminiscent of a gentle breeze sweeping over a frozen lake. Bellatrix grasped her robe tightly, an unnatural heat rising to her cheeks, hastily lowering her gaze, while her ears betrayed her, reddening subtly. Voldemort escorted Bader to the manor's entrance, where a carriage awaited, drawn by magnificent black horses, glistening in the snowy landscape. He opened the door for Bader, their hands brushing momentarily, sending a jolt of electricity between them. "Be cautious on your journey." Voldemort's voice was low, his crimson eyes reflecting the swirling snowflakes. "I shall await your return." Bader nodded, stepping into the carriage. And as he did, a soft incantation floated through the air. Turning back, he saw Voldemort pointing his wand at his suitcase, a small serpentine emblem shimmering dully on the metal clasp. A tracking charm. Voldemort's voice carried through the wind and snow. "No matter where you are, I shall find you." Bader's heart fluttered slightly. He said nothing, merely waved goodbye as he lowered the carriage curtain. As the carriage pulled away from the manor, he lifted a corner of the curtain, catching sight of Voldemort still standing at the entrance, his dark figure appearing especially solitary against the white snow, like a silent statue, until the carriage turned a corner and disappeared from view. Inside the carriage, warmth enveloped him, cushioned by thick cashmere blankets. Bader leaned against the window, watching the snowflakes flurry by, his fingertips lightly tracing the serpentine mark on the suitcase. This winter felt like an elongated and comforting dream, yet now, it was time to awaken. But he knew this was not the end. Just as Voldemort had assured him, he would indeed return. The carriage navigated through layers of mist, the spires of Hogwarts gradually emerging in the distance, like a castle afloat in the clouds. Bader inhaled deeply, and as he pushed open the door, the distinctive scent of the castle, mingling dust and magic, enveloped him. "Professor Devane." Several early rising students exclaimed upon spotting him, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Bader smiled in response, sunlight glinting off his hair, bestowing it with a warm golden sheen. He carried his suitcase toward the castle, his steps light, yet deep within. He understood that the marks left by this winter had been etched into his very being. In the manor, Voldemort stood alone in an empty room, his fingertips brushing over the strands of moonlit golden hair that lingered on the bed, his crimson eyes reflecting an inescapable longing and resolve. He turned and made his way to the study, his black robe billowing behind him as his voice resonated coldly. "Notify everyone. The meeting has been postponed until next week." This spring, it was destined to be anything but tranquil. Yet, the mere thought of that golden-haired man as promised to return filled him with enough patience to await their next reunion. As the first weekend of March arrived, the wisteria at Hogwarts had just begun to sprout tender buds. Vader stood at the castle gates, a small satchel in hand. Dobby had long awaited his arrival, dressed in a comical outfit fashioned from a teapot warmer, and upon seeing him, bowed excitedly. "Sir, Dobby has waited for you for so long." "Master said Dobby must ensure your safe arrival at the manor." Vader chuckled as he ruffled Dobby's hair, feeling a pang of tenderness at the sight of the house elf's frail shoulders. "Thank you for your hard work, Dobby. Let us be on our way." As the disorientation of apparition faded, the familiar cold fragrance of the manor enveloped him. Standing in the courtyard, Vader watched the wind chime hanging from the corridors sway gently. the delicate clinking of the copper bells carrying an unexpected warmth. "I'm back." A deep voice resonated from behind him, laced with a subtle hint of excitement. Vader turned to see Voldemort standing beneath the intricately carved archway, his robe lifted slightly by the breeze, his red eyes glimmering astonishingly in the sunlight, akin to gemstones forged by fire. Clearly, he had been waiting for a long time, his fingers unconsciously caressing the handle of his wand, knuckles whitening from the grip. "Yes, I'm back," Vader replied, stepping forward, the moonlit gold of his hair brushing against his cheek as he tucked it behind his ear, a smile in his eyes that melted like spring's warmth. "Did you miss me, Tom?" Voldemort's ears flushed slightly, yet his expression remained stern, nonetheless. His arms instinctively wrapped around Vader, holding him tightly. "The meeting has just concluded," he murmured, resting his chin atop Vader's head, his breath imbued with the scent of ebony and cedar. "The kitchen has prepared your favorite creamy mushroom soup." Vader found himself slightly breathless in his embrace, but smiled without pushing away. This man, even in his longing, concealed it clumsily, resorting to food as a guise. The weekend unfolded peacefully and languorously. They sat across from each other in the study each morning, Vader grading student assignments, the quill whispering across parchment. Meanwhile, Voldemort sifted through a mountain of documents, his crimson gaze occasionally lifting to linger on Vader's focused profile, only to dart away awkwardly when caught. When the afternoon sun was just right, Voldemort would take his hand and lead him along the moss-covered stone path to admire the newly bloomed magnolia in the corner of the courtyard. The petals, as white as snow, appeared almost translucent in the sunlight, and when Voldemort brushed away the petals that had fallen into Vader's hair, their fingers grazed against the warm curve of his ear, causing both to pause, a subtle sweetness rippling through the air. Vader would regale tales of Hogwarts, recounting how Lily Evans had once again saved a younger student frightened by a mandrake in herbology, how Severus Snape's potion recipes were as precise as textbooks, and how Remus Lupin quietly lent his notes to a classmate who struggled to remember spells. He spoke animatedly, his moonlit golden hair swaying with his gestures, while Voldemort listened attentively, his red eyes reflecting Vader's shadow, occasionally murmuring in acknowledgement, his gaze betraying an unrecognized tenderness. In the evenings, after dinner, Voldemort would rarely share anecdotes from his past, not about power and schemes, but of a time at Hogwarts when he had secretly cared for an injured silver fox at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The fox had healed, yet would return on full moon nights, resting on the stone where he often sat. And then, Vader pressed, his fingers entwined with the tassels of Voldemort's robe. Voldemort fell silent for a moment, his voice low, then it died that winter. Vader did not inquire further, merely tightening his grip on Voldemort's hand. He understood that this man seldom displayed vulnerability. The mere act of sharing such memories was an immense testament of trust. On the final morning of the weekend, as Vader packed his belongings, Voldemort sat by the bed, watching him with evident reluctance in his crimson eyes. Yet he refrained from uttering a single plea for him to stay. Some things, they had both tacitly understood. Vader's roots lay at Hogwarts, and his world ultimately revolved around darkness and strife. But as long as weekends like this awaited him, it was enough. "I shall return next weekend," Vader declared, lifting his satchel, only to be halted by Voldemort's gentle grasp on his wrist. The touch was cool, yet the pressure was delicate, as if afraid to shatter something fragile. "Take this." Voldemort handed him a small silver box, and upon opening it, Vader discovered a ring intricately engraved with serpentine patterns, its eyes adorned with tiny rubies. "If you find yourself in danger, crush it." Vader gazed at the ring, his fingertip brushing against the ruby, warmth radiating from it. He understood that this was not merely a talisman. It was a silent promise that he could always find himself, no matter the circumstances. "Very well," he smiled, slipping the ring onto his finger. It fit perfectly against his knuckle. "I must take my leave." Voldemort nodded, watching him depart with Dobby until the sound of his footsteps faded into silence, at which point he slowly clenched his fist. In the vacant room, the warmth of Vader's presence lingered like the fleeting sunlight of spring, sufficient to dispel the long-standing shadows. Time slipped silently between the classrooms of Hogwarts and the waiting at the manor. Wisteria blossomed and fell again. The surface of the Black Lake thawed and turned green. And before long, summer arrived. In July, the air at Hogwarts buzzed with the excitement of graduation, a blend of champagne bubbles and the bittersweetness of parting. Vader stood on the castle terrace, watching the students below in their graduation robes embrace one another and toss their hats into the air, sunlight illuminating their youthful faces to a blinding brilliance. "Professor Dywayne," a clear voice called from behind, carrying a hint of feigned composure. Vader turned to see Lucius Malfoy standing there, his silvery hair tied back, his green eyes sparkling with the joy of graduation while still embodying the elegance of a pure-blood aristocrat. He held a report card, its edges crumpled from being gripped tightly. Congratulations, Lucius, Vader said with a smile, his gaze drifting to the report card in Lucius's hand, which bore 6 O's, 3 E's, and 2 A's, a remarkable achievement. Lucius's cheeks flushed slightly, and he instinctively straightened his posture. Thank you for your guidance, Professor, especially your supplementary teachings on the theory of ancient runes, which greatly aided my notes. He hesitated, as if steeling himself. My father has arranged a position for me at the Ministry of Magic, and I will also assist him in managing the family estate. I have heard, Vader replied, recalling the letter sent by Abraxas a few days prior, brimming with pride for his son. Indeed, the heir of the Malfoy family had not disappointed. A barely perceptible smile graced Lucius's lips before he quickly regained his customary reserve. There is one more thing. He inhaled deeply, his voice lowering. I have entered into an engagement with Miss Narcissa Black. Vader was not surprised. Marriages among pure-blood families were commonplace, and the union of Malfoy and Black would undoubtedly strengthen their positions within the wizarding world. Narcissa is a fine young lady, gentle yet resolute. He recalled the golden-haired girl who always stood quietly behind her sister Bellatrix, possessing her own unwavering convictions. Wishing you happiness. Lucius was evidently taken aback by his reaction, momentarily stunned before lowering his head, his voice tinged with a hint of relief. Thank you, Professor. He gazed towards the distant forbidden forest, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon his profile. Speaking of which, my father often mentioned you, saying you were among the few who could earn the Dark Lord's respect. Vader smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Some matters need not be articulated, yet they have quietly circulated within certain circles. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from below. The graduates had begun tossing their caps, the black graduation hats soaring like a flock of returning birds, tracing arcs in the sunlight. Lucius watched the swirling mass of black, a fleeting glimmer of hope for the future flashing in his eyes, only to be swiftly subdued by the composed demeanor of a pure-blood aristocrat. I shall take my leave now, Professor. He inclined his head slightly. Perhaps we shall meet again at the Ministry of Magic. Certainly. Vader nodded, observing him merge into the throng below, his platinum hair strikingly prominent amid the sea of black graduation robes. Alone on the terrace, Vader felt the summer breeze laden with warmth caress his moonlit golden hair. He glanced down at the serpentine ring on his finger, the ruby glistening with fragmented light under the sun. At the edge of the forbidden forest, a shadowy figure seemed to flicker by, swift as an illusion. Vader chuckled softly and turned to re-enter the castle. Chapter 130, Author's Presence. Hogwarts in September was bathed in a warm orange hue by the twilight, the floating candles in the great hall casting a flickering glow. For long tables were filled with students clad in uniforms, the air rich with the aroma of roasted pumpkin and butterbeer. The first-year students, clad in ill-fitting robes, stood in crooked lines before the staff table, their fists clenched in nervous anticipation, even their breaths trembling. Vader sat at the staff table, unconsciously tapping his fingertips on the surface. His moonlit golden hair was loosely bound with a silver ribbon at the back of his head, a few wisps framing his face, gently swaying as he perused his lesson plans. Having just concluded his preparations for defense against the dark arts, he caught a glimpse of Professor McGonagall, who was holding the sorting hat, clearing her throat to commence the ceremony. He set aside his notes and raised his gaze to the anxious children. The sorting hat song remained eccentric and lengthy, with each first year stepping forward to be assigned to their respective houses. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers, the Hufflepuff clapping in warm unison, while the Ravenclaw students nodded with composed grace. On the Slytherin side, only sparse yet elegant applause arose when a child from a pure-blood family was sorted into their house. Narcissa Black sat mid-table at Slytherin, her golden hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders, listening intently to her classmates beside her, a gentle smile gracing her gray eyes. Noticing Vader's gaze, she offered a slight nod, a fleeting hint of shyness about her engagement to Lucius sparkling in her eyes. Just as the last first year was sorted into Hufflepuff, Professor McGonagall was about to stow away the sorting hat when Professor Flitwick hurriedly approached, whispering a few words. McGonagall raised an eyebrow slightly before announcing to the assembly, "One moment, we have a transfer student this year." The great hall fell silent instantaneously, all eyes turning towards the entrance. Vader was somewhat taken aback. Transfer students were a rarity at Hogwarts, particularly on the first day of school. Moments later, a figure appeared at the doorway. Vester Swiftworth stood there, tall and poised, approximately 170 centimeters, with a subtly curvaceous figure exuding an astonishing sensuality. Her waist was slender, and her long legs, encased in a black robe, resembled a meticulously sculpted work of art. Her skin was pale to the point of translucence, the corners of her eyes subtly uplifted, radiating an innate languor and wildness. A small mole at the corner of her lips glimmered in the candlelight, adding an element of allure. Her dark brown hair cascaded to her waist, layered exquisitely, with the shortest strands resting just below her chin, swaying gently with her movements. She raised a hand to tuck a stray lock behind her ear, her dark red nails glinting under the candlelight. The silver ring on her index finger was particularly striking, the obsidian refracting a profound luster in the light. Her gaze swept across the hall, her deep brown eyes devoid of the shyness typical of first years, instead displaying a casual scrutiny, reminiscent of a feline surveying its territory, imbued with a natural haughtiness that was not directed at anyone in particular. It was an assuredness centered on herself, as if the clamor of the entire hall was entirely irrelevant to her. Wow, a boy from the Avery family. Seated diagonally in front of Vader, let out a low whistle, only to be nudged by a classmate to quiet down. Students at the Slytherin table exchanged glances, the pureblood children observing with scrutiny, while those not of pureblood lineage regarded her with curiosity. A girl beside Narcissa gently tugged at her sleeve, whispering something, and Narcissa's gaze fell upon Vester's ring, blinking thoughtfully. Vester Swiftworth. McGonagall called out her name, signaling her to step forward. Vester strode confidently towards the staff table, her long legs moving gracefully, the hem of her robe sweeping lightly against the floor without a hint of hesitation. She stood before the sorting hat, neither closing her eyes in anxious anticipation like some children, nor displaying any eagerness. She merely tilted her head slightly, assessing the old hat as if evaluating its worthiness to be worn. An intriguing child. Dumbledore's voice resonated from the head table, imbued with his characteristic gentle smile. His blue eyes, framed by half-moon spectacles, scrutinized Vester with keen interest, his fingers lightly tapping the table, evidently captivated by this transfer student. Vester placed the sorting hat upon her head, her movements decisive and efficient. Almost as soon as the brim touched her hair, a clear voice rang out from beneath the hat, Slytherin. There was no hesitation, as if it had been preordained. The Slytherin table fell silent for a moment before polite applause erupted. Vester removed the hat and casually handed it to Professor McGonagall, turning to walk towards the Slytherin table. She did not deliberately seek out an empty seat but approached one beside a window, her gaze briefly sweeping over the boy who had been seated there. He seemed momentarily dazed, instinctively rising to offer her his place. As she settled into the seat, her movements were graceful yet radiated an undeniable presence. She adjusted the hem of her robe before nonchalantly reaching for the pumpkin juice before her, taking a sip, her gaze drifting towards the forbidden forest outside, seemingly indifferent to her surroundings. Vader observed her profile, his fingertips lightly tapping on the table. This girl possessed a contradictory aura, an understated wildness, a low-key flamboyance, and an evident cleverness that surely made her a source of both admiration and consternation for the professors. He noted the way she held her cup, the dark red nails complementing the obsidian ring on her index finger, exuding a maturity beyond her years. As the ceremony concluded, students began to disperse from the Great Hall. Vader gathered his lesson plans, preparing to return to his office, when he was called by Dumbledore. Vader, the headmaster perched upon a high stool, regarded him with a beaming smile. What do you think of that transfer student? Quite a character. Vader assessed objectively, her magical aura remarkably stable, and he paused. I can sense a formidable power within her, like a volcano poised to erupt. Dumbledore nodded in agreement, a glimmer of profound meaning flickering in his cerulean eyes. The wand of purple wood, with a dragon heartstring core, measuring 13.5 inches. Ollivander wrote to me, stating that this is one of the most suitable wands for combat he has encountered in recent years. He sipped his mead, pondering the intriguing soul that Slytherin has gained. Vader chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. After bidding farewell to Dumbledore, he returned to his office, where the night had already enveloped the world outside. He retrieved a two-way mirror from his drawer, gently tapping it with his wand, causing the surface to ripple and soon reflect Voldemort's visage. The Dark Lord appeared to have just finished his tasks, the collar of his black robe slightly loosened, his crimson pupils standing out vividly in the mirror. How was the start of the term? All well. Fairly so. The newcomers are quite obedient. Vader leaned back in his chair, his fingertips caressing the edge of the mirror. However, there is a transfer student today, quite exceptional. Oh. Voldemort's brow arched slightly, intrigued. Her name is Vesper Swift Voss, sorted into Slytherin. Vader described her appearance. From her dark chestnut hair to the beauty mark at the corner of her lips and the obsidian ring she wore. Her personality is wild. She appears formidable. Yet her magical aptitude is remarkable. Professor Flitwick mentioned that her practical exam scores were nearly all perfect. Voldemort's gaze lingered in the mirror, a subtle inquisitiveness flickering within his red pupils. The Voss family? I recall they immigrated to America in their early years, seldom venturing into the British magical community. Perhaps they have returned to develop their legacy, Vader speculated, uncertain. In any case, she is a fascinating student, She may well become an extraordinary wizard. He hesitated, swallowing the words about her potential as a follower, and instead stated, an exceptional wizard. A barely perceptible smirk graced Voldemort's lips, a warmth surfacing in his crimson gaze. As long as you think well of her. He regarded Vader. Take care to rest. Do not overexert yourself. Understood. Vader nodded with a smile, concluding the conversation. He set down the mirror and approached the window. Moonlight cascaded through the castle's spires, illuminating the tips of his hair as if adorned with silver. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin common room, Vesper sat in an armchair by the fireplace, surrounded by a few curious students. She spoke little, offering occasional incisive commentary during their discussions on the magical world, effortlessly elevating the conversation to new heights. Her fingers unconsciously stroked the obsidian ring on her index finger. Her gaze fixed on the flickering flames, the beauty mark at the corner of her lips glimmering in the firelight, as if concealing untold secrets. As for Vesper, I have portrayed her in alignment with my true inner character, rebellious and somewhat abstract. Her appearance and stature mirror my own, including the hairstyle. However, the nails and ring are not. Yet, I envisioned such embellishments for myself, and my description is not excessive, as it enables me to immerse myself in my novel. Ultimately, I find great pleasure in this. Name analysis. First name Vesper, derived from Latin, meaning evening, inherently imbued with an air of twilight mystery and darkness, possessing a sharp and androgynous quality. Middle name Swift, signifying swiftness, precisely capturing the agile characteristics associated with swallows. My name contains the character for swallow. Surname Voss. Its literal connotation suggests a sly and secretive disposition, subtly resonating with the cold desolation of October's late autumn. My birthday falls in mid-October. Would you say I possess a figure that could be deemed alluring? Having no recent photos, I simply saved one from Dian again. Please see the author's note regarding Chapter 131, a student who gives teachers a headache. October's Hogwarts, washed by autumn rains, appeared ever more luminous, the castle's stone walls adorned with damp ivy, while an undercurrent of subtle tension permeated the classrooms, especially within the professors' offices as they graded assignments. Vader's desk was piled high with essays on defense against the dark arts, the topmost paper boldly displaying the name Vesper Swift Voss, the pen's pressure nearly penetrating the parchment. He opened the essay, his brow furrowing imperceptibly. The handwriting remained crisp, yet it exuded a rebellious essence. Regarding the emotional thresholds of nonverbal spells, Vesper's chosen angle was intriguingly rooted in the concept of subconscious projection from muggle psychology, even citing obscure journals not even included in the Hogwarts library. Her views were sharp and innovative, yet the logic leapt about as if under the influence of a disillusionment charm, at times impressively precise, and at others, bewilderingly obscure. Truly vexing. Vader murmured to himself, marking a line beneath the phrase concerning the nonlinear relationship between emotional fluctuations and spell intensity. This perspective was indeed unique, even brushing against uncharted territories in magical theory. However, the expression was overly simplistic, akin to a mere skeletal outline lacking the necessary flesh and substance. He recalled the practical lesson from the day before. While other students struggled with the precision of the obstacle jinx, Vesper had already managed to freeze a target 10 paces away into an ice sculpture without uttering a spell. She stood at the center of the training field, her dark chestnut hair billowing in the wind, her deep brown eyes radiating an air of casual focus, her dark red nails gripping the purple wand, the magic erupting from her wrist with effortless grace. Her fluidity and control eclipsed even those of seventh-year students. Yet, come the written examination, this exceptionally gifted girl seemed to have her patience drained. In last week's charms test, she had nearly aced the multiple-choice questions, but her short answers were scant. And her final essay question was merely a crude drawing of a cat wearing a wizard's hat, pawing at a floating quill, with the annotation, rather than writing. I prefer to show you. This infuriated Professor Flitwick, who spent the entire afternoon stroking his beard in exasperation. Professor Devine, are you also reviewing Voss's paper? Professor McGonagall entered, holding a stack of transfiguration assignments. Upon spotting the essay on Vader's desk, she sighed in resignation. She turned a desk into a silver fox, didn't she? The precision of her transformation rivals NEW to level excellence. Yet her paper on the stability of non-living transformations claims that stability is merely a fool's fear of losing control. This child is truly a walking contradiction. Vader chuckled, closing the paper. At least her ideas are intriguing. Although her assertion that the essence of defense against the dark arts is energy conflict is articulated too prematurely, it is not without merit. He paused, likening her thoughts to a hard-shelled candy that must be cracked open to reveal its true flavor. Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced by the metaphor. Yet she nodded in agreement. Perhaps. However, her charisma is far more conspicuous than her essays. This was certainly true. From September to October, the name Vesper Swift Voss had become an unspoken topic throughout Hogwarts. She did not actively seek friendships, but effortlessly drew the gaze of others in the corridors. Some claimed to have seen her in Hufflepuff's kitchen assisting house elves in baking cookies, her dark chestnut hair tied back, a smudge of flour at the corner of her lips, smiling sweetly at a mischievous little goblin. Others reported encountering her alone at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, seated upon a massive rock, leisurely nibbling on a piece of dark chocolate, surrounded by a few silver foxes she had enchanted. She never rejected others' overtures, but also never lingered. When a bashful young boy from the lower grades shyly presents a love letter, she will accept it with a smile, her fingertips gently tapping on the envelope, transforming the letter into a flurry of fluttering paper butterflies. Then, tilting her head, she remarks, "Well written, but I prefer things that can move." When a girl approaches with homemade candies, she selects a not overly sweet lemon drop, mumbling her thanks while her eyes harbor a distant clarity. Bardel once witnessed such a scene during lunch. At the Slytherin long table, several boys and girls gathered around Wister, captivated by her tales of the American wizarding world. She reclined in her chair, her legs crossed, fingers unconsciously caressing the obsidian ring on her index finger, the small mole at the corner of her lips subtly dancing with her words. When she became animated, she would retrieve a few liqueur chocolates from her pocket to share with those nearby, while she herself chose a dark chocolate, savoring it slowly, her deep brown eyes always reflecting a sense of an observer's awareness, as if she were the vibrant center of attention yet remained untouched by it. She always had candies in her pocket, yet it was rare to see her indulge in anything overly sweet. Narcissa once mentioned to Bardel after class, her tone tinged with curiosity, "The last time I offered her a piece of Honey Duke's cream candy, she promptly passed it to the house elf beside her, declaring it cloyingly sweet, like a lie coated in sugar." Bardel chose not to respond at the time, yet found this description remarkably apparent. Wister resembled a piece of dark chocolate. Initially, she bore a slightly bitter aloofness, but upon deeper appreciation, she revealed a rich aftertaste, exuding an irresistible allure while maintaining a perfectly measured distance. On that afternoon's defense against the dark arts lesson, Wister once again became the focal point. When Bardel requested a practical demonstration of the patroness charm, the guardian she summoned was an exceptionally rare silvery gray snow leopard, agile and sharp-eyed. After circling the classroom, it approached Wister's feet, nuzzling her ankle before dissolving into shimmering light. "A perfect form, stable magical flow," Bardel commented, his gaze resting on Wister's face. "But the essence of the patroness charm lies in the purity of emotion. Your leopard exhibits excessive aggression." Wister raised an eyebrow, the mole at the corner of her lips twitching slightly. "To protect oneself, a degree of aggression is essential, is it not, Professor?" Her voice, though soft, carried an undeniable conviction, a flicker of wildness flashing in her deep brown eyes. The classroom fell silent, a few boys instinctively straightening their spines, and even the girls could not help but gaze at her a moment longer. This confidence, edged with brilliance, drew the attention of those around her like a magnet. Bardel observed her and suddenly thought of Tom. That man possessed a similar aura, albeit darker and more domineering, while Wister's sharpness contained an air of carefree openness. "Aggression does not equate to defensiveness," he replied calmly. "True defense is mastery, not conquest." Wister refrained from further rebuttal, merely shrugging her shoulders before returning to her seat, retrieving a lemon drop from her pocket and unwrapping it to savor. The tangy sweetness lingered at her nostrils as she gazed out at the autumn rain cascading down the window, her fingers softly tapping the desk, the obsidian ring glinting coolly in the light. After school, Bardel returned to his office, instinctively reaching for the two-way mirror. As the surface illuminated, Voldemort's face swiftly appeared, his red eyes reflecting the fatigue of a day's work, yet softening slightly upon seeing him. "Did you encounter something intriguing in class today?" Voldemort inquired, always adept at discerning the subtle shifts in Bardel's expressions. Bardel smiled, recounting Wister's situation, from her contradictory assignments to her fiercely aggressive snow leopard patroness. Like a porcupine, bristling with defenses, yet one cannot help but wonder what lies beneath those quills. Voldemort's brow arched slightly, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his red eyes. "It sounds as though you are quite interested in her." "I merely find her exceptional," Bardel explained. "Her talent is astounding, yet her demeanor resembles that of an untamed beast. By the way, she has a penchant for candies, though she only favors the less sweet varieties. Reminiscent of you in your youth." Voldemort's movement hesitated for a moment, a barely perceptible nostalgia flashing in his red eyes before he resumed his usual cold demeanor. "Do not become too preoccupied with inconsequential individuals." His tone bore a hint of possessiveness. "Are you returning this weekend? I have instructed the kitchen to prepare a black forest cake, with less sugar." Bardel felt a warmth in his heart as he nodded, smiling. Yes, of course, I will be back. Hanging up the mirror, Bardel approached the window, gazing at the castle cloaked in twilight. In the distance, on the Quidditch pitch, he caught a fleeting glimpse of Wister, practicing her flying alone. Her black robe billowing in the wind like a night hawk taking flight. Her pocket appeared bulging, presumably filled with an assortment of candies. This girl was akin to a stone cast into the serene lake of Hogwarts, sending ripples across its surface. She caused professors headaches, yet evoked admiration for her talents. She attracted those around her while stubbornly guarding her own world. Bardel picked up Wister's paper, inscribing a comment on the title page. Novel perspectives, yet further substantiation required. For the next paper, please articulate your thoughts using magical theory. I know you comprehend it, yet seem disinclined to write. Upon finishing, he suddenly recalled something. Retrieving a lemon-hard candy from his drawer and placing it atop the paper. Perhaps, to engage such a student, one must approach her in a manner she finds acceptable, a touch of apt understanding and a not overly sweet candy. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin common room, Wister leaned against the fireplace, perusing the paper Bardel had returned. Upon seeing the comments, she raised an eyebrow, the mole at the corner of her lips curving upwards. Picking up the lemon drop, she unwrapped it and placed it in her mouth, the tangy sweetness spreading across her tongue. A girl beside her leaned in. Did Professor Dwayne praise you again? Wister chewed the candy, not lifting her gaze, simply mumbling a non-committal her attention fixed on the night outside. A flicker of an unrecognized smile dancing in her deep brown eyes. How delightful. Chapter 132, Stealing the Horcrux, Ravenclaw's Diadem. The chill winds of November swept through the spires of Hogwarts, rustling the withered leaves, and the castle's fireplaces burned a bit more vigorously, lending a sense of warmth amidst the rustling of parchment in the classroom. As Bardel graded assignments, his fingers paused over Wister's paper, momentarily taken aback. The handwriting remained bold, the strokes exhibiting an unmasked sharpness, yet it had become notably more orderly. The flamboyant letters no longer appeared as if they might leap off the page. Instead, they resembled tamed vines, unfurling along invisible lines, chaotic yet orderly, concerning the topic of the energy transformation between dark magic and positive emotions. She had finally chosen to articulate her viewpoint using magical theory, though still somewhat tangential. It bore the necessary supporting arguments. Even sketching a simple diagram illustrating energy transformation on the blank margins, the lines drawn with a precision akin to that of a ruler. At last, she seems willing to settle down and write something meaningful, Bardel murmured to himself, gently tapping the diagram with his fingertip. The energy flow in the illustration was depicted as two entwined serpents, one as dark as ink, the other glimmering with silver, converging at the top into a hazy sphere of light. This metaphor may not have been rigorous, yet it was astonishingly precise, as she always managed to strike at the heart of complex theories with the most straightforward approaches. He picked up a quill and inscribed a comment at the end of the paper. Logic is emerging, yet the arguments still require refinement. The diagram is intriguing. Consider appending it to the main text next time. Upon completing her work, Wister habitually extracted a piece of candy from her drawer, this time a dark chocolate encased in golden foil. As she placed it atop her paper, the rustling of the wrapper against the parchment produced a faint sound. In recent days, Wister had indeed tempered her exuberance. During practical classes, she no longer sought to showcase her prowess ostentatiously, yet she effortlessly offered subtle advice whenever her peers faltered, suggesting a mere half-inch adjustment of the wrist for a steadier flow of magic or advising them to feel the presence of their target instead of fixating on it. Her voice, though quietly spoken, seemed imbued with an enchanting quality that invariably sparked a moment of clarity in her listeners. While her written examinations remained a weakness, she no longer resorted to simplistic doodles. In last week's History of Magic test, she succinctly addressed the power structure of the medieval Wizarding Council with just 3 phrases: the strong make the rules, the weak abide by them, and the clever manipulate them. Her response, starkly concise to the point of being almost brusque, left Professor Binns momentarily stunned, ultimately awarding her a vague A in the margins. This child was akin to a stone that could not be warmed, yet insisted on etching patterns upon itself. Professor Flitwick lamented in the staff lounge, clutching Wister's charms assignment, his tone betraying an undeniable admiration. Look at her analysis of the gestures for nonverbal spells, more precise than the textbook, yet she refuses to write an extra word. Vader merely smiled in silence, well aware that Wister's reluctance stemmed not from an inability, but rather from disdain. To her, words were a superfluous constraint. Only tangible magic was worthy of her investment. Much like how she consistently carried candies in her pockets, she seldom shared the sweeter ones, offering them only to those she deemed deserving, according to her own standards. That afternoon, following the defense against the dark arts class, students gradually exited the classroom. As Vader organized his lesson plans, Vister suddenly approached him. Her dark brown hair was secured with a deep red ribbon today, revealing her smooth forehead, while the small mole at the corner of her lips appeared particularly pronounced in the setting sun. "Professor," she began, her voice notably softer than usual. Vader looked up to find her deep brown eyes reflecting the fallen leaves outside, imbued with an inexplicable melancholy. "What troubles you?" Vister did not meet his gaze. Her attention was fixed on the candelabrum in the corner of the lectern. 2 candles burned there, one with a bright, steady flame, while the other flickered weakly, as if it might extinguish at any moment. After a brief silence, she abruptly mused, 2 flames, one bright, one dim. Do they illuminate the darkness, merge into it, or dissipate within it? I suspect it is the latter. As she spoke, her fingertips absent-mindedly brushed against the obsidian ring on her index finger, which glimmered coldly in the candlelight, resembling a fragment of the night sky. Vader was taken aback. He gazed at the 2 flames and then at Vister's profile, wanting to inquire about her meaning or the significance of her words. Yet, as he opened his mouth, he noticed Vister turn and swiftly exit the classroom, her dark ribbon trailing behind her like a fleeting shadow. "Hey," he instinctively called out, but she did not turn back, her figure quickly vanishing at the corridor's end. Vader remained rooted in place, his brow furrowed. Her words echoed in his mind like a stone cast into a lake, sending ripples through his thoughts. Illuminate the darkness? Merge into the darkness? Dissipate within the darkness? It seemed more a prophecy than a mere observation. Why had Vister suddenly uttered such a thing? Had she uncovered something? He approached the candelabrum, watching the faltering candle, its flame struggling as it flickered twice before finally dissolving into a wisp of smoke, leaving behind a charred wick. The faint scent of wax lingered in the air, accompanied by a vague sense of melancholy. Meanwhile, Vister had traversed the corridor, evading the patrolling Filch, and made her way directly to the 8th floor. Her steps were light and resolute, as if she were already aware of her destination. Passing the tapestry depicting the troll being clubbed by the dim-wit Barnabas, she did not pause, but distinctly thought to herself, "I need a place to hide things. A place only I can discover." On her 3rd pass of the tapestry, the stone wall behind her silently slid open, revealing a concealed door. The room of requirement always manifested when one was in need. Vister pushed the door open, stepping into a realm of darkness. She raised her wand, made of purple heart wood, and softly uttered the incantation for Lumos. The tip of her wand immediately illuminated with a gentle glow, casting light upon the cluttered room. It resembled a forgotten storage chamber, with dusty armor, neglected portraits, and several unopened textbooks piled in the corners. She navigated the room with familiarity, halting before a dusty cabinet. The cabinet door, intricately carved from oak, bore the eagle emblem of Ravenclaw. She extended her hand, her dark red nails lightly grazing the emblem, and the cabinet door clicked open with a soft sound. Inside rested a tattered crown, its silver frame adorned with blue gemstones, yet shrouded in a thick layer of dust, resembling a trinket of little value. A cryptic smile crept upon Vister's lips as she reached for the crown. Upon touching the silver frame, she felt a faint yet chilling surge of magic, akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows, flicking its tongue. "I shall keep this safe," she whispered, her tone tinged with playful mockery, almost as if making a proclamation to someone unseen. She wiped the dust from the crown, and the blue gemstones shimmered under the glow, revealing an eerie luminescence. "You truly are generous, to leave a Horcrux here in Hogwarts." She caressed the stones, a flicker of understanding flashing in her eyes, though she swallowed back the remaining words about Vader's possession. She tucked the crown into her bag and turned to exit the room of requirement. The stone wall slowly closed behind her as if it had never been opened. The corridor stood empty, save for the occasional soft clinking of armor plates. Vister touched the bag in her pocket, the crown's edges pressed against her palm, exuding a chilling sensation. From another pocket, she retrieved a piece of dark chocolate, unwrapped the foil, and placed it in her mouth. The bittersweet taste spread across her tongue, and she recalled the lemon drop Vader had placed on her paper, its sour-sweet essence lingering in her nostrils. "Illuminate the darkness?" She chuckled softly, a glimmer of wildness flashing in her deep brown eyes. Rather, it seemed the darkness awaited the extinguishing of the flame. She quickened her pace, her figure soon vanishing into the shadows of the corridor, leaving behind the aftertaste of chocolate mingled with the scent of rust from the armor, slowly dissipating in the empty hall. Meanwhile, at the candelabrum in the classroom, Vader remained standing, gazing at the extinguished wick, his heart swelling with confusion. What did Vister's words truly signify? Did she know about Tom? Or had she discovered something even more perilous? He picked up the two-way mirror, hesitating momentarily before ultimately refraining from igniting its magic. Some matters, he realized, should not be hastily disclosed to Tom, whose jealousy and possessiveness could unleash an unpredictable storm if provoked. Outside, the sky had fully darkened, the flames in the hearth danced, casting shadows upon the wall that flickered, reminiscent of the two flames, teetering on the brink between light and darkness. Chapter 133, The Christmas Ball. Hogwarts at Christmas was adorned with magic, resembling a dreamscape. Mistletoe hung from the ceiling, draping golden tassels, while the star atop the grand Christmas tree refracted countless points of light, illuminating the great hall with a warm and splendid glow. The air was suffused with the aroma of roasted turkey and the sweet richness of mead. As students donned exquisite formal attire, their skirts and polished shoes producing a cheerful rustle against the gleaming floor, Vestia stood beside the champagne tower in the corner, her burgundy velvet gown clinging closely to her form, accentuating her slender waist and voluptuous curves. The slit of her skirt revealed a glimpse of her fair calf, which swayed gently with the motion of her raised glass. Her dark chestnut hair was loosely gathered at the back of her head, with a few stray strands cascading down her neck, complementing the small mole at the corner of her lips and adding an alluring touch of languid sensuality. She delicately held a goblet, the crimson liquid tracing a shallow arc along the glass's rim, while her deep brown eyes casually scanned the dance floor with an air of detached observation. "Miss Vist, may I have the honor of dancing with you?" A somewhat timid voice emerged from behind her. Vestia turned to find Lucan Nate standing there, clad in a well-fitted black suit. His short, dark hair was impeccably styled, yet an unnatural flush colored his cheeks, and his fingers trembled slightly. He stood half an inch shorter than Vestia, gazing up at her with blue eyes that sparkled like starlight. Vestia raised an eyebrow, her mole quivering slightly. She recognized this boy from the Slytherin common room, where he often sat quietly in the corner engrossed in books. Unlike his flamboyant brother, Calinot, but he exuded the same unmistakable pride of pure-blood lineage. Setting her goblet on a nearby tray, she lightly brushed her fingers across the neckline of her gown. Certainly, her voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable presence. Lucan paused momentarily before extending his hand. Vestia placed her palm in his, the warmth of her touch sending a slight tremor through him. As they stepped into the dance floor, murmurs of surprise rippled through the crowd. No one had anticipated that this solitary transfer student would accept an invitation, let alone choose the understated younger son of the Nate family. The music transitioned to a slow waltz, and Vestia's movements were unexpectedly fluid, her burgundy skirt swirling like a blossoming flower. She did not deliberately accommodate Lucan's rhythm, yet she adeptly guided him to turn whenever he faltered, her fingertips occasionally grazing his arm with a cool touch that deepened the crimson hue of his ears. "You dance exquisitely," Lucan murmured, his gaze fixated on the wisps of hair adorning her neck. Vestia smiled, a flicker of warmth igniting in her deep brown eyes. "You are not lacking. Merely a bit too tense." She gently tapped his heel with her foot. "Relax, think of me as your practice dummy." Lucan chuckled at her teasing, the tension in his shoulders easing. Their steps gradually synchronized amidst the swirling crowd, resembling a pair of quietly blooming dark flowers. Vader sat at the professor's table, his golden hair tied back with a silver band, enhancing the warmth of his ivory-white attire. He observed Vestia on the dance floor, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the stem of his goblet. Tonight, this girl appeared transformed, shedding her usual sharpness yet remaining impossibly radiant. The words she had spoken last time resurfaced in his mind, igniting a flicker of confusion within him, like two flames, one bright and one dim. What was she truly implying? What occupied her thoughts? "Is that Miss Vist I see?" Albus Dumbledore's voice broke in beside him, the headmaster adorned in a purple velvet gown, a few cake crumbs clinging to his beard, his azure eyes gleaming behind his spectacles. "She is indeed striking tonight." Vader averted his gaze, smiling lightly. "I merely perceive her as somewhat different from her usual self." Dumbledore refrained from further inquiry, instead sipping his mead, his gaze drifting over the crowd. Settling at the entrance of the great hall, his eyes deep and contemplative as if concealing a universe within. At that moment, the door at the entrance creaked open gently. A silhouette stood against the light, clad in an impeccably tailored black suit that accentuated his tall stature. His features were hauntingly handsome, his pale skin glowing under the candlelight like cold jade, and his crimson pupils sparkled like blood-soaked gems, casting an innate sense of coercion as he surveyed the room. The music and laughter around seemed to freeze in an instant, even the flickering candle flames shuddering, dimming slightly. It was Voldemort. How could he possibly be here? Vader's grip tightened around his goblet, his knuckles paling. His heart raced violently in his chest, a tumult of surprise, anxiety, and an inexplicable sense of anticipation surged within him. He watched as Voldemort navigated through the throng, the edges of his dark cloak brushing against the light spots on the floor. Students instinctively recoiled, even their breaths becoming hushed. Vestia on the dance floor also halted, her burgundy skirt suspended in midair. Her gaze was fixed squarely on Voldemort, her deep brown eyes devoid of fear, igniting instead a flame of excitement. akin to a hunter spotting their most coveted prey. She turned to Lucan beside her, her voice barely above a whisper, yet tinged with an uncontainable tremor. Do you know him? Lucan's complexion had drained of color, his fingers trembling violently as he clutched Vestia's hand, his lips quivering, unable to form words. Of course, he recognized him, the figure his father and brother fervently followed. A dark wizard existing only in family whispers and fearful legends. He instinctively sought to pull Vestia behind him, yet she gently broke free from his grasp. Voldemort paid no heed to anyone, striding directly towards the professor's table. He halted before Vader, his crimson eyes reflecting the astonishment on the latter's face, his voice deep and resonant, like the lowest note of a cello. May I request the pleasure of a dance, Professor Vader? An eerie silence enveloped the room. The Slytherin students erupted in a flurry of agitation. Some instinctively attempted to rise in respect, but were restrained by their companions. Others gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. A Dark Lord, at Hogwarts' Christmas ball, inviting Professor Devienne to dance. Meanwhile, students from other houses looked on in bewilderment, sensing the overwhelming aura of the striking man, yet failing to grasp the Slytherin's evident disarray. Vader regarded Voldemort's outstretched hand, its bony knuckles and cool fingertips bearing the familiar scent of ebony wood. He hesitated for a moment before ultimately placing his hand in Voldemort's. Very well. Voldemort grasped his hand firmly, yet with a restraint that conveyed an unyielding certainty. As they entered the dance floor, the very air seemed to stagnate. The music transitioned to a gentle tango, and Voldemort's movements were unexpectedly graceful, enveloping Vader in his embrace, his arms securely around Vader's waist, guiding him in a seamless dance. As if they had practiced it 1,000 times. Vader detected the cool fragrance emanating from Voldemort, feeling the vibrations of his chest, the crimson pupils mere inches away, reflecting his own image and an unmistakable tenderness. What brings you here? He inquired softly, his words nearly drowned by the music. I missed you. Voldemort's breath brushed against Vader's ear, laced with a barely perceptible huskiness. I wanted to dance with you before everyone. Vader's cheeks flushed slightly, yet he did not withdraw. He observed the sharp line of Voldemort's pale jaw, watched the candlelight flicker within his crimson pupils, and suddenly felt that even if tomorrow brought tumultuous waves, this moment was worth it. As the dance concluded, a sparse yet odd applause erupted, filled with disbelief. Voldemort did not release Vader's hand. Instead, he led him directly towards the corner where Vestia and Lucan stood. Lucan trembled like a leaf in a storm, gripping Vestia's hand tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force, wishing fervently to disapparate away from this scene. West stood tall, her wine-red gown resembling congealed blood, while her deep brown eyes sparkled with excitement. When they met Voldemort's gaze, she even raised an eyebrow, as if greeting him. Voldemort's eyes fell on West's face, where a flicker of curiosity danced in his crimson pupils. The expression in this girl's eyes echoed the fervor of Bellatrix upon first encountering him. Yet it bore an additional layer of calm scrutiny, as if she were assessing a fascinating collectible, pure excitement rather than blind adoration. My lord, you wouldn't resort to violence here, would you? West suddenly spoke, her voice clear and laced with a confident smile. She lifted her chin, her gaze sweeping over Dumbledore in the distance before returning to Vader. For both Professor Dwayne and the headmaster were present. There was no hint of fear in her tone. Rather, it was as though she were stating an obvious fact. Vader was momentarily taken aback. How dared she speak to Tom in such a manner? Who exactly was she? Voldemort studied her for a few seconds before suddenly letting out a low chuckle, a hint of amusement rippling through his red pupils. You are quite clever. His gaze lingered on the hand West held with Lucan, his expression darkening slightly, yet he refrained from uttering further words. West's smile blossomed even brighter, the small mole at the corner of her lips particularly pronounced under the candlelight. Thank you for your compliment, my lord. She gently released Lucan's hand, patting his arm, and spoke in a tone only they could hear. Do not be afraid. He is merely a guest now. Lucan opened his mouth, his face still pale, but he made no attempt to pull her away. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly, his blue eyes filled with confusion and fear. Unbeknownst to them, Dumbledore had approached, wine glass in hand, a smile adorning his face as he regarded them. Tom, it's been a while. I didn't expect you to attend the ball. Is Hogwarts Christmas Eve to your liking? Voldemort turned his attention to Dumbledore, the coldness in his red pupils returning instantly, though he did not lash out. It is acceptable. The tension in the air surged abruptly. Even the candle flames seemed to hold their breath. Vader gently squeezed Voldemort's hand, signaling him to maintain composure. Voldemort's fingers quivered slightly, and his taut shoulders relaxed a fraction. West observed this exchange, a knowing smile flickering in her deep brown eyes. She subtly stepped back, her fingertips unconsciously brushing against the hard edges of the Ravenclaw diadem in her pocket. its coolness a stark contrast to the atmosphere. Two clusters of candlelight flickered, one bright, the other dim. She watched the two figures entwined in the center of the dance floor, then glanced at the imposing Dark Lord beside her, suddenly realizing that her assumptions might require reevaluation. Perhaps it was not about illuminating or integrating, but rather about intertwining until distinguishing between the two became impossible. The music of the Christmas ball continued, the warmth and undercurrents of the great hall weaving together like a magnificent, yet perilous dream. And West knew. This dream had only just begun. Chapter 134, a discussion in plain sight on the unforgivable curses. The clamor of the Christmas ball gradually cooled in the face of the confrontation between Voldemort and Dumbledore, the candlelight seemingly dimming, casting the great hall in a half-light. Voldemort released Vader's hand, but did not turn to leave. Instead, he directed his gaze back to West. His red pupils filled with scrutiny and a hint of barely perceptible intrigue. "What is your perspective on the unforgivable curses?" he suddenly inquired. His voice low yet resonating like an invisible thunderclap, shattering the stifling air around them. The faces of the Slytherin students paled in an instant, and Lucan trembled even more violently, instinctively wanting to cover West's mouth. Discussing the unforgivable curses before the Dark Lord was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Yet West appeared oblivious to his warning, her deep brown eyes igniting with even greater brilliance. She stepped forward, the hem of her wine-red gown brushing against the ground, producing a delicate rustling sound that harmonized intriguingly with her assured tone. "A perspective? It is merely a form of magic." She traced her fingers over the obsidian ring on her index finger, its cold gleam reflecting in her eyes. "The Cruciatus curse is the ultimate expression of emotion. The Imperious curse is the absolute domination of will. As for the Avada Kedavra," she paused, the small mole at the corner of her lips glinting in the candlelight. "It is the ultimate form of energy, clean and decisive, nothing wrong with it." At this pronouncement, even Bader gasped in shock. He gazed at West's wild expression, his heart tightening as if gripped by an invisible hand. This was no mere discussion of magic. It was an analysis of the essence of darkness, her calmness more chilling than any fervent worship. "Oh," Voldemort's brows arched slightly, a distinct amusement surfacing in his red pupils as if he had found a kindred beast. "You see nothing wrong with it? Magic itself is devoid of good and evil." West met his gaze without flinching, unwavering. "Used to save lives, healing spells are good. Used for vengeance, severing spells can be evil. The unforgivable curses are outlawed merely because the weak fear being crushed by the strong, much like medieval witches feared the pyres of muggles. Fundamentally, it is all a fear of losing control." Her voice rang clear, echoing in the corners of the hall. The Slytherin students dared not breathe, while students from other houses, though unable to comprehend the inherent danger, were silenced by the eerie atmosphere. Only Voldemort, upon hearing her words, suddenly broke into low laughter, his appreciation unmistakable. "Well said. You understand magic far better than those fools who merely recite school rules." He stepped closer, the fabric of his black robe nearly brushing against West's wine-red gown. Voldemort lowered his gaze slightly, exuding an oppressive sense of superiority, yet she showed no sign of fear. When their eyes met, they resembled two similarly thorned plants, appraising one another in the darkness, yet subtly resonating with each other. "What is your wand?" "Violet wood, dragon heartstring, 13.5 inches. West did not conceal the information, her tone carrying an almost imperceptible pride. "Ollivander said it is suitable for combat and for endings." Voldemort's pupils narrowed sharply. "Violet wood, 13.5 inches. These two details struck him like bolts of lightning, piercing deep into his memory. His own wand was made of violet wood, with a phoenix feather core of the same length. A peculiar sense of fate unfurled within him as he gazed at the outline of the wand West had yet to reveal. He suddenly felt that this girl before him was like a mirror, reflecting the shadow of his younger self, yet with a hint of unmasked candor. "Violet wood," he echoed softly, his voice tinged with a barely noticeable rasp. "Indeed." Vader stood nearby, his fingertips icy. He observed this uncanny scene, witnessing the appreciation in Voldemort's eyes and the excitement on West's face, a wave of intense dread overtaking him. He finally comprehended Dumbledore's hidden concern behind the phrase "an intriguing soul." This girl's talent, her wand, her nonchalance towards dark magic. She was, in essence, a kindred spirit crafted for Voldemort. Unconsciously, he looked toward Dumbledore, finding the headmaster's expression unusually grave, his blue eyes narrowing slightly behind his glasses as he gripped his wine glass tightly, the mead within trembling with shallow ripples. Vader even noticed that Dumbledore's gaze flitted between Voldemort and West, his eyelids twitching almost imperceptibly, as if a fleeting illusion had crossed his mind. In that moment, Vader felt as though he glimpsed two overlapping shadows, equally upright, equally sharp-eyed, both possessing an almost obsessive control over magic, one cloaked in darkness, the other ablaze with wildness. Tom. Vader spoke softly, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor, as the ball drew to a close. Voldemort snapped back to reality, his crimson eyes sweeping across Vader's taut features, only then recalling the presence of others nearby. He concealed the intrigue lurking in his gaze, but continued to fixate on Vister, his tone imbued with an undeniable command. This afternoon, come to my place. He did not specify the location. Yet all the Slytherin students present understood it to be the clandestine hideout near Hogsmeade, a sanctuary reserved solely for those deemed worthy by the Dark Lord. Vister smiled, her deep brown eyes sparkling like scattered starlight. It would be my honor, my lord. Voldemort ceased speaking and turned his attention back to Vader, the warmth returning to his crimson pupils, a stark contrast to the earlier sharpness. He extended his hand, his fingertips brushing delicately against the silver ribbon binding Vader's hair. I shall escort you back. Vader nodded, though his fingertips felt icy. He sensed Dumbledore's penetrating gaze upon his back, laden with complex significance, and felt Vister's eager stare, almost tangible, resting on the hands that touched Voldemort. As they departed, Voldemort's dark robes swept across the ground, trailing a chill that clashed sharply with the scent of wine emanating from Vister. Upon reaching the entrance of the Great Hall, Vader could not resist glancing back, witnessing Vister encircled by a throng of Slytherin students. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the doorway, a small mole at the corner of her lips glimmering mysteriously in the candlelight. Unconsciously, her fingers pressed against the inner lining of her robe, concealing Ravenclaw's diadem and a secret even Voldemort was unaware of. What are you thinking? Voldemort's voice whispered in his ear, laced with a hint of barely discernible tension. Vader averted his gaze, shaking his head. Nothing. He regarded Voldemort's pale profile, hesitating for a long moment before softly inquiring, do you hold her in high regard? Regard. Voldemort did not deny it, his red pupils reflecting the flickering candlelight of the corridor. She was akin to an unrefined blade, sharp yet adhering to her own principles. Her wand, crafted from purple wood, 13.5 inches. Do you not find it intriguing? Vader's heart sank. He understood Voldemort's implication. The material and length of a wand often foreshadowed its owner's destiny. Vister's striking resemblance to him. Was it mere coincidence or a harbinger of some unknown omen? She is still just a student. Vader's voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with a plea. Voldemort halted, turning to face him, his crimson eyes scrutinizing him earnestly. I know, but genius must not be buried, especially a genius so akin to us. He raised his hand, his fingertips gently brushing Vader's cheek. Fear not, I shall not frighten her. At least, not for now. His tone bore a promise, tinged with an undeniable certainty, akin to a hunter fixating on a coveted prey, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Vader fell silent, acutely aware that once Voldemort became interested in something, it was akin to a spider weaving its web. No one could easily escape. And Vister, this butterfly that had willingly flitted into the net, was she courting her own demise? Or could she carve a new path within it? Meanwhile, in a corner of the Great Hall, Dumbledore watched the direction of their departure, exhaling a soft sigh. He set down his goblet, the base clinking against the table with a delicate sound. A profound worry flickered in his cerulean eyes, 2 wands of purple wood. 2 equally formidable and perilous souls converging beneath the eaves of Hogwarts. Was this merely a jest of fate, or a portent of an impending storm? He raised his hand, rubbing his brow, the fleeting illusion from moments ago lingering vividly in his mind. 2 Voldemorts, one shrouded in darkness, the other cloaked in sunlight, both equally inscrutable. This Christmas was destined to be far longer than he had anticipated. Chapter 135, The Appointment. December's Hogsmeade lay blanketed beneath a thin layer of snow, the windows of Honeydukes sparkling with colorful wrappers, while the 3 broomsticks chimneys belched forth billowing white smoke. The air was infused with the aroma of warm butterbeer and the crisp scent of pine. Yet beneath this cozy facade, shadows curled like living entities at the entrance to the secret hideout, consuming the meager light. Vister emerged from the depths of the passageway, her black robes trailing slightly in the dirt and cobwebs, yet this did not impede her composure. She brushed off the dust from her shoulders, her dark brown hair swaying gently with the motion, a few strands dampened by sweat clinging to her neck, contrasting starkly with the small mole at the corner of her lips. There was no hint of anxiety in her deep brown eyes. Rather, they flickered with a concealed flame as her fingertips absent-mindedly caressed the obsidian ring upon her index finger. This was the 3rd secret route she had uncovered from the Hogwarts passage map, known to very few, its entrance hidden beneath the floor of the Shrieking Shack, damp and dark, yet sufficiently clandestine. She possessed an intimate knowledge of Hogsmeade's secrets, as familiar as the types of candies in her pocket, the forgotten passageways, abandoned cellars, and even the magical traps left behind centuries ago appeared to her as a chessboard marked with roots, each step taken with precision and conviction. This was not mere talent, but rather a survival instinct honed through countless nights spent amidst her father's drunken rants, forcing her to learn every nook and cranny where she could hide or escape, etching these secrets deep into her very bones. The hideout was concealed within the basement of a derelict blacksmith shop. As she pushed open the stone door disguised as a toolbox, the rusty creak echoed painfully in the silence. The basement was devoid of candlelight, illuminated only by the green glow of embedded luminescent stones, casting an ethereal light upon the furnishings within, rendering them surreal. A long black stone table, several armchairs intricately carved with serpentine patterns, and a corner piled with well-worn tomes on dark magic, the air filled with a faint scent of sulfur and aged books. Voldemort sat in the armchair at the head of the table, the edges of his black robes trailing to the ground, merging seamlessly with the shadows. His fingertips rested upon the stone table, the reflection of his red pupils in the glow of the stones resembling two flickering ghostly flames, silently observing Vister's entrance. Neither rising nor speaking, an invisible pressure enveloping the room, enough to render even the most seasoned Death Eaters breathless. Yet, Vister appeared unfazed. She approached the stone table, pausing 3 steps away from Voldemort, tilting her head slightly, her deep brown eyes sparkling with unabashed curiosity, even tinged with a hint of amusement. My lord's hideout is more modest than I had imagined. Voldemort's fingertips tapped lightly against the stone table, producing a crisp sound that resonated with the neutrality of his tone. You know of more passageways than I anticipated. Knowing much leads to longevity, Vister replied with a smile, the mole at her lips glimmering in the green light. In my childhood home, there was a hidden compartment in the attic. Every time my father drank too much, I would hide there, counting the floorboards. Once I counted to 128, he would fall asleep. Her tone conveyed the recounting of a trivial anecdote, devoid of resentment or grievance, possessing a cruelly serene quality. Voldemort's pupils narrowed slightly. Just yesterday, he had perused the investigative report regarding Vister Swiftworth. The pages inscribed with blood and ink vividly chronicled her past, her pureblood father's alcoholism and domestic violence, her half-blood mother's flight and abandonment, the madness of nearly killing her father during a surge of magic, and the suppression and even manipulation she had silently endured. This was a dossier potent enough to instill dread in any wizard. Silently, that was the chaotic energy born from the collision of magic and fear, a product of despair. No one had ever managed to tame this lurking beast into a compliant hound as she had. At the conclusion of the report, an anonymous note from a Death Eater remarked, "This woman is unburdened, fearless, controllable, or perhaps uncontrollable. Do you not hate your father?" Voldemort finally spoke, his voice laced with a barely perceptible curiosity. He had witnessed too many souls that had fallen prey to hatred, Bellatrix's fervor, Lucius's restraint, and even his own, all nourished by animosity. Yet, the girl before him, whose file was rife with suffering, exhibited not a hint of bitterness. Hate. West seemed to find amusement in the notion. Approaching the stone table to pick up a tome adorned with a skull on its cover, her fingers glided over the worn spine. Hate requires investment, does it not? Just as you would not despise a stone by the roadside, unless it bruised your foot. To me, he is less than a stone, merely a stranger providing shelter. Her voice was soft, yet it sliced through the hypocrisy surrounding familial bonds like a sharpened blade. Voldemort observed her profile as she perused the book, the green luminescence casting mottled shadows upon her fair skin. He was suddenly reminded of another line from the investigative report. The subject exhibits no significant fear of death, even displaying a tendency to approach simulated dangerous situations with eagerness. Are you not afraid of death? He inquired, his crimson pupils locking onto her gaze. West raised her head, the deep brown of her eyes reflecting Voldemort's shadow, like 2 serene pools concealing turbulent currents beneath. Is fear of any use? She closed the tome with a crisp sound, placing it back on the stone table. All mortals must face death. One may perish in mediocrity or in the pursuit of the extraordinary. If my end were to come at the hands of someone like you, I suppose it would be a rather intriguing fate. The provocation and candor in her words pricked the thin membrane of caution enveloping Voldemort's heart. He suddenly perceived that this girl mirrored the solitude of his youth, sharing an obsessive thirst for power, yet lacking the veiled restraint he once exhibited, replaced instead by a near-primitive candor. You can control the chaos. Voldemort cut directly to the core, his red eyes glinting with a dangerous light, an embodiment of uncontrolled magic. What makes you believe you can master it? By virtue of our shared essence. West's tone was resolute as she extended her hand, palm up, beneath the green glow. The faint black lines coursing beneath her skin resembled living entities writhing beneath the surface. Born of fear, she had grown within that fear. We both wish to shatter the chains that bind us. It merely manifests differently, through destruction for it, and through regulation for me. She gently clenched her fist, and the black lines vanished as swiftly as they had appeared, as if they had never existed. This motion flowed as seamlessly as breath, devoid of any hesitation, even causing Voldemort to narrow his eyes slightly. Even he could not so effortlessly wield such dark power. It demanded absolute mastery over one's own magic and an extraordinary acceptance of pain. Regulation? He echoed, tracing a circle on the stone table with his fingertip. What do you mean by your so-called regulation? The strong create the rules, the weak abide by them, and the clever exploit them. West's response mirrored her answers on her history of magic exam, yet uttered in this moment, it bore a chilling edge. Akin to your establishment of new rules within the wizarding world, while I merely seek to navigate these rules in pursuit of my own path. Voldemort suddenly chuckled softly, the sound reverberating through the cavernous basement, infused with a blend of excitement and cruelty at discovering a kindred spirit. What is it that you desire? I wish to. West's gaze swept over the dark tomes sprawled across the stone table, then returned to Voldemort's face, her deep brown eyes igniting with twin sparks of curiosity. To glimpse the end of this world, to see whether it is the purity you describe or a chaos darker than my childhood. Her words bore no allegiance, no plea, only an invitation to walk alongside her as equals. Voldemort regarded her, his red pupils revealing a clarity of amusement for the first time, not as a benevolence towards a subordinate, but as an appreciation for an adversary. He suddenly comprehended why Dumbledore perceived two of himself. This girl was indeed a mirror reflecting his innermost primal desires, the relentless pursuit of power, the transgression of boundaries, and a disdain for this hypocritical world. Excellent. Voldemort rose, his black robe trailing across the floor with a rustling sound. From this day forth, you may peruse the tomes here. He gestured toward the pile of books in the corner. But remember, each time you delve into them, there is a price to pay. Magic is never given freely, especially not dark magic. A price? West raised an eyebrow, retrieving a piece of dark chocolate from her pocket. Unwrapping the foil, she placed it in her mouth, the bitter flavor spreading across her tongue. I've known since childhood that to obtain what one desires, one must always exchange something in return. For instance, a piece of bread that my father did not smash must be exchanged for 3 hours of silence. An unnoticed escape must be traded for the abrasions upon my knees. She met Voldemort's gaze, her deep brown eyes glinting with mischief. Your price, I can afford. Voldemort fell silent, turning to stride toward the stone door. Before departing, his crimson pupils cast one last glance at West, the girl bathed in green light, with her chestnut hair, the small mole at the corner of her wine-red lips. And those eyes, unyielding in their fearlessness, even yearning for destruction, like a poppy blooming in a field of sulfur, perilous yet alluring. As the stone door sealed shut, silence reclaimed the basement. West approached the pile of books in the corner, crouching down to brush her fingertips over a tome titled The Domestication and Utilization of Chaos. The ink on the cover had darkened, resembling dried bloodstains. She opened the first page, where yellowed parchment bore an inscription in archaic script, to dance with darkness. One must first become darkness itself. West's fingertips lingered over the words, a cryptic smile curling at her lips. She harbored no intention of becoming darkness, nor of illuminating it. She merely wished to be the one standing in the crevice between light and shadow, observing the conflict on either side, and then quietly claiming the sharpest blade. The Ravenclaw diadem in her pocket nudged her, its cold touch seeping through the fabric, as if reminding her of the secret long forgotten in the room of requirement. West patted her pocket softly, murmuring to herself, do not rush. Wait until I finish this performance before deciding whom to present you as a gift. The green luminescence continued to emit its eerie glow. The dark tomes in the basement silently awaited their turn to be explored, while in the direction of Hogwarts. The sun was slowly sinking into the forbidden forest, painting half the sky a sanguine hue, reminiscent of the liquid that had flowed from the wine glass her father had shattered during her childhood. Some stories, once begun, can never truly be halted. P.S. West's childhood loosely mirrors that of the author's, marked by her parents' divorce at the age of 7 due to her father's abuse towards her mother, along with collateral damage inflicted upon her. In matters of emotion, indeed, there was no love, but equally no hatred. It simply seemed unnecessary. Yet, her plight was not so dire. She recognized that the world held far worse fates than her own, and perhaps she was not so unfortunate after all. Chapter 136. Voldemort. Your French pronunciation is abysmal. The green luminescent stones in the basement flickered, casting West's shadow, crouched before the pile of books, into an elongated silhouette, akin to a creeping vine. She delicately flicked through the pages of the silent taming and utilization, the yellowed fibers crumbling slightly beneath her fingertips. The arcane inscriptions detailing dark sorcery appeared, to her, as simplistic as nursery rhymes. You seem quite familiar with these. Voldemort's voice pierced the air behind her, more chilling than the cold glow of the luminescent stone. West did not turn around. She merely returned the tome to its place, her fingers lingering on the cover of another book adorned with a serpent. Familiarity is an exaggeration, but it does bear resemblance to a certain companion within me. She turned to face him, her deep brown irises shimmering with an astonishing brightness in the green light, as if concealing two flickering flames. It always calls me a monster. My father, when intoxicated, used to hurl the same insult at me. And you? Voldemort stood by the stone door, snowflakes still clinging to the folds of his black robe, his crimson eyes fixed intently upon her. Her words pierced his memory like a searing needle, unearthing the most secretive corners of his past, the iron bars of the orphanage, the sharp-tongued matron's curses, the averted gazes of children, and the derogatory monikers of demon spawn that had haunted his childhood like a persistent ailment. He had never shared these memories with anyone. Those humble, blood-stained recollections were graves he had buried himself, known only superficially to even Barty. Yet this girl, with a mere casual remark, seemed to peel back the scabs of his wounds, exposing the festering flesh beneath. They do not deserve it. Voldemort's voice was low, tinged with an imperceptible quiver, not of rage, but of an unsettling confrontation with forbidden truths. He recalled the overweight boy from the orphanage who delighted in tugging at his hair, the nun who struck him with a crucifix. Each of them met with an untimely demise, their deaths akin to refuse by the roadside, unworthy of his direct intervention, even too trivial to become mere dust in his memories. Suddenly, West laughed, the small mole at the corner of her lips glimmering in the green light like a mischievous star. You are right, they do not deserve it. She rose, her hem brushing against the dust on the ground, leaving a faint trace, reminiscent of your crimson eyes, beautiful yet unfairly labeled as the gaze of a demon. She tilted her head, her tone almost audacious. I rather like your red eyes, but alas, I am not one of them. Voldemort's pupils constricted sharply, the crimson flames within swirling violently. This was no longer a mere test. It was an unvarnished provocation. He stepped forward, the wind from his robes stirring West's loose strands of hair, an intangible pressure crashing down upon her like a boulder. You know too much. Not at all. West did not retreat. Instead, she advanced a half-step, reducing the distance between them to a point where they could almost feel each other's breath. Her deep brown eyes distinctly reflected Voldemort's astonished expression, her smile widening with confidence. For instance, I know you hail from the Wolves Orphanage in London, locked in the pantry until you turned 10, that your mother was Merope Gaunt, who ensnared your father with a love potion, that you murdered Tom Riddle yet allowed your uncle to bear the blame. With each revelation, Voldemort's fingers tightened around his wand, the serpent-engraved shaft quivering within his sleeve, ready to unleash. The air around them seemed to freeze, even the glow of the luminescent stones dimmed. In the Horcruxes, West's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, as if sharing a sweet secret. The diadem of Ravenclaw, the locket of Slytherin, the cup of Hufflepuff. How fragmented you have made your soul, Tom. The moment the name escaped her lips, Voldemort's wand whipped out from his sleeve, the tip aimed directly at West's brow, green light coalescing at its tip like a malignant tumor on the verge of explosion. His red pupils brimmed with murderous intent, more fervent than ever before. This girl knew too much, far too much, like a specter from the future, privy to all his secrets and vulnerabilities. Who are you? Voldemort's voice was as frigid as ice, each word laced with the scent of blood. Yet West did not regard the green light at the tip of his wand. Instead, she reached out, gently brushing against it, her dark red nails grazing the wand's intricate carvings, producing a soft sound of friction. Her gaze bore no fear, only a fervent curiosity akin to that of an art connoisseur admiring a masterpiece. Who I am is of little consequence. She suddenly hummed a melody, the tune both triumphant and tinged with sorrow, the French lyrics garbled, yet exuding a sense of glorious pride. Voldemort's pupils narrowed slightly. He recognized it. La gloire mes genou, a song about ambition and conquest, the fervor of its melody resonating inexplicably with his youthful desires. What do you think of this piece? West ceased her humming, a sly glimmer in her deep brown eyes. I believe it suits you perfectly, a man destined to have his own soundtrack. Soundtrack? Voldemort frowned, the term feeling like an unfamiliar incantation, rolling on his tongue without revealing its meaning. It means background music, you know. Dumbledore has his, albeit a softer piano piece. West shrugged, her casual tone starkly contrasting the tense atmosphere. Dumbledore? A flicker of incredulity intertwined with his murderous intent, this peculiar moniker tickling his taut nerves. At that moment, Voldemort's wand inclined slightly forward, an invisible wave of magic surged towards West. He aimed to use legilimency to pry open this girl's mind and uncover the monsters lurking within. However, the magical attempt to breach her thoughts collided with an imperceptible barrier upon reaching her brow, shattering into fragments without leaving a ripple behind. West blinked, her fingertips brushing her forehead as if to wipe away a speck of dust. Peering into the thoughts of others is hardly a good habit, Tom. Her tone was as relaxed as one discussing the weather. My mind is a bit cluttered, filled with far too many things you wouldn't recognize. Voldemort's grip on his wand turned white-knuckled, astonishment flooding his crimson pupils. He had never failed at legilimency. Even Barty would occasionally reveal a flicker of emotion under his probing gaze. Yet this girl seemed to wear an invisible armor, warding off all attempts of intrusion. Who exactly are you? He pressed again, the menace in his voice waning, replaced by an overwhelming confusion. This girl resembled his shadow, yet embodied an entirely alien species. Knowing all about him, yet speaking in tongues he could not comprehend, engaging in actions that baffled him. West suddenly produced a lemon drop from her pocket, unwrapping it and popping it into her mouth, the tangy sweetness enveloping her senses. She watched Voldemort's taut profile, observing the bewilderment in his crimson gaze, and found this confrontation utterly fascinating, like unwrapping a gift labeled with danger, where the surprises within proved far more enticing than the fear. I told you. I'm here to watch the show. She spoke with the candy in her mouth, her words somewhat muffled, the mole at her lip dancing with each chew. To watch you duel with Dumbledore, to see those pure-blood imbeciles make fools of themselves, and perhaps, she paused, her fingers unconsciously brushing the pocket concealing the diadem, to help you keep hold of a few things. Voldemort's wand remained pointed at her, but did not unleash an assault. He scrutinized this girl, observing her disregard for all as she spoke with unbridled enthusiasm about witnessing the spectacle, and suddenly thought that perhaps keeping her around would be far more entertaining than ending her life. A spectator who knew all his secrets yet stood apart from the fray. A soul so strikingly similar yet entirely distinct. Do not play tricks. Voldemort slowly withdrew his wand, his crimson pupils still brimming with vigilance. Whatever secrets you harbor in your mind, I shall inevitably uncover. You are always welcome to try. West's smile brightened further as she extracted a copy of the advanced crafting of Horcruxes from the pile of books, weighing it in her hands. However, for now, I wish to peruse the script of this performance. Voldemort fell silent and turned towards the stone door. The soft rustle of his black robes brushed against the ground, intertwining with the gentle turning of pages by West, resembling an eerie duet. As he reached the threshold, he abruptly halted, his red pupils remaining fixed ahead. Yet a distinct voice echoed, "That tune, your French pronunciation is quite atrocious." With a click, the stone door closed, effectively severing the howling wind and snow outside from the encroaching darkness within. West paused momentarily, then let out a soft laugh that reverberated through the empty basement, startling a few moths hiding amidst the pages. She cast her gaze upon the advanced crafting of Horcruxes, her fingers tracing the word sacrifice, and suddenly recalled the fleeting vulnerability that had flashed in Voldemort's crimson eyes when he mentioned the orphanage. Even the mightiest of monsters were once forsaken children. Such a pity. Savoring a lemon drop, the tangy sweetness danced upon her tongue as she hummed La Gloire est Genou, her French still clumsy, yet now infused with a touch of earnestness. However, sympathy cannot procure candy, Tom. The green glow of the luminescent stone illuminated her face, half in brightness, half concealed in shadow. Akin to a narrator standing on the threshold of a tale, both participating in this dark revelry and soberly observing everyone march towards their fated conclusion. Meanwhile, the Ravenclaw diadem nestled in her pocket, its cold edges pressing against her palm, silently reminded her that she was already aware of the outcome of this performance, yet could not resist the urge to inscribe a few lines anew. Chapter 137. Dumbledore. Every word you utter is familiar to me, yet when woven together, I find them utterly incomprehensible. As West re-entered Hogwarts through the secret passage, the hem of her robe still carried the scent of sulfur from the blacksmith's basement. She brushed the dust from her sleeves, plucked a dry leaf from her pocket, and with a flick of her wand, transformed it into a cascade of sparkling silver. Watching as it exploded and extinguished amidst the shadows of the corridor, reminiscent of a cheap fireworks display. The corridor was desolate, punctuated only by the occasional clinking of armor. She hummed the tune of the French song, her footsteps light as though dancing, her dark brown hair swaying gently behind her, while the crinkling of the lemon drop wrappers in her pocket provided a soft accompaniment. Just as she rounded a corner, a blue figure appeared abruptly before her, blocking her path. Dumbledore stood there, the crescent-shaped lenses of his glasses reflecting the corridor's lights, rendering his blue eyes even more profound. Clad in his signature purple robes, he held a lemon-flavored lollipop, its wrapper twirling around his fingers, clearly having waited for some time. "Miss West," he began, his voice akin to warm tea steeped in honey. Gentle yet imbued with an undeniable weight. Might we have a word? West raised an eyebrow, the small mole at the corner of her mouth glinting in the light. She halted, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her deep brown eyes. The inevitable had arrived. This old headmaster's instincts were sharper than a sniffler's. Are you seeking my counsel on how to elegantly categorize confections? She retrieved a piece of dark chocolate from her pocket, unwrapped it, and tossed it into her mouth. The bittersweet flavor unfurling upon her tongue. Dumbledore chuckled softly, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes forming gentle folds. He did not pursue the topic of sweets, but instead stepped aside slightly, gesturing towards a portrait on the corridor wall where a knight was dozing, his helmet askew, revealing a tuft of grizzled beard. Perhaps we could relocate? Say, to Albus's secret tea party? He lightly tapped the edge of the portrait, startling the knight awake, who mumbled about the old bee before reluctantly granting access to the hidden door behind him. Inside was a cozy little lounge, a pine fire crackling in the hearth, filling the air with the refreshing scent of mint tea, while a few oddly covered books adorned the shelves. The most striking being a crystal vial containing a shimmering silver liquid. Memories? West inquired as she stepped inside, her gaze lingering on the crystal vial. Her tone casual, as if discussing the weather. What fascinating past have you collected this time? Dumbledore closed the hidden door behind them, pouring himself a cup of mint tea, the rising steam obscuring the gaze behind his lenses. More intriguing than memories is the future. He slid a cup of tea towards West, the cup gently wobbling on the small table before her. For instance, why would a student, who ought to be in class, return from the forbidden forest carrying the scent of a blacksmith's sulfur? West lifted the teacup, her fingertips brushing the warm surface, yet she did not drink. She observed the tea leaves swirling at the bottom, as if deciphering a chaotic prophecy. The secret passage is the bloodstream of Hogwarts. Someone must ensure it breathes. She raised her eyes to Dumbledore, her deep brown pupils reflecting the firelight, just as your beard. Someone ought to remind you it is more disheveled than a snowy owl's feathers. Dumbledore chuckled softly, his laughter causing the embers in the hearth to dance. He removed his glasses, wiping the lenses with the edge of his robe, his blue eyes appearing remarkably clear in the firelight. You are quite astute, my dear. Yet, intelligent individuals often find themselves ensnared in traps of their own making. He replaced his glasses, his tone softening, yet gaining a sharper edge. Did you enjoy your conversation with that guest? Guest? West blinked, as if attempting to recall. Are you referring to that gentleman with the crimson eyes who arrived with his own background music at the Christmas ball? Suddenly, she clapped her hands, as if struck by a revelation. Oh, you wish to inquire which side to stand on in the battle of darkness and light to seize the best fruit? Fruit? Dumbledore's brow furrowed slightly, clearly perplexed by the term. He lifted his teacup, his fingers gently caressing the rim. What I wish to understand is why you find him so remarkable. West smiled, her laughter resonating in the small lounge like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake. She set down her teacup, leaning slightly forward, her deep brown pupils shimmering with a light that Dumbledore could not decipher. It was a blend of curiosity, excitement, and a hint of compassion, akin to witnessing a performance where the ending is known yet applause is still desired. Remarkable? She elongated the word, her fingertips unconsciously tracing circles upon the table. Just as you recall Neville's memory, you might think of courage as the act of moving forward despite fear. Just as when you gaze upon Harry's scar, you might remember that love is more tenacious than darkness. She abruptly halted, her gaze locking with Dumbledore's. Isn't everyone's uniqueness defined by themselves? He is his own evil, you are your own good, and I am merely an audience member. Is there a problem with that? Dumbledore's fingers faltered, the steam from the mint tea coalescing into a thin mist before his eyes. He understood the detachment reflected in her gaze. That calmness of standing outside the fray, more unsettling than any fervent stance. This girl resembled an actress holding a script, aware of every character's lines yet determined to alter a few words at critical moments, steering the entire narrative towards an unpredictable direction. You know who he is, do you not? Dumbledore's voice lowered, his blue eyes imbued with caution, aware of what he had done and what he was destined to do. And so what if I do? West leaned back against her chair, her legs crossed, her dark crimson nails gently tapping against her knees. Knowing the sun would rise did not deter her from staying up to gaze at the stars. Understanding that stories have conclusions did not prevent her from wanting to enhance the roles of supporting characters. Suddenly, she laughed, as if recalling something amusing. Tell me, which translation resonates more with you? Soul vessel or Horcrux? I find the latter carries a certain flavor of feeding shards of the soul to dogs. The moment the term soul vessel escaped her lips, Dumbledore's fingers tightened around his teacup, the edge clinking against the table with a soft sound. A flicker of shock crossed his azure eyes, the light behind his glasses trembling at the mention of a word he had only inscribed in the most clandestine of research notes. one that even McGonagall might not be aware of. How could this girl know? What else do you know? A barely perceptible tension crept into Dumbledore's voice, akin to a bowstring drawn taut. Yet West seemed oblivious to the gravity of his tone. She merely plucked a sugar cube, tossing it into her teacup, watching it dissolve slowly, sending ripples across the surface of the tea. I know quite a bit, she chirped, stirring her tea with a teaspoon. Her tone as light as counting candies. For instance, love is the greatest bug that can break all rules. Prophecies, you see, exist if you believe, and are non-existent if you do not. And she lifted her gaze, a glint of mischief flashing in her deep brown eyes. Your socks, they are intentionally mismatched. Aren't they? It's called rebellious old age fashion, I understand. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a myriad of responses, wariness, denial, even provocation, but never such a nonsensical string of words. It felt as if someone had tickled his funny bone. He should have been anxious. Yet he could not help but find it absurd. He gazed at the girl before him, noticing the small beauty mark at the corner of her mouth that danced with her smile, and suddenly felt as though he were conversing with a specter from another realm. Every word she uttered was familiar, yet woven together, they seemed like an ancient riddle. Miss West, Dumbledore set his teacup down, leaning slightly forward, his blue eyes imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. Hogwarts is not a stage. Each person here is not merely a pawn, but life itself is a stage, West shrugged, finishing the last sip of her tea, the cool mint leaving a delicate tingle in her throat. The difference lies in who plays themselves, who plays others, and who seeks the best seats to watch. She rose, adjusting the folds of her black robe. Rest assured, I am merely an observer. I will not disrupt the performance, at least not for now. Approaching the hidden door, she paused, hand resting on the doorknob, turning back to Dumbledore, the firelight reflecting in her deep brown eyes like two flickering flames. Oh, Dumbledore, she suddenly said, the casualness of her tone evaporating, replaced by an odd solemnity. If one day you discover that the flip side of good is not evil, but rather boredom, what would you do? Dumbledore was momentarily stunned. He opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. The question landed like a stone in a deep pool, sending ripples cascading through his mind. His entire life had been a battle against darkness, firmly believing that light and dark were starkly divided. Yet this girl's casual remark seemed to carve a blurry fissure into that clear boundary. West did not wait for his response. She laughed as she opened the hidden door, her figure swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the corridor, leaving behind her unfinished thought and the lingering taste of dark chocolate in the air. Dumbledore remained seated, watching the flames in the fireplace gradually extinguish, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the rim of his teacup. He recalled West's calmness when she mentioned the soul vessel, the almost appreciative gleam in her eyes when she regarded Voldemort. Her nonsensical phrases, BGM, bug, along with her probing question about good and boredom. Who exactly is this girl? He picked up the silver memory vial, gently tapping its surface with his fingertips. Inside lay a fragment of his youth, a memory of Grindelwald, of striving for a greater good. Back then, he too had perceived rules as tedious shackles and had longed for the power to break free from everything. Albus, what are you thinking? The knight in the portrait leaned forward, stifling a yawn. That little girl's gaze is strikingly reminiscent of your younger self, though she possesses a wildness far beyond yours. Dumbledore smiled faintly, returning the memory vial to the bookshelf. Perhaps. He picked up an unfinished lemon drop, twirling the candy on his fingertips. A little wildness might not be a bad thing after all. Yet, the wildness concealed something too mysterious, too perilous, like a time bomb buried beneath Hogwarts. No one could predict when it might explode or what future it would unleash. In the corridor, West's footsteps gradually faded, the melody of a French song mingling with the clanking of armor, slowly dissipating among the empty columns. She touched the Ravenclaw diadem in her pocket, its cool edges pressing against her palm, as if reminding her of the secret hidden within the room of requirement. Good and boredom? She chuckled softly, a flicker of untamed light flashing in her deep brown eyes. Evil, after all, holds more allure, at least it never pretends to be gentle. She quickened her pace, her figure soon disappearing at the end of the corridor, leaving only the rustling of candy wrappers in her pocket, punctuating this clouded conversation with an ambiguous period. Chapter 138. Severus, I shall turn it into a true foolish dog. The morning at Hogwarts was perpetually shrouded in a veil of mist, the castle's spires appearing indistinctly, like phantoms floating upon the clouds. In the Slytherin common room, green flames flickered against the stone walls, casting a cold glow upon West's open tome of dark magic. Her fingertips glided over the annotations of the bone-breaking curse when she suddenly heard raised voices at the entrance. One particularly explosive voice piercing through the stone walls to her eardrums with precision. I'll say it again, if that foolish dog dares to tear my homework again, I shall transform it into a truly foolish dog. Severus Snape's voice was like a dagger laced with ice, each word sharp and pointed. He stood at the entrance. The collar of his black robe slightly open in anger, his dark hair and eyes appearing particularly somber in the shadows. Fingers tightly clenching a tattered copy of magical potion and elixirs. Oh, what is the snot-nosed brat cursing about now? James Potter's voice followed, dripping with unabashed mockery. He leaned casually against the stone pillar of the corridor, his hair tousled by the morning breeze, mischief sparkling in his brown eyes. His arm draped casually over Sirius Black's shoulder. Sirius, on the other hand, laughed more boisterously, his gray-blue eyes squinting into slits, fingers mimicking the act of tearing pages, producing a comical ripping sound. Remus Lupin stood a short distance away, damp strands of his brown hair sticking to his forehead, attempting to mediate. James, Sirius, stop it. Class is about to start. Peter Pettigrew huddled behind him, his glossy eyes darting nervously from one to the other like a frightened field mouse. West closed her book, a slight movement at the beauty mark on her lip catching the green light. Rising, the burgundy hem of her dress swept across the edge of the stone chair, producing a faint rustling sound. She had witnessed this spectacle of Potter's gang versus Snape more times than she could count, more familiar than the magical theories in her textbooks. Yet today, it seemed to bear a different flavor. As she approached the door, she coincidentally collided with Snape, who was raising his wand to cast a spell, while James had already drawn his wand, muttering the bat bogey hex. West did not utter a word. She merely raised her hand and snapped her fingers. With a soft pop, two spells collided midair, yet instead of the anticipated sparks, they transformed into two strings of colorful bubbles, lazily drifting towards the ceiling, their surfaces reflecting comical faces. Everyone stood frozen in astonishment. Snape's wand hung motionless in the air, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his dark eyes, quickly overshadowed by a deeper gloom. It was that Wos again, always emerging at such moments, disrupting the scene with her ambivalent demeanor. James raised an eyebrow, intrigue flickering in his brown eyes. He sheathed his wand and whistled. Quite the trick, Wos. Far more interesting than the bat bogey hex. The caveat of interest was that breakfast time ought not to be transformed into a dueling arena. West approached the group, her deep brown eyes scanning the tattered book in Snape's hands before turning to James and Sirius. Did you tear up his homework? Sirius shrugged, indifference evident in his gray-blue eyes. Who told him to slither around like a snake? I was merely reviewing my herbology notes. Snape's voice suddenly escalated, his black eyes fixed on Sirius with a fiery intensity. You two collided with me first. Oh, West suddenly laughed, retrieving her wand, a purple wood shaft that glimmered coldly in the morning light. Shall I conjure a memory to revisit the scene? I recall there being a reflective shield on the armor in the third-floor corridor. James and Sirius's expressions stiffened momentarily. Remus gently tugged at James's sleeve, whispering, let it go. James. Meanwhile, Peter buried his head lower. Snape's demeanor softened slightly, but remained taut. He was well aware of Wos's capabilities. This transfer student, seemingly indifferent to everything, always managed to produce irrefutable evidence. The last time he was wrongfully accused of stealing a galleon, she had restored the truth using a shard of a mirror. West chose not to press further, instead producing a piece of parchment from her robe and handing it to Snape. This is my copied potion class notes. Far superior to yours. Her handwriting, though not elegant, was remarkably clear, even annotating improvements for the most intricate wolfsbane potion recipe. As for the homework, she turned to James, twirling her wand with her fingertip. Potter, you owe Snape a new piece of parchment and a bottle of ink, preferably one that is tamper-proof. James opened his mouth, seemingly ready to retort, but under West's penetrating gaze, he ultimately mumbled, got it, rummaging through his pocket to toss several galleons into Snape's hand. The gesture as crude as discarding refuse. Snape clutched the coins, his knuckles blanching, yet he refrained from further outbursts. Accepting West's notes, he hesitated momentarily as his fingertips brushed the parchment before turning on his heel and departing, the hem of his black robe nearly sweeping the ground. He was unaccustomed to owing favors, especially to a Slytherin, particularly one he found perpetually inscrutable. As Snape's figure vanished at the corridor's end, Sirius scoffed. He ought to see himself now, like a cat with its tail stepped on. Better than some who run around causing trouble like mad dogs, West retorted, her tone flat, yet undeniably authoritative. She turned to Remus. Lupin, do you have any of your wolfsbane potion left? The last batch I brewed seemed a bit unstable during the full moon. Remus paused for a moment before smiling gently. I have a little left. It's in my dormitory. Shall I bring it to you after class? His brown eyes reflected gratitude. Wos always managed to diffuse awkwardness in the most natural manner, never forgetting to inquire about his ailment as though it were the most mundane of matters. Thank you. West nodded before addressing James. By the way, Potter, may I borrow the new Quidditch strategy you mentioned last time? I wish to study the magical principles behind feints. James's eyes lit up instantly. Quidditch was his greatest pride. And he immediately launched into an enthusiastic discourse, articulating everything from the angle of the broom to the psychological anticipation of opponents, excitement dancing in his brown eyes. Sirius chimed in occasionally, bantering with James, yet the earlier tension dissipated. Peter gradually relaxed, occasionally suggesting, "I think we could add a smoke charm." Though no one paid him much mind, nonetheless, he appeared quite pleased with himself. West leaned against a stone pillar, listening to their chatter, her deep brown eyes reflecting the morning light, resembling a tranquil lake. She was acutely aware of what lay ahead. Sirius would be wrongfully accused, Remus would wander in solitude, Peter would betray them, and James and Lily would forever remain frozen in that fateful night in Godric's Hollow. But for now, watching them animatedly bicker over trivial matters and cheer for Quidditch, she suddenly felt that the so-called narrative might not be as unyielding as it seemed. Speaking of which, Sirius suddenly recalled something, his gray-blue eyes turning to West. "Did you see Regulus yesterday? He mentioned you discussed defense against the dark arts with him for quite some time." West raised an eyebrow. "What of it? Does a brother need to report to his sister when seeking advice?" Sirius choked momentarily, rolling his eyes in response. "Why does he always hang around that group of Death Eater wannabes? I warned him a bit, and he got all defensive when Regulus was mentioned." A flicker of complex disdain crossed Sirius's gray-blue eyes. He was worried about his brother's blind allegiance, yet he couldn't help but fret over his potential exploitation. "He has his own ideas," West replied lightly, "just as you have yours, and Snape has his. Forcing one's own beliefs upon others is no different from using the Cruciatus curse." Neither James nor Sirius spoke. Remus sighed softly, aware that West's words rang true. Yet the rift between the Black brothers was far too deep to mend with a mere exchange of words. At that moment, light footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. Lily Evans approached, arms laden with books, her fiery red hair ablaze in the morning light, her green eyes sparkling with mirth. "You're all here? I almost thought I would be late." Upon spotting West, her eyes brightened. "Wos. Could you lend me your research on ancient runic languages for 2 more days? It's on my desk in the dormitory." West nodded. "And could you also bring me a copy of the Daily Prophet? I believe there are some Quidditch transfer news today." "Of course," Lily replied with a smile. When she turned to James, her green eyes held a hint of exasperation. "James, have you been bullying Snape again? He started it, enough." Lily shook her head. "Cutting him off. Let us head to class. Professor Dwayne is teaching the Patronus Charm today." James immediately fell silent. The Patronus Charm being the spell he most desired to master lately. He flashed Lily a grin, revealing his small canine teeth, the earlier bravado evaporating into youthful innocence. The group made their way to the classroom, their laughter and playful banter echoing in the corridor. West trailed behind, observing Lily and James walking side by side. Noting Sirius playfully draping his arm over Remus's shoulder, while Peter dutifully followed suit. She suddenly recalled the cold names etched in the pages of books she had read. Names that had once lived so vibrantly, that had experienced such a warm morning. She touched the lemon drops in her pocket, the crinkling wrappers whispering softly. Perhaps being an observer wasn't so bad after all, allowing her to witness those manipulated by fate. As they traversed a moment of balance before their destinies unfolded, like walking a tightrope, one side illuminated, the other shrouded in darkness. With the line beneath their feet aptly named youth. A small mole at the corner of Wister's lips curled upward, a glimmer of warmth flashing in her deep brown eyes. She quickened her pace to catch up with them, the hem of her robe sweeping across the stone floor of the corridor, producing a light, rhythmic sound, as if gently tapping a beat for this stolen moment of tranquility. Chapter 139. Wister's central air conditioning. Wister followed closely behind James and the others, her fingertips unconsciously curling around the ends of her dark brown hair, listening to the rising and falling laughter ahead. James was animatedly mimicking Professor McGonagall's reprimand from the previous day, while Sirius chimed in with exaggerated flair, deliberately raising his voice. "Potter, you've sent the quaffle into the stands again." Remus chuckled softly, his shoulders shaking slightly, while Peter chimed in, only to shrink his neck in laughter after receiving a playful smack on the back of his head from Sirius. Lily walked slightly to the side, her red hair dampened by the morning dew, clinging to her cheeks like flickering flames. Occasionally, she cast a mock frown at James, her green eyes devoid of genuine anger, instead harboring a glimmer of amusement she was barely aware of. Wister observed this scene, her lips' small mole twitching slightly. It seemed that the tale of the rogue and the princess, before it became legend, was merely a reflection of youthful folly. Speaking of which, isn't today the day of Professor Dwayne's class? Remus suddenly inquired, his brown eyes turning toward Wister with curiosity. He had a peculiar fondness for their current defense against the dark arts professor, finding him notably different from the previous one. "Notably handsome?" Wister raised an eyebrow. deliberately elongating her tone. After all, he was the only man in the school who could wear a black robe with the elegance of silk. James whistled. Wister, you've finally spoken a truth. But his class is genuinely exciting. The last demonstration of the stunning spell was so swift that my eyes couldn't keep up. He gestured dramatically, mimicking Vader's wand movements, nearly twisting his wrist in the process, which sent Sirius into fits of laughter. Sirius laughed so hard he could barely stand upright, a mischievous glint sparkling in his gray-blue eyes. With your clumsy antics, you should first practice Lumos, lest you trip over yourself in the forbidden forest at night. You're the clumsy one, James retorted, but he was not truly angry. Instead, he playfully nudged Sirius, their black robes weaving chaotic arcs through the corridor. Watching them, Wister suddenly recalled Vader's moonlight gold eyes, serene as condensed moonlight, yet shining brightly like starlight when casting spells. Especially when discussing the essence of defense as understanding darkness, his gaze always shimmering with delicate light. She understood the connection between this man and Voldemort. Aware of the struggles hidden beneath his gentle facade, yet every time she saw him in class, she felt that his warmth was no mere pretense. Like the flowing waters beneath a frozen surface, cold, yet harboring warmth. As they turned a corner, they unexpectedly collided with Severus Snape, who was approaching with a stack of books. His black robe was as impeccably neat as ever, his dark hair falling over his forehead, obscuring the emotions in his eyes, which only flickered with a hint of disdain upon seeing James and the others. He deliberately slowed his pace, intending to wait until this group had moved further away. Yet he did not anticipate Wister's sudden halt. Snape, Wister's voice was soft, yet sufficient to silence the ruckus ahead. She pointed to the book he was holding. The Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection, regarding the counter-curse layering formula we discussed last time. I have some new thoughts. May we converse after class? Snape paused momentarily. He raised his eyes to Wister, surprise flickering in his dark gaze, quickly replaced by a veil of wariness. He was not fond of those who associated with Potter, nor did he appreciate Wister's perpetually inscrutable demeanor, yet when it came to the theory of defense against the dark arts, he found it hard to refuse the insights of this transfer student, occasionally earning a sideways glance from professors. Very well, he replied in a low voice, his tone carrying its habitual stiffness, yet he did not turn to leave as he usually would. James and Sirius exchanged surprised glances. Even Lily seemed taken aback by how Wister could disarm Snape's defenses, a skill more magical than any spell. Perfect, let us head to class together. Wister stepped forward naturally, assisting Snape in adjusting the books that threatened to slip from his grasp, her fingertips unintentionally brushing against his wrist. The version you have. Is it the one recommended by Professor Dwayne? Snape's body stiffened momentarily, yet he did not withdraw, merely nodding. It includes 3 additional pages on the repercussions of blood curses. I knew you would find it. Wister smiled, her deep brown eyes glimmering with genuine admiration. Your patience is far more reliable than James' wand. James immediately protested. What is wrong with my wand? It was the one that caught the golden snitch in the last Quidditch final. That was merely good fortune. Snape scoffed, yet he refrained from delivering his usual sharper retorts. Sirius, observing the strange harmony of the scene, leaned closer to Wister and whispered in a voice only they could hear. Did you perhaps cast a reconciliation charm on him? Wister shot him a sidelong glance. What? Are you envious? Perhaps I should cast one for you too as well? Sirius immediately made a face, though his gray-blue eyes sparkled with mirth. Thus, the group ambled toward the classroom at a leisurely pace, with James and Sirius occasionally bickering, Remus and Lily discussing their herbology assignments, while Peter quietly listened, unable to interject. Wister engaged in a discussion with Snape regarding counter-curse formulas, occasionally turning back to mediate between James and Sirius' playful tussles. Sunlight streamed through the corridor windows, casting long shadows on the ground, akin to a hastily smeared, yet unexpectedly harmonious painting. Upon reaching the entrance of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, they happened upon Regulus Black exiting. He was slightly shorter than Sirius, his black hair neatly combed, and his gray-blue eyes reflecting youthful naivete. Upon seeing Sirius, his gaze instinctively flickered away. Yet he did not immediately depart. Reg, Sirius' voice faltered, his earlier bravado diminishing, replaced by an unnatural stiffness. His relationship with his brother felt as if bewitched by a confused charm. Despite sharing the same blood, an inexplicable barrier always loomed between them. Regulus pressed his lips together, avoiding eye contact with Sirius, instead addressing Wister with a hint of hesitation in his gray-blue eyes. Wister, the book on Nordic dark magic history I borrowed yesterday. Is it in my bag? Wister interrupted him, pulling the book from her robe and handing it over. A note tucked inside regarding her thoughts on runic defensive arrays. See if you can utilize this. Regulus took the book, his fingers pausing momentarily upon touching the note. And he muttered, thanks. As he raised his eyes, His gaze inadvertently brushed against Sirius before he quickly lowered his head, turning to leave. "Wait," Sirius suddenly spoke. His voice somewhat dry. "Mother asked you to." His words faltered, the matters of the Black family acting like a thorn embedded between the two brothers. Regulus halted as well. His back turned to Sirius, shoulders tensing slightly. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke in a low voice. "You needn't relay her message." The air instantly thickened with tension. James attempted to diffuse the situation, but Wister silenced him with a look. Wister stepped forward, pressing a copy of Supplement to the History of Magic into Regulus' hands. "Last time you mentioned being interested in the Medieval Wizarding Council. This may be of use." She then turned to Sirius, tossing him another book, The Complete Quidditch Tactics, which contained a map of a secret pitch near Hogsmeade, supposedly unmonitored at night. Both of them were momentarily taken aback. West appeared unfazed, patting Regulus on the shoulder. "Off to class. Then, Professor Flitwick is not fond of tardiness." She then gestured towards Sirius with a slight lift of her chin. "Are you not departing? Do you wish to incur Professor Dumbledore's wrath by having him make you transcribe the school rules?" Regulus, clutching his copy of Supplementary History of Magic, cast a glance at West, and then at the Quidditch book in Sirius's hands, a flicker of complexity passing through his slate blue eyes. Ultimately, he turned to leave, albeit at a slower pace than before. Sirius observed his brother's retreating figure, glanced down at his book, and suddenly chuckled, as if a layer of frost had melted from his slate blue eyes. "Well, I suppose she has some conscience," he mumbled, his tone now devoid of its earlier sharpness. Lily sighed softly, her gaze towards West tinged with admiration for the girl's innate ability to deftly diffuse the most challenging of stalemates, akin to a born mediator. The classroom door creaked open, revealing Vader standing at the threshold, his moonlit golden hair shimmering softly in the morning light, his golden-hued eyes twinkling with gentle mirth. "It seems everyone is quite punctual." His gaze swept over the line of students at the door, and upon spotting West, a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. Throughout these 4 years, the corridors of Hogwarts had always been graced by this girl's presence, harmonizing discord like a breeze scattering unnecessary turmoil. "Professor Dumbledore." James immediately rushed forward, eager to showcase the spell he had been practicing. "What do you think of this disarming charm?" Vader nodded with a smile, his golden eyes reflecting the boy's spirited visage. "Significant progress, but your wrist could use more steadiness." He stepped aside, inviting them in. "Today, we shall discuss the advanced forms of the patroness charm." As the group entered the classroom, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting warm beams upon the desks, with dust motes dancing in the shafts of light. West settled into a seat by the window, observing as Vader unfurled the diagrams of defensive magic at the lectern, his moonlit golden hair swaying gently with his movements. She suddenly recalled when she first arrived in this world, believing it to be merely a tale spun from the pages of a book. Yet now, witnessing the lively interactions of James's boisterousness, Sirius's flamboyance, Remus's kindness, Peter's timidity, Snape's awkwardness, Lily's brightness, and the enigmatic blonde professor, she felt that the narrative had subtly transformed within these fragmented exchanges. She fished a lemon drop from her pocket, unwrapped it, and let the tangy sweetness spread across her tongue. Outside the window, clouds drifted past the castle's spires, like thoughts scattered by the wind. West watched Vader wielding his wand at the lectern, her classmates whispering about spells nearby, a slight smirk tugging at the corner of her lips. Perhaps this was acceptable, not to be a hero altering fate, nor a villain inciting chaos, but merely a chronicler standing in the middle, observing these individuals as they crafted their lives into unique stories. Vader seemed to sense her gaze, turning to meet it, his golden eyes radiating warmth as if to say, "Pay attention." West winked at him, raising her wand to practice the defensive stance in accordance with his command, her deep brown eyes reflecting the sunlit classroom and the earnest profiles of her peers, bright as if they contained the essence of spring. Chapter 140. Vader, it appears we have all changed. The oak lectern in the defense against the dark arts classroom warmed under the sun, Vader's fingertips gliding over the open diagrams of defensive magic. His golden-hued eyes mirrored the intricate silver patterns on the parchment, which he had meticulously drawn the night before to illustrate the advanced forms of the patroness charm. Each line encapsulated his understanding of defensive magic, concealing a certain perplexity within. The essence of the patroness charm lies in its use of the purest, joyful memories to combat dark creatures. His voice, gentle yet clear, flowed like water over smooth pebbles. But the advanced form demanded not only joy, but also an unwavering belief in protection. Consider what you would fight to protect with all your might. The classroom fell silent, the only sound being the soft scratch of quills against parchment. Vader's gaze slowly traversed the faces of his students, James Potter biting the end of his quill, his brown eyes shimmering with aspirations for the Quidditch Cup, Sirius Black twirling his dark hair with his fingers, a glint of rebellion in his gray-blue eyes, which softened momentarily at a fleeting thought. Remus Lupin gazing down at his wrist, marred by scars from the full moon, his brown eyes clouded with guilt. Lily Evans's red hair framing her face, her green eyes reflecting the sky outside, as if reminiscing about a summer afternoon in a muggle town, and Severus Snape, fixated on the diagrams, his dark eyes swirling with defiance and determination, as if to engrave every piece of knowledge into his very bones. Finally, his gaze landed on West. The girl by the window was spinning her wand, the purple heartwood glinting coldly in the sunlight. In her deep brown eyes lay no trace of the yearning or struggle evident in others, instead resembling a tranquil lake, occasionally rippled by mischievous waves, as if she already possessed the answer yet chose to remain silent. Vader's fingers tightened slightly. This girl always reminded him of Tom, equally perceptive, equally disdainful of rules, yet infused with an elusive warmth that Tom lacked, akin to the fragile light breaking through the clouds on a winter's day, feeble yet undeniably real. Miss West. Vader suddenly broke the classroom's tranquility. Do you believe that the conviction to protect requires justification? West's wand spinning faltered momentarily. She lifted her head, her deep brown eyes meeting Vader's golden ones, the small mole at the corner of her lips shimmering in the sunlight. Justification? Does 112 require justification? She shrugged, her tone as casual as discussing the weather. Some fight for family, others for friends, and some to prevent the destruction of something they find fascinating. Her last statement made Vader's heart clench slightly. He recalled Tom's words from the previous night. Vader, you always choose to protect the unworthy. With Tom's red eyes glimmering with familiar derision, the shadow of his black robes enveloping him like an impenetrable web. Yet now, observing the calmness in West's gaze, he suddenly felt that worthiness had never been a matter to be defined by others. Well said. Vader's voice bore a hint of barely perceptible amusement. The very essence of intrigue is the finest justification. With a flick of his wand, silver dust erupted into the air, crafting a silver phoenix that danced more vibrantly than an ordinary patroness. This is one form of the advanced version, infused with the intent of growth, symbolizing that protection is not merely about defense, but also about nurturing what we cherish. James instantly raised his hand, excitement radiating from him. Professor, may I give it a try? Vader nodded. As he watched James awkwardly conjure a lopsided stag, Sirius erupted into laughter, slapping the desk in amusement, while Remus gently reminded him to concentrate, and Lily discreetly gave James a thumbs up, warmth blooming in Vader's golden eyes. These children, like a clumsy pack of young creatures, were safeguarding each other in their own unique ways, and even if the future was fraught with thorns, the vibrancy of the present was enough to illuminate their path. As the bell rang to signal the end of class, students began to trickle out in small groups. West, however, took her time gathering her belongings, deliberately lagging behind. Once the classroom was left with only her and Vader, she approached him, books cradled in her arms, her deep brown eyes inquisitive. Professor Dumbledore. Have you known him for a long time? Vader's movements momentarily faltered. He closed the defensive magic tome, his fingertips gently caressing its cover. A flicker of complexity passing through his golden moonlit pupils. Whom do you refer to? Who else could it be? West raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with unabashed understanding. With her red eyes, clad in a black robe, her words flowed like ice, yet she always softened threefold in his presence. The phrase softened threefold pierced through the tranquility Vader endeavored to maintain like a delicate needle. He recalled the way Tom had adjusted his collar the previous night, the rare gentleness in his crimson gaze, and that remark about not being overly kind to students lest they take advantage, a tone oddly awkward, reminiscent of a child struggling to express himself. Some relationships cannot be easily elucidated, no matter the duration of acquaintance. Vader's voice was a mere whisper, as if fearful of disturbing something. Like light and shadow, they coexist yet can never truly merge. West smiled, the small mole at the corner of her lips twitching. Yet within shadows, there are always shards of light, and within light, traces of shadow are concealed. She turned to depart, then suddenly looked back, her deep brown pupils reflecting Vader's face. By the way, Professor, are you familiar with the concept of aesthetics? It's the kind of story that, though destined to part, burns fiercely in the process. Vader was taken aback. He did not comprehend what aesthetics entailed, yet somehow grasped the essence of her words. Akin to his relationship with Tom, from their youthful encounter in the alley by the church to their current positions on the brink of light and darkness. Each approach was accompanied by a sting, yet he found himself reaching out time and again. West did not wait for his response, instead smiling and waving as her figure vanished at the end of the corridor, leaving behind a fleeting statement. Don't overthink it, Professor. After all, life has no spoilers. Does it? Vader found himself alone in the classroom. The sun gradually dipped in the west, elongating his shadow, while his moonlit golden hair cascaded down his shoulders like flowing moonlight. He approached the window, observing West catch up with James and the others, watching as she playfully grappled with Sirius, and saw Lily offer her a piece of candy. Suddenly, he felt as though this girl was a mirror, reflecting the truths he dared not confront. The so-called guardianship was never merely about protecting others, it was also about redeeming oneself. His silver pocket watch in his pocket vibrated suddenly, the engraved T on the inside of the cover glinting coldly in the sunlight. That was the signal from Tom, indicating it was time to meet. Vader tightened his grip on the watch, the metallic chill penetrating his palm. He anticipated what awaited him. Perhaps Tom would question why he was paying particular attention to West. Perhaps mock his sentimentality, or perhaps, as was customary, scrutinize his loyalty with those red pupils. Yet, he felt no fear. As West had said, life offered no spoilers. Even if the path ahead was a precipice, he would take each step forward, driven only by the desire to uncover what lay hidden at the intersection of light and shadow. He adjusted his black robe, stowed away the defensive tome, and turned to exit the classroom. The torches in the corridor had already ignited, casting an orange-red glow that danced upon the stone walls, flickering like an unfinished melody, slowly flowing at the edge of light and darkness. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, he halted. Moonlight streamed through the high window, casting a silver patch on the ground, reminiscent of a fragmented sky. Staring at that patch of light, he suddenly recalled Tom as a youth, standing in the moonlight just like this, his dark hair tousled by the wind, his gray eyes shimmering with a thirst for power, yet softening imperceptibly upon seeing him. "We have all changed, haven't we?" Vader murmured to himself, a sheen of moisture glistening in his golden moonlit pupils, swift enough to elude capture. He turned towards the secret passage leading to Hogsmeade, the hem of his robe sweeping the ground, stirring a gentle breeze, as though bidding farewell to his past self. Or perhaps hurrying towards a reunion long since fated. Chapter 141. Forcibly demanding, compelled to endure. The night enveloped Voldemort's manor like a piece of fabric soaked in ink, impenetrable and suffocating. In the obsidian-paved corridor, the green glow of the wall sconces illuminated Vader's moonlit golden hair. With each step, the hem of his robe whispered against the ground, echoing the deepening rift between him and Tom. Upon pushing open the study door, Voldemort stood before the window, his red pupils reflecting the thorny brambles outside, the shadows of his black robe merging seamlessly with the night. He did not turn around, yet his voice struck like an icy dagger, piercing directly at Vader. "You have lingered at Hogwarts too long, to the point of forgetting your own position." Vader's fingertips curled slightly, a cold light dawning in his moonlit golden pupils. "My stance has never wavered, Tom." He approached the desk, gazing at the document inscribed on snakeskin parchment titled Muggle Domination Plan, the sharp script akin to a blade. "But to overturn the statute of secrecy? To dominate Muggles? Have you forgotten our youthful promise? We sought innovation within the wizarding world, not to become tyrants like them." "Tyrants?" Voldemort finally turned, his red pupils swirling with derision and fury. "Vader, your kindness is perpetually so cheap. Muggles are like ants. Their fear and submission are merely tributes to our power." He stepped forward, the wind from his robe brushing past Vader's cheek. "And that girl, West, you indulge her too much. She knows too much, like a ticking time bomb. Yet you treat her as a harmless pet. She is neither a bomb nor a pet." Vader's voice suddenly escalated, his moonlit golden pupils now clearly tinged with anger. "She is a living being, with her own will, just like us. You cannot deem her a threat simply because she sees through your plans." "A threat?" Voldemort chuckled darkly, his laughter tinged with a near-cruel obsession. "I have never feared threats. I merely eliminate obstacles. But you, Vader, your concern for her has surpassed the bounds of mere observation. Do you not see in her another shadow of defiance?" Those words struck Vader like a searing brand, searing into his heart. He recalled his own youthful self, repeatedly rebuking Tom's extremities, how Tom's dark eyes, though displeased, would always listen patiently to his arguments. But now, in those red pupils, only an insatiable desire for domination remained, akin to a beast driven mad by ambition. "I simply do not wish to witness you transform into that which you loathe most." Vader's voice bore a hint of exhaustion, his moonlit golden hair cascading over his shoulders like a handful of fading moonlight. "Tom, cease this. We can still turn back." "Turn back?" Voldemort suddenly seized his wrist, his grip so tight it felt as though it might shatter his bones, his red pupils locking onto him fiercely. "From the moment we stepped into Slytherin, there has been no path of return." With a swift motion, he swept the parchment from the desk, scrolls scattering across the floor with a clatter. "Do you think your persuasion holds any weight? Vader, you are just like those foolish wizards, always believing that love and reason can change everything. But power, only power is eternal." Vader struggled to withdraw his hand, pain flickering in his moonlit golden pupils. "This is not power, it is destruction. Then let us destroy together." Voldemort's roar reverberated, shaking the window panes. He abruptly pulled Vader into his embrace, the black robe enveloping them both like a net, impenetrable. Vader could smell the sulfur and dark magic emanating from him, a scent once familiar, now suffocating. "Tom, you have caused me pain." The voice of Vader resonated with a hint of pleading, tears shimmering in his golden eyes under the moonlight. Yet Voldemort seemed oblivious to his words, roughly capturing Vader's lips with his own, devoid of the tenderness that once characterized their encounters, replaced instead with a predatory fervor imbued with a sense of punishment. Vader's struggles appeared feeble against the overwhelming force. He could feel Tom's hands tearing at his dark robes, fingers gliding over his skin with an irresistible aggression. When he was thrust onto the bed, his back collided painfully with the velvet mattress, eliciting a muffled groan. Moonlight streamed through the high windows, cascading over his golden locks like a shattered river of stars. He gazed at the imposing figure of Voldemort looming above him, his crimson eyes devoid of compassion, only a frenzied possessiveness glinting within. "Tom, please don't do this." Vader's voice trembled, tears finally escaping the corners of his eyes, trickling down his temples and saturating the pillowcase, leaving a darkened trace. It was not the pain he feared, but rather the unfamiliarity of the Tom before him. Consumed by ambition, this was not the boy he knew, the one who would discuss magical theories with him late into the night, who clumsily cast healing spells when he was hurt. Voldemort disregarded his pleas, his actions imbued with an almost brutal urgency, the edges of his black robe brushing against Vader's ankles, leaving a chilling sensation in their wake. Vader bit down hard on his lower lip, suppressing any sound of weakness, his golden eyes fixed on the crystal chandelier above, allowing the waves of pain and humiliation to engulf him. At times, he lost consciousness, only to awaken and feel Tom still at his side, his red eyes glowing like twin will-o'-the-wisps in the dim light. Once, in a haze, he opened his eyes to see Tom gazing down at him, his fingertips unconsciously tracing over Vader's collarbone, a flicker of hesitation evident in his movements. Yet that hesitation vanished, replaced by an even more fervent onslaught. Vader's consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, repeatedly swallowed by darkness, only to be yanked back to reality by pain. He could sense the sweat dampening his long hair, clinging to his neck and back, and he felt the moonlight gradually fade, the sky outside transitioning from pitch black to deep blue, then to a hazy dawn. When the morning light finally filtered through the window, casting its first golden rays upon the carpet, Voldemort at last ceased his relentless actions. He rolled onto his side, his chest heaving, his crimson eyes still reflecting remnants of the madness that had consumed him. Vader curled into himself, turned away, his golden hair a chaotic halo on the pillow, akin to a white rose ravaged by a storm. His skin bore an array of bruises, breath shallow like the whisper of a breeze, tears long dried, leaving only faint red marks at the corners of his eyes. The room lay in utter silence, save for the intertwining of their breaths in the vast emptiness. After what felt like an eternity, Voldemort slowly extended his hand, his fingers gently brushing through Vader's damp hair. The motion was unexpectedly tender, a stark contrast to the brutality that had preceded it. He observed Vader's shuddering shoulders, watching as the golden strands entwined in his palm, and for the first time, complex emotions flickered in his red eyes, anger, possessiveness, and a trace of regret he was reluctant to acknowledge. Memories of their youth resurfaced when Vader would lie beside him, his golden hair spread across the pillow, laughing as he remarked, "Tom, your theories on magic lack a touch of warmth." Back then, he had not comprehended the meaning of warmth, considering Vader's words inconsequential like dust in sunlight. Yet now, gazing at the silent figure before him, bearing the weight of suffering without uttering a sound, he suddenly felt as though he had lost something profoundly significant. The morning light gradually illuminated Vader's profile, casting a soft golden hue over his pale skin. Voldemort's fingers continued to weave through his hair, as gentle as if handling a fragile treasure. He spoke not a word, his red eyes reflecting Vader's serene visage, while his thoughts tangled like a chaotic web, secrets, muggles, Vester, and the person before him, the one he had wounded most deeply. Perhaps Vader was right. He was transforming into the very embodiment of that which he despised most. But was there truly a path back? Voldemort stared out at the lightening sky, his fingers tightening unconsciously, ensnaring a strand of Vader's hair around his knuckles, as if grasping for something. For the self that had long been submerged in ambition. "I shall impose upon you a lifetime without a wife, the great Dark Lord." Chapter 142, The Confinement of Futility. Morning light streamed through the intricately carved window, casting mottled shadows upon the marble floor of Voldemort's manor. Vader sat ensconced in a velvet armchair in the corner of the study, his golden hair loosely tied back, revealing the faint red marks still lingering on his neck. He held an open tome, The Origins of Ancient Dark Magic, yet his gaze did not settle upon the pages. Instead, he peered past the edges of the book, watching Voldemort standing before the fireplace. Voldemort faced away from him, the hem of his black robe cascading to the floor, melding seamlessly with the shadows. He held a scroll of parchment between his fingers, his crimson eyes reflecting the flickering flames, attentively listening to a Death Eater reporting on the Ministry of Magic's movements. His voice was low and steady, devoid of any emotion, as if the previous night's fierce argument and brutal possession had never transpired. Malfoy has successfully embedded our spies within the Ministry, awaiting your command. The Death Eater bowed his head, his tone laced with sycophantic reverence. Voldemort inclined his head slightly, his fingers tapping lightly against the parchment. Ensure he keeps a close watch on Dumbledore's movements, particularly the locations of the Order of the Phoenix's meetings. He paused, his red eyes inadvertently sweeping over the corner where Vader sat. Additionally, compile reports on all recent Muggle disturbances and have them delivered here. Yes, my lord. The Death Eater responded dutifully, retreating from the study, the sound of the closing door echoing sharply in the silence. They were left alone in the room. Voldemort turned to face Vader, his crimson gaze devoid of the previous night's madness, replaced instead with an inscrutable scrutiny. He approached, the breeze generated by his black robe brushing against Vader's cheek, carrying with it a familiar scent of sulfur. Are you engrossed in your reading? Voldemort's voice was flat, as though inquiring about something trivial. He reached out, his fingertips brushing against the stray strands of hair by Vader's ear, an action surprisingly tender. Vader's body stiffened slightly. He did not lift his gaze nor utter a word. The text on the pages blurred before his eyes, his mind echoing Vester's words from that day in the Hogwarts classroom. Two flames, one bright, one dim, illuminating the darkness, merging with it or dissolving into it. Along with her nonchalant addition, I suspect it to be the latter. At that moment, he had dismissed it as mere prophecy from a girl, not giving it much thought. Yet now, confined within this manner, observing the figure before him, half the Tom he knew and half the unfamiliar Voldemort, he suddenly felt Vester's words pierce through to his innermost fears with uncanny precision. What are you thinking? Voldemort's fingers lingered in his hair, his tone carrying an imperceptible tension. He despised Vader's silent detachment, perceiving it as an invisible barrier that kept him at bay. Vader finally lifted his head, his golden eyes reflecting the shadow of Voldemort in the moonlight, resembling two serene yet unfathomable lakes, contemplating the original intent behind the ancient wizard secrecy laws. His voice was soft, yet imbued with an undeniable gravity. They did not fear Muggles, but rather dreaded the assimilation of wizards into the Muggles' greed and hatred. Voldemort's fingers abruptly tightened, a flicker of anger flashing in his crimson eyes. Are you still entangled in these thoughts? He released his grip and turned towards the desk, the shadow of his black robe enveloping the surface. Vader, you must understand that only absolute dominion can yield true order. An order maintained through fear has never been genuine. Vader quietly countered, his voice laced with a hint of exhaustion. He observed Voldemort's silhouette. The shoulders beneath the black robe still stood tall, yet bore a weighty malice far surpassing that of their youth, akin to a twisted ancient tree nourished by darkness, its branches entwined with countless ambitions and bloodshed. Voldemort ceased to argue. He picked up a quill from the desk and began inscribing commands onto parchment, the scratching sound of the nib against the paper resonating sharply in the silence of the study. Vader regarded his profile, suddenly feeling that the distance between them was vaster than the entirety of the Forbidden Forest. In the days that followed, Vader became Voldemort's inseparable shadow. During meetings of the Death Eaters, he was placed on a small chair beside the main seat, listening to the plans rife with murder and conspiracy, his golden eyes betraying no emotion, save for the subtle curling of his fingertips beneath his sleeves. When Voldemort dealt with confidential missives from the Ministry of Magic, Vader sat on the carpet beside him, hugging his knees, gazing out at the unchanging thicket of thorns, his mind replaying the nights they had discussed spells in the Hogwarts library. On one occasion, Voldemort took him to inspect the dungeons where Muggle captives were held. The damp air was thick with desperate wails, the sinister laughter of Death Eaters intertwined with the pleas of Muggles, forming a discordant elegy. Vader's footsteps halted on the stone steps, pain surfacing in his golden eyes. He instinctively wished to retreat, but Voldemort had a firm grip on his wrist. Look! Voldemort's voice rang in his ears, carrying an irresistible command. This is the fate of the weak, Vader. The compassion you believe you possess will become a mere opportunity for them. Vader was compelled to raise his gaze, witnessing the imprisoned Muggles, their eyes reflecting the tips of the Death Eaters' wands, filled with terror of death. His heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, a suffocating pain spreading through him. Suddenly, he understood that when Vest said one dissipates into darkness, It perhaps did not refer to the demise of the body, but rather the degradation of the soul. When one watches evil day after day, powerless to intervene, even forced to become an onlooker, the light is gradually consumed by darkness, until one can no longer discern whether they illuminate the shadows or have already become a part of that darkness. By the time he returned to the study, the sky had darkened. Voldemort loosened Vader's restraints, observing his pale complexion, a flicker of complexity passing through his crimson eyes. Unlike his usual reprimands for Vader's perceived weakness, he turned and poured a cup of warm mead, offering it to him. Drink. Voldemort's voice remained flat, yet bore a trace of warmth. Vader did not take it, merely lowering his head, his golden hair cascading down, shadowing his eyes. Tom, do you remember our first discussion in the Slytherin common room about the boundaries of light and darkness? His voice was soft, trembling slightly. You said true power lies in the ability to navigate between the two, rather than being consumed by either side. Voldemort's fingers tightened around the goblet, his crimson eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight, and after a lengthy silence, he spoke. People can change, Vader. So you choose to be consumed by darkness? Vader lifted his gaze. For the first time, disappointment clearly etched in his golden eyes, akin to a handful of moonlight on the verge of extinguishing, merely because Vest indicated the latter. Voldemort's pupils narrowed sharply, the crimson flames roiling in his depths. What are you saying? Vader offered no reply. He rose and approached the window, gazing at the manor cloaked in night, his golden hair fluttering gently in the night breeze. From afar, a wolf howl echoed within the forbidden forest, piercing and despairing, as if mourning an impending end. 2 flickers of candlelight, Vader murmured to himself, his voice as soft as a sigh, one bright, one dim, destined from the very beginning to culminate in an inevitable conclusion. Voldemort stood behind him, his crimson eyes fixated on Vader's back, his fingertips whitening from the pressure. He struggled to comprehend the depth of Vader's words, yet felt the despair woven within them, akin to a dull blade slowly slicing through his heart. He yearned to articulate something, to assure Vader he would not allow him to fade, but the words turned into a colder silence upon his lips. He recognized that he could not retain Vader's light, just as Vader could not halt his encroaching darkness. Vest's prophecy hung between them like an invisible curse, reminding them of the inevitable fate of their entanglement. The candlelight flickered in the study, casting their shadows upon the wall, one tall, one short, one bright, one dark, resembling 2 flames struggling in the darkness, flickering and dimming, forever unable to draw closer or truly separate. As Vader gazed out at the profound night, he finally grasped that Vest's reference to the latter might not merely be a prophecy, but rather a warning. When light chooses to linger in darkness, the ultimate outcome is often to be devoured by a deeper shadow. Chapter 143, Voldemort. Why not flee? Vader sat in a rocking chair by the window, his golden hair cascading over his shoulders, a few strands brushing against his chest, gently swaying with the subtle motions of the chair. He wore a soft silk nightgown, prepared by Voldemort, its texture smooth as flowing moonlight. Clutching an open poetry collection, his gaze drifted to the night sky outside, where a waning moon hung like a gnawed silver platter, its cool radiance filtering through the window pane, casting a faint shadow on his pale cheek. In recent days, Voldemort had nearly fulfilled all his requests. The books he desired appeared by his bedside the following morning. A particular herbal tea from Romania he had casually mentioned graced the silver kettle in the tea room that very afternoon. And even the violin piece he adored in his youth had been magically recorded by Voldemort, softly flowing through the tranquil night. The protective enchantments surrounding the manor were riddled with flaws. Those hidden corners he and Tom had discovered together in their youth were more than sufficient for a simple escape. Yet he remained. Even he could not discern whether his decision to stay stemmed from an inability to resist or from a lingering obsession buried so deep that even moonlight could not penetrate it. A soft click resounded as the study door swung open. Voldemort entered, having shed his black robe for a deep-colored velvet nightgown, the collar slightly unfastened, revealing his pale collarbone. He had just bathed. Droplets of water clung to his damp black hair, cascading down his neck and into his garment, carrying with them the steam of his shower and a faint hint of cedar fragrance. His crimson eyes appeared especially gentle under the dim green light, lacking the usual malice, infused instead with a sense of relaxation, as if shedding his defenses. He spoke not a word, merely approached the side of the rocking chair, standing silently, his gaze fixed upon the hand of Vader holding the poetry collection. The hand was long and pale, its fingertips bearing the calluses of years spent grasping a wand, now unconsciously caressing the gilded letters on the pages. Vader felt the weight of his gaze, his body stiffening momentarily, yet he refrained from looking up, instead drawing his focus back from the window to the blurred verses on the page. His heart fluttered within his chest, akin to a restless bird, both fearful of capture and vaguely anticipatory of something. Suddenly, Voldemort leaned down, his cool fingertips gently lifting Vader's chin. Vader was compelled to raise his gaze. Colliding with those crimson pupils, gone was the possessiveness and fury of yore, replaced instead by a profound, almost tender lake that reflected his own shadow, golden hair bathed in moonlight, a pallid cheek, and the complex emotions that he could no longer conceal. Vader. Voldemort's voice was soft, infused with a dampness reminiscent of rain upon pine needles. Look at me. Vader's eyelashes quivered lightly, yet he could not divert his gaze. In the next moment, Voldemort's kiss descended. Unlike the previous forceful assault, this kiss was exceedingly gentle. His lips were cool, imbued with the freshness of a post-bath reverie. Delicately resting upon Vader's, akin to a snowflake landing upon a palm, cautious, tentative. He did not deepen the kiss, merely brushing his lips against Vader's. As though savoring a fragile treasure, even his breath was hushed, fearful of disturbing something. Vader's body tensed momentarily, then gradually relaxed. He could sense Voldemort's restraint in the hand resting on his waist, fingertips trembling slightly, as if suppressing a primal urge. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Voldemort's lowered eyelashes, casting a soft shadow beneath his eyes and momentarily revealing a glimpse of his youthful visage. Time passed unmeasured before Voldemort slowly withdrew his lips, his nose brushing against Vader's forehead, the warmth of his breath caressing his brow. Is this all right? His voice bore a subtle rasp, the red pupils locking onto him with the intensity of a prisoner awaiting judgment. This time, I shall be gentle. Vader gazed into the seriousness of his eyes, observing the damp tendrils of black hair and the slight tremor of his hand, the taut string within him suddenly snapping. He remained silent, merely nodding ever so slightly, like a snowflake touching the water's surface, soundless, yet clear. Voldemort's pupils ignited, akin to a spark of flame. He did not act immediately, but lowered his head once more, kissing him again. This kiss retained its gentleness, yet was imbued with an unspoken reverence. His tongue gently pried open Vader's lips, tentatively entwining with his, the scent of cedar mingling with a hint of herbs, filling the confined space around them. Vader closed his eyes, long lashes casting delicate shadows upon his eyelids. He did not resist, even lifting his chin slightly in response to this belated, apologetic kiss. The pain and humiliation within him seemed to dissolve under this tender touch, leaving behind a bittersweet emotion, akin to a lemon steeped in honey, both sour and soft. Voldemort lifted him from the rocking chair, cradling him as one would a fragile piece of glass. Instinctively, Vader wrapped his arms around his neck, his cheek pressed against Voldemort's chest, where he could hear the steady rhythm of his heart, resonating through the thin velvet robe, akin to ancient drums echoing in his soul. The four-poster bed in the bedroom was adorned with a soft velvet mattress and sheets of moonlight hue. Voldemort gently laid him upon the bed, the moonlight streaming through the tall window, casting silvery patches upon the sheets like scattered stars. He knelt beside the bed, his red pupils reflecting Vader's face, fingers gently gliding through his golden hair, an action so tender it bordered on reverence. Vader, he spoke again, a hint of nervousness threading through his voice. Is this all right? Vader lay upon the soft mattress, gazing up at the figure hovering above him. The red pupils sparkled under the moonlight, akin to crushed rubies, black hair cascading down, brushing against his cheek, imbued with a cool mist. He recalled the youth of Tom, who had once looked similarly, his eyes dark as obsidian, filled with youthful anxiety and a feigned composure. Time seemed to fold over itself in that moment. He inhaled deeply, extending his hand to tenderly caress Voldemort's cheek. His fingertips grazed the cool skin, sensing the instant rigidity that followed. Tom, he whispered, his voice as soft as a sigh. MHM. This single syllable felt like a decree of absolution. Joy surged within Voldemort's eyes, yet he maintained his restraint. Lowering his head, he kissed Vader once more, from forehead to nose, and finally to his lips, as gentle as a feather's touch. His hand slowly undid the ties of Vader's robe, fingertips brushing across his collarbone, where faint traces of previous marks lingered, appearing particularly fragile under the moonlight. Vader remained still, his eyes wide open, staring at the intricately carved vine patterns on the ceiling, absorbing Voldemort's touch. This time, there was no pain, no humiliation, only a strange, warming thrill. Voldemort's movements were deliberate, imbued with an almost reverent caution, as if he were not claiming possession but venerating a lost treasure. His kiss descended upon Vader's neck, fingertips gliding along his spine, exuding a restrained tenderness that gradually relaxed Vader's tensed body, even prompting a shuddering sigh to escape him, one he was too embarrassed to acknowledge. The moonlight shifted slowly across the sheets, like a flowing galaxy. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the intermingling sounds of their breaths and the occasional suppressed moan. Vader's hands clutched the sheets tightly, knuckles widening, his golden hair spilling over the pillow like a pool of melted moonlight. He could feel Voldemort's restraint, the deliberate slowness of his movements, and the reflection of his own shadow within those red pupils. In that moment, they were no longer adversaries divided by ambition and light, but two souls, battered by time, yet still longing for the warmth of one another. As the last sliver of moonlight slipped from the window frame and dawn painted the horizon with pale hues, Voldemort gradually ceased his movements. He lay beside Vader, enveloping him in a tight embrace, his chin resting atop Vader's head, breathing in his essence. The red pupils appeared softer in the morning light, fingers gently threading through Vader's damp hair, a touch as tender as nurturing a fragile dream. Vader leaned against his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart, his eyelids growing heavier. The familiar pain had ebbed away, replaced by a gentle fatigue, like a tide that threatened to engulf him. He felt Voldemort's arms securely around him, imbued with an undeniable strength, yet so gentle that he did not wish to break free. Why not escape? Voldemort suddenly asked in a low voice, a hint of vulnerability lacing his words. Vader kept his eyes closed, offering no reply. How could he articulate that he still yearned for the Tom who would bandage his wounds in the dead of night? To confess that he was reluctant to relinquish this fleeting, illusory tenderness? Or to admit that he had long since lost the courage to flee amidst this entanglement called love and hate? He merely nestled closer into Voldemort's embrace, akin to a vulnerable creature seeking refuge, burying his face in the crook of his neck and inhaling the familiar scent, a heady mix of cedarwood and darkness. Just before consciousness slipped entirely into the abyss, he softly uttered, "It is dawn." Indeed, it was dawn. As the internal conflict brewed regarding how desperately he wished for Harry to arrive, Chapter 144, A Moment of Respite. The autumnal essence at Hogwarts had thickened considerably. The leaves of the maple trees bordering the forbidden forest had been stained in varying shades of crimson, fluttering down with the wind like a relentless shower of fragmented rain. Vestra trod upon the carpet of fallen leaves as she approached the headmaster's office, her dark chestnut hair tousled by the breeze. She casually tucked a stray lock behind her ear, revealing a small beauty mark glimmering in the sunlight at the corner of her lips. For the past week, Professor Devian's defense against the dark arts classes had been conducted by Professor Flitwick. Initially, she attributed it to a temporary obligation. But upon witnessing the vacant seat at the podium for the 7th consecutive day, an unsettling premonition surged within her, akin to a rampant vine constricting her breath. The man with hair like moonlight, who always bore a gentle smile. The one who harbored secrets yet had never truly harmed anyone. He seemed to have vanished from the canvas of Hogwarts, leaving not a trace behind. Lemon sherbet or licorice wand? Dumbledore's voice emerged from behind the office door, accompanied by the delicate clinking of silverware. Vestra pushed the door open, revealing the venerable headmaster seated behind a desk piled high with sweets, his blue eyes gleaming with understanding behind half-moon spectacles. The office was suffused with the scents of mead and old tomes, while Fawkes, the phoenix, curled up on the windowsill, his golden-red feathers radiating warmth in the sunlight. Neither, Vestra replied, advancing to the desk, her hands propped upon its surface, her deep brown eyes locking onto Dumbledore's. Where has Professor Bader Deverean gone? Dumbledore hesitated momentarily, placing the candy wrapper down and retrieving a wax-sealed envelope from his drawer, gently sliding it across to Vestra. The elegant and familiar handwriting upon the envelope was unmistakably Bader's. The recipient's name reading, to Albus Dumbledore. I received it yesterday morning. Dumbledore's voice was soft, tinged with an almost imperceptible weight. A resignation letter. Vestra grasped the envelope, a chill creeping upon her fingertips as they brushed against the wax seal. She tore it open, extracting the parchment within, which bore only a few terse words. Due to personal matters, I hereby resign from my position as Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts. With gratitude for 4 years of nurturing. Bader Deverean. There were no superfluous explanations, no farewells, merely the hasty exit of a fleeting presence. Personal matters? Vestra scoffed, slamming the parchment onto the desk, a flash of sharpness igniting in her brown eyes. His personal matters, was it not to return to Voldemort's side? Dumbledore offered no denial. He poured himself a cup of mead, the amber liquid glistening in the sunlight. Vader shares a profound connection with him, much deeper than we can fathom. So deep that he would relinquish everything here? Vestra's voice escalated, recalling Bader's gentle explanations in class, the warmth in his gaze as he observed his students. The struggles he occasionally revealed. Were those all mere facades? It is not a matter of abandonment. It is a choice, Dumbledore responded, his blue eyes reflecting a serene understanding. Everyone has their battlefield, Vestra. Vader's battlefield has never been Hogwarts. Vestra fell silent, memories flooding her mind of the stories she had perused before her arrival. The shadows lurking beside Voldemort, suddenly grasping the essence of Dumbledore's words. Vader had never been purely light. He dwelled in the interstice of light and darkness, cherishing warmth while being unable to sever ties with the darkness. So you have known all along? Vestra's voice bore an eerie calm, cognizant of his relationship with Voldemort, aware of his potential departure at any moment. I am aware he harbors secrets, and I know he is not of the virtuous kind, Dumbledore remarked, taking a sip of mead, his gaze drifting to Fawkes. Yet, during his 4 years at Hogwarts, he protected many students and imparted upon them true defensive arts. That is sufficient. Sufficient. Vestra clenched her fists, her knuckles whitening. If he returns now, it is akin to leaping into a fire. What manner of man is Voldemort? Would he truly regard Vader as one of his own? That fiend is driven solely by power, by Vader, Dumbledore interjected, a flicker of complexity crossing his blue eyes. Tom Riddle may suspect the entire world, but he will never doubt Vader. This is the most terrifying and tragic bond between them. Vestra remained silent, recalling the occasional glances Vader cast her way, laden with struggle and helplessness, remembering his silence upon hearing the prophecy of the two flames. He had known the outcome all along, yet chose this path, not out of foolishness, but from a lack of options. Are we to merely watch? Vestra's voice dwindled, laced with fatigue, as she contemplated him returning to the embrace of that madman, witnessing him make his own choice. Dumbledore's voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable strength. Just as you chose to be a bystander, as I chose to confront the darkness, Vader has chosen his path. What we can do is not to forcibly draw him back, but to respect his decision. He paused, gazing at Vestra, his blue eyes imbued with soothing counsel. Moreover, considering Voldemort's regard for Vader, he is at least safe, safer there than anywhere else. Vestra's heart plummeted. She realized Dumbledore spoke the truth. While Voldemort might harbor suspicions toward all, he would never harm Vader. That night in the basement of the blacksmith shop, she had witnessed the flicker of unrecognized softness in Voldemort's red eyes when he mentioned Vader. Such possessiveness was both a form of imprisonment and a twisted form of protection. Safe, Vestra murmured, a glimmer of confusion flashing in her deep brown eyes. Suddenly, she recalled the protective charm Vader had taught in class, and his assertion that true guardianship does not confine but grants the right to choose. The principles he had imparted to his students ultimately became applicable to himself. Fawkes suddenly took flight from the windowsill, landing gently upon Vestra's shoulder, nuzzling her cheek with his soft feathers, offering warmth and comfort. Vestra caressed Fawkes' plumage, the tumultuous anger within her gradually dissipating. She gazed at the resignation letter on the desk, at Vader's elegant, yet resolute script, and suddenly found her previous impulsiveness absurd. She had fancied herself a mere observer, yet could not help but desire to intervene in the narrative, to alter those paths already set in stone. Very well, Vestra sighed, straightening herself, the tranquility in her deep brown eyes restored. Since he has made his choice, I shall wish him luck. She hesitated, a thought striking her, the beauty mark at the corner of her lips curving upwards. But on another note, with the position of defense against the dark arts professor vacant, whom do you intend to appoint? Do not tell me it will be yet another yearly rotation. That position seems cursed. Dumbledore chuckled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes forming gentle creases. Perhaps I shall seek an old friend. He did not elaborate further, merely offering Vestra a lemon sherbet. Care to try? Sweet things have an uncanny ability to uplift one's spirits. West took the candy, unwrapped it, and let it dissolve in her mouth, the sweet and sour flavor unfurling upon her tongue. She gazed into the tranquil blue eyes of Dumbledore, suddenly realizing that her previous anxieties had been somewhat unwarranted. Hogwarts had weathered many storms. It possessed an inherent resilience, akin to those candles that choose to burn amidst darkness. Even the faintest glimmer is sufficient to illuminate the path ahead. I shall take my leave now. West waved her hand and turned towards the door, reminding herself that her assignments were still unfinished. She could not allow the affairs of others to delay her graduation. As she reached the threshold, she halted abruptly, glancing back at Dumbledore with a hint of seriousness in her deep brown eyes. Dumbledore, if, hypothetically speaking, one day Vader requires assistance, would you intervene? Dumbledore met her gaze, the golden feathers of Fawkes reflected in his blue eyes. Whenever someone is in need, Hogwarts shall extend its hand. He paused, adding, regardless of whether they stand in the light or in the shadows. West smiled, this time devoid of her earlier sharpness, replaced with a newfound sense of relief. She pushed open the door, and the breeze in the corridor carried the scent of maple leaves, tooling her dark hair. Perhaps Vader was right. Everyone has their own battlefield. Her battlefield was still within the classrooms of Hogwarts, amidst the daily banter with James and the others, observing the world as it proceeded along its destined trajectory, albeit with subtle variations. As for where Vader and Voldemort's flickering flames would ultimately lead, at least for now, they continued to burn in the darkness, did they not? West quickened her pace towards Gryffindor Tower, the crinkling of the lemon candy wrapper in her pocket sounding like a gentle rhythm echoing the secrets of autumn. Sunlight streamed through the corridor's windows, casting elongated shadows on the floor, resembling a path towards the future, long, yet brimming with unknown possibilities. The relationship between Severus and Voldemort, perhaps a mutual recognition? How distasteful a metaphor. Voldemort finds this girl intriguing, seeing a reflection of himself. He intends to recruit and cultivate her, yet she knows too much. Voldemort contemplates whether to eliminate her, but she fears neither death nor pain and remains unencumbered. Severus, a captivating antagonist, enamored with dark hair and crimson eyes. He is undeniably handsome, making it difficult not to love him. P.S. Coupled with sympathy. I can empathize with him. I am acutely aware of his fragility and the terror he embodies. Chapter 145, Animagus. The full moon hung like a brilliantly polished silver coin above the forbidden forest of Hogwarts, its luminous glow filtering through the dilapidated windows of the shrieking shack, casting cobweb-like shadows upon the dust-laden floor. Remus curled in the corner, his knuckles whitening from gripping the faded blanket tightly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Glimmering under the moonlight, his breath grew increasingly labored, muffled whimpers escaping his throat. The transformation into a werewolf was imminent. Click! The wooden door of the shack creaked open, and several figures slipped inside, the gravel beneath their feet whispering softly. James was the first to dart in, his black hair tousled by the night breeze. He raised a hand to wipe his face, his gray-blue eyes swiftly scanning the corner where Remus huddled, then signaling to the others with a gesture imbued with youthful decisiveness. Sirius followed closely, his dark hair shimmering under the moonlight. He instinctively shook his head, a faint smile lingering at the corner of his lips, which faded upon meeting the sight of Remus's contorted visage, replaced by a barely perceptible concern. Lily was the third to enter, her red hair a dancing flame, strikingly prominent in the dim shack. She held a small vial of wolfsbane potion, her emerald eyes filled with compassion, treading lightly as if to avoid disturbing Remus, who was already beginning to convulse. She knelt beside him, cautiously offering the potion near his lips, her voice soft as a feather. Remus, hold on a little longer. Drinking this will help immensely. A muffled growl emerged from Remus's throat, his head shaking violently in refusal of the potion. Severus entered behind Lily, his black robes trailing over the floor, whispering as they moved. He pressed his lips together, his face as pale as ever, his black hair and eyes blending into the shadows, only the tension of his tightly pressed lips revealing his anxiety. He did not approach, remaining a distance away, his gaze fixed intently on Remus, his fingers unconsciously brushing against the hidden stash of his modified calming herbs, a last resort should the wolfsbane prove ineffective. Regulus was the last to enter, appearing somewhat more reserved than James and the others, his black fox fur cloak speckled with bits of grass. His gray eyes shone brightly in the moonlight, swiftly scanning the room before he silently moved beside Severus, as if finding his place. Unlike the others, he did not exhibit overt concern, instead standing quietly, his presence subtle yet impossible to overlook. A howl of agony erupted from Remus, the sound of dislocated bones echoing within the shack. James hesitated no longer. The tip of his wand glimmered with silver light. Animagus, as the words left his lips. A flash of silver illuminated the room, and he transformed into a majestic stag, his snowy mane glistening in the moonlight, the massive antlers lowering gently as if to soothe the impending werewolf. Sirius swiftly followed suit, his form shifting into a robust black dog, his gray-blue eyes brimming with vigilance as he circled around Remus, forming an invisible barrier. Lily's wand trembled slightly, and an elegant doe materialized beside her, her red hair transforming into the doe's neck, her gentle green eyes gazing tenderly at Remus, the breath misting from her nostrils conveying a sense of comfort. Severus's wand moved almost simultaneously to James's, a pure black cat landing softly, its obsidian eyes narrowing in the darkness, accurately leaping onto a nearby crate beside Remus, rhythmically tapping its tail against the box, producing a steady sound. Regulus inhaled deeply, his wand tracing an arc, conjuring a black fox that appeared in place, its gray eyes calmly surveying the situation. It nimbly leaped onto the rafters of the shack, taking a vantage point from which to oversee the events below, ever ready to sound an alarm. Just then, the door of the shack creaked open once more, and Wes stepped inside. Her dark brown hair was tied back, cascading down her back, and her deep brown eyes were as tranquil as still waters. She made no superfluous movements, simply raising her wand and softly uttering the transformation spell. A snow leopard landed gracefully on the ground, its silver and black fur shimmering in the moonlight, strong limbs firmly planted on the floor, its deep brown eyes locking onto Remus, muscles taut yet calm. He was the most adept at controlling his strength among them. The only one capable of subduing Remus after his full transformation without inflicting harm. With a harsh gasp, Remus's body swelled beneath the moonlight, fur piercing through his skin, fingers morphing into sharp wolf claws. The stag stepped forward, gently nudging Remus's arm with his antlers, as if to convey strength. Sirius's black dog circled around Remus's back, providing stable support with his head pressed against him. Lily's doe approached Remus, tenderly touching her nose to his cheek, the gentleness in her green eyes seeming to melt away all pain. Severus's black cat leaped down from the crate, weaving around Remus's ankles, its tail rhythmically brushing against his calves, the steady sound never ceasing. The black fox upon the beam, Regulus, emitted a low whimper, as if lamenting the suffering of a friend. Meanwhile, the snow leopard of Vester gradually lowered itself, its massive form creating a formidable barrier that separated Remus from the gaping hole in the shed, preventing him from bursting forth in his transformed state. When the final anguished howl morphed into a wolf's cry, and Remus had fully transformed into a werewolf, the stag, black dog, doe, black cat, black fox, and snow leopard immediately formed a tight circle around him, offering no aggression, only silent companionship. Initially, the werewolf Remus appeared restless and agitated, with bared fangs and claws etching deep marks into the ground. However, upon sensing the familiar scents surrounding him, the stag's steadiness, the black dog's fervor, the doe's gentleness, the black cat's calmness, the black fox's vigilance, and the snow leopard's reliability, his turmoil gradually subsided. The black dog nudged the werewolf's neck playfully. As if engaging in a friendly tussle, the stag lowered its head, inviting the werewolf to gnaw on its antlers, which would remain unscathed. The doe stood quietly nearby, occasionally brushing her nose against the werewolf's ear. The black cat leapt onto the werewolf's back, its paws lightly resting on his fur, imparting a sense of tranquility. The black fox deftly jumped down from the beam, circling around to capture the werewolf's attention, while the snow leopard remained ever vigilant, its gaze sweeping through the darkness outside the shed, ensuring no unforeseen events transpired. The moonlight flowed within the shed, illuminating this extraordinary scene. A werewolf encircled by 5 distinct animals, no longer a solitary monster, but a pitiful creature protected by friends. Severus's black cat perched on the werewolf's shoulder, its dark eyes reflecting the werewolf's profile. None could discern its thoughts at that moment. Perhaps it recalled the shock of first learning of Remus's secret, or perhaps it was calculating the time until moonlight faded, or simply, it might have felt relief that its friend could finally attain peace. Lily's doe occasionally glanced out the window, its green eyes mirroring the full moon, as if silently praying for the long night to swiftly pass. James's stag gently nudged the stones on the ground with its antlers, producing a soft rustling sound, akin to a musical accompaniment for this extraordinary gathering. In the distance, the calls of nocturnal creatures from the forbidden forest echoed, yet the shed remained eerily quiet, filled only with the faint sounds of the animals breathing and the low murmurs of the werewolf. This was their secret, a guardian ritual woven from friendship and trust, belonging solely to the night of the full moon, enduring warmly and steadfastly in the shadow of the screaming shed, until the first light of dawn began to blush on the horizon, the moonlight gradually receding, and the animals returned to their human forms one by one, exchanging weary yet contented smiles, having shared yet another night of the full moon together. Chapter 146. Controlling the entire scene, but unable to control you. Raindrops fell like silver threads severed by an invisible hand, drumming relentlessly against the obsidian dome of the Ministry of Magic in London, sending up fine sprays of water. Once a symbol of order in the magical realm, the building was now cloaked in deep green serpentine reliefs, each scale glimmering with a cold light beneath the dim sky. As if poised to spring to life and unleash a forked tongue, the black robes of the Death Eaters glided silently through the corridors, their breaths swallowed by the sound of rain, the echo of their boots striking the marble floor measuring the suffocating stillness of this prison. 5 years had elapsed since the end of the graduation ceremony at Hogwarts, when Voldemort's name became a Damocles sword hanging over the entire British magical community. Now that sword had fallen, reducing all sparks of rebellion to ashes. Vader stood on the terrace of the Ministry's highest floor, his golden hair dampened by the rain mist, clinging to his pale neck. The silver-gray robe he wore billowed slightly in the wind, starkly contrasting with the black robes of distant Death Eaters. Heavy footsteps approached from behind. Without turning, he knew it was Voldemort. "What do you see?" Voldemort's voice was colder than the autumn rain, his red eyes sweeping over the London city cloaked in storm clouds, where the muggle skyscrapers flickered at the edge of the magical barrier, resembling a cluster of shivering ants. He moved closer to Vader, the hem of his black robe brushing the puddles on the ground, creating ripples. "They are watching us," Vader replied softly. his gaze fixed on the muggle neighborhood outside the magical barrier. You said we should free the wizarding world from their shadow, yet now we have become the new shadow. Voldemort's fingertips clenched suddenly, knuckles whitening. He turned his head, fury boiling within his red pupils. Yet when he caught sight of the old scar dampened by rain on Vader's neck, he forcibly suppressed it. Shadow? Vader, you are too naive. Order has always required deterrence. Just as the night requires the moon, even if it does not shine itself. He raised his hand, gently brushing the raindrops from the tips of Vader's hair. An action imbued with an almost obsessive tenderness. Look at this magical world. Now, no one dares to question the glory of pure blood. No one dares to belittle ancient magic. Is this not what we desired? Vader remained silent. He recalled the graduation ceremony 5 years prior, where Remus stood amidst the crowd. His brown eyes filled with uncertainty about the future. Lily's red hair shone brilliantly in the sunlight, her hand tightly clasped in James's, her green eyes radiating unwavering determination. Sirius stood beside them, his black hair tousled by the wind, rebellious flames burning in his gray-blue eyes, while Severus lingered alone at the back of the Slytherin ranks. His black robe cascading like night, his dark eyes reflecting an unfathomable silence. At that time, they were unaware that fate had already woven its web in the shadows. My lord, Malfoy seeks an audience. A Death Eater's voice emerged from the entrance of the terrace, trembling with deference. Voldemort withdrew his hand, his red pupils instantly regaining their icy demeanor. Have him wait in the study. He turned to Vader, his tone laced with an undeniable command. You come too. Vader followed him into the core study of the Ministry of Magic. This room had once been Fudge's office, but had now been thoroughly transformed. Adorned with the crests of pure blood families, with a serpentine-patterned tablecloth draped over the desk. In the corner, a crystal ball rolled with the magical fluctuations of various regions. A tool Voldemort employed to monitor the entire magical community. Lucius Malfoy stood with his head bowed before the desk, his platinum hair meticulously styled, though it could not conceal the anxiety in his eyes. Upon seeing Voldemort enter, he immediately knelt on one knee. My lord, the French Ministry of Magic has sent word. They refuse to surrender the last 3 members of the Order of the Phoenix, claiming they wish to remain neutral. Voldemort seated himself behind the desk, his red eyes coldly fixed on Lucius. Neutrality? Before me, no neutrality exists. He picked up a quill and swiftly inscribed something on a piece of parchment, the scratching sound piercing the silence of the study. Send Avery with the Dark Knights. Tell them to either surrender the people or become the next ruins of Wales. Yes, my lord. Lucius's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor as he kept his head lowered, unwilling to meet Voldemort's gaze. Nor could he bear to look at the man beside him, Vader, whose moonlit golden hair always seemed to reflect a look of pity, as if observing a flock of lost lambs, which filled him with an inexplicable unease. Once Lucius departed, only the two of them remained in the study. Vader moved to the window, gazing at the relentless rain outside, and suddenly spoke. You intend to kill them, don't you? Just as you did with those Aurors who opposed you. Rebels do not deserve to live in the New Order. Voldemort's voice was flat, as if speaking of a matter of no consequence. He rose to his feet, gliding silently behind Vader, gently encircling his waist from behind. The black cloak enveloped them both like an impenetrable cocoon. Vader, do not dwell on those people. They are remnants of a bygone era. Once they are eradicated, the magical world can be reborn. Vader could feel the rise and fall of his chest, inhaling the familiar scent of sulfur mingled with cedar. Yet, a chill deep within him intensified. He recalled the scene he had witnessed in the crystal ball the previous day. Sirius was being pursued by several Death Eaters into an alley, transforming into a black dog. He had torn the throat of one Death Eater with his fangs, his slate-blue eyes filled with bloodshot fury. Regulus stood among the ranks of the Death Eaters, his black foxfur cloak billowing in the wind, his gray eyes reflecting a complexity Vader could not decipher. Tom, Vader's voice trembled slightly. Lily and the others, they are members of the Order of the Phoenix. Voldemort interrupted him, tightening his grip. Vader, do not push me. A flicker of pain flared in his crimson pupils, quickly overshadowed by a deeper coldness. You know my limits. Do not compel me to destroy them. Vader shut his eyes, fully aware of Voldemort's meaning. Over the years, he had preserved Remus's life and safeguarded Hogwarts from becoming a breeding ground for Death Eaters. Yet he understood that this privilege could vanish at any moment, like a candle flickering in the wind. The study door swung open once more, revealing Severus. His black cloak was speckled with raindrops, and his dark hair and eyes nearly melded into one under the dim light. Upon seeing Vader, he hesitated, then lowered his head and knelt before Voldemort. Master, the cleansing in Wales has been completed. 17 traitors have been captured, including Remus Lupin. Vader's heart constricted violently, spinning around in shock as the moonlight illuminated his golden eyes. You captured him? Severus did not meet his gaze but continued addressing Voldemort. He was aiding muggles in evading magical surveillance. The evidence is irrefutable. Voldemort's fingertips drummed lightly on the tablecloth, producing a rhythmic sound. He regarded Vader, amusement glimmering in his crimson gaze. Do you wish to save him? Vader's lips trembled, yet he uttered not a word. He knew that any plea at this moment would likely backfire. Confine him in the special detention cell at Azkaban. No one is to touch him without my orders. Voldemort suddenly declared, a barely perceptible slackening in his red gaze. Severus paused momentarily before nodding. Yes, master. As he rose, his dark eyes flicked briefly to Vader. Devoid of mockery or pity, only an almost kin-like weariness. After Severus departed, Vader approached the desk, confronting Voldemort. Why? Because it would displease you, Voldemort replied softly, extending his hand to gently caress Vader's cheek. Vader, I can provide you with everything you desire, as long as you cease fixating on those matters that disturb you. His lips brushed against Vader's ear, his warm breath caressing the lobe. We could delve into ancient magic as we once did, residing in the manor, watching the magical world operate according to our will. Wouldn't that be delightful? Vader gazed into his crimson eyes, which reflected his own image, golden hair bathed in moonlight, a pale face, and a sorrow in his eyes that even he could not conceal. He understood that Voldemort's notion of we no longer referred to two boys in the Slytherin common room discussing dark magic. Tom, Vader gently pushed his hand away. Do you remember our first secret venture into the Forbidden Forest? You spoke of seeking the Deathly Hallows, while I expressed a desire to witness the tears of a unicorn. In those days, we longed for miracles, not power. Voldemort's body stiffened, retreating a step, confusion swirling in his red pupils like a tempest. He yearned to speak, to argue, to scream, yet found his throat constricted, silencing him. Outside, the rain continued to fall, drumming against the window in a dull resonance. Suddenly, the crystal ball in the study flickered, revealing flames, an indication that the Black Knights had commenced their operation in Wales. Voldemort's gaze fixated on the crystal ball, his crimson pupils instantly clouded by frost. He turned to the desk, grasping the letter addressed to Avery, penning a final line, leave no survivors. Vader observed his silhouette, suddenly overwhelmed by fatigue, exhausted from the debate, weary of the struggle, wishing only to stand still, watching the rain blur the world around him. He recalled what Vister had said before departing, dissolve into the darkness. At the time, he had laughed, dismissing her as an alarmist. Yet now it seemed she might have been the most lucid of them all. Vader. Voldemort abruptly turned, grasping a pure gold badge engraved with a serpent entwined around a laurel. For tomorrow's celebration, wear the attire I have prepared for you. He extended the badge toward Vader, anticipation flickering in his crimson pupils. I want everyone to know that you stand beside me. Vader regarded the badge, its golden gleam piercing his eyes. He did not take it, merely shaking his head. I will not attend. Voldemort's fingertips trembled violently, the badge clattering to the floor with a sharp sound. He glared at Vader, fury suppressed to its utmost limit, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. What did you say? I said, I will not attend. Vader lifted his gaze, his golden pupils devoid of their usual warmth, replaced by a serene, deathly calm. Tom, you have controlled the magical world, manipulated their bodies. But you cannot control their hearts, just as you will never govern mine. These words struck like a poisoned dagger, precisely piercing Voldemort's most vulnerable spot. He lunged forward, seizing Vader's wrist with a grip powerful enough to nearly shatter his bones. Vader. His crimson pupils swirled with a mad possessiveness. You are mine. From our youth until now. You have always belonged to me. No one shall take you from me, not even yourself. Vader did not struggle. He beheld the madness in Voldemort's eyes and suddenly laughed, a chillier sound than the rain outside. Is that so? Then tell me, who are you now? Tom Riddle? Or a monster consumed by power? Voldemort's hand recoiled as if scalded. He staggered back, fear manifesting in his crimson pupils for the first time, not fear of an enemy, but fear of himself. He watched Vader's golden hair dance in the wind, like a mirror reflecting his own soul, which had long since been warped beyond recognition. Silence enveloped the study, broken only by the relentless patter of rain against the window. Vader bent down, retrieving the fallen badge and gently placing it on the desk. I will attend the celebration, but not as your partner, rather as a witness. He turned towards the door, each step feeling as if he were treading upon shards of glass, bearing witness to the collapse of the empire he had built with his own hands. Voldemort watched his figure fade at the threshold, his crimson pupils hollow and vacant. He reached out, yearning to grasp something, yet found only the chill of empty air. The crystal ball on the desk continued to flicker, reflecting the flames igniting the French Ministry of Magic. Those flames danced mockingly in his crimson gaze, akin to a host of specters taunting him. The rain continued to fall, as if seeking to cleanse the magical realm of all its transgressions, yet fully aware that some darkness has long been etched into the very marrow of existence, rendering it forever unremovable. At the moment Vader stepped out of the study, he glanced up at the sky shrouded in ominous clouds. Chapter 147, The Prophecy of Sybil Trelawney. When the wooden door of the Hog's Head swung open, the wind chimes emitted a series of hoarse clinks, startling a few sparrows that had sought refuge from the rain beneath the eaves. The chill autumn rain seeped through the cracks of the doorframe, leaving dark stains upon the grimy wooden floor. Dumbledore folded his umbrella, his blue eyes, framed by crescent-shaped lenses, surveyed the dimly lit interior where greasy wooden tables were haphazardly arranged, and a corner was piled with moldy barrels. The air was thick with the sour scent of spoiled ale and the acrid odor of burnt tobacco, reminiscent of a cauldron of failed potions. "A cup of mead, please," he said to the disheveled proprietor behind the bar, his voice gentle enough to thaw the pervasive chill within the establishment. Aberforth grunted in acknowledgement, wiping a glass with his calloused hands. Dumbledore settled into a seat by the window, his fingers lightly caressing the warm cup. Outside, the rain intensified, the sound of droplets striking the glass akin to someone gently scratching it with their nails, adding an eerie quality to the already gloomy afternoon. His presence here was not coincidental. The application letter he had received 3 days prior still nestled in his pocket, its scrawl as chaotic as a spider's web caught in the wind, signed by Sybil Trelawney, the self-proclaimed witch of prophetic lineage, reputed to glimpse fragments of futures unseen by ordinary eyes. The door creaked open once more, and in walked a woman cloaked in a heavy mantle. Her hat brim was pulled low, obscuring most of her face, revealing only a pale chin and tightly pressed lips. The hem of her cloak was splattered with mud, clearly a testament to her hurried arrival through the rain. She hesitated at the threshold, scanning the dim surroundings before her gaze finally settled upon Dumbledore, and she approached unsteadily. "Professor Dumbledore?" Her voice quivered imperceptibly, betraying a lack of confidence. As she drew back her chair to sit, the brim of her hat lifted slightly, revealing large, vacant eyes, their pupils strikingly pronounced in the dim light. "I am Sybil Trelawney. Did you receive my letter?" Dumbledore nodded with a smile, pushing another cup of steaming hot cocoa toward her. "Do try this, it will warm you." He noted the trembling of her fingers, gripping the cup with such force that her knuckles turned white. "I understand you wish to apply for the position of divination professor at Hogwarts?" Sybil took a large gulp of the hot cocoa, her throat visibly bobbing. When she set the cup down, it clinked sharply against the table, a jarring sound in the quiet inn. "Yes, Professor." She inhaled deeply, her gaze suddenly drifting into a distant reverie, as if peering through Dumbledore to something far beyond. "My great-grandmother was a renowned seer. I have inherited her gifts. I can see the shadows of the future, the truths hidden within the folds of time." Her words began to tumble forth in a disjointed manner, her eyes flickering, resembling the ramblings of one lost in a trance. Dumbledore did not interrupt. He listened with gentle patience reflected in his azure eyes. He had encountered many who claimed prophetic abilities, most merely grasping at phantoms of imagination. Yet, the phrase mentioned in Trelawney's letter regarding the ultimate confrontation between darkness and light lingered in his mind, especially in this moment when the entire magical world was cast under Voldemort's shadow. Any hint of future insight could ignite a spark of hope. Sybil continued to ramble, her discourse shifting from a blood moon she witnessed last winter to ominous omens observed when an owl flew past her window the previous week. Her tone oscillated between excitement and despair, as if striving to prove her worth beyond mere reputation. Dumbledore listened quietly, tracing circles on the tabletop with his fingertips, until her speech abruptly faltered, her expression vacuous and bewildered, as though her soul had been momentarily extracted from her body. The air within the bar seemed to freeze. The sound of rain outside faded, as did the coughs of the bartender, leaving only Sybil's labored breathing in the stillness, rising and falling heavily. Her body began to sway slightly, her pupils dilating as if she beheld something profoundly terrifying, her lips quivering, releasing fragmented gasps. Dumbledore's expression grew serious. He sensed a subtle, yet pure magical vibration permeating the air, akin to ripples breaking the surface of a tranquil lake. This was no ordinary delusion. A genuine prophecy was unfolding. He leaned forward, holding his breath, awaiting the truth that would emerge from the mists of time. "The one who possesses the power to conquer the Dark Lord is approaching." Sybil's voice suddenly dropped to a low, raspy timbre, entirely unlike her own, as if another soul were speaking through her lips. Her head tilted back slightly, her eyes fixated on the ceiling, as though engaged in dialogue with an unseen entity. "Born into a family that has triumphed over the Dark Lord thrice, at the end of the 7th month." Dumbledore's heart clenched fiercely. His hands, resting beneath the table, instinctively tightened, nails digging into his palms. A family that had bested the Dark Lord 3 times. Names flashed in his mind. Potter and Longbottom. James Potter. The boy with the ever-defiant grin. Frank Longbottom, the silent participant in every battle against Voldemort, each time emerging from peril through wisdom and courage. The Dark Lord would mark him as a formidable foe. Sybill's voice continued, imbued with an undeniable authority, as if reading from a preordained decree. He possesses a power that the Dark Lord does not understand. Both must perish at the hands of the other, for they cannot coexist. A flash of lightning illuminated Sybill's face, pale as parchment. Her eyes, devoid of any spark, were filled with a chilling certainty, as if she had witnessed the inevitable conclusion with her own eyes. The one who possesses the power to conquer the Dark Lord will be born at the end of the 7th month. As her final words fell, Sybill's body convulsed violently, as if all strength had been siphoned from her, collapsing limply into her chair. She gasped for air, her gaze reverting to its earlier confusion, staring blankly at Dumbledore, as if she had no recollection of what she had just uttered. "Professor, what? What just happened to me?" Her voice was laced with desperation, frantically adjusting her cloak. "Did I say something nonsensical? Please, don't mind me. I sometimes lose control." Dumbledore did not respond immediately. He gazed out at the rain-soaked street, his blue eyes swirling with complex emotions, shock, gravity, and a subtle hint of sorrow. That prophecy was like a key, unlocking a window to the future, revealing the impending bloodshed, the child who would bear the hopes of the entire magical community, and the thorny path laden with sacrifice that lay ahead. "No, you did not speak nonsense." Dumbledore's voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable strength. He retrieved a small golden timepiece from his pocket, opening the lid to glance at it. The hands moved steadily and resolutely across the dial. "Miss Trelawney." The position of divination professor at Hogwarts could not be entrusted to anyone more deserving. Sybil froze, her eyes widening in disbelief, clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Are you serious?" Her voice was imbued with incredulous delight, her hands gripping the collar of her cloak tightly. "Have I truly qualified?" "Indeed, you have." Dumbledore closed the ornate golden watch and returned it to his pocket. "You may report to the school next Monday. Professor McGonagall will guide you through your new surroundings." He rose, placing a Hogwarts crest upon the table. "This serves as your credential." Sybil picked up the crest, her fingertips quivering slightly with excitement. She looked up, wishing to utter more, only to find Dumbledore had already reached the doorway. He opened his umbrella and glanced back at her, his blue eyes carrying a gentle admonition. "Forget what I just said. Professor Trelawney. Some futures are best kept from the knowledge of too many." The wooden door closed behind him, sealing off the musty scent of the pub and Sybil's sobs from the outside world. Dumbledore stood in the rain, droplets soaking his silver beard, yet they did nothing to diminish his upright stature. He turned toward the street corner, his steps resolute and heavy. He needed to contact James, Lily, and Frank, Alice. Preparations for the imminent arrival of their child were crucial. He must weave a protective net strong enough before Voldemort took notice. The prophecies spoke of a power that the Dark Lord could not comprehend, and Dumbledore knew that this power was none other than love, a force Voldemort had never possessed and could never understand. A force capable of igniting a flame of hope in the darkest of nights. The cold rain trickled down his cheek, chilling to the bone. Yet it could not extinguish the renewed determination in his gaze. The road ahead was destined to be arduous, but as long as the child could be born safely, and that power safeguarded, the wizarding world would still have hope, and he would be the guardian of that hope until the very last moment. Inside the pub, Sybil continued to beam at the crest, utterly oblivious to how her words had the potential to reshape the fate of the entire magical realm. The rain outside continued to fall, as if composing a silent lullaby for the child yet to come. Chapter 148. The Magic of Love. I would sacrifice my blood and life to protect my child. When the rain ceased, the soles of Dumbledore's boots were speckled with half-dried mud, and he knocked on the wooden door of a cottage in Godric's Hollow. The ivy draping the porch still dripped water, and the droplets on the leaves refracted the dim light of dusk, resembling a string of shattered stars. The door opened swiftly, revealing James Potter's face, his black hair tousled by the wind, surprise flashing in his gray-blue eyes, soon shadowed by caution. Any unannounced visitor at this moment could harbor danger. "Professor Dumbledore?" James stepped aside to let him in, his hand instinctively resting on the wand concealed behind the door, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. "What brings you here?" "Please, come in. Lily just made pumpkin soup." The warmth of the interior enveloped them, the crackling flames in the fireplace casting flickering shadows of James upon the walls. Lily, tying her apron at the kitchen door, her red hair dancing in the firelight, bore an expression of astonishment that rivaled James's. Her hand rested gently on her rounded belly, where a 3-month-old life blossomed, her and James's most treasured light, in this encroaching darkness. Professor? Lily untied her apron and hurried toward him. As her fingertips brushed against James's wrist, they exchanged a silent glance, a tacit understanding known only to them, laced with concern for one another. What has happened? Dumbledore did not sit immediately. Instead, he walked to the window, gazing at the sun as it sank lower in the sky, his blue eyes behind the crescent-shaped lenses reflecting an unprecedented gravity. I need you both to hear me out. He turned and surveyed Lily's gently rounded belly, then fixed his gaze on James's taut profile. This concerns you. And the life of this child. James's hand clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale. Is it him? He refrained from uttering the name. Yet everyone knew to whom he referred. In recent days, the Death Eater's searches had intensified. They had changed hiding places thrice, each relocation akin to walking on the edge of a knife. Dumbledore nodded, retrieving a scroll of yellowed parchment from his robes, upon which intricate runes were inscribed in ancient ink, the edges worn and frayed. This is a form of blood magic. He spread the parchment across the dining table, his fingertips tracing the twisted lines. With love as the key and blood as the lock, it can construct a barrier around your child that even Voldemort cannot penetrate. Lily's breath caught sharply as her green eyes fixated on the runes, her fingertips trembling involuntarily. Love? How could magic? This is not ordinary magic. Dumbledore's voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable strength, a strength born from the purest instinct to protect, parents willing to sacrifice everything for their child. Voldemort could not fathom this power, for he had never been loved in such a way, and thus he would never be able to unravel it. He paused, his expression growing particularly serious. Yet, it requires a vessel. The child must remain in the proximity of a blood relative. And that individual must be someone Voldemort would never willingly harm. James's eyes brightened. My parents. They live in the Hollow. It's quite secluded. No, Dumbledore shook his head, a trace of sorrow flitting across his blue eyes. Voldemort knows they are your parents. With his obsession, he will inevitably find them. We need a more secure option, perhaps a distant relative of the Potters, or... He glanced at Lily, a relative of the Evans family. Lily's complexion paled. Her parents were muggles, residing in a modest home on the outskirts of London. The thought of the Death Eaters discovering her child hidden there was too terrifying to contemplate. The cold touch of James's hand jolted her back to reality. He was gripping her hand tightly, the warmth of his palm radiating through her skin, imparting strength. There is another option. James suddenly spoke, a flicker of hesitation in his hazel eyes quickly transforming into resolve. Petunia, she may not like magic, but she is Lily's sister and shares the most direct blood relation with the child. Moreover, Voldemort would never suspect I would hide the child in a muggle household. Lily's eyes widened in shock. James, are you mad? Petunia, I know she harbors prejudice against magic, but she is your sister, the child's aunt. James's voice was heavy, imbued with unwavering seriousness. She will protect him, for you, and for this child. Dumbledore observed their clasped hands, a flicker of warmth crossing his blue eyes. That is a wise choice. Petunia Dursley's residence in Surrey is among the most overlooked places in the wizarding world. Voldemort's arrogance will render him too disdainful to search such a mundane location. He lifted his wand and gently tapped the parchment, causing the runes to illuminate with a golden glow. Now, let me teach you how to activate this magic. He motioned for Lily to sit, while James knelt before her. Their hands intertwined. Imagine your love for the child, that unwavering determination to shield him from all harm. Dumbledore's wand traced a gentle arc in the air, golden strands of light entwining their fingertips, infusing that sentiment into their bloodlines. With your names as the oath, the magic will take effect. Lily's eyes brimmed with tears, the firelight reflecting in her green gaze, mirroring James's focused expression. She recalled the first time she had seen him on the Hogwarts Express, that once arrogant boy, now humbly weaving a shield of life for their child alongside her. The warmth of the magic coursing through her fingertips intertwined with the surging love within her heart, granting her a sudden surge of courage. I, Lily Evans Potter, vow in the name of my mother to safeguard my child with my blood and my life. Her voice quivered slightly, yet resonated with unwavering resolve, her emerald eyes shimmering with tears that sparkled brilliantly. I, James Potter, vow in the name of my father to protect our child with my blood and my life. James's voice was deep and resonant, his slate blue eyes fixated solely on Lily and the life she carried within her, as though the entirety of existence had been distilled to just the three of them. Golden threads of light unfurled along their arms, weaving an ethereal net in the air, enveloping Lily's abdomen. The radiance was warm and gentle, reminiscent of the sun's first light in spring, dispelling all shadows within the room. Dumbledore retracted his wand, observing the gradually fading golden glow with a sense of contentment in his azure eyes. The magic had been activated. As long as the child remained in the Dursleys' care and both of you were alive, this barrier would endure eternally. Tears finally cascaded down Lily's cheeks, not from fear, but from an indescribable sense of profound emotion. She clung tightly to James, her cheek resting against his chest, listening to the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, a lullaby for their child. As they departed from the Potter household, night had fallen. Dumbledore's silhouette vanished into the mists of Godric's Hollow, the next destination being Godric's Hollow, where the Longbottoms resided. When Frank Longbottom opened the door, fatigue etched on his face from a recent training session. Bits of grass clung to his brown hair, and his hazel eyes glimmered with vigilance. His wife, Alice, sat on the sofa, polishing her wand, upon seeing Dumbledore. She instinctively tightened the cloth in her hands, her slightly rounded abdomen mirroring Lily's impending due date. "Professor Dumbledore?" Frank stepped aside to allow him entry. A hint of barely perceptible tension in his voice. Was something amiss? Dumbledore conducted himself as he had at the Potter residence, unfurling the parchment and elucidating the principles of blood magic. Alice listened intently, her fingers gently caressing her belly, her hazel eyes filled with maternal tenderness and determination. Frank stood beside her, hands clasped behind his back, his knuckles whitening from the strain. As an Auror, he was acutely aware of Voldemort's terror, and more than anyone, he understood that perhaps only this seemingly intangible love could shield their child. "Our parents reside in the mountainous regions of Wales, where ancient protective charms exist." Frank's voice was heavy, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his hazel eyes. They would protect their child as fiercely as they safeguarded the wizarding world. Alice grasped his hand, the warmth of her palm easing the tension in his rigid frame. "I believe in them." She turned to Dumbledore, her gaze imbued with a plea. "Professor, please teach us how to activate the magic." Dumbledore nodded, reiterating the steps he had shared at the Potter home. As the golden threads of light entwined their clasped hands, Alice suddenly murmured, "It reminds me of my childhood. Frank was injured by a troll's club while trying to protect me, bleeding profusely. He vowed to always stand in front of me." Frank's eyes glistened with emotion, and he lowered his head to kiss the crown of Alice's hair, his voice husky. "Now, I will stand in front of our child. I, Alice Longbottom, vow in the name of my mother to protect my child with my blood and my life. I, Frank Longbottom, vow in the name of my father to protect my child with my blood and my life." Once more, the golden light flared brightly, more resplendent than at the Potter house, as if it sought to dispel all darkness within that small abode. Dumbledore regarded the young couple before him, their faces still bearing traces of youth, yet resolutely prepared to sacrifice everything for their child. In that moment, he understood that true hope was never a grand prophecy, but rather the willing souls ready to sacrifice for love, akin to sparks in the dark of night. Even the faintest glimmer could illuminate the path ahead. As he departed the Longbottom residence, the moon had ascended, its silvery glow cascading upon the rural path like a delicate frost. Dumbledore gazed skyward, the clouds gradually parted, revealing a few radiant stars. He recognized that these two strands of blood magic were merely the beginning. Countless arduous battles awaited them in the future, yet as long as love endured, hope would never be extinguished. In the distance, shadows stirred, perhaps the dark cloaks of Death Eaters, but as they neared the area enveloped by the blood magic, it was as if an invisible wall halted them, leaving them to pace restlessly. They would never comprehend the nature of the force that could erect a barrier impervious even to dark magic within their empire of fear. And Dumbledore's footsteps, illuminated by moonlight, appeared particularly resolute. He needed to inform Petunia Dursley, to arrange for members of the Order of the Phoenix to bolster protections for these two families. There was still much to be done. Chapter 149, West's bold infiltration of Voldemort's manor. The morning mist at the forest's edge had yet to dissipate under the sun's embrace as West treaded upon dew-laden ferns, humming an off-key melody sweet as honeyed pumpkin juice. "I want all of you. Grant me the gift of your love." Her fingertips danced in the air, her dark brown hair fluttering in the breeze, the beauty mark at the corner of her lips quivering with the rhythm of her song. "I shall offer everything. Please fall in love with me just as I and the melody traverse the buffer zone between the forbidden forest and the manor, landing upon the layer of ethereal green light that constituted the protective enchantment laid by Voldemort himself, interwoven with over 100 types of dark magic. For an ordinary wizard, merely approaching would result in being shredded to ashes by the incantations. Yet West seemed oblivious to the pulsating green light, her steps unwavering as her fingers were poised to touch the shimmering barrier. In that instant, a burst of dark purple mist erupted from her fingertips, coalescing into numerous twisted shadows that slithered into the fissures of the protective enchantment as if alive. With a hiss, the emerald light barrier melted away as swiftly as burnt sugar paper, revealing the silhouette of the manor hewn from obsidian. The two Death Eaters stationed outside had just raised their wands when dark purple shadows ensnared their wrists. In terror, they realized their magic had been devoured. Their wands emitted not even a spark, leaving them helplessly watching as the mist morphed into a human form, whistling a jaunty tune as it passed them by. "Excuse me." West's voice carried a nonchalant mirth, not even glancing back at the two Death Eaters frozen in place. She had taken 2 steps when a green flash, a killing curse, suddenly shot from behind. Without lifting her eyelids, West swayed, transforming into a flowing phantom. The dark purple mist unfurled into an afterimage, sweeping over the cobblestone path and conjuring a biting chill, while the killing curse traversed the mist, striking a distant pillar and exploding into a shower of debris. "Tisk, how unfriendly." Her muffled voice echoed from within the mist. In the next instant, the dark purple shadow coalesced into a claw, howling through the air as it struck the Death Eater who had cast the spell. The Death Eater barely had time to scream before the shadow constricted around his throat, his wand clattering to the ground. West's form flickered within the shadows, her fingertip releasing a strand of dark purple light that pierced into the Death Eater's brow. The excruciating pain of the Cruciatus curse was transmuted by her ethereal form into pure energy, and the Death Eater crumpled to the ground, convulsing, yet shedding not a single drop of blood. "Speed it up, it's more time efficient." With a graceful transformation, Vester reverted to her human form, gently brushing away non-existent dust from her sleeves. A circle of Death Eaters, drawn by the commotion, surrounded her, their silver masks glinting coldly in the morning light, while the tips of their wands flickered with green and red lights like the flickering tongues of venomous serpents. Vester tilted her head and, in an instant, morphed into a misty shadow once more. This time, a dark purple fog billowed forth like an encroaching tide, seizing every wand of the Death Eaters in its invisible grasp, sending them soaring from their hands to embed themselves in the distant lawn. Oops, a slip of the hand. The mist cascaded through the corridor, shattering the serpent-shaped candelabra affixed to the wall. The flames fell onto the carpet, only to be snuffed out by the shadows in an instant. She flowed effortlessly through the entrance hall, gliding past the staircase, the dark purple mist brushing against the intricately carved railings, leaving fleeting remnants in its wake. Some Death Eaters attempted to ensnare her with binding charms, but their incantations were swiftly devoured by the shadows. Others aimed to pierce the fog with fire spells, only to see the flames extinguished as if caught in a black hole. As the heavy oak door to the conference room was gently pushed open by the mist, the ongoing meeting abruptly halted. The Death Eaters, clad in black robes, were neatly arranged along the long table. The sound of their breath ceased as all eyes fixated upon the gathering dark purple mist that slowly coalesced into a human form at the entrance. As the mist dissipated, Vester's figure became increasingly defined. She leaned casually against the doorframe, her dark chestnut hair cascading over her shoulder, the small mole at the corner of her lips glimmering in the dim green candlelight, while she toyed with a wand she had casually picked up, adorned with a serpent's head. "Good morning, everyone," she greeted with a cheerful smile, her gaze sweeping across the assembly before landing on the man seated at the head of the table. Voldemort sat in a pitch-black serpent-patterned chair, his crimson pupils resembling 2 flickering ghostly flames, fixated intently on Vester at the entrance. His fingers, which had been lightly tapping on the table, suddenly clenched tightly, the knuckles whitening. The protective charm he had painstakingly crafted was meant to withstand even Dumbledore's efforts. Yet this woman had effortlessly intruded as if she were strolling through her own garden. "You." Voldemort's voice was colder than the chill in the chamber, fury roiling within his red pupils. "Who permitted you to enter?" Vester offered no reply. Instead, she winked at him and walked directly to the long table, plucking a chilled grape from the silver platter before Lucius Malfoy and popping it into her mouth. Sweet. As she chewed, her gaze flitted over the seated Death Eaters, finally resting on a masked man at the end of the table. "Oh, Kalen, it's been ages. Is your brother Lucan still preoccupied with those useless ancient runes?" Kalen Nott's body stiffened abruptly. His silver mask shifted slightly, as if he wished to discern Vester's expression but dared not meet Voldemort's gaze. Everyone knew of the tense relationship between the Nott brothers. Lucan's obsession with ancient magic marked him as an outcast in the family, a subject deemed taboo among the Death Eaters, with no one daring to mention it publicly. Outrageous. Bellatrix's shrill scream shattered the silence. She sprang to her feet, the hem of her black robe sweeping across the table and knocking over a silver goblet filled with venom. "What are you, to be so disrespectful before the Dark Lord?" Her wand was aimed directly at Vester, her face twisted with a mad gleam behind the mask. "Avada Kedavra." "Bella." Voldemort's voice resonated with an undeniable authority. The killing curse veered away at the last moment, mere inches from Vester's throat, striking the stone wall behind her and creating a charred pit. Vester didn't even blink. Instead, she whistled at Bellatrix. "Bella, dear, with such a temper, you're bound to get wrinkles." She turned her back, leaning against the doorframe once more, this time facing Voldemort, her tone as casual as discussing the weather. I must say, Tom, your defenses here are rather lacking. Nowhere near as entertaining as the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. The utterance of Tom silenced the chamber as if a petrifying spell had been cast. Every Death Eater momentarily forgot how to breathe. Since Voldemort's rise, those who dared to speak his name faced dire consequences. Vader, shrouded in Voldemort's shadow, felt his golden hair glinting in the moonlight as his fingers curled unconsciously. His pupils dilated slightly, reflecting Vester's nonchalant figure. The girl who had once skipped classes at Hogwarts to feed unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, now audaciously breaching Voldemort's estate. Casually engaging him in conversation, the killing curse had grazed her neck, yet she displayed not a hint of fear, just an air of indifference. Voldemort's fingers traced the armrest of his chair, the serpent carvings digging painfully into his palm. His red pupils locked onto Vester, brimming with complex emotions, offended rage, apprehension of her power, and an interest he was scarcely aware of. He had long known she was extraordinary. After all, she had withstood his pressure at the Hogwarts Christmas ball and delved into dark magic texts, far from an ordinary individual. Yet he had not anticipated her strength had grown to such an extent. You barged in here just to say that? Voldemort's voice dipped dangerously low, like the stillness before a storm. Of course not. Vester extracted a piece of chocolate from her pocket, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth, mumbling. I merely came to remind you not to take those cryptic prophecies too seriously. Some individuals delight in stirring the pot under the guise of prophecy. If you buy into it, you might just fall into their trap. Her gaze pointedly swept over Bellatrix. Bellatrix's body tensed, her face behind the silver mask likely turning a shade of deep crimson. Recently, she had been incessantly whispering in Voldemort's ear about Trelawney's prophecy confirming the threat posed by that child, insisting it must be eradicated without delay. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Voldemort's voice shot up sharply, a terrifying pressure surging from his red pupils. The Death Eaters flanking the long table lowered their heads, trembling uncontrollably beneath their black robes. The Dark Lord was enraged. This audacious woman was doomed. Yet Vester appeared utterly unfazed, even yawning. Who would dare? She straightened her posture, brushing off the creases in her attire. I was merely making a casual remark. After all, she paused, a glimmer of mischief flickering in her deep brown eyes. I actually have high hopes for you. Just don't trip over such trivial tricks. With that, she turned to leave, but paused at the door, glancing back to wave at Kalen Knott. Do send my regards to Lucan. Then, her figure transformed again into dark purple mist, effortlessly drifting past the still-stunned Death Eaters before vanishing at the end of the corridor. It was not until the mist completely dissipated that the suffocating silence of the conference room was shattered by Bellatrix's furious outcry. Master, how dare she insult you so? Permit me to slay her. Voldemort ignored her, his gaze fixated on the spot where Vester had stood, where a faint trace of dark purple essence still lingered on the carpet. His fingers gradually released the armrest, the serpent carvings leaving shallow red marks in his palm. What did her words mean? A warning against believing in prophecies? Was she implying the prophecies were false, or suggesting someone was using them to manipulate him? A pack of imbeciles. Voldemort suddenly let out a low growl, his crimson eyes sweeping over the gathered Death Eaters. What use are you if not even one of you can stop them? The Death Eaters promptly knelt on one knee, their silver masks clattering against the floor. My lord, please quell your fury. Lucius's voice trembled, barely concealing his fear as he clutched the hem of his robe. When Vester had taken grapes from before him, he had not dared to lift his gaze. This terror left him feeling shamefully small, as if he wished to sink into the very cracks of the earth. Vader stood shrouded in shadow, his golden hair illuminated by moonlight, half concealing his face. He observed Voldemort's taut profile, beneath the lingering anger in his red eyes. A hint of uncertainty seemed to flicker. Vester's bold move had been perilous yet astute. Her audacity in speaking so plainly compelled the suspicious Voldemort to ponder the deeper meanings behind her words. Dismissed. Voldemort abruptly rose, the hem of his black robe sweeping across the floor with a whispering rustle. He did not cast another glance at the kneeling Death Eaters. Striding directly towards the hidden door at the back of the chamber, his crimson eyes tumultuous with complex emotions. He did not trust Vester, just as he did not trust anyone who attempted to sway his thoughts. Yet her words, do not fall for mere tricks, pricked at the most sensitive part of his heart like a thorn. The Death Eaters felt as if a great weight had been lifted, quickly rising and hurrying out of the chamber with their heads bowed. As Lucius passed by Carly Knott, his footsteps faltered, his gaze behind the silver mask inquisitive. How could that woman possibly know someone from the Knott family, and be aware of Lyukin's affairs? Carlin, however, averted his eyes, hastening out the door, the trembling hem of his robe betraying his inner unrest. Only Vader remained in the chamber. He approached the doorframe, where Vester had just leaned, his fingertips lightly brushing the lingering dark purple essence. The aura was cold and pure, imbued with a sense of chaos that belonged neither to light nor darkness. Vader's gaze turned towards the end of the corridor, a flicker of concern passing through his golden eyes. Vester's ruckus had undoubtedly placed her in the eye of the storm. Voldemort's notorious suspicion was well known. Was her action today a warning or an act of provocation? The flickering candlelight in the corridor cast elongated shadows. Vader sighed softly and turned towards the hidden door. He needed to see whether Voldemort would indeed alter his stance on that prophecy due to Vester's words. Some balances, once disrupted, could never be restored. Meanwhile, outside the manor, along the cobblestone path, Vester hummed a tune as she made her way towards the forbidden forest. I want all of you. Grant me the gift of your love. She kicked at small stones by the roadside, her spirits buoyant as if she had just downed 3 mugs of butterbeer. Earlier in the chamber, she had distinctly noticed Voldemort's fingers momentarily relax. The old fox had indeed taken heed. As for the reactions of those Death Eaters, Vester scoffed, quickening her pace. A bunch of cowards hiding behind masks were hardly worth her consideration. All she wished for now was to return to the forbidden forest swiftly, to find the spotted unicorn she had met just yesterday and bring it some sweets. Sunlight filtered through the branches of the forbidden forest, casting dappled shadows behind her. The dark purple mist flickered at her fingertips, a secret known only to her. Some strategies required the most outrageous maneuvers to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. And this was her forte. Chapter 150. Alpheus's secret assistance. The cold autumn rain pelted against the stained glass of the Black Manor, blurring its gothic patterns into indistinct splotches of color. Alpheus Black sat in the deepest recess of his study, a nearly extinguished cigarette pinched between his fingers, ash softly falling onto the dark velvet carpet like unmelting snow. Outside, a patrol of Death Eaters passed by, wands raised, their green light tracing fleeting arcs in the rain, illuminating the profound gloom that clashed with his family's legacy in his eyes. On the desk lay a letter sealed with wax, a quill made of owl feathers askew in an inkpot, the ink already half-dried. The envelope bore no recipient, only a phoenix emblem crafted in silver and green ink, a secret message from the Order of the Phoenix, the sole link between him and Dumbledore. Alpheus picked up the letter, his fingertips caressing the rough edges of the parchment delicately, as if touching the fragile wings of a butterfly. Are you still poring over those forbidden documents? Came the voice of Cygnus Black from the doorway, his silver-green robes glinting coldly in the dim light. His black hair meticulously tied back. His gaze swept over the letter on the desk, brow furrowing slightly, his tone laced with habitual disdain. The Death Eater's banquet begins in half an hour. You would do well not to be late. Alpheus folded the letter into a square and tucked it into the cigarette case, his movements as natural as hiding a withered leaf. Understood. His voice was flat, devoid of emotion, save for the slight tightening of the fingers that held the cigarette. The sharp scent of nicotine sliding down his throat, suppressing the surging agitation within. Cygnus said nothing further, turning to leave, the hem of his robes brushing against the bookshelf, dislodging a gold-embossed tome titled The History of Pure-Blood Families. The pages scattered across the floor, revealing the Black family crest. The soaring black eagle seemed to mock silently in the dim light. Alpheus waited until the sound of her footsteps faded completely down the corridor before he bent to retrieve the book. His fingertip traced the yellowed pages until it halted at the name Bader Devane, the only non-pure-blood wizard marked as having special connections in the family records. His fingertip glided over the printed letters, the melancholy in his eyes gradually replaced by a complex emotion, reminiscent of the sky after rain, hiding unvanished clouds. The first time he had seen Vader was after the sorting ceremony. At that moment, Vader and Riddle sat at the end of the Slytherin table, his golden brown hair glowing warmly under the candlelight as he focused intently on spreading butter on bread, his profile soft, as if kissed by moonlight. Alpheus sat not far away, watching him with rapt attention, his heart suddenly racing as if under a spell. Before then, he had never believed in the scoffed notion of love at first sight, until that beam of candlelight fell into Vader's eyes. Later, he learned that Bader Phoenix Devane had a profound connection with Tom Marvolo Riddle. Observing their silhouettes as they walked side by side through the castle corridors, one as gentle as moonlight, the other silent in the dark night, Alpheus's heart felt as though it had been ground by a blunt instrument repeatedly. He began to skip classes frequently, hiding in the room of requirement to sketch Bader, capturing his lecturing form, his profile, while feeding unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, and the fleeting struggles in his gaze whenever he glanced at Tom. These drawings were now locked away in the deepest recesses of his study, alongside the secret letters from the Order of the Phoenix and Dumbledore's replies, forming the entirety of his hidden life. Alpheus extinguished the cigarette and rose to the window. The rain continued to fall. The patrol's green light had long since faded, leaving only the withered plum tree in the courtyard, swaying with bare branches in the wind. He retrieved the secret letter from the cigarette case, lightly tapping the tip of his wand against it. Flames erupted from the edges of the parchment, yet did not reduce it to ashes, leaving only a trail of flickering silver-green sparks in the air, a signal from the Order of the Phoenix, indicating that the intelligence had been received and the target was safe. Just then, a commotion arose from downstairs. The wand of Alpheus instantly nestled in his palm as he swiftly made his way into the shadows of the corridor. Through the gaps in the railing, he beheld the Death Eaters congregating around a figure entering the hall. It was Vader, clad in a silver-white robe. His golden hair, dampened by the rain, clung to his neck. His complexion more pallid than usual. Voldemort stood beside him, his red eyes sweeping over the kneeling Death Eaters before finally settling on Vader with a nearly obsessive possessiveness. After tonight, the Muggle villages of Wales would be entirely under control. Voldemort's voice reverberated in the vast hall. Alpheus, you are tasked with inventorying the magical items there. Emerging from the shadows, Alpheus bowed slightly. Yes, master. His gaze briefly met Vader's, and he noticed a fleeting hint of surprise in the other's pupils, which was quickly replaced by his customary calmness, as if nothing had transpired. Yet Alpheus understood. It was a sense of helplessness, akin to a bird ensnared in a gilded cage. No matter how splendid its wings, it could not escape the invisible prison. His heart constricted violently. The wand at his fingertips felt almost as if it would slip from his grasp. This was the reason for his clandestine assistance to Dumbledore. Not for the sake of so-called light and justice, but simply to avert the complete engulfment of that boy, who once stood bewildered beneath the mistletoe by the darkness. At the banquet, the Death Eaters raised their goblets in celebration, the clash of green light and silverware intertwined like a grand funeral. Alpheus sat in the farthest corner, watching as Vader was drawn to the seat of honor by Voldemort, observing him being compelled to drink, noting the shadows cast by his long lashes upon his pale face as he lowered his gaze. I've heard you've been mingling closely with the remnants of the Order of the Phoenix? Voldemort's voice suddenly pierced the air, his red pupils resembling two flickering wraiths. Locking onto Alpheus, the cacophony in the hall ceased abruptly, all eyes converging on him with a morbid anticipation. A cold smirk crept across Cygnus's lips, evidently. He had betrayed him. Alpheus set down his goblet, the knuckles of his fingers turning white. I was merely settling some family debts. It has nothing to do with the Order. Is that so? Voldemort chuckled lightly, the derision unmistakable in his tone. It seems those of the Black family are indeed adept at treachery. His gaze shifted to Vader, his tone unexpectedly softening. What do you think should be done with him? A collective breath was held in the room. Vader's fingers gently caressed the rim of the goblet, his golden lashes fluttering as he spoke. His voice soft yet clear to all ears. Alpheus is one of the Blacks. Perhaps he was simply momentarily confused. Alpheus's heart felt as if it had been struck, a mix of ache and swell. He gazed at Vader's lowered brow and suddenly comprehended that the other might have long known his secret, yet had never voiced it. Those seemingly casual reminders, those subtle defenses before Voldemort, were not mere illusions. Voldemort scrutinized Vader for a moment, complex emotions roiling within his red pupils. Before merely waving his hand, get out. Alpheus nearly fled the hall. The tapestries in the corridor swayed in the wind. The portraits of family members embroidered upon them mocked him with cold smiles. He dashed into the study, locked the door behind him, and slid down against the door panel, his chest heaving violently. In that fleeting moment, he truly believed he would meet the fate of those traitors disowned by their families, dying under Voldemort's wand. It was Vader who had saved him. This realization washed over him like a warm current, dispelling the chill lingering in his heart. Alpheus retrieved a half-empty pack of cigarettes from his pocket, but did not light one. He merely clutched it tightly in his hand. He knew he could no longer remain passive. The intelligence Dumbledore required, concerning Voldemort's Horcruxes, the whereabouts of imprisoned members of the Order, he must dispatch it without delay. The rain outside gradually ceased. The moon emerged from behind the clouds, illuminating the plum tree in the courtyard. Alpheus rose and approached the hidden compartment, retrieving a fresh piece of parchment. Dipping the owl feather quill into ink, he inscribed a line, on the night of the full moon. There are disturbances at the Shrieking Shack, suspected to be related to werewolves. This was information he had overheard from the Death Eaters' clandestine discussions the previous night. Voldemort seemed poised to exploit the power of werewolves to launch an assault on the Order's stronghold in Scotland. Alpheus folded the letter into a neat square and placed it into the leg ring of a homing pigeon that had long awaited on the windowsill. Not an owl, but rather a mundane pigeon from the Muggle world. Within this meticulously monitored old manor, only such an unremarkable creature could evade the scrutiny of the Death Eaters. The pigeon flapped its wings and vanished into the night. Alpheus watched its silhouette meld with the moonlight. His fingers gently opened the cigarette pack, revealing an unsent letter within. On the blank section of the parchment, he delicately sketched a small telescope, alongside which he inscribed a barely legible line. May you forever behold the starry sky you wish to see. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, Vader's, soft yet precisely in tune with the rhythm of Alpheus's heartbeat. He quickly shut the cigarette pack and turned to find Vader entering. Still awake? Vader's voice was gentle, his golden pupils gleaming brightly in the dim light. Voldemort has assigned you to oversee matters in Wales. Be cautious, as there are Dumbledore-esque people there. Alpheus's heart leapt momentarily, though he maintained an impassive facade. Understood. He watched as Vader turned to leave, then abruptly spoke. You. Vader halted, glancing back at him. It's nothing. Alpheus averted his gaze, staring out at the moon, feeling that the moonlight tonight was not pleasing. Vader said nothing further and gently closed the door behind him. The moment the door clicked shut, Alpheus heard the deafening sound of his own heartbeat. He understood that Vader's words were a warning about the ambush the Order had in Wales, and that Voldemort's true aim may not even be there at all. Silence enveloped the study once more, save for the moonlight filtering through the stained glass, casting a kaleidoscope of shadows on the carpet. Alpheus picked up the half-burned cigarette and reignited it. Amidst the acrid scent of nicotine, he envisioned once more the beam of moonlight atop the astronomy tower from years past. Witnessing Vader's profile as he adjusted the telescope, for that beam of moonlight, he would willingly stand against his entire family, willing to tread through darkness alone, willing to become a blunt instrument placed beside Voldemort by the Order, even if that blade would ultimately wound himself. Even if Vader would never know that there existed one who had risked everything for him. The rain began to fall again, tapping against the glass like an incomprehensible nocturne. Alpheus extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray, his gaze resolutely fixed outside. The pigeon should be nearing Dumbledore by now, and his war was only just beginning. Chapter 151, Severus's Plea. On the last day of July, the morning mist in Godric's Hollow was imbued with the fragrance of honeysuckle. Lily Potter lay upon the oak bed, beads of fine sweat beading her forehead, her red hair dampened by perspiration, clinging to her pale cheeks. James held her hand, the warmth radiating from his palm akin to the flames of a hearth, his hazel eyes filled with anxiety, yet striving to muster a soothing smile. It's almost over. Lily, just hold on a little longer. The midwife's wand tip glowed with a soft white light, illuminating Lily's furrowed brow twisted in pain. Push, Mrs. Potter. Her voice resonated with a steady strength as her wand traced an arc through the air, infusing Lily with a warm enchantment. Lily bit her lower lip, her knuckles digging deep into James's arm, yet a resolute light flickered in her emerald eyes. She could sense the tiny life within her struggling, akin to a seed brimming with vitality, eager to break free from the constraints of the soil. Waves of pain crashed over her like the tide. But each time she recalled the blood magic that Dumbledore had taught them, and thought of the imminent future she was destined to protect with her very life, she felt invigorated anew. A piercing cry shattered the morning mist, like a golden ray of light that instantly dispelled the tension within the room. The midwife cradled a wrinkled little one in her arms, gently wiping his cheeks with a soft towel. It's a boy, Mr. Potter. Look at that hair. It's as lovely as your wife's. Tears welled up in James's eyes in an instant. He gazed at the infant swathed in a crimson blanket, his tiny fists clenched tightly, eyes shut, lashes resembling delicate fans. Lily smiled weakly, her green gaze reflecting the image of their child. Her voice as soft as a feather. James, name him. Harry, came James's choked reply as he cautiously extended a finger to touch Harry's soft cheek. Harry Potter. At that very moment, in the Lomberton manor of Ottery St. Catchpole, another clear cry echoed. Alice Lomberton reclined against a velvet pillow, watching as Frank carefully held their son, tears shimmering in his brown eyes. Neville, she whispered, her fingertips gently brushing against the baby's fuzzy hair. Let us name him Neville Lomberton. Frank leaned down, placing a soft kiss on Neville's forehead, his voice trembling with the awe of newfound fatherhood. Our little warrior. The cries of the two infants rippled through the magical realm like stones cast into a lake, stirring unseen currents beneath the surface. Meanwhile, far away in the highest chamber of the Ministry of Magic in London, Voldemort stood before a crystal ball, his crimson eyes fixated on the indistinct images of the two infants within. The silhouette of Neville Lomberton gradually faded, leaving only the vision of Harry Potter. Swathed in a red blanket, that crimson fabric flickering like a dancing flame, piercing his eyes with pain. That's him. Voldemort's voice was low and frigid as his fingertips glided over the edge of the crystal, leaving a dark trace. The prophecy speaks of a child born at the end of July, destined to defeat my family thrice. It must be him. Barty Crouch Jr. lurked in the shadows, his golden hair glinting in the moonlight, unconsciously curling his fingers. He observed Harry's serene face in the crystal, his heart constricted by an unseen hand. knowing that this child was fated to bear the burden of an unending conflict with Voldemort. Was this truly the hope foretold in the prophecy? Or merely the onset of another calamity? Find him. Voldemort turned, his red eyes sweeping over the kneeling Death Eaters at all costs. Uncover the whereabouts of Harry Potter. Lucius Malfoy lifted his silver mask slightly, his voice tinged with hesitation. My lord, we have discovered that the Potters have recently relocated. But it seems someone has cast the Fidelius charm upon them. The Fidelius charm, an ancient protective magic that completely conceals a location, can only be divulged by the secret keeper, otherwise, no one can find them. Voldemort's fingers clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. Who is the secret keeper? It is said to be Potter's friend, Sirius Black. Lucius's voice dropped lower. Our men have been watching him for 3 days, but he is elusive. We cannot find an opportunity to interrogate him. A flicker of rage flashed through Voldemort's red eyes, his robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, rustling against the serpentine carpet. Useless. You can't even keep track of one man. He approached the window, gazing at the storm-laden skies of London, his eyes ablaze with obsessive fury. He sensed an unsettling power emanating from that infant. It must be extinguished before he could grow. At that moment, within the confines of the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Dumbledore observed an owl soaring in from the window. A folded parchment was affixed to its leg, bearing a single hasty line. Lily is in danger, I implore you. The handwriting belonged to Severus Snape. Dumbledore removed the parchment, a flicker of complexity crossing his blue eyes behind the crescent-shaped lenses. He placed the parchment on his phoenix wood desk, lightly tapping his fingers against the surface as his gaze drifted towards the forbidden forest outside. Before long, the office door burst open, and Severus stumbled in. His robes were dust-laden, black hair disheveled against his pale forehead, his dark eyes bloodshot, resembling a beast cornered in despair. Dumbledore. His voice was hoarse, laced with near-collapsed desperation. Voldemort is after Lily. He intends to kill Harry. He will take her as well. Dumbledore regarded him, calm understanding reflected in his blue eyes. I know. You know. Severus stepped forward, bracing his hands on the desk, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Then why are you still sitting here? Go save her. I beg you, Dumbledore. His voice carried an unprecedented humility. The pride in his dark eyes shattered, leaving only a raw plea. As long as Lily is safe, I will do anything. I can be your spy, deliver messages for you, even die, as long as she lives. Dumbledore beheld the agony in his eyes. A pain so pure and overwhelming that it reminded him of the awkward, solitary boy who had once watched Lily from afar in the Slytherin common room. Snape. Dumbledore's voice was gentle, yet imbued with undeniable authority. I have already arranged for protection. The Potters have cast the Fidelius charm, with Sirius as the secret keeper. As long as he does not betray them, Voldemort will not find them. Sirius? Severus's body stiffened, a flicker of doubt crossing his dark eyes. He is a black. How could he possibly trust him? Severus, Dumbledore interrupted, his blue eyes reflecting steadfast belief. Sirius's loyalty to the Potter family is unquestionable. He paused, his expression growing serious. But if you truly wish to protect Lily, you must agree to one condition. Severus's dark eyes lifted suddenly, as if seizing upon a final lifeline. What condition? I will agree. Regardless of what transpires in the future, regardless of what you see or hear, you must remain on our side. Dumbledore gently tapped the phoenix emblem on the desk. Voldemort's influence is expanding. We need your intelligence. Need you close to him to buy us time. This will be perilous, perhaps even leading to your ruin, where you will be misunderstood by all. Severus's lips trembled, a flicker of struggle in his dark eyes. He recalled the faces of the Death Eaters, the cruelty reflected in Voldemort's red gaze, and the actions he had once taken in pursuit of so-called pure-blood honor. But the thought of Lily's green eyes, the memory of her smile with its charming dimples, dispelled all hesitation. I agree. His voice was hoarse yet resolute, his dark eyes filled with a determination forged in fire. As long as Lily is safe, I do not care how others perceive me, nor the price I must pay. Dumbledore gazed upon Severus's taut profile, a flicker of solace dancing in his blue eyes. Splendid. He retrieved a small silver mirror from his drawer, extending it towards Severus. Hold on to this mirror. Whenever you need to convey a message, simply reflect it towards the moon thrice, and my associates shall find you. Severus accepted the silver mirror, its cold touch momentarily calming his fraying nerves. He clutched it tightly, as if it were the very essence of Lily's life. Are they truly safe? He couldn't help but ask, his voice laced with a barely perceptible fragility. Dumbledore moved to the window, his gaze fixed upon the rising sun at the edge of the forbidden forest, golden light piercing through the clouds to grace the castle's spires. As long as the Fidelius charm endures, as long as love remains, they shall be safe. His voice, though soft, carried a power that penetrated the darkness. But Severus, remember this. It is not magic that can truly protect Lily, but me. Severus absorbed his words, a glimmer of resolve igniting in his dark eyes. I shall protect her in my own way. As he turned to leave the headmaster's office, the hem of his black cloak swept across the threshold, casting a fleeting shadow. Sunlight filtered through the corridor's stained glass, casting vibrant patterns upon him, yet failing to illuminate the profound guardianship for Lily that resided within his dark gaze. Meanwhile, in a cottage nestled within Godric's Hollow, James cradled baby Harry by Lily's bedside. Harry had awoken, his tiny fingers grasping James's hand, his green eyes mirroring Lily's. As clear as the streams in the valley, Lily leaned against James's shoulder, watching the two with a weary yet tender smile. Has the finely used charm taken effect? She inquired softly, her fingertips brushing Harry's cheek. It has, James replied, kissing the crown of her head, his voice deep and resolute. Sirius said even he couldn't find this place. Lily nodded, yet a flicker of worry passed through her green eyes. She thought of Severus, the awkward boy who always lingered in the shadows, watching her, following her, wondering where he was now and if he was well. But soon, she suppressed that worry. In her world now, there was only James, only Harry, only this home she needed to protect with her life. The fragrance of honeysuckle wafted through the window, and sunlight streamed through the white curtains, casting warm patches upon the floor. Harry yawned softly, closing his eyes again, the corners of his mouth curling up as if he were dreaming sweetly. The Dark Lord's minions were still scouring, Severus's promise lingered in the air, and that little cottage, protected by blood magic and the finely used charm, stood like a small lighthouse, flickering a faint yet steadfast light amidst the dark wizarding world. Severus stood atop the highest point of Hogwarts Castle, gazing towards Godric's Hollow. His black cloak fluttered in the wind as he gripped the silver mirror tightly, his knuckles paling. In his heart, he repeatedly whispered Lily's name, as if engaged in a prayer known only to him. As long as she is safe, even if it costs me everything, even if I fall into the abyss, as long as she can be at peace, that is all that matters. In the distance, the storm clouds began to dissipate, revealing a sliver of azure sky. Yet Severus knew that from the moment he resolved to protect Lily, his own sky would forever be shrouded in darkness. But he did not care. As long as he could pierce through the clouds and glimpse the light that belonged to Lily, that would suffice. Chapter 152, The Betrayal of the Secret Keeper, Peter. Beside the unicorn nest deep within the forbidden forest, Vester knelt, gently combing the mane of a speckled unicorn with her fingertips. Its silver-blue mane flowed through her hands like liquid moonlight. The unicorn neighed softly, nudging her wrist with its forehead, as if seeking affection. Oh, little one, Vester chuckled lightly, producing a handful of sparkling candies from her pocket. Do you know? Some fools believe they can control everything, only to play their hand poorly. The unicorn delicately took the candy from her palm. Dew from its mane dripped onto her hand, the cool sensation causing her to flinch slightly. She lifted her gaze towards the direction of Hogwarts Castle, her dark tea-colored hair tousled by the wind, the small mole at the corner of her lips flickering in the dappled light beneath the trees. It is time to alert that old bee. She rose, brushing the grass from her skirt, her figure shimmering into a dark violet blur as she vanished into the mist of the forbidden forest. In Dumbledore's office, the Elder Wand hovered in midair, lightly tapping a parchment, the latest roster of the Order of the Phoenix. The elderly wizard sat in his armchair, fingertips gliding over the crescent-shaped lens, his blue eyes reflecting the flickering flames, contemplating how to strengthen the outer defenses of Godric's Hollow. Albus Dumbledore, you would do well to listen carefully. Dark violet mist coalesced in the center of the office, Vester's form gradually becoming distinct. She stood upright, devoid of her usual flippancy, her dark, tea-colored eyes lacking their customary playfulness, replaced by an almost piercing seriousness. Dumbledore set the wand down, a flicker of surprise crossing his blue eyes. Miss Vester? Do not interrupt me. Vester's voice was grave, each word striking like a hammer on stone. Is the secret keeper for the Potter's Fidelius charm Sirius Black? Dumbledore nodded. Indeed, why? Tell them to cease this decision immediately. Vester stepped forward, the hem of her cloak sweeping over the starry tapestry on the floor. They must not change the secret keeper. Especially not to that coward named Peter Pettigrew. Dumbledore's brow furrowed slightly. You mean to say they intend to replace the secret keeper? He had received no such news. In the letters from James and Lily last week, they praised Sirius for his caution. They will do so soon, Vester insisted, her fingertips glowing faintly with a dark violet aura, clearly agitated. Sirius suggested that Peter take the role, claiming that the most dangerous place is the safest. James, that fool, actually believed him. Though Lily was hesitant, she would soon be swayed by their insistence. She took a deep breath, striving to steady her tone, yet failing to conceal the urgency in her voice. That Peter, while appearing timid and weak, is more afraid of death than anyone. If Voldemort's minions apply even the slightest pressure, he would sell the Potter's location without a second thought. Once the secret keeper of the Fidelius's charm betrays, that barrier would shatter like paper. Then, I understand. Dumbledore sprang to his feet, the phoenix feather wand instantly gripped in his hand. The calmness in his blue eyes replaced by shock. I shall contact them at once. He strode swiftly towards the fireplace, ready to toss in the flue powder. But Vester grasped his wrist. Her fingers were icy, imbued with an undeniable strength. There is no time. I sensed it on my way here. Their magical signatures have already shifted. The secret keeper has been replaced by Peter. Dumbledore's movements froze. The flames in the fireplace crackled, reflecting the sudden pallor of his face. He knew Vester's perceptions never failed, especially regarding magical fluctuations. The one he had always trusted, the one James considered a brother, Peter Pettigrew, would be a liability? Why? Dumbledore's voice was somewhat hoarse. Why did Sirius propose such a thing? His loyalty to James? West's derisive laugh lacked any mirth, for Sirius was far too proud, always believing he could control everything. He thought that by making Peter a decoy, he could divert all attention, oblivious to the fact that the coward in his eyes, who would never be suspected, was the most lethal dagger of all. She released her grip and turned to gaze out of the window. Her dark chestnut hair veiling half her face. There were already stirrings from Voldemort's side. Lucius Malfoy had visited Nocturne Alley yesterday and had made contact with an informant. I suspect they have already set their sights on Peter. Dumbledore's heart felt as though it were being clenched by an invisible hand. He approached the window, watching the crows circling above the forbidden forest, his blue eyes swirling with regret and concern. If only he had noticed sooner. If only he could have urged James a little more. What should he do now? Dumbledore's voice was soft, yet laden with an unprecedented weight. West turned around, her seriousness slightly waning, replaced by a tinge of complexity. Send someone to keep an eye on Peter. The moment he exhibits any unusual behavior, act immediately. Additionally, inform the members of the Order of the Phoenix to be prepared to support Godric's Hollow, though I suspect it may already be too late. She transformed into a dark purple mist and vanished from the office, leaving behind a light, ethereal remark. Do not blame yourself too much, Dumbledore. Some fates cannot be evaded. As the mist dissipated, Dumbledore was left alone in the office. The flames in the fireplace flickered and waned, stretching his shadow long across the room. He picked up his old wand, his fingertips trembling slightly as they traced a complex rune in the air. It was the signal for urgent communication to the Order of the Phoenix. Meanwhile, within the modest abode of Godric's Hollow, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting warm patches of light upon the floor. James sat on the sofa, cradling Harry in his arms, his gray-blue eyes brimming with excitement. Lily, look. I told you this idea was splendid. Who would have thought we would substitute the secret keeper with Peter? Those fools of Voldemort are surely still fixated on Sirius. Lily leaned against him, her fingertips gently caressing Harry's soft hair, yet a hint of unease lingered in her green eyes. But what about Peter? What is wrong with Peter? Sirius emerged from the kitchen, clutching a bottle of butterbeer, his black hair cascading casually over his shoulders, his smile defiant and self-assured. How many times has he stood by us from Hogwarts to now, facing life and death? Do you still doubt him? I do not doubt him. I simply... Lily bit her lip. Professor Dumbledore stated that the secret keeper must be an utterly reliable individual. Professor Dumbledore could not have anticipated our stratagem. James interjected with a laugh, kissing her forehead. Trust me, Lily. This is the safest method. Peter is so inconspicuous. Who would pay him any mind? Once the storm passes, we can revert back. Harry yawned in James's embrace, his tiny hand clutching James's finger, his green eyes clear as mountain spring water. Lily gazed into her son's eyes, her unease gradually subsiding. Perhaps James and Sirius are correct. For Harry's sake, she was willing to trust their judgment. Very well. She nodded gently, but we must inform Peter, no matter what happens. He must not. Rest assured. Sirius patted his chest. I have already spoken to him. He swore to keep the secret with his life. Just then, a faint knocking sound echoed from the door of the cottage. James and Sirius immediately tensed, gripping their wands hidden beneath the sofa cushions. Who is it? James's voice was low and wary. It's me, Peter. The timid voice of Wormtail Peter called from outside. I came to see Harry. James and Sirius exchanged glances, both letting out a sigh of relief. James rose to open the door, revealing Peter standing at the threshold, clad in a faded wizarding robe. His short and plump figure displaying evident anxiety, and in his hand, he clutched a small fabric bag. Come in, Peter. James patted his shoulder. See? I told you there was nothing to worry about. Peter stepped inside, his gaze darting nervously around the room before finally landing on Harry. Forcing a stiff smile. Harry is so adorable, just like Lily. Lily smiled at him, yet her unease resurfaced. Peter's eyes were peculiar, as if he were evading something. His fingers gripping the fabric bag tightly, knuckles turning white. What do you have there? Lily asked softly. Peter jumped, the bag slipping from his grasp, rolling out several crudely wrapped candies. And nothing, he stammered as he hurriedly retrieved the bag, his voice tinged with an imperceptible tremor. Just some candies for Harry. James paid little heed, smiling as he handed Harry to Peter. Here, hold him. Our little hero. Peter hesitated for a moment, cautiously taking Harry, his fingers trembling slightly with tension. Harry seemed to sense something, suddenly bursting into tears. Oh, he seems to dislike me. Peter hastily returned Harry to James, the smile on his face becoming even more rigid. It's all right, he's just hungry. Lily took Harry back, soothing him with practiced ease. Yet her green eyes remained fixed on Peter. His earlier reaction was too strange, as if he were afraid of something. I have to go. I have things to attend to. Peter turned abruptly towards the door, his steps faltering as though he were fleeing. Peter, Lily suddenly called out. Remember what James said. No matter what happens, you must not. I know. Peter's voice was muffled, nearly escaping as he dashed out of the cottage, the door slamming shut behind him. James frowned. What was up with him today? Strange. Sirius scoffed. What else could it be? He.S. nervous. After all, such an important secret is in his hands. Don't worry, he'll be fine in a few days. Lily remained silent, holding Harry close, her gaze fixed on the direction of the door, her unease deepening. She felt that something was already heading towards an irreversible outcome. Outside the cottage, Peter ran frantically until he reached the edge of Godric's Hollow, finally daring to pause and catch his breath. Leaning against an ancient oak tree, he pulled from his pocket a small silver badge, the mark of the Death Eaters. The serpent emblem was faintly warm to the touch, as if urging him onward. Peter's face was etched with fear and inner turmoil, tears streaming down his round cheeks. I'm sorry, James, I'm sorry, Lily, he murmured, his voice choked. I don't want to die, I truly don't want to die. Voldemort's threats echoed in his ears, the cruelty in those red eyes. The murderous intent in that cold voice made him tremble. He was merely a coward. He wished to live, even if the cost was betraying his dearest friends. Wiping away his tears, Peter's gaze gradually hardened with resolve. He turned towards the encroaching darkness, where a black carriage awaited, its body adorned with serpentine engravings. He understood that once he took this step, there would be no turning back. The cottage in Godric's Hollow, those warm smiles, the vows of life and death, would become an insurmountable debt he could never repay. But he had no other choice. The carriage door swung open before him, revealing an abyss of darkness. A chilling voice beckoning. Speak the location of the Potters. Peter inhaled deeply, uttering the address he had vowed to protect with his very life, his voice barely a whisper. As light as a breeze, the carriage departed, vanishing into the night. Peter stood frozen in place, gazing towards Godric's Hollow, before suddenly covering his face and breaking down in tears. Within the small cottage nestled in the valley, James cradled Harry, regaling Lily with tales of his mischief at Hogwarts, causing her to laugh heartily. Harry giggled in James's embrace, his tiny hands waving as if in joyful response. The sun shone brightly, and time felt serene. Unbeknownst to them, darkness was already en route, hurtling towards their modest abode, while the secret keeper they had entrusted had unwittingly led them to the brink of despair. Chapter 153, West and the Flight. The fireplace at Hogwarts erupted at West's feet, a burst of emerald flames that billowed hot air, lifting her black robes, yet failing to disrupt her movements. She leaped forth from the blaze, her toes barely grazing the cold stone floor, as the flue powder in her hand crumbled to dust. This was the third fireplace she had utilized. Each transportation sent the magic within her veins boiling like molten lava, dark purple mist swirling at her fingertips, nearly breaking free from her skin's confines. Godric's Hollow. No, straight to the abandoned mill near the Potters. She bellowed at the crackling flames, her voice distorted by their snapping sounds. The flue powder burned in her palm, leaving a slight sting, but she remained indifferent. Images flooded her mind. The dwindling flames in Dumbledore's office, Peter's silhouette disappearing into darkness, and the unsuspecting smiles of James and Lily. These visions spun like a spell in her consciousness, urging her to charge forth with reckless abandon. The green flames consumed her once more. This time, the sensation of disorientation was particularly intense, as if an invisible hand had tightly gripped her insides. West stifled the metallic taste in her throat as she stumbled upon landing, steadying herself against the dust-covered stone mill. The air was thick with the scent of decaying grain, moonlight filtering through the shattered roof, casting cobweb-like shadows on the ground, while distant barks echoed from Godric's Hollow. Damn it, there's no time to waste, she muttered under her breath, her form dissolving into dark purple mist that swept across the ground like silk caught in a tempest, freezing the withered grass in its wake. She could distinctly sense the magical fluctuations emanating from the cottage ahead, James and Lily's essences radiating like two warm flames, while Harry's presence was faint yet vibrant. akin to a star wrapped in cotton. Yet, entwined around this warmth, a cold, serpentine darkness lurked. The minions of Voldemort were drawing near. Hurry, faster. Her urgent whispers pierced through the mist. The silent form propelled her beyond the limits of a wizard's flight, trees blurring into indistinct shadows. Dewdrops clinging to ivy leaves freezing midfall in the chilling wind she conjured. The outline of Godric's Hollow grew clearer. The familiar cottage awaited just over the hill. A thin plume of smoke wafting from its chimney. West's mist abruptly coalesced into human form mere meters from the cottage, and she staggered, grasping an ancient oak for support. Gasping as if a searing iron had been thrust into her chest. Her dark chestnut hair clung to her forehead, while a small mole at the corner of her lips glistened in the moonlight, her eyes shining with fierce determination. Thank goodness, there is still time. She observed the firmly shut wooden door, her heart racing. The Fidley's charm, though weakened by Peter's treachery, had not yet dissipated entirely. Voldemort had not yet arrived. West rushed to the door, neglecting to knock, and instead tapped her wand against the lock. Alohomora. The door creaked open, and a wave of warm light and the fragrant aroma of pumpkin soup surged forth, starkly contrasting with her frigid exterior. James sat on the carpet before the fireplace, leaning against the sofa, with Harry sprawled on his belly atop him, tiny fists clutching one of his fingers, breathing steadily. Lily occupied the adjacent armchair, needle and thread in hand, sewing a tiny red cloak for Harry, her green eyes brimming with tenderness. At the sound of the door, both looked up, their smiles instantly replaced by wariness. West, James exclaimed, swiftly lifting Harry, his other hand drawing forth the wand hidden beneath the sofa cushions. His hazel eyes wide with shock. How did you? Don't ask so many questions, West retorted, shutting the door behind her, casting a temporary protective charm with her wand. The runes flickered on the wooden surface. Peter betrayed you. He revealed your location to Voldemort. We need to leave, now? The needle and thread slipped from Lily's grasp, clattering to the floor as she shot to her feet, instinctively placing a hand on Harry nestled in James's arms, her gentle green gaze now filled with fear. What did you say? Peter wouldn't. I saw him making contact with a Death Eater. West stepped forward, her voice strained with urgency, remnants of the chilling mist still clinging to her fingertips as she pointed towards the door. Voldemort's followers could arrive at any moment. The Fidley's charm has failed. Staying here is tantamount to waiting for death. James's complexion paled instantly. He scrutinized West's tense profile, the undeniable seriousness in her eyes forcing the doubts he had long ignored into stark reality. Sirius's pride, his own gullibility, Peter's suspicious behavior, it was all true. Lily, we must go, James declared, no longer hesitating, clutching Harry tightly while grasping Lily's wrist with his other hand. Let us move. Lily stood frozen, her eyes filled with disbelief and anguish. The Peter who always trailed behind them, appearing timid and harmless, the one who had been the butt of James's jokes at Hogwarts. Could he truly betray them? She recalled Peter's frantic expression moments ago, his fingers clutching the fabric of his bag, and her heart felt as though it were gripped by an icy hand, aching and nearly suffocating. Lily, James tugged at her insistently, his voice tinged with desperation. There is no time. For Harry. Harry, sensing the tension, pouted and let out a small whimper of distress. Lily snapped back to the present, her gaze falling upon her son's reddened eyes. All hesitation and heartache were swiftly replaced by an overwhelming instinct to protect. She nodded firmly, grasping James's hand, her fingers whitening from the force of her grip. Let us use the back door, James urged, pulling Lily towards the kitchen. Wait, Wes called out, retrieving a small silver whistle from her pocket and placing it in James's hand. This is an emergency signal for the Order of the Phoenix. Blow it 3 times, and nearby members will come to your aid. But don't get your hopes up. Voldemort may be faster. She paused, her gaze resolute. Stay close to me. I will use the disillusionment charm to guide you through the forbidden forest. It is temporarily safe there. James clutched the whistle tightly, the cold metal grounding him slightly. He looked at West, the woman who often acted nonchalantly, even daring to utter Voldemort's name, now devoid of any semblance of jest, her deep brown eyes reflecting a fierce seriousness. Thank you, Vister. James's voice quivered slightly. Vister remained silent, merely turning to push open the back door, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. In the backyard, a few tomato plants stood in the garden, their vines adorned with unripe fruits, while the moonlight cast a gentle silver sheen upon the earth. From the distant woods came the hooting of owls, and aside from that, an eerie silence enveloped the night, a stillness far more chilling than any sound. Move, Vister hissed, leading the charge into the garden. Her figure transformed into a dark purple mist the moment she stepped outside. This time the mist did not dissipate, but coalesced into a broad barrier, shielding James and Lily within its embrace. James held Harry tightly, pulling Lily along behind the mist. their steps unsteady yet unwilling to falter. Lily glanced back at the cottage that had harbored their final moments of happiness, a flicker of despair flashing in her green eyes. Quickly supplanted by resolve, she lowered her gaze, studying Harry's sleeping visage, internally repeating, "Do not fear, Mama is here." The mist enveloped them as they traversed the garden, weaving into the small woods behind the house. The dark purple barrier served as an invisible armor, consuming any sounds or magical fluctuations that could betray their presence. Vister could distinctly sense a faint yet unmistakably familiar aura of darkness emanating from the direction of the cottage. Voldemort was approaching. Faster. The voice within the mist was tinged with urgency. She quickened her pace, the dark purple barrier nearly skimming the ground. As leaves from the branches were swept up by the gust, swirling in the air before falling, James and Lily strained to keep up, their lungs burning as if they might burst. Lily's red hair caught on a branch, yet she had no time to tend to it, allowing the strands to fall disheveled across her face, gripping James's hand tightly, fearful that if she loosened her hold, she would fall behind. Just as they were about to burst from the woods and glimpse the thick mist at the edge of the forbidden forest, a deafening crash erupted behind them, the sound of dark magic striking a building. Following that was a piercing scream, as if it could tear the soul apart, although distant. It reached their ears with chilling clarity. Lily's steps abruptly halted, her green eyes welling with tears. That scream, it came from the direction where James's parents resided. "Lily, don't look," James urged, pulling her forward with desperation, his voice hoarse. "They will be fine. We must protect Harry first." The mist hesitated for a moment, then surged forward with renewed urgency. She understood what that scream signified. Voldemort might have divided his forces, perhaps deliberately employing such tactics to unsettle them. But now, they had no time for sorrow, no time to look back. The dark purple mist finally plunged into the depths of the forbidden forest's fog. Vister came to a halt in a relatively concealed clearing, reshaping into human form, leaning against an ancient tree, gasping for breath, her complexion as pale as parchment. "We are safe for the moment," she remarked, gazing at James and Lily, her voice laced with exhaustion. "My unicorn friends in the forest will assist in concealing us. Voldemort's followers will not find us here for the time being." James collapsed onto the ground, cradling Harry tightly in his arms, his body still trembling from their frantic flight. Lily rushed to his side, wrapping her arms around them both, tears finally spilling over as they fell onto Harry's soft hair. "Why is Peter doing this?" Lily's voice trembled with anguish and confusion. Vister leaned against the ancient tree, observing them, a flicker of complexity crossing her gaze. She retrieved a piece of chocolate from her pocket, unwrapping it and offering it to them. Sometimes, fear holds more power than loyalty. Her voice was gentle, but this was not the time for such reflections. "We need to find a safer place to wait for the order to come for us." Harry seemed to sense his mother's sorrow, stirring slightly in James's arms, emitting a soft whimper. Lily quickly wiped her tears, gently patting his back, striving to muster a tender smile. "Harry, do not be afraid. Your Mama and Papa are here." James lifted his gaze, his gray-blue eyes bloodshot, yet imbued with an unwavering determination. He looked at Vister and earnestly said, "Thank you." "If it weren't for you, don't thank me," Vister interrupted, stuffing the remaining chocolate into her mouth, mumbling indistinctly. "I just don't want to see that old bee crying, and I certainly don't wish for Harry." She paused, glancing into the depths of the forbidden forest, a hint of wariness flashing in her dark tea-colored pupils. "We must change locations. The aura here may be traceable." She extended her hand, the dark purple mist swirling in her palm. "Hold on to me. This may be a bit bumpy." James and Lily exchanged resolute glances, finding determination in each other's eyes. Regardless of how arduous the future may be, regardless of how overwhelming the darkness becomes, they would protect Harry and safeguard one another. Lily gently kissed Harry's forehead, whispering in his ear, "We will be all right, my little warrior." James clasped Lily's hand tightly, his other arm securely around Harry. Nodding at Vister, "Let us go." The dark purple mist enveloped them once more, slowly descending into the depths of the forbidden forest's fog. In the distance, towards Godric's Hollow, the faint glow of green light from dark magic exploding could still be seen, like a poisonous flower blossoming in the night. And that cottage, once filled with laughter and joy, now stood desolate and empty. Only the flames within the fireplace, still flickering stubbornly, illuminated the ground where a fallen thread from a small red cloak lay, resembling a drop of congealed blood. Chapter 154. Alft, I beg you, do not return. As the obsidian barrier of Voldemort's manor shattered before Bardel, he scarcely comprehended how he breached that formidable defense woven from over 100 dark spells. The moonlight caught his golden hair, whipping it into a tempest like a tattered banner, while the hem of his silver-gray robe tore, revealing an ancient sun tattoo on his forearm, glowing with a searing red light. "Tom!" he bellowed, his voice splintered by the shards of the magical barrier. Behind him, the panicked cries of Death Eaters gradually faded. His eyes remained fixated on the black-green streak racing across the sky, the apparition of Voldemort, heading straight for Godric's Hollow. His heart felt as though it were clutched by a burning hand. He knew what Voldemort intended to do. That infant in the crystal ball, that life entwined in prophecy. And Vister's parting words, "Some destinies cannot be escaped," now coalesced into sharp icicles, piercing through his skull. Badel's figure traced a silver arc through the night sky, his robe billowing like a bird with broken wings. The wind filled his throat, carrying a metallic taste of blood, yet he dared not pause. Fragments of memory surged back in a chaotic flash, moonlight atop the astronomy tower, the soft whinny of unicorns in the forbidden forest. And a particular afternoon when Tom, back then, he was still called Tom, knelt on the grass, teasing a golden beetle with his wand, his profile softened by the sunlight. Back then, Tom's eyes still held a glimmer of light. As the outline of Godric's Hollow became clearer below, Bardel beheld the familiar cottage, now engulfed in a swirling mass of black mist. The doors and windows groaned under the onslaught of dark magic, akin to a dying beast. He instinctively plunged downward, landing heavily on the stone steps just a second before the dark mist touched the porch. "Tom, stop!" Vader spread his arms wide, akin to a bird attempting to shield its nest with its wings. The moonlight illuminated his golden pupils, shining astonishingly in the darkness, while the sunflower tattoo on his arm glowed with a fervent red, even conjuring a translucent golden barrier that forcefully pushed the dark mist back by half a foot. Within the swirling shadows, Voldemort's figure gradually coalesced. His crimson eyes, akin to two flickering will-o'-the-wisps, first flickered with a momentary surprise when they landed on Vader, only to be swiftly replaced by a seething rage. "Step aside. You cannot enter." Vader's voice trembled, not from fear, but from a profound anguish. He gazed at the grotesque figure before him, the decaying aura emanating from the body cloaked in black robes, the madness in those red eyes almost spilling over. Was this truly the Tom who once chased and frolicked with him along the corridors of Hogwarts, who would laugh at the sight of a mere beetle? "I said, step aside." Voldemort's voice suddenly escalated, his cloak billowing without wind as the air around them turned icy and piercing. He raised his wand, its tip aimed directly at Vader's forehead. Sold apart, a beam of ghostly blue light shot towards Vader's head. Vader closed his eyes, not flinching. He even harbored a faint hope that this curse might take effect, perhaps granting him a temporary escape from this suffocating confrontation. Yet, the anticipated separation of consciousness did not come. The moment the beam made contact with his forehead, it met an invisible barrier, transforming into specks of blue light that dissipated into the air. Voldemort's red pupils constricted sharply. The killing curse was ineffective against Vader? How could this be? The loyalty curse he had personally inscribed upon Vader, the connections forged through dark magic, were they all rendered null? Why, for the first time, a barely perceptible tremor laced Voldemort's voice as his gaze fixated on the glaring red on Vader's arm. "The curse on you, because you forgot the sunflower." Suddenly, a dark purple mist erupted from the diagonal rear like a thunderclap, rapidly coalescing into a broad barrier that shielded Vader behind it. West stood revealed, her dark chestnut hair still glistening with dew from the forbidden forest, her wand exuding faint purple smoke. "You've truly gone mad, Mr. Riddle," she remarked, her voice laced with a near-mocking chill, as the dark purple mist swirled around her like a pack of poised beasts. "Have you forgotten who Vader is? Forgotten the sunflower? Forgotten the direction of that sunflower?" She stepped forward, the mist surging alongside her, nearly licking Voldemort's black robes. What skill is it to bully him? Back in Hogwarts, who was it that he chased to administer healing potions? Who was it that, while under the headmaster's punishment, secretly delivered you bread? Now that you've grown wings, you dare to cast a spell against him? Voldemort's crimson pupils roiled with a complex array of emotions, rage, confusion, and a hint of vulnerability at being struck where it hurt. He clenched his wand, his knuckles whitening, yet he hesitated to attack. West's words acted as a key, unlocking a dusty corner of his memories, a sun-drenched afternoon in a golden sunflower field, a boy with chestnut hair holding a flower larger than his face, laughing like a fool. That is the past. Voldemort's voice was hoarse, akin to being ground against sandpaper. The present me does not require that. Does not require? West scoffed, the mist suddenly swelling, transforming behind her into a gigantic dark purple claw. Then come and try? Have the courage not to hide behind dark magic. Let us fight openly. Let us see if your meager abilities qualify you to touch even a hair on his head. At that moment, a shadow suddenly darted from the nearby woods, seizing Vader's arm. "Vader, go?" Alfie Black's voice was punctuated by hurried gasps, his black robe smeared with dirt and blood, clearly having run at breakneck speed. He grasped Vader's wrist tightly, his knuckles pale from the pressure, his usually languid gray-blue eyes now filled with urgency and resolve. Vader was taken aback. He could feel the warmth of Alfie's palm, a palpable strength radiating through the fabric. Turning to look at Alfie, he saw his own reflection in those eyes, alongside a depth of pain he had never before comprehended. Let him go? Voldemort's roar shattered the brief stalemate. It seemed he had finally extricated himself from West's words, his red pupils now consumed by pure murderous intent. Avada Kedavra. A beam of green light surged directly towards Alfie. West reacted swiftly. The dark purple mist immediately rose to shield them, the green light crashing into it like a stone thrown into a deep pool, creating only a ripple before vanishing. Take him away, West shouted without looking back, the dark purple mist coalescing into claws that struck fiercely at Voldemort. I'll hold him off. Alfie hesitated not for a moment. He yanked Vader along, turning to flee into the woods. Vader stumbled, pulled along, his gaze never leaving Voldemort, once Tom, now shrouded in dark purple mist. His black robes flickering within it, his red pupils resembling dying embers. Tom Vader's voice was as soft as a sigh. Don't look back. Alfie's voice choked, urging him to run faster, dragging Vader through the forest. He's not the person you once knew. If we don't leave now, we'll both die here. Vader's arm throbbed painfully from the grip, yet he did not resist. He could hear the violent clash of spells behind them. Dark purple and green lights exploding in the night sky like a mad fireworks display. He could feel the tattoo on his arm gradually fading, that searing warmth dissipating into the frigid night air. The sunflower field, the little sun, the stolen bread, all of those had truly become a thing of the past. Alfie dragged him far away until the sounds behind them faded into silence, finally stopping beneath a massive oak tree. Both were gasping for breath, moonlight filtering through the leaves, illuminating the tear-streaked faces before them. You, Vader began, but was abruptly enveloped in Alfie's embrace. Alfie's hold was tight, infused with a nearly desperate force, as if he sought to meld Vader into his very being. Vader could feel him trembling, could smell the faint mingling of tobacco and blood on him, could hear the suppressed whimpers in his throat, akin to a wounded beast. Don't go back, Vader. Alfie's voice was buried in his neck, thick with emotion. I beg you, don't go back. Vader was stunned. He raised his hand, hesitated for a long moment, then gently placed it on Alfie's back. The moonlight caught Alfie's golden hair, veiling his eyes, concealing his expression from view. In the distance, towards Godric's Hollow, the last flicker of green light extinguished. The dark purple mist dissipated slowly into the night like a weary bird. In that quaint cottage, the flames in the fireplace had long since extinguished, leaving only the cold remnants of ash. The thread of a crimson cloak lay quietly on the ground, akin to a secret known by none. Chapter 155, The Torment of the Longbottoms. As the morning mist over Ottery St. Catchpole had yet to dissipate, the grand oak doors of Longbottom Manor emitted a spine-chilling crack. The figure of Bellatrix Lestrange burst into the sitting room like a bolt of scarlet lightning, her black robe billowing behind her, the silver-green lining glinting with a serpent-like chill, a near-manic smile gracing her lips. Oh, look what we have here. Her voice rasped like rusty metal, her fingertips toying with her wand, the tips still dripping with splinters from the door she had just breached. Two little turtles hiding in their shell, thinking they could escape their master's gaze. Frank Longbottom abruptly shielded Alice, his wand trembling slightly from the exertion. Within his brown eyes burned a fierce anger, yet he restrained himself from attacking. For Alice cradled their slumbering infant, Neville, swathed in a star-patterned blanket, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. What do you want? Frank's voice was hoarse, his back pressed tightly against Alice's shoulder, feeling her muscles tense with fear. The air in the sitting room seemed to freeze, sunlight filtering through the stained glass, casting patches of light that resembled splattered blood. Rodolphus Lestrange sauntered in, his movements more composed than Bellatrix's, yet his gaze was equally frigid. He surveyed the couple huddled in the corner, as if appraising two lifeless objects. The master wishes to know where the Potters are. Alice buried Neville's face in her neck, her emerald eyes brimming with vigilance. We don't know. Her voice was soft, yet infused with an undeniable resolve. Even if she knew, she would not divulge anything to these executioners. Executioners? Bellatrix suddenly erupted into a sharp, cackling laughter that echoed through the spacious room, causing the frames on the mantel to tremble. What a delightful title. Alas, you shall soon experience the tender mercies of an executioner. She abruptly raised her wand, its tip aimed directly at Frank's knee. Crucio. Frank's body convulsed violently as if struck by an invisible whip. A pained whimper escaped his throat, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to cry out. He could not frighten Alice or Neville. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his shirt, veins on his forehead bulging like worms. His vision began to blur. But he remained steadfast, shielding Alice, his fingers digging into the carpet S pattern, leaving deep crimson trails. Frank! Alice let out a piercing scream, awakening Neville, who began to whimper in distress. She yearned to rush forward, yet Frank, with his last reserves of strength, pressed her shoulder down, his eyes conveying a clear message through the agonizing spasms. Protect Neville. Bellatrix reveled in Frank's contorted visage, as if admiring a flawless piece of art. Her smile widened, and she even rose onto her toes, leaning closer to Frank's ear to whisper in a voice only they could hear. Does it hurt? This is just the beginning. Think of your little darling. Will he cry even louder soon? You lunatic. Frank spat between clenched teeth, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth. Lunatic? Bellatrix straightened, suddenly intensifying the curse's power. No, I am the most loyal servant of the Master. And you are the stumbling blocks hindering his grand designs. The ants that deserve to be crushed. Frank's body curled painfully, the sound of grinding bones audible. Alice clutched Neville tightly, covering the infant's ears with her palm, tears silently streaming down her face, landing on Neville's soft tufts of hair. She watched her husband's torment, her heart gripped by a searing hand, nearly suffocating in pain. Yet she could only pray repeatedly in her mind. Please, stop. In the corner, young Barty Crouch stood silently, clad in the same black robe as the other Death Eaters, his expression as impassive as a cold statue. But upon closer inspection, one could see his fingertips trembling slightly, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in his pupils, an instinctive aversion to suffering, yet suppressed by a more potent force. He watched Frank convulsing on the ground, Alice's desperate tears, and Neville's bewildered cries, and suddenly, his father's stern visage crossed his mind. Yet this thought was fleeting, shattered by Bellatrix's laughter. He abruptly shut his eyes, and when he reopened them, only a numb coldness remained. It seems this gentleman is rather reluctant to speak, Rodolphus drawled, directing his wand towards Alice. Perhaps the beautiful lady will be more cooperative? Do not touch her. Frank suddenly erupted with astonishing force, struggling to rise, only to be struck down once more by Bellatrix's spell. This time, her aim was his wrist. Frank's wand clattered to the ground, rolling to Bellatrix's feet. Now, what grounds do you have to refuse? Bellatrix ground her foot against the back of Frank's hand, watching his face twist in agony, her delight growing. My dear Alice, my good friend, tell me the whereabouts of the Potters, and I shall spare him further suffering. Alice's body trembled violently. She glanced at Frank's bloodied hand, then down at Neville, who was gradually tiring and beginning to sniffle. A flicker of hesitation passed through her emerald eyes, but this wavering was quickly replaced by resolute determination. She lifted her head, meeting Bellatrix's gaze. I shall say it once more. We do not know. Excellent. Bellatrix's smile vanished in an instant, her eyes turning sharp as poisoned daggers. It seems you both wish to relish this gift together. She raised her wand again, this time aiming for Alice's shoulder. Rodolphus stepped forward, using his wand to immobilize Frank's body, preventing him from struggling once more. The air in the sitting room felt as if it had turned to ice. Even Neville's cries grew faint, like a dying kitten. Crucio! Alice's body jerked backward, nearly dropping Neville from her grasp. A suppressed scream escaped her. Yet upon seeing Neville's terrified little face, she swallowed the latter half. Excruciating pain surged through her like a tidal wave, every nerve screaming, as if a multitude of tiny knives were simultaneously slicing through her flesh. Yet her arms remained firmly around Neville, her nails digging into her own skin, using the pain to maintain her last semblance of consciousness. Will you speak? Bellatrix pressed closer, her wand nearly touching Alice's face. Just utter that address, and this will all end. Think of your child. Does he wish to witness his parents driven mad by suffering? Madness struck Alice's mind like a lightning bolt. She recalled those poor souls driven to insanity by the Death Eaters, the hollow gazes of those in St. Mungo's. No, she cannot succumb to madness, nor can Frank. They must witness Neville grow, learn to walk, and master his wand. Frank appeared to see through her wavering resolve. He mustered every ounce of strength to lift his head, a distorted smile emerging on his blood-streaked face. Do not believe her. Bellatrix's patience had been utterly exhausted. She unleashed a furious roar, the potency of her curse suddenly intensifying. Alice's body convulsed like a marionette with severed strings, her consciousness beginning to fade, yet Neville in her arms suddenly grasped her finger with his tiny, warm touch, like a faint glimmer of light, instantly pulling her back from the precipice of darkness. I do not know, she uttered with her last vestige of strength, each word emerging like blood forced from her throat. Bellatrix finally lost interest. She looked disdainfully at the couple convulsing on the floor, akin to two soiled rags. Useless. She kicked aside Frank's fallen wand and turned towards the door. Rodolphus, clean this up. Our master is still awaiting our news. Rodolphus nodded, raising his wand towards the center of the living room carpet. Incendio. Flames erupted instantly, licking at the costly wool carpet, swiftly spreading to the sofa and curtains. Thick smoke began to fill the air, choking Neville in the corner until he cried once more. Little Barty crouched, cast one last glance at the couple struggling amidst fire and agony, at the infant crying in his mother's embrace, before turning to follow the Lestranges out. His steps were somewhat unsteady, the hem of his black robe inadvertently brushing against the bloodstains on the doorframe, yet he seemed oblivious. Vanishing into the morning mist without a backward glance, the flames gradually consumed the entire living room. Frank, expending his final ounce of strength, crawled to Alice's side, shielding her and Neville with his body. As the burning beam fell, he heard Alice whisper softly in his ear, "Neville must live well." In the haze of smoke, Neville's cries grew ever fainter. He remained unaware that his parents were constructing a final barrier for him with their lives, oblivious to the countless tender kisses and lullabies that had once existed before those monstrous flames. He only felt his mother's embrace growing colder, his father's body becoming heavier, and the air thick with a burnt, unsettling scent, until distant calls from members of the Order of the Phoenix broke the silence. Until someone burst through the inferno to rescue him, Neville took one last look at the burning home, where his first cradle had been, his first lullaby sung, and the warm embrace he had forever lost. Outside the manor, in the morning mist, Bellatrix whispered to an owl, her voice laced with bloodthirsty excitement, "Master, the Longbottoms know nothing, but I believe the Potters will soon learn what true despair is." The owl flapped its wings, clutching a letter steeped in dark magic, vanishing into the gray sky. Chapter 156. What are you? The air in Godric's Hollow felt like shattered black glass, each inch imbued with a sharp chill. Wester stood at the center of the ruins, her black robe whipped by the chaotic winds, rustling like a flag unwilling to yield. Her wand was steadfastly aimed ahead, its tip coalescing with a sphere of silver-blue light, shimmering with fragments of stars yet infused with the power to rend the darkness. Before her, Voldemort hovered in midair, his black robe melding with the shadows, his red eyes blazing like two undying ghostly fires, locking onto Wester with an unyielding gaze. The recent exchange had singed the hem of his robe, a mark left by Wester's silver-blue beam, stirring within him emotions previously unknown, both the indignation of being affronted and an indescribable astonishment. Impressive trick. Voldemort's voice slithered like a serpent across cobblestones, sticky and cold. A half-blood which capable of withstanding 3 of my Avada Kedavras and retaliating with a disarming spell to send my wand flying. You are the first. He slowly raised his hand, his wand flying back into his palm, the green light at its tip now more vibrant. Join me, Miss Wester. You must understand. Only those who stand on the victor's side have a future. The so-called justice is merely the excuse of the weak. Wester's fingertips turned pale from exertion, the silver-blue light swirling at her wand's tip, reflecting her eyes as if they were filled with shattered ice. When she had absorbed those 3 unforgivable curses, her insides felt as though they had been crushed by a hammer, the metallic taste in her throat suppressed just enough to prevent her from gagging. Yet her gaze was colder than ice, a faint hint of derision curling at her lips. Victorious? Tom, have you forgotten that you dare not even acknowledge your own name? Impudent. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed, the dark aura surrounding him swelling violently, the debris beneath them instantly pulverized. Before you stands Voldemort, the great Dark Lord, the master destined to rule the wizarding world. Oh, Master? Wester stepped forward abruptly, the silver-blue beam surging, forcefully pushing back the encroaching darkness by half a foot. Then tell me, what is a master who relies on parasitism, who sustains their existence through fear? What are you? Her voice rang clear, like an icicle piercing through dense fog. I have indeed studied you, Tom Riddle, in the records of the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts, in the scattered notes left by your mother. I sympathize with the child abandoned in an orphanage, deprived even of a decent cake. Yet that is no justification for you to tear your soul into fragments, using the suffering of others as a stepping stone. Voldemort's black robe trembled violently, evidently struck at his most concealed pain. He ceased his prattle, sweeping his wand as several black curses shot forth like venomous serpents, bearing the essence to corrode all. Cruciatus. Bone shatter. Wester's toes touched the ground, her form gliding back like willow fluff for several meters, simultaneously tracing a circle with her wand as a silver-blue barrier materialized, repelling the curses. Those dark spells collided with the wall of light, hissing as they burned, akin to ice shards tossed into boiling water, quickly dissolving. However, the barrier trembled in response, and Wester let out a muffled groan, her hand bleeding from the strain. The recent exchange had already drained her magical reserves, and this effort nearly exhausted her strength. You are merely holding on. Voldemort perceived her predicament, a cruel smile flickering in his red eyes. Your light is fading, Wester. Submit to me, and I can teach you true power, freeing you from the shackles of this mortal flesh. His voice grew laced with seduction. Think about it. Together we could reshape the wizarding world, devoid of prejudice, without the notions of pureblood and muggleborn. Only the strong will prevail. Wester leaned against a broken stone pillar, slowly straightening her body. Her breath quickened, cold sweat trickling down her cheek, landing on the dust-laden ground and spreading into a small dark patch. Yet her gaze shone with astonishing brilliance, like a dying star suddenly erupting in its final splendor. True power? Gained through the consumption of others' lives. Tearing one's own soul apart. Does that truly qualify as power? She abruptly raised her wand, the silver-blue radiance coalescing once more. This time more concentrated and resplendent. I may not endure for long, but it is sufficient to tell you that someone like you, even if you conquer the entire world, will forever remain a pitiful creature lurking in the shadows. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort was thoroughly enraged, the green light shooting forth like a serpent from its lair, aimed straight for Wester's heart. She did not flinch, the silver-blue light coalescing into a spear before her, and with a fierce cry, she hurled the light spear forward, colliding violently with the green beam. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, sending clouds of dust swirling through the air as the ruins were forcefully overturned. Amidst the haze, the figure of Voldemort emerged, his dark robe marred by several deep gashes, and for the first time, disbelief flickered across his face. He gazed at the slowly collapsing form of Vester on the other side of the dust, a glimmer of confusion passing through his crimson eyes. The witch, as she fell, seemed to be smiling, her lips moving as if to utter, "You see, even your unforgivable curse is not invincible." Voldemort stood rooted to the spot, his hand clutching his wand trembling slightly. He had triumphed in this confrontation, yet felt no thrill of victory. The air still shimmered with fragments of silver-blue light, resembling countless tiny eyes that silently mocked him. For the first time, he pondered that the moral boundaries he had scorned might not merely be the excuses of the weak. At least, that which named Vester, through her defiance and pain, had etched an indelible scar upon his heart. In the distance, the calls of the members of the Order of the Phoenix echoed, and Voldemort cast one last glance at the shadowy figure that lay fallen within the dust. With a cold snort, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the horizon. Yet, unbeknownst to all, just before his disappearance, the fingers beneath his robe were clenched tightly into a fist. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. He must find Vader and eliminate the Potters along with their child.